Now this venerable demands compensation. The flames in his hand were still burning, indicating that Changxiao still had energy to fight and would not easily lose to the old man. The multi-headed ice dragon mocked Changxiao for being too weak, thinking he could kill a god with such candle-like flames. Each of the old man's heads voiced a different opinion. Sect Master Jun is being a bit fanciful. Do you intend to stall for time for your disciples? Then this emperor will acknowledge you as a hero. He gazed at the flames in his hand, too lazy to bother with what the Ice Emperor was saying. To save energy, in Starfall Continent there are 3 divine flames. 10 saint flames. You can be called a top-tier fire cultivator. Changxiao suddenly felt worried, realizing I have nothing outstanding. If I can't maintain this flame, will the system choose a new host from among my disciples? Their destinies are all excellent, so they shouldn't disgrace you. The system displayed a red warning message. Warning, warning, detecting energy exceeding specifications entering the body. Holy Flame Physique. To achieve the Holy Flame Physique, one must fuse the 3 divine flames and 10 saint flames within a holy flame, enduring the scorching of 13 types of top-grade flames. Only then can one achieve the Holy Flame Physique, unmatched in the world, the strongest fire constitution, invincible. Drawback: if one cannot endure the scorching phase, both body and mind will be destroyed. Success rate recorded as 0. If it weren't for the heaven-profound Ice Dragon's realm being close to Martial Emperor, with your current cultivation, even using the hard-to-imprison blade, you wouldn't be able to suppress the opponent. The system spirit saw him sigh and grew worried. I also don't want you to be forced into this. Although Changxiao appeared tense, he already had a plan in mind. Since a decision has been made, this venerable will absolutely not give up halfway. With these disciples possessing protagonist destinies, no matter how useless I am, I must script this final destiny for them, perhaps even be the chief screenwriter. The system immediately provided more knowledge. When the 13 flames test you, they will also allow you to use their abilities, so even if you ultimately turn to ash, you can still thoroughly beat up the 4-headed bug opposite you. He couldn't wait to display his talent. Alright then, let's smash this old crystal in front of us. The old man Ice Emperor leaned as close as possible to Changxiao's face to get a clear look. The color of these flames looks a bit familiar. The Ice Emperor probably didn't expect to be attacked by him so unexpectedly. As Changxiao's power erupted, it swept across one of the Ice Emperor's heads. The old man was furious but helpless, only able to bury his resentment. As the Ice Dragon was directly vaporized, this heat, these flames. Only then did the Ice Emperor finally recognize the ability he possessed. A divine-grade fire seed, Heaven Spirit, Azure Flame. Changxiao gritted his teeth and endured, not even daring to open his eyes. Damn it, it hurts so much. The system sent a message reminding him to stay calm. The Heaven Spirit Azure Flame tempers bones and cleanses marrow. The entire body feels as if it's being sliced 1,000 times. Hold on, absolutely do not curse. This world cannot be destroyed by your foul mouth. Looking at Changxiao, who seemed to possess water elemental power, but in reality, blue flames were burning his body. This venerable's entire body is almost 50 cooked, and I can't even curse. His eyes were only white, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Changxiao could no longer hold back and kicked one of the old man's heads. Although the Ice Emperor felt pain, he didn't scream, instead flapping his wings intending to fly away. The old man couldn't just stand there and let Changxiao defeat him. So, among the 36 stratagems, the Ice Emperor chose retreat is the best policy. This kid is using a self-destructive move, I'll dodge his attack first. The old man swiftly flew forward, unconcerned about what was happening behind him. Suddenly, the Ice Emperor stopped, a look of panic on his face. It turned out that Changxiao had appeared again in a different form, perplexing the Ice Emperor. Purple, the flames are purple. To keep the old man from remaining puzzled, Changxiao immediately explained to save time. The violet profound divine flame specifically scorches this venerable's chi springs and dantian. It hurts so much. This is the first time this venerable has regretted having 2 chi springs. He tightly gripped the Ice Emperor's head, wailing in agony. The pain doubled. Then Changxiao, while at it, used a powerful move to send another of the old man's heads flying. The Ice Emperor circled in the air, throwing the space into chaos. His 3 heads then conferred carefully. This kid is more like a beast than a beast. A cold energy is directly vaporized after being cut by him, making it impossible to absorb and reuse. The Heaven Phantom Ice Dragon's strength will only gradually weaken. What's more, 2 of the 3 divine flames have already been unleashed. Will his flame power erupt again? Changxiao seemed to be controlled by it, the flame, unleashing the Scarlet Essence Absolute Flame, specifically burning souls. Flames erupted from his body, blazing fiercely. Changxiao's power was beyond control, he could spew flames. Now the space was filled with his power, even the Ice Emperor had to fly in another direction. Even the old man hadn't expected this to happen. The 3 strongest divine flames of Starfall Continent had all converged within one body. A single strike could change the celestial phenomena. Back then, the Flame Emperor, merely by possessing the Heaven Spirit Azure Flame, was already invincible among martial emperors. The Ice Emperor was utterly panicked and at a loss. Although this kid has the intention of self-immolation, I cannot just passively dodge like this. If he hasn't died yet, this emperor will already be roasted into a dried corpse. The old man decided to launch a fierce counterattack, Heaven Phantom Ice Cold Breaker. Just as Changxiao had yet to comprehend what was happening, attacks from all directions had already struck. The power of the flames protected him unharmed. Even with 4 heads, the Ice Emperor found it difficult to cope with Changxiao's 10 Saint Flames. Is it over? It's over. The system had always hoped he could control its power sooner. Please hold on. As long as you maintain the balance of the 13 flames, you'll have escaped the gates of hell. You're also very lucky that your opponent is the Ice Emperor. His cold air can help you alleviate the divine flames. Now, Changxiao confidently displayed his talent. So Ice Emperor, I should actually thank you, shouldn't I? You're joking again. As repayment, I'll eternally freeze those 4 bewildered faces of yours. How about it? The Ice Emperor's several heads were speechless before Changxiao's words. He could only sigh. The Ice Emperor still held his head high, refusing to admit defeat before Changxiao. Do you really think this Emperor is completely trapped by you? This Emperor has been wise for 1,000 years. To think you can kill me with just an unstable set of Saint Flames. Ridiculous. My cold air can, on the contrary, help you suppress the flames. But who allowed the Ice Emperor to continue trying to display his power? The Ice Emperor only knew ice elemental moves. The Ice Emperor's 4 heads simultaneously spewed flames, bone spurs, and snow. Now even the system couldn't save Changxiao. It was over. Snowfire entered his body, disturbing the balance of the flames. He cringed in pain. Changxiao saw Tianqian about to fly over and hurriedly stopped her. No, don't come over. Tianqian also sensed that something abnormal was happening to Changxiao. Tianqian quickly grabbed Changxiao's hand. Changxiao worried that Tianqian's face would be burned by the flames. Why bother? Your face will also get burned. In her eyes, all she saw was Changxiao's figure. Don't say anything, focus. The two actually locked lips in broad daylight. In fact, Tianqian was channeling cold air into his body. The Ice Emperor remained in place. Even flying up would cause injury. The Ice Emperor felt he had bad luck not to gain this enormous energy. What a pity, such outstanding ice elemental talent, such extraordinary talent. Even in my era, it was rare. Tianqian held him tightly. She communicated with Changxiao through thought. Don't move around, calm your mind and accept my cold air. Grand profound ice heart, calm and indifferent. A heart as cold as ice. What new and exotic thing did the Ice Emperor discover this time? No, the Ice Emperor finally discovered the anomaly. Amidst these mixed flames, how do I feel a trace of coldness? He prepared to use a new move to see clearly what was happening. Thunderfall. Before he could unleash his power, someone jumped over his head. The Ice Emperor was furious, having 4 mouths to curse in turn. Where did this little brat come from, daring to sneak attack this emperor? It turned out to be the spirit, radiating power all over even while wearing a cloak. He directly mocked, showing no respect for the elder. This old fellow has lived for so long yet still bullies the younger generation by relying on his power. All martial emperors' reputations are ruined by you. The Ice Emperor didn't recognize the spirit at first. This long hair, this tone, he thought the Ice Emperor already had the answer in his heart. But unexpectedly, he uttered something completely irrelevant. Who are you? This emperor's memory hasn't been very good these past few years, he sighed, not really wanting to reveal his identity. Alas, I originally wanted to reminisce. It seems I'll have to let my fist do the talking. To intimidate the spirit, the Ice Emperor immediately opened his mouth wide, and the wind blasted against him like a storm. The Ice Emperor had already prepared his moves after the last sneak attack. No matter who you are, appearing now makes you an enemy, not a friend. This emperor will not fall for your delaying tactics. He also felt a headache. You old fellow truly have no martial ethics. The spirit didn't come to cause trouble with the Ice Emperor and waste both their time, but today, with me here, you won't be able to harm Sect Master Jun. He also had no shortage of spells to deal with the Ice Emperor. Eternal night, and streams of black energy flew towards the Ice Emperor. Only now did the Ice Emperor come to his senses. This move, you are his successor. Without saying anything, he shocked the Ice Emperor to the extreme. Night Emperor. The Ice Emperor naturally didn't believe the spirit's identity. Didn't the Night Emperor always live alone and die in solitude? To think he has a successor. Back then, he was deceived by a girl, fell into reincarnation, and became a laughingstock for generations. He would never allow anyone to speak ill of the Night Emperor. Shut up. Although the Ice Emperor was temporarily silenced by his power, the effect didn't seem very good. He has some of the Night Emperor's demeanor, and has also reached the mid to high martial emperor realm. How many years has he cultivated? Cracking this move is a small matter, but that's all. The spirit turned to look behind him, searching for Changxiao's figure. Ice Emperor, I'm already very tall, but my temper is still like a child's. Get lost, you're not worthy to stand before this emperor now. Who knew what the Ice Emperor wanted to do with Changxiao's flame power this time? The Ice Emperor still stood with his mouth wide open, but no one knew what he intended. It turned out that the Ice Emperor was tightly bound by his black ropes around its wings. The spirit, despite being dragged, refused to let go. He silently prayed in his heart. This body is still too weak now, it's about to collapse. Hurry. The Sect Master might be about to refine the exotic fire. The spirit turned his gaze to the other side and was instantly startled. Xiaomo and the senior brothers had already taken action, helping him. Even if our strength is weak, we can still hold him off for a moment together. The spirit still acted like a big brother, always worrying about his junior brothers and sisters. Are you risking your lives? Didn't I tell you all to retreat just now? Cough. I mean, this is an adult's battle. You wet behind the ears brats, get out of here quickly. Where's Qingyang? Let him take command, junior brother. You're speaking a bit arrogantly. Isn't it just a burst of transformation? He still can't change his habits. I'm disguised like this. Can you still recognize me? The spirit didn't know there was a hiding turtle drawing pasted on his back. Sigh. It's all my fault. My temperament is too outstanding, no matter how I hide it. I'm like a firefly in the dark night. The Ice Emperor was furious, blocked by them and unable to fly away, these damn bugs swaying around making it impossible for this Emperor to aim. This time he was determined. Then I'll just consume a bit more spiritual energy. The move was unleashed and immediately erupted. Frost, heaven, thunder, array. The two colossal forces collided and the space was enveloped in a golden yellow hue. The spirit and he watched intently. The Ice Emperor felt he had achieved a great victory. It's stable. Changshao's flames have been weakened. He didn't understand what happened for a moment. Oh, how could this happen? Changxiao held Tianqian, blaming them for ruining the mood. Every time the atmosphere was just right, a few blind idiots would come and cause trouble. Changxiao pulled a white cloth to cover their bodies. He knew she had sacrificed a lot for him. Tianqian, you've worked hard. Changxiao had to deal with this mess as quickly as possible. Now it's my turn to clear the battlefield. He stood before the Ice Emperor and directly suggested, Ice Emperor, let's discuss something. To avoid disturbing Tianqian's rest, can we fight in silence from now on? The Ice Emperor, facing Changxiao directly, also broke out in a cold sweat. No, something is very wrong. His aura was too calm. I fear he has truly mastered the 13 exotic flames. His aura should be extremely volatile. The Ice Emperor realized that Tianqian was the one helping Changxiao cool down. Now he's as calm as water. In fact, if he weren't standing in front of me, I wouldn't even sense him. Could it be Tianqian's ice elemental energy? What kind of cultivation technique does she use? Balance 13 exotic flames simultaneously. The system sent a notification. Host, remaining time for Chang'an Talisman is less than half a minute. He seemed a bit surprised. Oh, still enough time. Holding the beauty with one hand and unleashing flames to burn the Ice Emperor with the other. Then I'll give you a splendid ending. Although Changxiao was not a petty person, he was very decisive when it came to love and hate. His flames incinerated the Ice Emperor into several pieces. He let out a blood-curdling scream, appearing very displeased. The flames kept chasing his back, causing the Ice Emperor to panic. Regenerate? Why aren't you regenerating anymore? Changxiao didn't want the Ice Emperor to disturb Tianqian's sleep. Old man, did you forget what I just said? He deliberately mocked the Ice Emperor as a noisy person. Shish, quiet. The Ice Emperor continued to circle in the space filled with flames, the entire space ablaze with fire. The spirit's physique was completely different from others. The Sect Master's flame control is too terrifying at such close range. I barely feel any heat. Xiaomo was still betting there. I said his body couldn't last. The transformation won't last 3 minutes. Hand over the money. Only Qingyang felt something was wrong. Strange, the eternal strongest sect is a righteous sect, so why does its strongest combat power look so villainous? According to his judgment, the strength of the two of them was hard to believe. One was the night spirit, black to the bone. The other was the Sect Master, who seemed to have a connection with hell. This was not conducive to recruiting disciples in the future. Xiaomo thought it was simple. There would always be a way. It's all right, senior brother, you're cunning. You'll definitely find a way to trick new disciples into joining, Qingyang said meaningfully. Why is the spirit so heavy-handed? Didn't he eat? He charged directly at Xiaomo. You've offended, senior brother, and you still want to run? The Ice Emperor was now just an ice-blue skeleton before him. After clashing with him, the Ice Emperor's hair immediately became disheveled, and his mood plummeted. You brat, this old man, the dignified Ice Emperor, couldn't even withstand 2 of your moves, even if I'm just a pile of withered bones. The Ice Emperor was determined to prove himself worthy of his name, but this old man will never surrender. One would have expected him to unleash some dangerous move, but who knew the Ice Emperor was as timid as ever. While he's dealing with the Ice Dragon, quickly escape. But he didn't know that Changxiao had already flown to his side, whispering in his ear. I told you, don't speak loudly. Why won't you listen, old man? He was so angry he wanted to raise his fist, and the Ice Emperor suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Your power is too terrifying. Say hello to your phantom Ice Dragon. Now we can talk properly, specifically about surrender. In fact, Changxiao didn't like to waste words. Hand over your primordial soul and I'll spare your life. He seemed to have just discovered something new. The Ice Emperor had already done as Changxiao said. His divine soul had left his body. But the Ice Emperor would never give up. How many years has this old man survived on his divine soul? How could I hand over my primordial soul for you to control? For this old man, it's just a matter of spending more time and finding another chance to be reborn. He touched the firewall behind him and was startled. The Ice Emperor panicked, unable to escape. It seems the Ice Emperor forgot. The Scarlet Essence Absolute Flame specifically burns divine souls. Do you still want to play? With his divine soul about to be obliterated, his divine soul reluctantly returned to his old body. The Ice Emperor was both exasperated and amused. Sect Master Jun, this old man offers his primordial soul. Even if I'm just an ordinary elder in the Eternal Sect, I'll have no complaints. He directly took his divine soul and also gave the Ice Emperor a fitting position. Want to be an elder? Dream on. Our sect recently needs a martial saint level sweeping monk and he's the one. The system sent a notification. Chang'an Talisman expired. Martial Saint Cultivation retracted. Side effect. For the next year all host cultivation will disappear, all spiritual energy will be sealed, only the existing physique will remain. Host, you need to be an ordinary person for the next year. It is recommended that you act discreetly. It seemed Changxiao had already planned this. With a martial saint-level sweeping monk, the sect would be safe for a year. Moreover, his entire body was now enveloped in flames, an ordinary person possessing 13 sacred flames. Changxiao's eyes were dotted with tiny sparks. This was too rare. The system sent a message. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission. Achieve renown. You have gained 5,000 contribution points. Mission rewards, 1 experience talisman, 5 top-grade aptitude transformation pills, and access to the space-time secret realm shopping. Changxiao was very surprised. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission and earning the title Renowned. The rewards are truly generous. He was somewhat worried, but his cultivation had reached the peak of Martial King, the highest limit. To break through to Martial Emperor, he had to complete a new handling mission. Changxiao stood in the snow, lost in thought. Just achieve renown? It seems quite a few sects, as he expected, are currently observing our eternal sect's battle. Changxiao stood rigidly, unable to let them discover that his cultivation had completely vanished. Otherwise, our eternal sect will become a stepping stone for others to gain fame. Qingyang suddenly walked over and shouted, "Sect Master, we've finished reorganizing and are ready to depart." He probably intended to formulate a new plan, which was why he sent them away. "You can walk back. I have urgent business and need to return to the sect first." Before he finished, "Sect Master, we are ready." A wing suddenly appeared, kicking up dust everywhere. It seemed Changxiao had ridden off on the bird. The faster he returned to the sect, the lower the risk of exposure. The spirit felt extremely confused. Why did the sect master fly away so quickly on his own? Didn't you tell him we were ready? Qingyang could only sigh to the sky. The sect master didn't let me finish. Just as he finished speaking, the bird plunged straight to the ground. Ah, he's back again. Changxiao silently cursed to himself. Damn it, without spiritual energy protecting me, I can't withstand the aerial pressure from the demonic ridge Black Hawk. Qingyang called out, "Sect Master." He was disheveled, not understanding how he had fallen. "System, didn't I just receive 5,000 contribution points, and I had 10,000 points before? Is there anything good suitable for my current situation?" asked the man whose grip strength was only tens of thousands of newtons. The system immediately sent a comforting message. "Actually there is, but are you sure you don't want to tell Qingyang and the others? They can protect you too," he asked in confusion. "Sect Master, why were you in such a hurry to return to the sect?" Changxiao calmly sat up. "So they don't worry." Of course the system wouldn't shortchange him and immediately sent new equipment. "Then try this, the divine armor, high-tech mechanical battle suit, a rare item. Once worn it can automatically fly. There are 3 different forms that can be activated: combat, defense, flight. Multiple forms can be activated simultaneously. It can be upgraded and its final form is a monoplane mecha." Changxiao couldn't wait to try it. "I'm a cultivation game player, and now I'm playing with robots." He activated the combat form, and various mechanical parts immediately appeared in the air. Changxiao looked just like Superman from a movie. He froze for 5 seconds. "Sect Master, what refining tool are you using?" the other person asked a question, but he answered irrelevantly. "Strange fellow, it only costs less than 430,000 bioenergy, unlike me." He confidently put it on. "Bioenergy 5, mechanical energy 1 million. Remove some flashy numbers. This battle suit can help me recover to the peak sword and martial dual king's normal combat power." Changxiao now had wings for assistance. Once the battlesuit also recovered, perhaps his combat power would surpass that of a martial emperor. He activated the flight form. Now he could soar in the blue sky and white clouds. "I'll go ahead, see you at the sect." Qingyang was astonished. "The sect master flies so fast, I wonder what spirit mentioned." "Honestly, are you not going to tell the sect master?" He had another idea. "Let's make it a surprise for him." Changxiao really liked this battlesuit. Its speed even surpassed that of the demonic ridge Black Hawk. He flew over the forest, confidently declaring, "And this feeling of flexibility is like having wings growing on me. From now on, this sky belongs to me too." The scenery of the eternal strongest sect was beautiful. No one saw him, only a forced landing on the ground. Changxiao flew so fast that he arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. "Great. At this speed, even a martial saint is only half as fast as I am." Several young people suddenly piled together. "Sect Master, you're back?" He didn't even have time to understand what was happening. "Who are these people? What are you doing?" Woody then explained why they were beaten. "These people came here to investigate while the eternal sect was empty. The demonic sect. I'm sorting the trash to see which sect they belong to, otherwise it'll be a mess." He lowered his voice, inviting the sect master inside. "The others are all waiting for you." Changxiao unexpectedly praised, "You're quite thoughtful." "Who are the others?" Even the Ice Emperor was here. "Sect Master, I took the liberty of arriving at the sect first." He thought this was perfectly normal. "No problem. As a martial saint, it's perfectly normal for you to arrive here so quickly. I'll arrange a tour of the sect for you." Changxiao instructed him to find tools for the Ice Emperor. Qingyang arranged a resting place and a broom for the Ice Emperor, then assigned him the areas he needed to sweep daily. He thought he was the fastest, but when he turned back he was startled. "Ha, why are you here too?" Before he could explain, Changxiao had already flown away. "I wanted to tell you in Luzhou. Doesn't Senior Chu have a long-distance teleportation item?" Spirit emerged from the spatial gate. As he told Changxiao, as long as both parties used it simultaneously, a teleportation gate would open, allowing them to return to the sect first. Qingyang was proud of their spell. If we can maintain this teleportation gate for a long time, we could even establish a branch in Luzhou. He felt wronged but helpless. System, can I return it? I just used it once and it's only 99. The system had no obligation to explain in detail. Sold goods are non-refundable and non-exchangeable, but I still need to remind the host of a few things. You just unlocked shopping access to the space-time secret realm. That's the real divine artifact. The system then began to introduce it because it was based on an extremely powerful magical treasure. After hearing it, Changxiao was also very curious. This was a magical treasure created by a supreme powerful being. The system explained the space-time secret realm to Changxiao in great detail, a special secret realm that formed on its own in the vast universe whose function was to accelerate time, allowing those within to cultivate faster than ordinary people. The advantage was that sect members could enter freely. There were no level restrictions. The disadvantage was that accelerating time consumed an equivalent amount of lifespan. The secret realm's level was initial grade, worth 10,000 contribution points. He finally understood everything. Isn't this the spirit and time? The system quickly stopped him from continuing. Shut up. Changxiao carefully calculated the future. It will consume an equivalent amount of lifespan, meaning that time will pass normally for those entering the secret realm. My week period can also be prolonged by another year. He began to fantasize again. So can I wait inside for a year? And only one day passes in the real world, the system quickly reminded. What are you thinking? The time flow rate of the initial secret realm is only 150. It also clearly stated, and each person can only stay inside for 150 days per month, which is 3 days in the real world. He carefully checked to ensure everything was foolproof. There are quite a few restrictions, but an extra half a year of cultivation time each month is still very rare. I'm just afraid I don't have enough money. I just bought the winged battlesuit and used up my entire budget. Zhang Xie suddenly appeared behind him. Sect Master, there's something I want to discuss with you. The demonic sect contacted me, asking me to rescue the hostages we're holding. What do you think? Before he answered, he thought carefully. Oh, I almost forgot, Zhang Xie, you're still using the demonic sect's name. Seeing the information from the system, Changxiao had an idea. Ding, activate a side mission. Give those who dare to covet the secrets of the eternal strongest sect an unforgettable lesson. The reward will be determined by the severity of the lesson. His eyes looked a bit sly. Zhang Xie, are you interested in another round of infernal affairs? Demonic sect, Southwest Branch Yangzhou. He suddenly ran. Come quickly, someone. Someone recognized him. Elder Zhang Xie didn't know where he got the blood to put on his mouth, making it look even more real. Quickly informed the branch master, I rescued most of the disciples held captive by the Eternal Sect, but were all badly injured. Currently they're resting 10 li away. He kept shouting warnings, the Eternal Sect is coming fast, quickly send people to deal with them. In his urgency, Zhang Xie fell into the branch master's arms. Be careful, they are very strong. All Marshal King level experts immediately stepped forward to support. A bald man spoke, confirming, you actually returned alive. It seems that Sect Master Jun, a martial saint, didn't make a move. He deliberately sowed discord within the sect. HMPH badly wounded by a few greenhorns. Brothers, let Zhang Xie see what a true Martial King is. The branch master understood his feelings. Zhang Xie, you've worked hard. News came from northeast Luzhou. It said the Eternal Sect's strength was beyond imagination. But he was very worried. Branch Master, we must immediately retreat to southwest Yangzhou and hide all our valuable treasures. We can't let the Eternal Sect take advantage. The Branch Master also agreed with his view. You're right, and last time we defeated the Tycoon Sect we obtained 100,000 spirit stones. Quickly hand them all over to the Sect Master so we won't be considered to have retreated without a fight. He didn't know he had been completely deceived by Zhang Xie. I'll go ransack the secret chamber now. When they return, we'll depart. Zhang Xie, you've rendered a great service this time. I will reward you handsomely. He held something unclear in his hand. This person was also quite good. Meanwhile, the bald man was speaking earnestly. He knelt before Qingyang kowtowing. Sirs, ancestors, stop hitting. I surrender. This bald man was beyond help. The Zhang Xie you're chasing has already run to the demonic sect branch, and our branch master is already at the peak of Martial King. If you keep fighting, you'll only get hurt. Spirit could throw a group of people into the sky with one hand, making his eyes widen. Don't worry about the branch master's side. He's long prepared, and the lineup against him is incredibly luxurious. They're already warmed up. The branch master panicked as soon as he heard. Luxurious, is that necessary? He didn't dare to speak in front of Changxiao. I am merely a humble peak Martial King. How dare I contend against a Martial Saint level Formation Emperor and a Martial Emperor's Iron Fist? Changxiao was surprised. I didn't expect your demonic sect to be so well informed, even knowing about us. Don't let his smile fool you. He definitely has something planned. Isn't this to prevent the demonic sect's main altar from having any designs on you? Anyway, you're a third-rate evil sect, so it's always better to be careful. Changxiao mentioned 2 names, and we're just here to support Zhang Xie. Chen Lao Dejun immediately cast his spell. This old man has already prepared a mesmerizing formation for the branch master. He seemed to be controlled, his eyes already black. Dejun was like he had just created a lie detector. Alright, old Zhang. I've controlled his mind while he was in a state of confusion. Now he can only speak the truth. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Zhang Xie went straight to the point. Branch Master, I've asked you to find someone all these years. Are there any clues about my sister? The controlled Branch Master revealed the whole truth. In such a vast sea of people with only a vague appearance, how can one find her? Rather than wasting sect resources on something destined to be fruitless, he was so angry his ears were smoking at the Branch Master's words. It's easier to just feed you a few sweet lies. Wouldn't a Martial King level combatant be a gain? Besides, your sister might have long ago fallen into disgrace and died somewhere. He was now completely enveloped by the mesmerism spell. Someone quickly put a hand on his shoulder, calming him down. Old Zhang, it was Changxiao persuading him. Our eternal sect is gradually moving towards the entire Starfall continent. Don't worry, we will definitely help you find your sister, what he said he would certainly do. And I can guarantee that we will not be perfunctory like the demonic sect. Changxiao continued to put on airs, because think about it, there are so many people stronger than you in the sect, why would I deceive you? For a measly Martial King level combatant like you, just wait for the news. Zhang Xie also couldn't take it anymore. Sect Master, when you say that, I don't know whether to be grateful or ashamed. He then pulled out his robot item again. Stop talking nonsense. Both of you quickly go and meet up with Chu Xingqian and the others. Next stop, God-slaying Hall. I must give the demonic sect a big gift no matter what happened. Changxiao still decided to soar straight to the sky. The system was always by his side. Host, are you sure you want to go so far? After all, your cultivation hasn't recovered. Yet you dare to offend two third-rate evil sects simultaneously. Isn't that a bit too risky? Changxiao's mind was made up and would not change. After the battle in northeast Luzhou, everyone in the world thinks I am already a martial saint. Have you ever seen a martial saint tolerate insult? However, he was still a bit worried. If I endure now, they will guess that I have some powerful moves, but with huge side effects. I can become a martial saint in a short time, so now I must put on a show. Changxiao unexpectedly launched an attack on a confirmed location. He had long thought of a countermeasure. This was for more prestige in the future. Beneath his feet the ground instantly turned into ruins. Changxiao sat steadily in his chair pointing below and ordering, Hallmaster Li, send a message to the demonic sect and the god-slaying hall. Considering their status as third-rate evil sects, they don't need to compensate us for the cost of this expedition. His expression grew increasingly cunning. However, I can't let all the martial kings in their branches be trained for free. Before they are sent away, 10,000 spirit stones per person per month as a fee. Inform their main altar. Luo Chu disagreed slightly. Does the sect master want a ransom from a third-rate sect? Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? He argued. What ransom? That's food money. The greatest principle of our eternal sect has always been harmony. He slyly smiled and explained. At most, we'll collect some interest to maintain harmony. Those martial kings also can't just eat their fill and do nothing. Send them all to the Luzhou Ice Plain and let them recultivate the Ice Emperor's 9 sects. Anyway, the Ice Emperor is also one of us now. The Ice Emperor Alliance can also temporarily be considered one family, with plenty of work. Arrange for them to battle with the disciples to increase the disciples' actual combat experience, extracting their last bit of remaining value. She listened, her face somewhat cold. You're truly cruel. He felt a bit guilty when she said that. What nonsense are you spouting? Those captives are voluntarily working overtime to improve themselves. Elsewhere, Yi Xingqian's expression was grim at this moment, radiating killing intent and looking terrifying. He looked up at He Wudi, a hint of killing intent in his eyes, feeling stuck at the 6th level of the Grand Profound True Scripture, just a hair's breadth away. Recently, his enemies have been too weak and the pressure too small. Suddenly, He Wudi walked towards him. Had the Eternal Sect been too complacent lately? Was that why my motivation to cultivate had vanished? As He Wudi passed by, it left him somewhat dazed. Indeed, there was that possibility. I had always been the strongest among the disciples, yet I felt no pressure. As He Wudi passed, he left him a suggestion. Next time you circulate spiritual energy, you can try circulating chi through the microcosmic orbit, nourishing your dantian for an incense stick's time. Then he waved. No need to thank me. Seeing He Wudi act like this, he didn't understand his meaning, wondering what nonsense is this kid spouting now. After an incense stick's time, Yi Xingqian approached He Wudi and declared, I broke through. He Wudi showed no surprise, his expression calm as if it was expected. Yi Xingqian, seeing this, asked curiously, How did you know how to adjust my cultivation method? He Wudi replied, It was obvious from the aura you emitted when circulating your energy just now. Honestly, I'm curious why you don't know such simple things. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest disciple? Yi Xingqian was speechless, breaking out in a sweat, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, He Wudi sat by the door and urged Yi Xingqian, Now that you've broken through, hurry and practice more. Don't just stand guard at the door. I also need to work hard on cultivating the 7 Zan Radiant Palm. Before Yi Xingqian went in, he managed to say, Junior brother Wudi, are you interested in a spar? I don't like showing off, I just want to be a quiet, secluded disciple. Yi Xingqian then looked at He Wudi with a somewhat terrifying expression. I just want to check on junior brother's progress. I won't tell anyone the result of our match. He Wudi agreed without hesitation. All right, whatever you like. At this moment in Zhen Changshao's room, he tilted his head, somewhat curious about Yi Xingqian's question. Confluence of Heroes, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? The Confluence of Heroes is a solo ranking system on Starfall Continent for selecting authoritative geniuses, divided into heaven, earth and human ranks. Only then did Yi Xingqian answer his question. Each rank nominates 100 people. Rogue cultivators and young disciples under 25 can participate. It's recently entered the challenge phase, and I must challenge all the geniuses on each rank to restore my mental balance, rather than just hone my combat strength." Hearing this, a relaxed expression appeared on his face. He was right. Within the sect, besides me and the elders, no other disciples can truly pressure you. So he couldn't help but stifle a laugh, trembling all over. "Could you incidentally tell me who beat you up so badly that your face is bruised and swollen? I'm terribly curious." It turned out Yi Xingqian's face was now so bruised and swollen it was unrecognizable. Yi Xingqian with swollen lips replied, "He Wudi, he's indeed a little stronger than me, but not by much, plus he somewhat rekindled my passion for cultivation." At the gate, Meng Ying looked at He Wudi, who was eating noodles. "Brother Wudi, why is your face swollen?" He Wudi reassured her. "It's nothing, just mosquito bites." Zhen Chongxiao, however, looked straight ahead and muttered, "Bearing the title of first disciple certainly has some prestige." The system panel popped up. Sect members who have reached high-grade Martial King or above have exceeded 10 people. Side mission activated. Side mission mail mission details. Within 6 months, sect disciples must break through to Martial Sect Peak 19500, Martial King 2150. One elder must break through to Martial Emperor. Mission failure, objectives not met within the stipulated time. He looked at the notification, somewhat disdainful. "This side mission isn't too difficult, it's just that Martial King disciples are a bit hard to find." A system prompt sounded, "Congratulations host for simultaneously activating side mission 6. As soon as the notification finished, a powerful energy surged through him. The notification sounded again. "Side mission 6, mission details. The 3-year pact is approaching. At that time the host must lead his disciples to challenge the Lily Holy Sect, to reclaim the lost dignity of disciple Xiao Zuiji. Mission failure 1, departing early. 2, defeat by the Lily Holy Sect. 3, Xiao Zuji's demise. Mission rewards. 2 side mission rewards will be issued simultaneously. This time the host will gain immensely." Hearing this, he felt a bit scared. "Forget about the rewards for now. What does Xiao Zuji's demise mean? Does the Lily Sect have anything that could threaten Zuji's life?" Then the system suddenly popped up another notification. "Buddha says it cannot be spoken." He fell silent for a moment, then started calling Yi Xingqian. "This time you go to the challenge, and take Zuiji with you. He seems to have reached a bottleneck as well." Then he clapped his hands, looking at Yi Xingqian with a cunning smile. "And be prepared. If someone loses so badly they can't get up, call in the adults. If you want to challenge others traveling far and wide, you'll certainly need to move quickly. Our sect doesn't have much financial power right now, so we'll give you 1 Martial Emperor and 1 half-saint just to save face." As he happily discussed the matter, Yi Xingqian looked towards the door as if he saw someone approaching. It was the demonic fairy and ice scorpion standing there, looking very confident, arms crossed as they watched the two. Yi Xingqian, seeing them, asked in confusion, "And you are?" The Black Hawk then introduced herself. "Demonic Ridge Black Hawk, little demonic fairy. From now on you will call me Queen." Then Ice Scorpion also spoke. Ice Scorpion, guardian spirit beast of the Snowfield sect. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene shifted to Xiao Zuiji and Yi Xingqian riding on the Black Hawk's back, flying towards Starfall Continent, with Ice Scorpion following closely behind. Xiao Zuiji looked at Yi Xingqian, puzzled. "Yi Xingqian, why did you suddenly drag me out of the forging room? I just woke up, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." Yi Xingqian twitched slightly upon hearing this. "Only you would treat the forging room like a massage bed. We have to go on a training journey." Then he stood up, clenched his fists, and confidently declared, "We're going to challenge all the geniuses on Starfall Continent." He pulled out several scrolls of paper, smiling proudly. "I've thought it through. We can't beat the top of the heaven rank for now if our initial plan can't be implemented. How else can we demonstrate the Eternal Sect's strength? We'll start from the bottom of the list and fight our way up rank by rank. This isn't the heaven, earth, and human ranks at all. It's our hunting target list." Then he handed the list of participants to Xiao Zuiji. He continued. The Sect Master also agreed, but his attitude at the time was very strange. Then Zhen Chongxiao's image appeared, wearing glasses, with a sly smile. "This is the second plan. The more geniuses you defeat, the more contribution points I get, and the higher the level of the space-time secret realm will become." Xiao Zuiji fell into contemplation upon hearing this. "Training is indeed good, but I don't have much combat experience right now. My future cultivation path is also becoming more and more uncertain. I wonder if this trip can help me answer these questions." Ice Scorpion suddenly leapt down from somewhere, full of domineering aura. "Before you set off, the Sect Master prepared a surprise for you. And you must be a disciple who specializes in defensive cultivation, right?" Then Ice Scorpion looked at Xiao Zuiji, smiling brightly. "The Sect Master said that for the remainder of this journey I will teach you the absolute defense cultivation method." Then her expression suddenly changed, and she solemnly declared, "When defensive cultivation is taken to its extreme, it can also possess astonishing offensive power." Suddenly, the Black Hawk roared furiously, "Are you trying to die? Sit still if you want to ride so noisy. I'm about to fly in the wrong direction." Seeing this, Ice Scorpion quickly shouted, "I apologize, Your Majesty." Yi Xingqian, after observing, looked at Xiao Zuiji with a hint of concern. "A half-saint level defense master, how about that? It should help clarify your future cultivation path, right?" At this moment, Ice Scorpion was still begging for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Xiao Zuiji looked at Ice Scorpion, still feeling a bit lost about his future. How should I put it? I still feel like the future is bleak. Meanwhile, in a desolate land, a figure appeared in the distance. He stood before a dilapidated pavilion, looking up with confidence. This should be the place. It was Xiao Zuiji. He walked up to the gatekeeper, cupped his hands in inquiry, then held up a scroll, a smile on his face. Is young Master Kui Liubi of the Kui family, ranked 10th on the list, at home? Xiao Zuiji of the Eternal Sect has come to challenge him. On the paper was a string of names he had defeated, with only Kui Liubi still uncrossed. Below were his comments on those he had defeated. Cried a bit miserably, but quite strong. Minor scratches. Accidentally knocked down a group at once. The gatekeeper's face changed dramatically, breaking out in a cold sweat. You're that Eternal Sect killer who beats people beyond recognition. Everyone who's fought you ends up with broken bones, Xiao Zuiji quickly reassured him. That's just exaggeration. Those injuries were caused by my junior brother Yi Xingchen. We take turns challenging the masters on the list. I'm not that brutal. The gatekeeper, hearing this, was less afraid and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Seeing this, Xiao Zuiji added, those who fight me at most only suffer damaged willpower and lose the courage to continue practicing martial arts. The gatekeeper immediately retorted, you're clearly even more terrifying. Then he opened the door, lowered his head and respectfully invited him in. Young Master has already given instructions. Please, young Master Xiao, come in for a spar. At this moment, inside the Kui Manor, footsteps echoed. Xiao Zuiji covered his nose as smoke filled the air. He coldly looked at young Master Kui in front of him. Seeing so many people from the Kui family, he put his hands in his pockets, fearless. So many people. Young Master Kui was somewhat scornful as there was only one person on their side. He spoke. I am Cheng Renqian, first on the human rank. The two of you have recently turned our ranked members into laughingstocks throughout the land. Because we knew you would challenge us one by one, members ranked 10th and above are waiting here at the Kui Manor. It's our good fortune that young Master Xiao has arrived for his challenge, he declared fearlessly and shamelessly. If we combine our strength, we can surely break through your painstakingly cultivated defensive technique. And we still have backup, but perhaps Brother Xiao won't need to see it. Then he ordered everyone to charge together against this arrogant junior. Why bother with Zhonghu rules? Let's all attack together. Ice Scorpion stood on high, clapped her hands and sighed helplessly. 3 martial kings, 7 peak martial sects, Yi Xingchen also commented. Zuiji really hit the jackpot this time. Next time on the Earth rank I'll definitely fight more, Ice Scorpion somewhat sarcastically remarked. However, this many against few approach is perfect for refining Zuiji, someone shouted. His technique. At this moment, Xiao Zuiji knocked down one person with a single move. Immediately after, he cried out, my ribs? The remaining few looked on, dumbfounded and astonished. What just happened? He knocked down one of us with a single punch. What kind of strange stance was that? He smiled at the crowd before him. My apologies, I, Xiao, haven't been practicing martial arts for long, and have only learned a smattering of techniques from various schools. My control over my strength isn't quite there yet, so please everyone take care of yourselves. Then he gathered strength and quickly charged forward, knocking down several people with a single move, unleashing the 8 extremes heart-striking elbow. Next, he struck another person's chest with a chopping hitting palm. Another person attempted a sneak attack, wielding a wooden staff and yelling, die? He executed a move, directly striking his head with fierce tiger-ripping mountain, sending him to the ground. Then he quickly rushed towards the remaining people, unleashing several moves in succession, knocking them all down. Young Master Kui, seeing this, panicked slightly. How is this possible? Don't you only know defense? I even specially prepared so many magic treasures to break your technique. Xiao Zuiji looked at him coldly, full of confidence. It's all thanks to the Sect Master who, based on my situation, found many ancient and modern boxing techniques. Indeed, I only started practicing recently, but they truly suit this body of mine, forged through arduous training. Young Master Kui angrily unleashed his own power. Mere petty tricks, it's just that your sudden attack caught us off guard. I am the Kui family's once-in-a-century genius. I will definitely defeat you. Mountain collapse. Then he charged at Xiao Zuiji as sharp shattered rocks also flew towards him. Xiao Zuiji struck a pose as expected of the human rank's top spot. His aura is impressive. To show respect, I will use my strongest current boxing technique against you. Then a punch brushed past young Master Kui's ear, pulling at his collar, and he cried out so fast after that. Xiao Zuiji raised his fist and struck directly at him with a move called Silk Wrapping Crushing Fist. Young Master Kui was immediately sent flying at high speed. After landing the punch, he bowed respectfully. I concede. Young Master Kui, hearing this, struggled out from under the pile of rubble, and only managed to let out a fart. Xiao Zuiji and his group jumped down, seeing the battle was over. Yi Xingchen looked at the people lying on the ground. Many bullying few, it's inevitable there will be some oversight. You wouldn't want this embarrassing incident to spread everywhere, would you? For the right price, I, Yi Xingchen, have the tightest lips. Not far away, a group of tightly robed figures stood observing Xiao Zuiji and his group. Are these the people the master needs? The leader, hearing this, looked at them with interest. If captured alive, the Force Department would have trouble handling them. I actually prefer them regardless of whether they're alive or dead. Seeing money continuously flowing into his pocket, Zhen Chongshao's eyes were now only on the money. He couldn't stop smiling, his contribution points increasing faster and faster. Those two kids are really working hard. How many people have they defeated? Then he raised his hand holding a jade pendant that emitted a green light. The smile on his face grew increasingly sly. The space-time secret realm is now in hand. In a few months I'll be a formidable man again. At this moment by the side of a massive cliff, dust flew everywhere, causing some trouble for Zuiji and his group. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but complain. The sandstorms in northwest Shazhou are certainly no joke. Black Hawk also agreed. I've been flying for days, my feathers are almost blown off by the sand. Zuiji looked at the note in his hand and comforted everyone. Just a little longer, the 89th ranked on the Earth list is nearby. Lang Shay from behind everyone seemed to hear something. He suddenly stopped, turned back and looked coldly. We have guests, we haven't had a good chat yet. Then he immediately chased after them, catching up to the people who were tracking them. Why are you running? Mo Xian casually accused. What's wrong with Lang Shay this time? Zuiji, hearing this, explained to Mo Xian. Senior might have noticed someone causing trouble in the dark. Immediately after, a loud bang was heard, and both turned their heads. The enormous sound was as if something had exploded, with sand and dust flying everywhere. Immediately, a monster burrowed out from underground. It was several times larger than Zuiji and his group, which somewhat surprised them. Inside the monster's mouth were the mysterious figures from earlier. They addressed Yi Xingchen and Xiao Zuiji, saying, Your destiny has arrived. Our Lord wishes to summon you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime honor for you. After speaking, his people seemed to lose their balance and became unresponsive. It turned out Black Hawk had transformed into a flying bird and snatched the monster into the sky. She looked at the plump prey with interest. It's been a long time since this queen has seen such a fat bug. The mysterious person, seeing this, could only curse and resist. Give it back to me quickly. Yi Xingchen and Xiao Zuiji merely watched everything unfold. The mysterious person could only curse but was powerless. He coughed continuously because of his earlier cursing. Yi Xingchen and Xiao Zuiji coldly raised their guns, pointing directly at the mysterious person. Where did you little clowns come from? You even lured away Senior Lang Shay and diverted my little Mo Xian. For now, that's enough. What exactly do you want? The mysterious person's body emitted a mysterious aura, looking at the two. I've already said it's our Lord's command. Yi Xingchen, seeing this, was somewhat surprised. Evil cultivator. The two seemed to sense something and immediately jumped away. Yi Xingchen looked at the two mysterious people, somewhat puzzled. Strange, why do these people's masks seem familiar to me? The mysterious person let out a hoarse voice, and then a cloud of black smoke appeared, rushing straight towards the two. Yi Xingchen, seeing this, reminded Zuiji, it's a domain. They are martial emperors of mid-grade or higher. Zuiji also looked at the black smoke gradually assaulting them with full of doubts. But I can't feel any spiritual energy from them, not even the aura of living beings. The two were now gradually swallowed by the black smoke. Yi Xingchen shouted his guess, who exactly are you? How did 4 martial emperor-level evil cultivators suddenly appear? Could it be the evil faction from Huaying County? The two mysterious people immediately retorted, how can the light of fireflies compete with the moon? Those small fries from Huaying County are the disgrace of our evil faction. You are not yet worthy to know of our existence. Yi Xingchen angrily roared, cowardly rats who hide their heads and tails, not even daring to reveal your names. You must be afraid of our Wangu sect's martial saint. The two mysterious people looked at them disdainfully. What is a mere martial saint? We don't care, but you've already been captured, so there's no harm in telling you. Since you sincerely wish to know, another companion interjected, then I shall mercifully inform you, we are the kings of Starfall Continent, the Dark Sect. Yi Xingchen, hearing this, fell into deep thought. Dark Sect, this name is really familiar, I must have encountered it. Why can't I remember it? It's just a tiny bit away from remembering. The mysterious person, seeing that the two couldn't recall, continued. The Dark Sect has existed for thousands of years. It's not something you inexperienced juniors from the Wangu sect can fathom. Thousands of years ago, our Dark Sect and the Martial Emperor were evenly matched. The two mysterious people began to boast. Back then, we fought fiercely with the Night Emperor, spilling rivers of blood. That battle lasted a year, and in the end we lost. But we still left a deep impression on the Night Emperor. Yi Xingchen, hearing this, was speechless. So it was them, no need to think further. It was that cowardly sect I spent a year finding back then. At that time I almost overturned the entire Starfall continent to find them in some corner, wiped them out in one chapter. No wonder I don't remember much. The two mysterious people were still recounting with great relish. For 1,000 years we have bided our time, and now our Lord is a rare genius, once in a millennium. With great ambition and vision he will surely revive the glory of our sect from back then. Yi Xingchen, hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. What glory? Is it the glory of being the sect best at hide-and-seek on Starfall continent? Then the two mysterious people manipulated the black smoke to lift the two, announcing, to be frank, our Lord thinks highly of your Wangu sect's rapid cultivation methods. Now quickly come with us. Yi Xingchen smiled and looked at Zuiji. Zuiji, this is the consequence of spreading false intelligence. Zuiji also agreed. Then there's no need to cooperate with them. This sticky stuff is also very uncomfortable. The two mysterious people, seeing them whispering, looked at each other in confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? This black pool domain can dissipate all your strength. Softness overcomes hardness. Don't think you can struggle free. Another mysterious person also agreed. I didn't say anything I shouldn't have, did I? Zuiji began to look seriously at the two. Mysterious person, softness can overcome hardness, but hardness can also break softness. As long as, then he easily broke free from the black smoke, charged straight towards the two and punched them. Half-step crushing fist. The two watched in a daze, surprised by Zuji's strength. What's going on? Has this kid's combat power already reached initial martial emperor level? but they confidently believe, even if he's an initial martial emperor, the two of us can still capture him. Before they could finish, Yi Xingchen appeared like lightning suddenly behind the two. He gently reached out and patted their shoulders, startling them. Gentlemen, would you like to experience for free the old events from back then? That battle your predecessors went through. Then he showed a sly smile. Guaranteed to be exactly like back then. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Yi Xingchen then punched the mysterious person. His fist carried immense power, somewhat frightening the mysterious person. Such great strength, are you still a martial king? Before he could continue, Yi Xingchen instantly moved to his side, looked at him with a smile, and delivered another punch, catching the mysterious person off guard and sending him flying several meters. The other mysterious person, seeing this, immediately circulated his internal energy. He condensed a blue orb of light, preparing to shoot it at Yi Xingchen. Do you really think our dark sect is made of mud? Immediately after, Zuiji attacked from behind, causing the mysterious person to unexpectedly bear the full force of the attack, heaven-piercing cannon, coincidentally. After taking punches from Yi Xingchen and Zuiji, both mysterious people were sent flying and then collided with each other. At this moment, the ground below had been shattered by the power of the two. The two mysterious people after that attack were somewhat frightened and surprised. How are these two kids so strong? I hope the other two can deal with their opponents quickly. Back to us. Before he could even hope, he was disappointed, because the other two mysterious people in the air were frozen solid, beaten black and blue, flying towards them. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Seeing the two others in such a state, they discussed, what's wrong with the intelligence department? Didn't they say their disciples were only martial kings at most? Another mysterious person began to get scared. Perhaps we should retreat. Hearing this, the mysterious person angrily warned, have you forgotten how the Lord treats defeated soldiers? Then he stretched out his hand. Black energy appeared on that hand as if to absorb the power of the two mysterious people who had just fallen. The other mysterious person immediately stopped him. Stop, are you crazy? Immediately after, his body began to deform, and his hand emitted painful groans. Zuiji and his group, seeing this, looked at his disgusting body with disdain. What kind of disgusting and perverted evil cultivation technique is this? He proudly looked at the four, and then had the monster rush out from absorbing others to attack them. He proudly looked at them. You only know how to stare blankly while I cultivate. Taste the power of 3 self-destructing martial emperors. Slaughter cannon. Yi Xingchen and Zuiji immediately charged out, leaving Mo Xian and Leng Xie standing still. Leng Xie, seeing the two dodge, said, why dodge? Then he stretched out his hand and reminded Zuiji, Zuiji, let me show you what true defense is. Immediately after, he let out a huge sound. It turned out he directly shot at the monster, making it disappear. The mysterious person, seeing this, finally became frightened. That was the essence of 3 martial emperors, and he caught it with his bare hands. He was even more surprised that a ball of flame growing larger and larger was burning in his hand. He instructed Zuiji, how can it be called absolute defense with only 100 reflected attack? Then he looked disdainfully at the mysterious person. It should at least be returned tenfold. Immediately after, he shot at the mysterious person, who only had time to gape in a daze, and then disappeared. After the black smoke dispersed before everyone was a deep pit caused by his previous attack. Then he sarcastically said, I forgot to leave you a way out. Then he turned and gestured to everyone. Let's go. Go back and tell the Martial Sacrifice Hall to investigate the Dark Sect's intelligence. Yi Xingchen and Zuiji stared blankly ahead. Leng Xie subconsciously turned around. Immediately, a dazzling purple light shot straight into the sky. Leng Xie, seeing this, finally reacted, startled. A monster has appeared 3,000 years later, finally seeing the light of day again. Leng Xie looked at it. That explosion just now seems to have awakened something, didn't it? The monster emerged from underground, emitting a suffocating aura. I am the Grave Guardian. Stay put and bide your time. People of Northwest Shajo, gather here. Do you want the treasures in the tomb? Then it created a sand wave. Do you want us to give you everything? Then come here. The world's most precious treasures are all here. The people around began to notice it. The monster emitted a powerful purple smoke. The saint's tomb is open. Leng Xie felt a little hesitant. This oppressive feeling reaches straight to the soul. Quickly contact the sect master and come here to raid the tomb as a team. The story goes that 1,000 years ago, an earth elemental emperor beast wreaked havoc in northwest Shajo. The emperor beast was comparable to a martial emperor, unstoppable by anyone, causing widespread devastation. A wandering physician came here. He only had martial saint cultivation, but with his poisonous arts he slew the emperor beast. After the emperor beast's death, its blood stained 1,000 miles, and where the blood fell, not a blade of grass grew. Then Leng Xie looked ahead and continued, hence this desert came to be. He looked at it. From the aura of this tomb, it seems to be forged from the emperor beast's carcass. Yi Xingchen also looked up and said, in that case, this tomb might belong to that wandering physician. Leng Xie mused while looking inside the cave. Theoretically, martial emperors and martial saints have long lifespans. He might not have died so early. Perhaps some accident happened. The strongest martial saint, the uncrowned emperor, the 100-faced medical saint. At this moment, Zhen Changxiao touched the tomb, somewhat lost in thought. Leng Xie explained to him in detail that after the ancient Great Emperor War, Starfall continent was shattered, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth damaged, and the balance of heaven and earth lost. Only 9 martial emperors could be born in the same era. Leng Xie looked seriously at the tomb. For 10,000 years, only 2 have broken this curse. One is the martial emperor, Fierce Emperor, Night Emperor. The other is precisely the 100-faced medical saint. After the Night Emperor's rise he forged a new path, suppressing emperors as a saint. Therefore, even after the Night Emperor's passing, though there were only 9 emperors, the title of the 10 great martial emperors remained. His gaze was no longer as frivolous as before, becoming more serious. 10 out of 9 great martial emperors is also very common, just as the 4 heavenly kings also had 5 members. The zodiac had 13 or 14. It is precisely because this medical saint had a method for an independent martial emperor that he was able to defeat all the strong cultivators in northwest Shazhou. Many people behind them wanted to try their luck here. Leng Xie looked at them contemplating. There are also over a dozen peak martial emperors, and half of them are even hiding martial saints. Zhun Changxiao also chimed in. Understandable. If one can truly obtain the medical saint's legacy, it's like possessing nuclear weapons. Then he looked at Leng Xie curiously. But aren't you the first to open a tomb here? Why aren't you standing in front? Leng Xie, hearing this, didn't rush to explain. Sect Master, you'll understand as you watch. One person aggressively stepped forward to challenge. What's there to see about a bunch of martial emperors? This old man, then he confidently walked in. We can't sit still any longer. Senior medical saint, I apologize for offending you. Then he took a deep breath and punched the stone door. A huge bang was heard, indicating significant destructive power. Suddenly his hand seemed to be met with a counterforce, sending him flying into the air. People nearby, seeing this, contemptuously gave him the middle finger. Leng Xie then explained, the reason is that this tomb has a counter-damage barrier. The more one intrudes, the more severe the injury. To this day, no one has been able to enter. These martial emperors all know this, and sure enough, no one told that old fellow. This old man's popularity is a bit poor. Suddenly Jing Zhan appeared, holding Black Hawk's hand, smiling. Sect Master Zhun, I didn't expect you to be here too. I've also come to try my luck at the medical saint's tomb, to see if there's any medicine that can cure my eyes. The two merely watched silently. Zhun Changxiao walked forward, looking at her expressionlessly. Palace Master Shi, long time no see, but your eye condition seems to be related to your soul. I'm afraid. She heard this and dodged. It's nothing, I'm used to disappointment. It's the thought that counts, right? Ah, this scent Tianqian is here too. There are so many senior cultivators here who can't enter the tomb. If they can't enter, why can this tomb still announce itself to the world, attracting so many people? The tomb once again prompted. Your fated encounter has not yet arrived, you may not enter. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding, triggered a side mission. The host needs to enter the forbidden tomb within 30 minutes. He was surprised and wondered if the tomb would sink back underground after half an hour. This barrier reflects damage from peak martial emperors, and even half-saints, so I can't enter either. Does the system have a mission hint? The system kindly provided a hint. A friendly reminder, the 100-faced medical saint never acted alone. He seemed to realize something, grabbed Black Hawk's hand and pulled her in. Before leaving, he instructed Palace Master Shi, we'll go first. I'll help you look for any medicine. Black Hawk, seeing him rush in, cautiously reminded, Dogshung, you're going to crash. He rushed in fearlessly, trust me. After entering, he secretly chuckled, if fate wills it, we meet across 1,000 miles. If not, we stand face to face and do not meet. He looked at Black Hawk, explaining impatiently. It turned out that the fated person the tomb spoke of referred to people who had a destined connection with each other. He never expected the 100-faced medical saint to be so infatuated. Then he turned back with a beaming smile, showing off, I told you, Tianqian and I are destined for 3 lives, don't you agree? Zuiji in spirit silently watched him act. He suddenly froze. How did you two get in? What kind of twisted fate do you have? And Palace Master Shi, how did you manage to come in alone? Spirit explained. Zuiji also looked at him. Sect Master, you suddenly charged in. So I pulled Zuiji and followed. When we entered the barrier, I heard a phrase, strongest spear, strongest shield, and it added that it could break 10,000 tower chains. Jing Zhan added, what I heard was twin entities linked by karma. Interesting, interesting. He looked at the 3 of them confused. The medical saint had such diverse tastes, he devoured all types. Meanwhile, Black Hawk stood by, pouting, looking at him angrily. Zhun Changxiao dashed forward like lightning. The medical saint isn't that picky. Let's go quickly. Someone will surely appear again soon. The crowd before him made him freeze. Too late, they were already here. Xiaosheng stood opposite, shouting, Old Jay, it's all your jinxing mouth. That voice just now said something about half a life of grudges, half a life of evil karma. You're my evil karma, jinxing mouth, old man. He was furious and didn't hold back. What old man? My grandson has already opened his meridians. Why would I care about this old G's jinxing mouth? Suddenly Xiaosheng realized something, and immediately bowed in fright. Martial Saint Zhun, Xiaosheng greets Sect Master Zhun, you know me. After the Ice Emperor Alliance battle, who doesn't know Martial Saint Zhun? Then he rattled on. I am an elder of the Blazing Flame Holy Sect. Martial Saint Zhun controls 13 types of exotic flames and is revered as a miracle by our sect. I hope Martial Saint Zhun can visit our sect for a drink someday. Hearing this, Changxiao agreed. Since a second-rate holy sect invites me, Zhun will certainly go. Sect Master Zhun, don't listen to his nonsense. The Blazing Flame sect drinks by the bottle. Old Jay also enthusiastically chimed in. Sect Master Zhun can just call me Old F.A. I am a lone cultivator, without sect or faction. The flattery grew. He had already witnessed old G's peak martial emperor demeanor outside the tomb, but we've been chatting for so long, why hasn't anyone entered the tomb yet? He secretly evaluated but felt very annoyed. Several hundred people traveling together, Your world is too tiring, disturbing my peace. The tomb door is closed. It seems the medical saint isn't that crazy after all. Everyone is traveling together, so let's all go tour the tomb. It seems this tomb relies entirely on the Emperor Beast's remains. He carefully observed his surroundings, assessing, it's fortunate the Emperor Beast's bones are so strong that they can support it. Any other material would have collapsed long ago. Suddenly a shaking sound came, and Changxiao quickly detected it and shouted, the tomb passage is collapsing, rush in quickly. At this moment only thick smoke remained, everyone had fled. The tomb passage was completely buried by sand and rocks. He watched for a long time before sighing, I hope the 100-faced medical saint left a secret passage in the tomb. The medical saint is a lenient person. Even for those who want to rob his tomb he will surely leave a way out. He wouldn't arrange any poisonous smoke or anything like that. Changxiao turned to discuss with the people present, when an idea suddenly popped into his head. He rushed over anxiously. This smoke has highly toxic properties that can melt sand and rocks. Old Jay, however, stood still and suggested another direction. If all else fails, we can still go back the way we came. I don't believe that with our cultivation we'd be scared by these dead things. The others, however, chose to run desperately, dodging the pursuit of the strange creatures. Then this group arrived at another place. As soon as they stopped, he spoke again. This must be the main tomb, right? We should be safe now that we're here. He angrily ordered, you shut up. At this moment Changxiao was so angry he wanted to vomit blood even though Xiaoshang was crying beside him. This old G's mouth isn't a jinx. He's completely saying the opposite of what happens. I've considered him a friend for so many years, it's just that I'm too loyal. Both stood before the statue, looking at the terrifying strong figure. Changxiao repeatedly scrutinized it before confirming, but this is indeed the main tomb and the coffins are here. They're in a huge tomb. Indeed, life is never lived alone, and even coffins come in pairs. Zuiji and Spirit reported their situations separately. Sect Master, many medical texts and pills are collected here, but many of the pills have lost their efficacy. Here, 10 rings were found, all containing medicinal seeds, roughly estimated to be over 1 million. Changxiao and he exchanged words. Although this was also a fortune, he felt it was somewhat underestimated. To have the tomb summon people from all over Shazhou here. Sect Master, you're right, I also feel a bit underestimated. Spirit meticulously analyzed. When the tomb first appeared, a voice said it would guard this tomb for 3,000 years. We are already facing the coffins, yet this tomb guardian has not appeared. As he was speculating, a loud bang echoed. The tomb guardian actually revealed the tomb's location on its own initiative. Strange. Oh my goodness, it turns out old Jay was standing in front of that colossal statue. I remember now, this stone statue exudes sword intent, and I've seen these robes in ancient texts. They belong to the evil sword sect, a second-rate evil sect from 3,000 years ago. People looked curiously at the surrounding statues. These 8 stone statues are the 8 Dharma protectors of the evil sword sect. It is said they vanished overnight and the evil sword sect declined, only to be made into statues to guard the tomb. He murmured, perhaps they committed too many evil deeds and were eliminated by senior medical saint. 3,000 years later, their powerful aura can still be felt. Then old Jay formed many wishes, truly wanting to witness their grandeur when they were alive. Changxiao immediately sternly stopped him. Shut up, old Jay, if you want to die, don't drag us down. How is that possible? They are stone statues. It can't be that bad. Can those two and Xiaoshang still be alive, crammed together? Suddenly the stone statues changed their posture. All the statues half crouched. The 3 were surrounded by the gigantic towering statues, 8 peak sword emperors. So what if they're sword emperors? Even now he remained calm, which irritated Changxiao beside him. Sect Master Jun is a martial saint. It couldn't be that he just lost all his cultivation and became an ordinary person, right? No way. Damn you. He was indeed a brilliant strategist. The stone statues began to rush forward and attack. Changxiao couldn't fight back and could only dodge their attacks. Just as one of them hadn't retracted its sword, he appeared before it, ready to strike. Before striking, Changxiao commented, after all, they're stone statues. Although they're peak martial emperors, their speed is clearly much slower. Then he threw a punch so powerful it violently pushed the stone statue backward, breaking one of its arms. Changxiao swept all obstacles, taking care of one. The 8 sword formation should be about the same. 2 sword-wielding stone statues prepared to gang up on him. Changxiao dodged the attack, surprised. So fast, he clung tightly to the ceiling using his shoes. Changxiao looked down and commented, the stone statues can actually recover. This is going to be tough. He checked the information with his glasses and Changxiao was stunned. The spiritual energy within the stone statues operated independently. The puppets made by the 100-faced medical saint were too difficult to deal with. All the stone statues rushed towards him while Changxiao stood there and proposed a plan. It seems I can only use a causality weapon. With that, flames shot out from his hands and feet. Changxiao began to fly like a bird, then landed beside old Jay and Xiaoshang. He knelt down. Old Jay quickly praised these 8 stone statues. He was also surprised. What? Changxiao dismissively with a hint of mockery. I think these stone statues have been left for so many years that they must be old and soft. How could that be? It's only been over 1,000 years. How could the medical saint statues have problems? They certainly wouldn't be like ordinary puppets, lacking spiritual energy. As they charged, the stone statues suddenly stopped. They made creaking sounds and then, to his surprised gaze, they all fell. Changxiao gently patted old Ji's shoulder. Old Jay, I formally invite you to join my eternal sect. You don't have to do much all day. Just wake up every morning and write articles praising our opponents. Suddenly he reminded, However, these stone statues aren't as depleted of spiritual energy as you said. A message from the glasses made him worried. It seems the spiritual energy source controlling them has been cut off. He looked up at the ceiling, and Changxiao explained, because I accidentally kicked the star chart on the ceiling using my fiery golden eyes and then started firing. A long crack appeared on the ceiling. After firing for a while, a figure emerged from the ceiling. Changxiao mocked with a smile. Forcing him out, he charged up with a rocket-powered leap, pinning the person against the wall. A powerful handgun was ready to fire, and he left a message for him. Hiding stealthily and obstructing us, he looked at the person in front of him. Changxiao mused, you must be the tomb guardian, right? Old Wu turned pale with fright, struggling to explain. Don't get excited, I'm just here to choose a successor for my master. Hearing this, he retracted his weapon and asked, your master is the 100-faced medical saint? That's right, Old Wu began to narrate in detail. Before the medical saint passed away, he used his saint power as a medium. He cultivated a miraculous medicine that takes 3,000 years to mature and can bring the dead back to life. Suddenly, Old Wu smiled triumphantly. Now this medicine is ready for use, and I am commanded by my master to find a suitable person. Changxiao was quite surprised. 3,000 years? How old are you, kid? The person replied. My master bestowed upon me the youth-preserving pill, so although I am several millennia old, I still look like this. So he strode among the crowd. However, my master never said how to choose among the fated people present, so I used the stone statues to find the true fated one. Then Old Wu suddenly bowed and knelt, sincerely saying, now I shall summon the divine medicine. You all can discuss amongst yourselves. Once you have the divine medicine, leave this place. I only wish to serve my master forever. Seeing this, Spirit was filled with judgment. This cushion is covered in dust. It seems it hasn't been used for a long time. Old Wu suddenly shouted, please, divine medicine, and respectfully lowered his head. The secret passage slowly opened and a rich fragrance began to spread. He found this fragrance somewhat peculiar and commented, I only smelled it for a moment and I feel like my bottleneck is about to break through. Divine medicine, Spirit concluded. This must be a divine medicine. Changxiao stepped forward and continued, with this divine medicine can Palace Master Shi, Elder Wei and Zuji's illnesses all be cured. The person standing behind him suddenly gave a sinister smile. Of course it can solve all your worries. He flew up with force. You're already in your grave, what worries do you still have? Changxiao and that person tightly gripped Old Wu's hand. Knowing this kid was cunning, his eyes sharpened and there was a dark shadow behind you. Old Wu lightly glanced behind him and saw a snake. It looked rather familiar. After learning that this was a trap set by Old Wu, Changxiao and Spirit seized Old Wu and demanded answers. He stood with his arms crossed, a trace of mockery on his lips, looking directly at Old Wu and exposing him. You say you want to serve the medical saint, but the cushion for bowing has never been used. Spirit stood with his hands behind his back, bending down close and continuing Spirit's words. And this battle armor of mine can clearly see the flow of energy. Changxiao's eyes turned cold and he said to Old Wu, after you appeared, this one person, one snake and one scorpion have been following behind you. It's hard to see clearly. And this energy, why does it feel familiar? He suddenly exclaimed. I remember, Changxiao told Spirit. When I detoxified Zuiji before, it was very similar to the shadow behind you. As soon as his words fell, an extremely huge black shadow appeared behind them both. It was the shadow behind Zuiji. Both were flustered when they saw it. Is it necessary to cooperate with me like this? After seeing Zuji's eyes change color, the shadow behind him grew larger and larger. He and Spirit split up. Spirit, go get the divine medicine. I'll suppress the toxins in Zuji's body. With that, Spirit rushed out. Changxiao stayed behind to suppress Zuji's system and activate the battle armor's protection system. As his hand was about to touch the divine medicine, the medical saint suddenly appeared and said, it's just toxins. Only the pure heart holy lotus is needed. There's no need to waste precious natural treasures. But no matter what he said, Spirit's eyes were sharp, determined to take the divine medicine. I won't say it a second time, move aside. Even if it's a remnant soul, this emperor has a way to make your soul scatter. The medical saint saw him about to take the snow lotus and explained, the pure heart holy lotus grows 8 petals only once every 3,000 years. Each petal can be used as a spiritual medicine. The poison in his body isn't deadly. I can remove it with a flick of my hand. When he heard what the other party said, he showed a suspicious expression. Why should I believe you? Seeing his disbelief, the medical saint said, because the bone-devouring poison is my unique poison, and after witnessing your deeply moving camaraderie, I will save his life. Changxiao saw him approaching and stepped forward to prevent him from harming Zuiji. How can I trust you when good and evil are unclear? Without further ado, the medical saint shot golden needles at him, then walked to Zuji's side and with one move sent the black shadow behind him flying. The bone-devouring poison is somewhat weakened. It seems you've tried to detoxify it before, but only I can completely remove my poison. The medical saint smiled and said, after being afflicted by the bone-devouring poison, spiritual roots completely disappear, making one very weak for life. This kid surprisingly regained supreme spiritual roots and a powerful physique. After complete detoxification, the spiritual roots will fuse. I can feel a sub-divine spiritual root forming within him. This is also his good fortune. As soon as the medical saint finished, Spirit didn't look directly at him but at Zuiji. 100-faced medical saint, right? I know you died thousands of years ago, and the poison in Zuji's body wasn't placed by you, so you saved him, and I owe you a favor. With that, Spirit turned and left. Jun Changxiao then asked him, "Medical Saint, did you open the saint's tomb to bring forth the pure heart holy lotus?" Hearing that he had guessed correctly, the medical saint replied, "Indeed, spiritual medicine should be used to help all beings, not wither and perish here. The holy lotus was planted by me and Qiner together, hoping to compensate for her congenital deficiency, but the holy lotus took too long to grow and she ultimately couldn't wait." After hearing his story, Jun Changxiao wondered, "But you are a saint with a long lifespan, how could you?" To answer this question, the medical saint replied, "A world without her holds no meaning for me." He cheerfully raised his hands as if free of all worries, "So I injected all my poisons into my body and ended my life here." Jun Changxiao asked him, "Then why didn't you follow your wife but remained here in spirit form?" "The holy lotus is the culmination of my wife's and my efforts. I didn't want to entrust it to an unworthy person, so I waited here for someone fated, and Qiner's soul has always been by my side." But the medical saint leaned closer to him. "Because the poison had entered her soul and produced this venomous snake, Qiner was somewhat afraid of me approaching, so every day she mustered her courage and only dared to accompany me for an hour or two. That's why I wanted to find someone fated to inherit this poison. This is a rare poison technique that can kill martial emperors." Hearing that the medical saint had not yet found a successor for this poison technique, he turned around and pointed at old Wu. "Then why didn't you just pass the poison technique to your subordinate?" Although he didn't seem entirely honest, after realizing he had misunderstood the person, the medical saint explained, "Wuju, evil saint, he is not my subordinate. This person acts unpredictably and disregards human life. Back then he suffered a chi deviation while cultivating and sought my help. The holy lotus could treat his injuries. I used the holy lotus as bait and imprisoned him in the tomb because only a fated person recognized by me could bring forth the holy lotus." Old Wu frowned. "That's why I was imprisoned here by you for 3,000 years. Fortunately, even though I only have martial emperor cultivation now, I was once a martial saint. Thankfully there was food, otherwise I would have been the first martial saint to starve to death." He angrily realized the medical saint had imprisoned him and said, "No wonder I always felt watched for thousands of years, so you didn't even enter reincarnation after you died." Then he revealed an evil expression. "Since the pure heart holy lotus has appeared, I no longer need to hide. Although it won't last long, I can temporarily recover my power. I can still do that." With that, he used all the power he had learned in his life and loudly declared, "Wuju, evil domain. In my domain, anyone below my cultivation will have all their spiritual energy stripped away." After absorbing all the power, he tightened his face, his eyes gradually becoming sharp, and he looked at the crowd before him saying, "The stronger your spiritual energy, the greater the suppression you will experience. You all obediently step aside. Once I obtain the holy lotus, I will grant you all complete corpses." He turned and walked toward the hidden place of the divine medicine, shouting, "1,000 years ago with this domain I was invincible among evil cultivators. You may kneel and worship me, a bunch of ants." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Changxiao raised his hand. "Excuse me, does your domain have any other abilities? If not, I'm about to start slapping faces." Old Wu frowned, his gaze sharp, and said, "You don't have a shred of spiritual energy on you. I didn't expect such trash to still emerge from you. Your martial saint title wasn't earned with that mechanical armor just now, was it?" At this moment, Old Wu raised his hand, pointed at the red shadows before him, and confidently said, "Although I'm no longer at my peak, I don't even need half a move to deal with someone like you." So he waved his hand and struck at the red shadow. In the blink of an eye, the shadow disappeared, but apart from Old Wu, everyone present still couldn't be sure if it had completely vanished. So he aggressively walked forward. "The attention-seeking fool has been dealt with. Who else can stop me from obtaining the holy lotus?" Old Wu clenched his fists and asked, "Aren't you fated ones? Aren't you his disciples? He's gone up in smoke and you don't even shed a tear." Then he deliberately mocked, "Medical saint, it seems the fated person you found isn't much either." After hearing his accusations, Tianqian and Spirit explained to him together. They weren't sad because just as they finished speaking, a shout came from behind him. "The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." Old Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned and pointed at the shadow, saying, "Impossible, you're just a useless person without spiritual energy. That palm strike of mine just now would have turned a peak martial emperor to ashes." Hearing this, Old Wu didn't believe it. Suddenly a huge blue light appeared before him. "Who said you can't hit people without spiritual energy?" It turned out that the medical saint's shadow had entered Jun Changxiao's body. A hint of mockery played on his lips, and with sharp eyes he said, "There's a saying in my hometown that perfectly describes the current situation. Not often, not canon." As soon as his words fell, he launched a move at Old Wu. Just seeing Jun Changxiao's move, Old Wu was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. "You can actually burn my spiritual energy." Before he could react, he immediately leaped into the air and shot flames at Old Wu. "Dance, this is too fake. This flame's corrosiveness is truly overbearing. It's the corrupted bone bamboo fire, one of the 10 saint flames." As soon as he saw the flames, Old Wu understood part of the reason, and couldn't help but say, "No wonder this kid has no spiritual energy at all. All his spiritual energy is used to nourish the saint flame." As he watched the flames gradually burn his hand, Old Wu remained unharmed. The corrupted bone bamboo fire lasted a long time, a good fire seed. "Unfortunately, its burning speed isn't fast. Watch my next move. How will your saint flame protect you?" To counter Zheng Chongxiao's move, Old Wu was about to attack, but unexpectedly he had already struck first. He leapt, 2 lightning bolts flashing in his eyes, and continued to shoot flames at Old Wu. With this move, Old Wu's eyes widened again, and he gaped. "Thunderfire, kid, you actually possess 2 Saint Flames." Seeing him continuously attacking, Old Wu angrily said, "It seems I can no longer underestimate you. To possess 2 Saint Flames simultaneously." As soon as he finished speaking, countless flames of different colors appeared before him. He counted them and realized this was a special move: 3, 4, 8, 9, 13 types of exotic flames. Seeing Old Wu beginning to fear, he smiled proudly. "Senior Wuju Evil Saint, do you think I'm qualified now to slap your old face?" Once again, without waiting for Old Wu to think, he shot flames at him again, arrogantly. Xiaoshang and Old Jay stood by, seeing this move, and couldn't help but exclaim, "To actually witness Sect Master Zheng using 13 types of exotic flames in battle, I Xiaoshang die without regret. I didn't expect Sect Master Zheng to be able to skillfully wield the characteristics of 13 types of exotic flames." Old Jay raised his hand, his face joyful, and said, "Excellent. As long as Sect Master Zheng can persevere, victory will surely be ours." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoshang frantically said, "It's over, don't open your mouth, no one will think you're mute." Old Wu became complacent again, his eyes malicious, and said, "It's over." Zheng Chongxiao looked up at the sky, saw the moon appear, and immediately panicked. "You actually..." Seeing that he had discovered it, Old Wu proudly said, "As long as you can't touch my spiritual energy, your exotic flames will turn into ordinary fire due to lack of energy. I deliberately dug this deep bright pit." He looked at him and said, "With the Holy Lotus I can instantly recover to my peak or even stronger. At that time, let alone 13 types of exotic flames, even 30 types of exotic flames, I will have a way to make you regret it here." Then the medical saint appeared. Old Wu saw him and tried to drive him away. "Medical saint, get out of the way or I'll shatter your wife's soul with one palm strike," the medical saint said. "Old Jay, if you don't want to die, wholeheartedly praise Wuju Evil Saint, wholeheartedly praise." Old Wu heard this, turned his head with sharp eyes to look at Old Jay, and rushed towards him at lightning speed. Seeing Old Wu charging at him, Old Jay frowned, closed his eyes, and said, "Even luck is useless. Wuju Evil Saint is extremely powerful. Unless the medical saint revives, we're dead." Hearing this, Old Wu shouted loudly, "Shut up!" Then he grabbed Old Jay by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Kid, you're a bit wicked, but you think you can revive people and beasts who died thousands of years ago with just a few words? Ha ha ha, wishful thinking." Suddenly a huge shadow appeared behind the two. "Old Jay, you truly surprise me. That's Zheng Chongxiao, sitting on the colossal little Longlong. Honestly, tell me, have you read the script?" Just a few minutes ago, Zheng Chongxiao was still shouting at the top of his lungs, wholeheartedly. He hastily pulled open his cloak, and a pile of miscellaneous items fell to the ground. Zheng Chongxiao mumbled to himself, "What other props can deal with a martial saint now?" He slumped to the ground, examining them one by one. The mech couldn't withstand 2 moves against Wuju Evil Saint. The summoned beast Little Longlong and others were at most martial emperors. Just as Zheng Chongxiao wasn't paying attention, a red liquid seeped from underground. The liquid smell directly assailed his nostrils, making him turn his head in confusion. Where's this bloody smell coming from? The liquid grew more abundant, gradually taking shape. Back to the present, Zheng Chongxiao sat calmly on the colossal demon beast, which had 4 tusks. He looked at Old Wu and continued recounting the story. As soon as the emperor beast died, its blood stained 1,000 miles. Coincidentally, a wisp of blood energy condensed in its heart, and its residual power lay in the deep pit. Zheng Chongxiao frowned and smiled again. "Even more coincidentally, my Peppa is an earth elemental illusion beast, highly compatible with the emperor beast, making it easier to borrow its residual power." "Are you vexed?" Old Wu completely disdained the information he revealed. "How much power can a beast that died thousands of years ago still have?" Hearing this, the emperor beast roared furiously, shaking heaven and earth, making Old Wu's entire body tremble. Old Wu suddenly discovered a sharp stone pillar emerging from beneath him. Old Wu's eyes widened in surprise. "So fast, there's no sign of spiritual energy condensing at all." Then he quickly dodged to the side, unable to help but let out a sigh of relief. That was close. The emperor beast shifted its gaze elsewhere, indicating its insignificance. Zheng Chongxiao started making excuses. "I accidentally revealed its true power." Old Wu, just pretend nothing happened. Old Wu heard this address and angrily retorted, "Old Wu." Then he immediately charged forward, roaring, "Are you kidding me?" A peculiar pink liquid enveloped Old Wu. Seeing the liquid rapidly approaching, Zheng Chongxiao grabbed the emperor beast's fur and tugged. "Peppa, you really can't hide it. You're invulnerable. Even a martial saint is but an ant." The demon beast's eyes widened. It mustered its strength and thrust stone pillars from underground, splitting the liquid in 2. Old Wu hadn't expected this move either. Then he was hit in the abdomen by a stone pillar. Old Wu fell heavily to the ground. However, when the dust cleared, Old Wu was still unharmed. He was again enveloped in the liquid and rushed forward. Old Wu could even split into many clones. Zheng Chongxiao couldn't help but praise. "This Old Wu is quite impressive. He actually surpassed clone techniques," Old Wu confidently asserted. "Even if you truly gained a bit of the emperor beast's power, so what? The speed of an earth elemental divine beast is just like a moving sandbag," Old Wu shouted, "under my absolute shadow movement technique." "You're dazzled, aren't you?" Old Wu's face was triumphant, unprecedented. "Let's see how you defend." The clones attacked simultaneously, shouting, "Die!" The Emperor Beast raised its huge arm from underground, then calmly swung it, so all of Old Wu's clones were sent flying, completely ineffective. Old Wu was struck against a stone wall, his face pale, and he couldn't help but ask himself, how can a pig have hands? On the other side, the Emperor Beast and Zhen Changxiao were very happy, raising their hands together to dance and celebrate victory. Zhen Changxiao leaped down from the Emperor Beast's head and asked Old Wu with a smile, Old Wu, do you submit? I see you're quite talented. How about considering joining the Eternal Strongest Sect, a top tier in the industry with astonishing potential? Old Wu propped himself up, struggling to stand, still refusing to yield, and loudly replied, Shut up, I, Old Wu, have roamed heaven and earth, only losing to the medical saint, and now you want me to be a captive for another 3,000 years? Zhen Changxiao couldn't help but stroke his chin. Captive isn't quite accurate. After all, we offer social insurance and housing provident fund here. You can think of it as life imprisonment. Yes, life imprisonment. Old Wu flared up in anger, clenching his fists, ready to fight to the last breath. No one can imprison this old man again. Even gods and immortals are useless. This old man will slay gods and immortals. Zhen Changxiao perfunctorily stopped him. Calm down, don't be so agitated. You're making me look like a villain. Old Wu summoned a long spear in his hand, then he charged forward with all his might, but all his efforts were in vain. The gentle wave of its hand, the Emperor Beast raised a stone wall, blocking Zhen Changxiao and Old Wu. After a while, the Emperor Beast slowly lifted the stone wall, revealing a panting, weak-legged yet still defiant Old Wu. This old man will die. He barely managed to utter a word before the Emperor Beast brought the stone wall down again, flattening him to the ground, then lifted it and brought it down again. Zhen Changxiao watched Old Wu being continuously pounded and quipped, What did you say? Too much noise, I can't hear you. He gave the Emperor Beast a thumbs up. His face was filled with pride. Old Wu wearily knelt on the ground, hands supporting himself. Then he kowtowed in a master-disciple salute. Little Wu greets the Sect Master. Little Wu offers his primordial soul, a small token of respect, unworthy as it is. Zhen Changxiao accepted his primordial soul and cheerfully exchanged a few polite words. Little Wu is too courteous. Let's stick to calling you Old Wu. From now on, we're all family. Remember, my eternal sect is now a dual saint sect. In another place under the starry sky, someone exclaimed in confusion. The figure intently watched something, muttering incessantly. This world. From his attire, this person favored a flamboyant and luxurious style, but his sitting posture was somewhat undignified. He smiled, toying with a ball of light in his hand. How can there still be martial emperor aura? There's actually a fish that got away? Old Wu braced himself with his hands on the ground, breathing with difficulty. Zhen Changxiao stood before him, smiling, and asked, How long can you maintain your peak state? Old Wu still sat wearily and replied, Peak, my strength just now was at most only close to a martial saint, far from my prime. Old Wu stated the conditions for reaching a higher realm. If I exert my full power, I can probably maintain a martial saint state for half an hour, but if I can use the complete Holy Lotus, I can fully recover my martial saint cultivation. He frowned, pondering another question. If I can use the Holy Lotus, I can even use the soul-severing technique. By then, even if you control my spiritual root, this saint can split his soul and break free from your control. Old Wu watched Zhen Changxiao walk towards Peppa, feeling annoyed. Mainly that pig. He only achieved martial emperor cultivation by relying on the Emperor Beast's blood. If he ever defected, he would definitely be a huge threat. Zhen Changxiao, on his end, asked it, Peppa, you've reverted to your original form so quickly. Old Wu remained immersed in his own thoughts. Fortunately, there wasn't much residual blood from the Emperor Beast. Perhaps it was just a one-time martial emperor. Suddenly, Zhen Changxiao tossed a huge bottle. Fortunately, that Emperor Beast was massive. Not a single drop of blood was wasted. Use it sparingly. You'll be the Eternal Sect Super Ace from now on. Old Wu, far away, opened his eyes in astonishment, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Calm down. I still have the shadow step. He can't catch me at worst. After I recover, I'll just avoid that Peppa. After his emotions stabilized, Old Wu immediately suggested, Sect Master, why don't you entrust the Pure Heart Holy Lotus to me? It would facilitate my recovery, allowing me to serve the sect wholeheartedly. But Zhen Changxiao was talking to Jing Zan, ignoring Old Wu. Palace Master Shi, why don't you try this Holy Lotus? Perhaps your eyes will regain sight? Old Wu carefully approached them. Sect Master, I must use all 8 petals at once to cure the toxins in my body. Otherwise, how can I recover to my peak and gain the power to dominate Starfall Continent? Zhen Changxiao simply responded with an, oh. He then tactfully refused, My eternal sect already has a peak martial saint and now half a martial emperor. A peak martial saint like you doesn't need to be in such a hurry, just make do for now. Moreover, Palace Master Shi has come a long way to Northwest Shajo specifically to find a way to cure her eyes, and Elder Wei also needs medicine at home, so you'll have to wait. Zhen Changxiao confidently gave a thumbs up. Besides, don't I still have me? With my luck, I'm sure to find an item to quickly cultivate the Holy Lotus. Just wait and see. Old Wu felt despair upon hearing this. His grand escape plan would have to be put on hold for now. Old Jay stepped forward and whispered to Zhen Changxiao, Sect Master, Senior Wu Ju possesses profound power and is no ordinary individual. He will eventually find a way to escape the sect. Aren't we bringing a wolf into the house? Old Wu saw the two whispering and froze. It's over. My escape plan ends here. Zhen Changxiao cheerfully patted Old Ji's shoulder. Old Jay, now that you've said that, I have nothing to worry about. After joining the sect, you must continue like this. Just bad-mouthing the sect isn't enough. You also need to praise the enemy's strength. A moment later, he held 3 sticks of incense, their smoke curling ready to be placed in an incense burner. Zhen Chongxiao clasped his hands together before the medical saint statue. "Senior medical saint, thank you for detoxifying my disciple this time." He politely replied, "It's a small matter. You can also send a few disciples here to visit or learn my medical arts in the future. Let me see if there are more interesting predestined connections." The medical saint smiled encouragingly. "Perhaps some of your disciples will also be suitable for inheriting my poison techniques." He cheerfully agreed, easily said, "I wonder which of my disciples will get this opportunity. By the way, Senior, I have another question for you." Zhen Chongxiao turned to look at someone sitting nearby. "The bone-devouring poison on Zuiji. Did you ever bestow it upon anyone in the past? For example, the Shao family." His tone became extremely serious. "That person is undoubtedly malicious. I'm worried he might do something to harm Zuiji again in the future. Please think again, the bone-devouring poison. Did you ever give it to him back then?" The medical saint interrupted Zhen Chongxiao with a name, startling him. "The Murong family." The medical saint stroked his chin, recalling the past. "Back then, the Murong family held immense power, and I had to show their patriarch some respect. I wonder if the Murong family still exists after thousands of years, and if it still flourishes." Upon hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao's entire body burst into flames in anger. "Good, they're doing very well. Zuji's protagonist destiny was bestowed upon him by them. It turns out it was all a self-directed play from beginning to end." The medical saint then spoke to advise, "If your disciple has a family enemy, then I think it's better for you to play it down. Aristocratic families have stood firm on Starfall Continent for thousands of years with deep foundations, and they never lack. Even martial emperors back then would not provoke them without reason." Zhen Chongxiao calmed down and walked closer to Zuiji. "Indeed, aristocratic families that have existed for generations are hard to provoke, and I don't want to be their enemy." His eyes were firm and resolute, but the tree desires stillness, yet the wind will not cease. "In Zuji's battle I will stand by him to the death." Elsewhere, Shaolin with legs crossed announced to others, "Brothers, have you heard? That good-for-nothing Shao family has recently started to rise again." The man in the straw hat was somewhat surprised. Didn't he already have the bone-devouring poison? How could he recover? The person sitting next to him also echoed, "I remember the 100-faced medical saint's poison was quite good. My family seniors even praised him." He didn't hide his feelings after hearing this. "No way. After sending someone to administer the poison back then, my father found out, which was understandable. The situation of his spiritual roots being completely lost was too obvious. My father also hesitated for a long time about that heart-devouring poison and even scolded me." He slammed the table. "As a result, that good-for-nothing actually recovered and even dared to challenge the Lily Holy Sect. Does he want to reclaim his dignity?" But Shaolin revealed a cunning smile. "Reclaim dignity from our aristocratic family? That low-class scoundrel, Murong Shaolin, I can't stand such small fries hopping around. He must not return." Then he stretched out his hand, pointing at the people around the round table. "But that eternal sect is really strange. I want to ask for your help, brothers. Please don't forget." Shaolin then revealed new information that shocked them. "My cousin Murong Shin has an 80 or 90% chance of becoming the next head of the Murong family." He simultaneously used provocation. "You all don't want to see my cousin marry a low-class commoner without an aristocratic background, do you?" The man in the straw hat immediately stated, "I have a few high-grade weapons here, and my family's old man isn't too strict." The person sitting next to him then said, "There are many retainers who want to curry favor with us. We can use them." The young man with the sword finally spoke. "I know a little about the Eternal Sect. The Sect Master is proficient in both sword and martial arts, and the sect's development speed is indeed astonishing. But ever since his battle with the Ice Emperor Alliance, our family's martial saint observer found that the Sect Master's aura rapidly declined and his eyes held a hint of danger, so it can be inferred he became a martial saint in a short period of time, or was severely injured by the Ice Emperor Alliance. So to eliminate them, it's best to do it sooner rather than later, to avoid future troubles." Shaolin spread his hands and said cheerfully, "Then let's first spread the news that they are about to arrive at the Lily Holy Sect, to force them to come early to their deaths while they are still fledgling and unprepared." He again revealed a sly smile. "We'll ambush them on the way, making them go through a lot of trouble. Just imagining their disheveled arrival at the Lily Holy Sect makes me feel amused." The young man with the sword sat there, frighteningly calm. "This concerns the reputation of our East Continent aristocratic families, Shaolin. You cannot act recklessly this time. We need to conduct a thorough investigation into that Eternal Sect and ensure a swift kill," he announced with icy eyes. "We must let that commoner know that provoking an aristocratic family leads to death. The battlefield should still be set at the Lily Holy Sect. Everyone must see it clearly." With that he turned and left. "Our Imperial Sword Holy Sect will assist then. Everyone get ready." Shaolin watched Murong's retreating back, feeling annoyed. Already so arrogant before becoming his cousin's husband. But if the Murung family and the Ling family were to intermarry, that would also be a major event among aristocratic families. Afterward he ordered his subordinate, an old martial slave, who rushed over and knelt. "What are your orders, young master?" Shaolin maliciously ordered. "Go spread the news of the Eternal Sect's challenge, and while you're at it, send a few death-seeking warriors to teach those Eternal Sect good-for-nothings a lesson. Let them know what an aristocratic family is." Zhen Chongxiao stood frozen, stammering. He shouted in panic. "Where's my front gate? Brother, he said he was going to the cultivation tower to train and he was worried, so he carried the sect's front gate away." The earlier scream quickly attracted the attention of the people inside. The Ice Emperor came out, still holding a broom. "Sect Master, you're back. With this old man sweeping, it doesn't matter if there's no front gate. Brother, he said he was going to the cultivation tower to train and he was worried, so he carried the sect's front gate away." Zhen Chongxiao asked in confusion. "Brother, he woody?" He gently nodded. "That's right, we respect each other. He calls me elder, I call him brother." Zhen Chongxiao showed a look of disdain. "He's only a teenager and you're thousands of years old. Did you two become sworn brothers vowing to die on the same day, month and year?" Old Wu echoed from behind. "An old pervert calling a young whippersnapper brother." The Ice Emperor, hearing Old Wu's words, waved his broom and swept Old Wu away. "HMPH, a mere peak martial emperor junior dares to speak so arrogantly." Old Wu was sent flying, falling to the ground. He painfully rubbed the back of his head. The Ice Emperor instantly moved to Old Wu's side and quipped, "You can't even tell there's a martial saint here. As expected, no one who catches the sect master's eye is a street ruffian." The Ice Emperor then put on the airs of a senior and lectured Old Wu. "Junior, you should feel lucky that you didn't encounter my brother, otherwise you'd already be in the trash sorting area." Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but rush over from outside and whispered to the Ice Emperor, "Elder Bing, has that Woody already reached martial saint cultivation?" "No way. Think about it, he's only been cultivating for a year." Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor's eyes seemed to glow. "I can't see through brother's cultivation, but his martial arts knowledge is indeed unprecedented. In just a few words he can explain my 1,000 years of arduous martial arts study." Zhen Chongxiao could only be speechless at his appearance. He mused, "Could this kid be an immortal reincarnation from some era? I'm starting to feel my protagonist status is being shaken." Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him. A person and a gate fell from the sky. He sat on the large gate looking very cool. "Welcome back, Sect Master. By the way, can the cultivation tower still be upgraded?" His tone became serious and his expression turned cold. "I've already passed the 9th level and I'm a bit bored now." Hearing his words, Zhen Chongxiao and Yi Xingqian's mouths twitched, their faces seemingly etched with jealousy. "It makes me so angry, this kid is even cooler than me." It was extremely noisy outside. Qingyang rushed out of the room to join the fun. "Sect Master, everyone is finally back." Qingyang smiled at Zhen Chongxiao, coincidentally having some matters to report to him, looking at him with a gaze of deep admiration. Zhen Chongxiao and Yi Xingqian's expressions grew even uglier. HMPH, this uncomfortable feeling intensified. After lingering for a while, they finally entered the main hall to discuss serious matters. "So you mean," Zhen Chongxiao said, sitting grandly on his chair, a completely different demeanor from moments ago, "there's news that we'll be heading to the Lily Holy Sect for a challenge in 7 days?" Standing below, Qingyang immediately replied, "That's right, I don't know where the rumor originated, but it has already spread throughout Qingyang continent and Donghao continent." Zhen Chongxiao propped his chin, frowning slightly. "If we don't show up in 3 days, I'm afraid rumors of us being cowards will spread across the entire Starfall continent. Someone definitely wants us to challenge them as soon as possible." Qingyang sighed. "What an overt scheme indeed." To explain, an overt scheme is a strategy planned openly, forcing an opponent into a disadvantageous position even if they see it coming, unlike a covert scheme which is planned secretly and behind the scenes. Zhen Chongxiao adjusted his posture, becoming serious. "Someone wants to take advantage of our depleted resources and easily eliminate us. The enemy has already paved the way for us, so why shouldn't we take it?" As the two were speaking, Zuiji walked in from outside. Zhen Chongxiao saw him and softly called out, "Zuiji." He looked at Zhen Chongxiao with full confidence. "Sect Master, I am ready to fight at any time." Qingyang stood there, looking at him with some surprise. "What's with Zuji's aura? He has changed so much?" Zhen Chongxiao rose from his chair, turning sideways. "They were the ones who poisoned you. They were the ones who humiliated you. And now they are definitely the ones who want to eradicate us." His expression darkened and his tone was filled with murderous intent. "Do they really take the disciples of our eternal sect for lambs to the slaughter?" Unable to contain his rage, he immediately unleashed astonishing pressure. Qingyang counted the number of opponents. "Our sect's strongest has already been defeated, the opponent has already issued a challenge, and we cannot disappoint them." Growing angrier with each word, his eyes became terrifying. "What does mere nobility count for? Let's clash if they want to clash." Before he could maintain his cool for 3 seconds, he reverted to his usual playful demeanor. "But this time I'm preparing new equipment for you." Qingyang helplessly asked, "Isn't this clothing a bit?" Zhen Chongxiao immediately reassured him, "Trust me, it's correct." Zhen Chongxiao grinned, but his expression was somewhat sly. "Have you forgotten the first rule of the Eternal Sect? Every appearance must be refreshing." By the next day, the courtyard was already packed with people. Xiaomo tugged at his collar, softly complaining, Ah, this outfit seems to affect my speed. Yi Xingchen also agreed with him. The sect master said this thing is made of celestial silkworm silk or something. It can stretch freely, and the defense is also very good, but it's just a bit uncomfortable. No, it's not uncomfortable. Yi Xingchen, Xiaomo, Zuiji and Qingyang, all four of them were dressed in dark suits exuding an aura like four domineering CEOs. Spirit adjusted his cuffs, looking quite dangerous, and the feeling of suppressing opponents became very strong. He Wudi followed behind, curiously looking at their clothes. I'm going too, right? No need to guard the gate anymore? Zhen Changxiao looked at him triumphantly. Didn't you say you were bored? I'm taking you out for a stroll to release some excess energy. Old Wu walked near the gate, running to the Ice Emperor's side and saying, then when I'm gone the sect's gate will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, big brother. The old man casually swept the courtyard, replying, rest assured, big brother. Zhen Changxiao turned to instruct Ren Shan. Ren Shan, after I leave, your only task is to watch old Jie. Every time he praises our sect, you immediately mimic his words. The survival of our eternal sect depends on you. He nodded. Zhen Changxiao turned and shouted, depart. Their group, with great momentum, shouted in unison, eternal sect on the march. Not a blade of grass remains. Annotation. When the eternal sect sets out, no grass survives. As soon as they left the sect, a person stood on a cliff observing them. They've departed by young master's command. Must reduce their forces by half on the way. The masked person smiled sinisterly. They are at most peak martial emperors. This matter is easy for the seven of us. Over with Ren Shan and old Jie. Both were very worried about this battle against aristocratic families. This time the sect master is in grave danger. The enemy will certainly not miss any chance to sneak attack or cause trouble. The sect master will definitely make them regret showing up. Does that sound like a compliment? I don't need to repeat myself, do I? After observing for a while, the masked person turned and left. Let's go. Set up the formation. He tiptoed and jumped off the cliff. As soon as he landed, he scratched his head in confusion. Strange, my foot slipped. Just as the spiritual energy was in chaos, he muttered to himself. I didn't even get to fly yet. Truly a disgrace for a half-saint. Suddenly a strange foot appeared before him. He looked up and immediately saw Zhen Changxiao and his group staring at him as if they wanted to devour him whole. How could I not know? There are actually a few half-saints around our sect. That half-saint roared furiously. Do you think you've already won? Suddenly Wu Ju's voice rang out, and at the same time a stone-red giant axe shot straight towards him. Don't you dare fight me for this. He slammed the giant axe into the ground, making the area explode. Wu Ju's eyes lit up and he excitedly raised the giant axe again, saying, a half-saint, taste what it's like to be beaten into the ground. While shouting, he forcefully spun the giant axe and slammed it down again, leaving the half-saint below paralyzed with fear. Outside, Sushamo saw this scene and, somewhat worried, began to advise. Senior Wu Ju, if you keep fighting. Before he could finish, Yi Xingchen interrupted him. Don't stop him, let him vent. I understand him. Wu Ju gently waved his hand and the giant axe immediately disappeared. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the flattened half-saint below, gloating, what a delight. Li Qingyang's figure appeared. The half-saint is sealed and his spiritual energy is not weak at all. The new prison cell is ready and quite sturdy. Let's lock him up. With that, he was swiftly thrown into the gloomy prison cell. Although it was painful, he didn't utter a sound. Qingyang smiled as if finally someone had been locked up. Inventory number 001, old Wu glanced around the cell, blurting out in surprise, did the sect master excavate the entire bone-stripping mountain? This place is as spacious as an endless corridor. There are many small compartments on both walls for holding prisoners. The two people standing below talking look like people from a miniature country. Old Wu muttered to himself in confusion. How many people does he want to capture? Qingyang, standing nearby, replied, the Eternal Sect has made many enemies, so the sect master decided to be fully prepared. Old Wu looked at the empty spaces on the wall, secretly thinking to himself, if I hadn't submitted back then, I probably would have been number 001. Turning to the other side, Zhen Changxiao and his group gradually entered the gate of Luhai City. One of them spoke, everyone, let's go inside and regroup. It's great to be able to eat meat today. Suddenly, Zhen Changxiao quickly raised his hand and generously announced, this meal is on me. The sect is covering everything. Order whatever you want. Everyone just stared at him blankly. After a while, they all stood in front of an old noodle shop. Sushamo, standing nearby, softly asked, can we change restaurants? Anywhere is fine, but it needs to be a bit more spacious. Zhen Changxiao replied somewhat grimly, we left too hastily this time and the travel expense approval procedures haven't been completed, so we have to economize on the road. Yi Xingchen, hearing this, helplessly said, how many people are in our sect and procedures? Which scoundrel would dare to withhold your money? Suddenly, Qingying walked behind Zhen Changxiao. Although smiling, his words were full of dissatisfaction, making Zhen Changxiao feel uneasy. The sect master's prison renovation expenses far exceeded the budget, so this scoundrel, could only cut costs elsewhere. Junior brother Yi Yu. His face darkened, and he slowly placed his hand on Yi Xingchen's shoulder, threatening him, making him break out in a cold sweat. Do you have an opinion? Overcome with panic, he immediately turned and slammed the table, loudly ordering, boss, 1 bowl of fishball dry rice noodles, no rice noodles. Then everyone ordered their dishes one by one. But nothing was available. One person in the group discontentedly said to Zhen Changxiao, Master, I hit people very hard. A masked person was intently observing every move of Qingyang and his group. They've entered the city, and that martial saint has been following them. They sat on tall branches discussing and observing. "We definitely can't win in a head-on fight, our boss has already been knocked out. So do we abandon the mission?" Another person, hearing that guy's words, gritted his teeth and gave up. "The Murong family won't keep disciples who are afraid of powerful enemies." His eyes grew increasingly sly. "However, killing doesn't necessarily require a direct confrontation." Li Shangtian seemed to sense something and suddenly startled. While stuffing noodles into his mouth, he looked around and saw Li Shangtian hastily waving, signaling to Su Xiaomo next to him. Zhun Chongxiao, sitting opposite, also noticed the guy's actions. "This is common outdoor sign language. Killing intent 3 li away at the 10 o'clock direction." Old Wu, not understanding, leaned over and asked Zhun Chongxiao, "Sect Master, what is this kid doing, flailing his hands while eating noodles?" Li Shangtian just sensed killing intent approaching us from 3 li away. Old Wu, hearing Zhun Chongxiao's reply, was somewhat incredulous. 3 li away, killing intent, how can one sense that? "I didn't feel anything." He turned to Old Wu and explained, "Li Shangtian is an excellent disciple of our martial sacrifice hall. In this aspect he is already recognized as extraordinarily gifted. His master also said that with him around there's no need to worry about assassins." Suddenly, everyone fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Then everyone started gesticulating wildly. Old Wu looked at the scene before him, feeling helpless. He wearily picked up a hot tea and explained to Old Wu, "This is sign language invented by the Martial Sacrifice Hall after research, allowing for quick and secret communication with teammates without fear of being overheard by enemies." Old Wu was greatly astonished upon hearing this. The Eternal Sect actually possesses such subtle methods, truly shocking. Zhun Chongxiao took a sip of tea, interrupting Old Wu's thoughts. "However, it's both complicated and counterintuitive. Apart from the Martial Sacrifice Hall, no one can learn it." Only now did Old Wu understand. Then what were they doing if not flailing their hands? He glanced at Old Wu, gently grinning as he reminded him. "Old Wu, these disciples have after all gone through life and death together. Their unspoken understanding should not be underestimated." Suddenly someone slammed the table and said, "Then let's do it that way." Su Xiaomo, Yi Xingqian and Zuiji all stood up, taking the order. "Let me go take care of them." Unconsciously the three turned around and began arguing among themselves, as if saying to Zhun Chongxiao, "Xiaomo, did you just point at me, meaning for me to go? I meant you get out of the way, I'll finish them off faster." Yi Xingqian was still vehemently arguing. "What good is being fast? Can you strike as quickly as I can?" Suddenly noticing someone missing beside them, he asked, "Where did Qingyang go?" He frowned, looking at Qingyang. While you were all arguing in a mess, he already left. Yi Xingqian was somewhat worried because the opponents were likely martial emperors. Could Qingyang handle it? Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Zhun Chongxiao gently twirled his teacup, explaining after a moment, "Many times lower cultivation doesn't mean one cannot defeat the enemy." On the other side, those people were still discussing how to kill Zhun Chongxiao and his group. "This bottle is called Soul Suppressor. Don't let its ordinary small appearance fool you. If poured into a water source, it might kill everyone in Luhai City. Isn't it a bit too cruel for a few people to do this?" The gray-haired man analyzed carefully. "If we don't act, we will die. Conversely, if we kill them in the city, the Murong family can also suppress the matter of us poisoning and destroying the city." Suddenly, the green-haired man stood up and shouted, "Let's do it. I'm going to release the water now. When I get back, we'll act immediately." After he left, they continued to argue. "They won't discover this poison, will they? This poison is colorless, with only a faint almond scent." The green-haired man walked towards a large tree nearby, singing as he walked, not noticing someone watching him from the shadows. After one person returned from releasing the water, the remaining three were still waiting just for the last person to return before initiating their poisoning plan. "You're finally back. Our mission is to poison the pools and wells in Luhai City." The last person returned, his face grim, unable to clearly see the person in front of him. He thought for a moment and said, "I've reconsidered. His plan isn't very good. What if they don't stay in Luhai City but leave directly?" The big man spoke. "But there's no better solution for now. If they hit the road, it will be difficult for us to follow them stealthily." The long-haired man stepped forward and proposed a new plan to his companions. "A few days ago I found a treasure. I heard it's a poison made by the 100-faced medical saint." As he spoke, he took the treasure from his clothes. It was a small round object looking like a ping-pong ball. He introduced the miraculous effects of this poisonous treasure. Colorless and odorless, even a martial saint cannot resist it. Most importantly, its method of action is airborne. "Just throw this pill near them." One person, finding this thing very useful, immediately added, "It truly is a treasure. The success rate will be even higher now." As the long-haired man introduced it to his companions, the poisonous gas gradually spread. The big man quickly realized the problem. He pointed at the pill in the long-haired man's hand. "Wait, if it's airborne, won't we also?" But because it was colorless and odorless, the long-haired man quickly fanned the air, pushing the poisonous gas towards the three people standing there, and replied without changing his expression, "Don't worry, you won't die." No sooner had he finished speaking, the three men foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground, utterly incapable of resistance, unable even to lift a hand. At this moment the long-haired man removed his mask. It was Qingyang. He crouched down, a mocking smile on his face. "Welcome all four to the eternal prison. This is truly a unique greeting, one only he can manage." He quickly bound these individuals together, awaiting Jun Changxiao, Old Wu and the others. It wasn't until the moon peered over the treetops in the forest that the two of them entered to check the situation, standing before the unconscious, tightly bound men, casually slaughtering the innocent. Are aristocratic families truly this arrogant now? Old Wu recalled his era. In my time, aristocratic families were powerful, but with the 9 great martial emperors they dared not act so wantonly. Jun Changxiao posed a question, tilting his head towards Old Wu. Why would aristocratic families disrespect the 9 great martial emperors? Martial emperors are indeed mighty, capable of summoning wind and rain and traveling 10,000 li a day. In terms of strength alone, martial emperors certainly surpassed aristocratic families. But besides their formidable power, inherited martial arts, formations and treasures, aristocratic families possess other things that would make even martial emperors wary. As he spoke, he watched a man kick several individuals wearing horned masks into a teleportation array. Old Wu continued, every aristocratic family venerates an emperor beast. A majestic lion's head suddenly appeared behind him. Its half yellow, half white, half red color evoking images of it being composed of immense flames, used to manage the family. The ancestors of these families had signed contracts agreeing to provide resources and sustain their emperor beasts for generations. The emperor beasts in turn would naturally protect the family members. Jun Changxiao's face went blank. He seemed never to have heard of this, sweat beading on his forehead. Old Wu went on, they are all emperors, but in terms of combat power and lifespan, emperor beasts are superior. However, emperor beasts are only summoned when the aristocratic family faces a major crisis. The 9 great martial emperors inspired reverence in the aristocratic families and vice versa. If it were back then, they wouldn't dare to act as wantonly as they do now. Old Wu's attitude clearly disapproved of the aristocratic family's current rampant behavior. Just a second later, he raised a hand to his chin. Jun Changxiao was lost in thought. Was something amiss after I was imprisoned for 3,000 years? Jun Changxiao, based on his knowledge, asked. Ice Emperor, our sect's sweeping monk, died 2,000 years ago and only recently resurrected, so he also doesn't know what happened during those 2 millennia. But he didn't mention any major changes 2,000 years ago, so the changes must have occurred within these 2 millennia, Old Wu concluded. Qingying quickly joined their conversation, raising his hand to speak. Sect Master, I've read many historical records, but I haven't seen any major events. However, haven't martial emperors always been a legend? No one has ever seen the 9 great martial emperors. Now, martial emperor is only considered a title. Jun Changxiao calmly said, that's quite normal. When one is about to become a martial emperor, all that's needed is to cultivate in seclusion and diligently practice. Qingyang's words struck Old Wu like a bolt from the blue. He immediately retorted, no, to my knowledge at least 3 martial emperors are still alive and they are not content to be mere bystanders. If martial emperors are just legends, what about the aristocratic families? How many aristocratic families are there? Qingyang, referring to the books he had read, listed them for Old Wu. The 6 great aristocratic families are divided into the upper 3 and lower 3. The upper 3 are the Ling, Chu and Murong families. The lower 3 are the Lu, Situ and Yang families. But for some unknown reason, all 6 great aristocratic families reside in Donghao continent, yet there is no record of battles between martial emperors. If this is the case, perhaps someone used some means to slaughter the 9 great martial emperors and the 3 great emperor beasts. The emperor beasts of the lower 3 families are either severely injured or all dead. This led to the remaining 6 great emperor beasts only daring to gather in Donghao continent for self-preservation. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao couldn't help but ponder the mysterious person with such formidable power that even emperor beasts feared them. System, if such a person is an enemy, we are probably doomed. A worried expression clouded his face, his brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead as he imagined battling such a powerful foe. The system immediately displayed responding to him. Look at you, all flustered, but thinking about it, that person is indeed terrifying. This time Jun Changxiao was truly serious. He listened carefully to every word from the system, but there was no need to worry excessively. Didn't Starfall continent still exist without the 9 great martial emperors? What you should be concerned about now are the forces behind those aristocratic families. We're only dealing with the Lily Holy Sect. It wouldn't be good if we got entangled with them. The figures of 3 emperor beasts emerged with the system's description. They were colossal, their round red eyes gleaming in the darkness as if warning those who dared to trespass. The system continued, unless something unexpected happens, they won't perish alongside mere sword and martial dual kings like you. Tears welled in Jun Changxiao's eyes. He knew the system was mocking him, implying he was insignificant compared to those emperor beasts. He held up a sign behind him that read, know yourself, know your enemy. With my luck, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will definitely happen. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location. An emperor beast sat in a chair appearing to be a bird of prey. Its eyes were black but its pupils were red. Dressed in clothes, it leaned on a staff, sitting majestically. Murong Shaolin knelt at its feet, saluting. Shaolin, what interesting thing have you brought me this time? Venerable Emperor, this time I went to northeast Luzhou and found a peculiar fruit. Frozen pears, they can quench your thirst and also help heal meridians. A plate of pears lay on the ground. Their skin was no longer ordinary yellow but black. It seemed the freezing process had altered their color. The avian emperor Venerable showed a satisfied expression, picked up a pear and put it in its mouth. You truly understand me, boy. Is there any news on Starfall continent recently? How are the aristocratic families doing? It asked, wanting to hear about new developments on the continent. Shaolin immediately replied, under your protection, the family is also constantly developing. As for news, a small sect called the Eternal Sect recently dared to declare war on our aristocratic families, but they do have some skill. I just sent 5 subordinates to teach them a lesson, but they were all defeated. My subordinates were even locked up in the Eternal Sect's prison. Truly useless. Hearing the word prison, the Avian Emperor Venerable was startled, its mouth trembling as it asked, prison? Shaolin remained fearless. He even stroked his chin, recalling what had happened. Yes, their sect master is very peculiar. Instead of killing enemies, he locks them up in prison, apparently labeling them number 001 and posting it on the sect's notice board. Before Shaolin could finish, the Avian Emperor Venerable abruptly stood up, disregarding the person speaking at its feet. It sent that person flying with a palm strike, then spread its wings, broke through the wall and flew out. Its face was filled with urgency, even a hint of worry. The man was violently struck by the bird. Half his face was swollen. Venerable Emperor, what's wrong? Upon reaching their destination, another person reminded the bird. Third brother, you're so old. Why are you still so reckless? We are the dignified leaders of aristocratic families. Naturally, we must be magnanimous and composed, not lose face, another added. We 3 brothers can now be considered the strongest on Starfall continent. As he spoke, he moved a black piece on a chessboard. Tell us, what has you so flustered? Once granted permission, the bird dared to speak. Eldest brother, second brother, he has appeared again. That numbered prison has reappeared, just like the bird's reaction. The elephant sitting there playing chess was also startled, sweat beading on its forehead. It immediately raised its voice. What? Has that person returned? Unlike the panic of its 2 subordinates, the last one spoke. Second brother, why such panic? We are not the same as we were back then. The scene cut to a wide shot, showing the 3 Emperor Venerables, from tallest to shortest as the Lion Emperor Venerable, the Elephant Emperor Venerable, and finally the Avian Emperor Venerable. The elephant turned to its third brother and said, the 3 of us combined probably can't even compare to half of his toenail, as expected of eldest brother, to remain so calm even in such a situation. Thinking the Lion Emperor Venerable was truly composed, who knew he had merely been putting on an act, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a will, prepared at some unknown time. 2 virtuous younger brothers, this is your elder brother's will. Please, second brother, accept it. As he spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably, utterly contradicting his composed exterior. Seeing their eldest brother pull out a will, the remaining 2's faces turned pale. They hadn't expected their eldest brother to react this way. The Lion Emperor Venerable cupped his hands. 2 virtuous younger brothers, your elder brother shall go first. From somewhere he pulled out a rope, his face still tear-streaked. The 2 subordinates immediately intervened. Eldest brother, calm down, and why do you have bird-binding ropes and poison in your room? The Lion Emperor Venerable's preparations indicated he had anticipated this outcome. Afraid to face the past, once composed he sat down, hands on his knees. The bird, worried about its eldest brother, tugged at his collar, shaking him as it pleaded. Eldest brother, calm down, this news hasn't even been confirmed yet. Besides, didn't we survive back then? We didn't survive by relying on our cultivation then. The Lion Emperor Venerable glanced, recalling that shadowy past. Why did this happen? A mouthful of fresh blood gushed from his mouth, and he was knocked to the ground, unable to stand. Before his eyes were bubbles containing unconscious figures. Why were all the martial emperors back then imprisoned? When did such a powerful figure appear on Starfall continent? The mysterious man spoke. He rubbed the bubble containing the unconscious person with his finger. Is this place called Starfall continent? This place is truly primitive, with 9 martial emperors and 9 emperor beasts. I had only intended to collect 18 trophies. This time I've truly lost out. The mysterious man turned to look at the severely beaten emperor beasts. The bird's wings and the feathers on its head had been plucked. Beside him lay the lion, sweat beading on its forehead, its face ashen, its features completely unrecognizable. You 6 ugly creatures haven't fully transformed yet. You don't even qualify to enter my prison. When your Starfall continent gathers enough martial emperors again, I will return. The mysterious figure flew off, not once looking back at the 2 beasts. He raised his hand, controlling the bubbles containing the martial emperors. The bird dared to curse in its mind. He actually wants to capture us as prisoners to satisfy his perverted collecting fetish. Unexpectedly, the mysterious figure hadn't left yet. He heard the bird's curse, turned his head, and smiled sinisterly. What's wrong with a man being a little perverted? Back to reality. Bird had a troubled look. Because I'm ugly, I got to keep my life. There are 1,000 words that can't be said, but it's better than the lower 3 families. Because of its ugliness, it was cursed even more. The Lion Emperor Venerable expressed his opinion. He had regained his spirit and become serious. A small world, and no one has broken through to the martial emperor realm. That demon should not return, but we cannot ignore any danger. As the eldest brother, I shall go disguise myself and scout them out. If I don't return, you 2 must hide in the deep mountains. Do not attempt to rescue me. Hearing the Lion Emperor Venerable's words, his 2 subordinates were moved to tears. Eldest brother, a green mist emanated from the Lion Emperor Venerable. This is eldest brother's 1,000-year cultivated transformation art. To think he can deceive the world. This is the first time he has demonstrated it before us. We must study it carefully. Contrary to their expectations, they were dumbfounded, 3 question marks appearing above their heads as they watched their eldest brother's transformed appearance. Through the smoke a lion squinted, its transformed form possessing sharp eyes with vertical pupils. "Farewell, my 2 virtuous younger brothers," he said with determination, then leapt away, leaving his 2 subordinates still bewildered. "Third brother, didn't you say you wanted to learn the transformation art? If I transformed like that I'd become roast chicken," the bird replied with a hint of disappointment and helplessness. On Jun Changxiao's side, he and his group stood before a mountain shaped like 2 girls, which was the Lily Holy Sect. It was on the mountain ahead. "Everyone change into your battle suits. What kind of feast has the other side prepared for us?" His eyes were indifferent, as if saying he feared nothing. Whatever was in his hand he could smash to pieces. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes. Su Xiaomo and Yi Xingqian immediately turned their heads. Jun Changxiao was a step faster, already standing before the bushes, blocking the source of the sound. "Who is it? What creature has come out?" Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief, finding the creature quite interesting. Yi Xingqian stood beside him, his eyes filled with suspicion. "What fierce beast? It doesn't look very intelligent and there isn't a trace of spiritual energy on it. Is it just an ordinary wild beast? This cat must be the lion transformed." Then it ran out. It sat obediently at Jun Changxiao and Yi Xingqian's feet, its furry cute appearance completely harmless. This was completely different from the gaze it had when it was with its 2 subordinates. Jun Changxiao picked it up, held it before him, and chuckled oddly. Though a cat, it should not be underestimated. Although it has no spiritual power, it can enslave humans. Just with those few short legs, catching it to eat might not even be enough for a full meal. Su Xiaomo glanced at it, completely uninterested in the fluffy little creature. Seeing these few people completely unguarded against its appearance, it sneered, thinking, "You short-sighted mortals, a few martial emperor brats with mediocre strength. You few youngsters, your strength is truly too weak. If this continues, you won't even have a chance to survive," it sneered mockingly. "Those people are not accomplices of that devil." The cat was still in his hand, and Jun Changxiao couldn't help but rub and pinch its cheeks. Wow, so soft! It ignored Jun Changxiao's touch, then used its cat's eye technique to discern the potential power of everyone present, carefully calculating how they would serve it. It turned its gaze to Su Xiaomo and Qingyang. These martial emperors had extraordinary spiritual root aptitudes, were young, and had great potential to become martial emperors. It then looked at Spirit, curling its lips. "This guy's spiritual energy is tightly coiled, unusually sinister, and most importantly, he looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? And that guy behind him?" Its eyes widened in terror as it looked at He Wudi. "Is this really a Bati born on Starfall continent? His spiritual energy has already condensed, almost transforming into a dragon. And is that smile him mocking me? He must have already figured it out." He Wudi also looked at it at the same time, and after observing, immediately discovered the problem. A mocking smile played on his lips and he raised an eyebrow. "Interesting." The cat lion thought in terror. Calm down, calm down. This is the invisibility technique I painstakingly researched for years, modeled after that devil. It was extremely afraid of facing that person. He couldn't possibly be stronger than that devil. Impossible. Jun Changxiao happily gave an order. "Meow meow," the cat lion meowed. "Show them your charm," the cat lion then remembered. "That's right, I can still make a slight amends and dispel his suspicions about me," it meowed. "Woof," He Wudi said, smiling. "What an interesting lion cat." The cat lion was utterly terrified, hoping he had merely made a slip of the tongue. It looked at him, pondering. "And their sect master, this kid surnamed Jun, doesn't seem quite normal either." Jun Changxiao commented on a cat that barked. The cat lion looked at him, then guessed, "Sure enough, he's a waste, doesn't even have spiritual energy." A faint golden light seemed to emanate from behind him. His voice rang out, "Are you sure you belong to this world?" His golden shadow revealed a terrifying aspect. "Shish." The cat lion quickly scurried behind him, intending to do something. The cat lion kneaded his back, meowing. "Woof woof, is my strength comfortable, master?" Jun Changxiao commented, "Such skillful technique, just the right amount of force. Is this your way of survival?" He Wudi, seeing this, said, "A wise man submits to circumstances." The scene shifted to Lily Peak. An elephant whispered, "Third brother, I assume eldest brother and the people from Wangu sect have reached the foot of the mountain. Has eldest brother sent us any news?" Its eyes widened, observing as if eldest brother was watching the cat massage someone. "Serving that leader." The Emperor Venerable asked the person. "Should we consider it?" The elephant pondered how to surrender. There were too many methods, making it difficult to choose. A person approached step by step, and the one sitting in the chair spoke. "I didn't expect you to actually dare to come and challenge us." The man spoke. "We are here to stop those who wish to disrupt the Lily Holy Sect." The person next to him continued, "Each of our 3 families has sent a peak martial king. Only if your disciples successfully challenge them can you ascend the mountain." The man spoke eloquently. "The Lily Holy Sect is, after all, a sect of Donghao continent, and as aristocratic families of Donghao continent, we naturally offer our support. Our lower 3 sects guard the foot of the mountain, and the upper 3 sects guard the mountainside. Only by passing through us can you challenge the Lily Holy Sect." But that person had other thoughts in mind. Ling Lao Da said, "Only by exhausting and humiliating them in turns can we thoroughly eliminate them. Why don't I just wipe you all out directly?" 3 people appeared, and a young man threatened, "Who will die first, or will all of you martial kings attack together?" The man in the turban very calmly said, "I didn't expect to have the chance to lead the charge." The brown-haired man said awkwardly, "Why choose me? I'm just an advisor." Another person was determined not to let the Long family lose face. The three of them discussed, "I'll deal with that coward, I'll deal with the one with the gun, and I'll deal with the big guy." The young man with the long scar on his face threatened, "Kid, you look quite timid. Don't you want to follow your sect master to your death? Next life remember to choose the right person." The person cried out in fear, "Didn't I say I don't want to go? Why me, it's over." That person charged forward wildly, "Go to hell, coward of Wangu sect." But what unfolded before his eyes made them widen. The brown-haired man struck his opponent in the abdomen. That person cursed furiously, "Bastard, how dare you mess with me?" A weapon pierced the person's head. Thump, that man appeared with a massive weapon, he said coldly. "Shatter," that person whispered in pain. "Taking advantage of my distraction, 2 moves have already disrupted my meridians. Who exactly are you?" The man pressed his weapon down. "As you can see," the man said, "I'm just an advisor, a little skilled in boxing and weapons." His tone then changed. "Wangu's Strongest Sect Golden Roast Chicken Award, Second Best Supporting Actor Award, Hall Master of Fan Tai Sima Jongda." After speaking he turned and asked, "Sect Master, was my speed in defeating the enemy good?" Jun Chongxiao calmly ate ice cream and replied, "Your acting is almost a passive skill now, nothing to look forward to. This pair is truly evenly matched." The turbaned young man Wolong Fenchu shouted, "I can block all your moves." The masked man was not to be outdone. "I've cultivated defense for many years, no one can break through my defense." Behind them 2 people were continuously attacking, spear like a dragon. The 2 then used another move, flying spear, post-heaven. A round of applause erupted and Jun Chongxiao tried his best to praise, "I have never seen such a quiet yet fierce battle. Do you have to call these 2 guys master before you can break through the air? There's nothing to break." The cloaked man was determined. "This venerable, I have been purely defensive for a long time, so be it. Today I will make an exception." The man's eyes gleamed threatening. "Kid, watch closely." The cloaked man charged forward with extreme speed. "Don't say you can't even take one move." The 2 clashed, creating a huge tremor. A voice of admiration rang out. "This punch is comparable to a full-force attack from a high-grade martial king, kid. You actually managed to take it. You've impressed me." The turbaned man mocked. A bit of a letdown. "I thought with those strange-looking arms your attack power would be much stronger." The man angrily raised his claws. Too arrogant, numerous hidden weapons scattered from his hands. "I'll get a little serious now." The cloaked man unleashed the frenzied wind claws technique, and the man was immediately injured. "A peak martial king level attack, let's see if you can still be so composed." The man's face darkened and his huge arm grabbed the cloaked man. The man yelled as he was punched and kicked, grabbing the other and tumbling to the ground. Heavenly prison above. The man landed another punch using the monstrous strength technique. A blue tail shot out which the man blocked with both hands. Jun Chongxiao pondered. "Familiar moves, these 2 must be from the same school." The small animal recognized it. "So it's this old fellow," that person then reminded him. "Sect Master, isn't the main point why this guy has a tail?" The cloaked man spoke. "I didn't expect that after years of not minding worldly affairs a person of such extraordinary talent as you would appear on Starfall Continent." The man was able to directly withstand a martial emperor's attack with a martial king body. The young man retorted dismissively, "Talent," a surge of power enveloped that person. "The talent of a Wangu sect disciple is merely an introduction. Repeated actual combat is what has made me so invulnerable." The man continued. "Senior brother Zuiji and I need to confront the enemies for our junior brothers, allowing them to unleash their attacks freely. Unfortunately, I don't possess senior brother Zuji's formidable defensive talent, which is why I've sustained these injuries." That person laughed heartily. "With geniuses like you cultivating diligently, Starfall Continent has hope." The cloaked man charged at the man, his fists raining down on him. The man moved flexibly, quickly appearing behind him. A panicked voice rang out. "What's going on?" "There isn't a single scratch on your back," the young man explained. "Because I only need to stand firm and face the enemy." 2 other people appeared behind him, pressing weapons to their opponents' necks, then spoke, "With our junior brothers protecting us." A wave of impact erupted. The cloak was burned, revealing his face. Tuo spoke, "You youngsters are full of potential. Now get out of here. This venerable will no longer pursue this matter." Suddenly, a force enveloped Bai Tuo who continuously challenged them. "This venerable heard there's a magical prison. I'll visit it if I get the chance. I didn't expect you to be some promising talents from Starfall Continent. You're still no match for me. Go back and cultivate." Bai Tuo was full of confidence. With such a vast difference in realm they had no chance of winning. The cat lion then recognized, "Is Martial Saint number 4 so severely injured?" "Now only has Martial Saint Cultivation," that person whispered to him. "Sect Master, the opponent is not weak, and their aura is almost surpassing the ice old man's sweeping resentment." Bai Tuo flew into the sky, then spoke, "Excellent, I didn't expect you to still be standing, not kneeling. It was very complacent. Commendable, but you haven't yet encountered absolute overwhelming power. Our 6 great aristocratic families are united, and the Emperor Venerables of the upper 3 families are all stronger than me." Bai Tuo spoke incessantly, not noticing everyone's gaze. "Under them you definitely won't even leave bone fragments." The cat lion looked around thinking, "This number 4, it looked at everyone's expressions in fear. "If you want to die, don't drag our 3 brothers down with you." Bai Tuo's eyes widened in terror at this moment as he woody aimed his power at it. Bai Tuo couldn't dodge at all. It asked itself in disbelief, "How is this possible?" A giant lion appeared roaring. Bai Tuo said in fear, This killing intent is truly terrifying, it stammered. It actually made me feel like I was being torn to shreds, and that lion, Woody said coldly. Scram, the cat lion meowed in anger. Woof Baituo quickly ran away, then said, alright. Those people looked at each other, and Woody asked, where's that trash? They were too scared to speak, then fled like frightened birds. Jun Chongxiao asked in confusion. Woody, why did that Baituo suddenly run off? He happily replied. Although my cultivation is not as high as his, it's not difficult to use a few tricks to scare him out of his wits, he replied. I don't quite understand. Let's go up the mountain first, someone then added. Does anyone feel that the taste of that Baituo just now shouldn't be bad? Jun Chongxiao suggested. With mustard it'd definitely be delicious. The cat lion, hearing these words, was utterly terrified. These people must be savages. I hope those families don't use my name. I still want to live. The scene shifted to before 3 statues. Jun Chongxiao spoke with great dissatisfaction. These 3 statues are the 3 emperor beasts behind them. How arrogant, a voice rang out. I didn't expect you to reach the mountainside. The lower 3 families are truly declining. The green-clad man spoke proudly. This time we won't underestimate you. 3 peak martial emperors, one-on-one or free-for-all, your choice. We are not responsible for broken bones, Shaolin ordered. Don't come back without drawing blood. 3 cloaked figures received the order. They swiftly charged forward, but then suddenly vanished. Shaolin said angrily, where are they? What's going on? Where did the 3 martial emperors go? He pointed, guessing. I underestimated you. You must possess some powerful artifacts. Fortunately, I was prepared and left a backup plan. Even the most powerful artifacts cannot continuously capture martial emperors. Shaolin continued to order. All hidden martial emperors attack, someone asked. Sect Master, those 3 martial emperors just now were yours, Jun Chongxiao replied. I don't know, I don't understand, don't ask me. A weapon appeared and many weapons flew around them. Jun Chongxiao was puzzled. What's going on? Did we accidentally sit in the audience? Our sense of participation is too weak. A slime creature appeared, absorbing everyone's spiritual energy. A ferocious-looking person appeared before them. Isn't this a sense of participation coming? The sword was slammed into the ground. The man spoke. Xiao Zuiji. Which one of you is Xiao Zuiji? Those people threatened. Do you only dare to hide behind your senior brothers when facing a challenge? That person spoke. For Zinner, even if I have to defeat all your senior and junior brothers, I must do so. The people standing before him immediately stepped aside. Ah, they moved, the green-haired man said. You're looking for me, the man spoke. You've already been jilted by cousin Zinner, yet you still dare to come here to provoke, regardless of what methods you used before to deal with the martial emperors we sent. That person roared furiously. I will never allow you to harm cousin Zinner. With that, he hurled his sword forward, swiftly unleashing a move against that person. The man couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although a sneak attack went against his sword Dao for his cousin, this sword would only severely injure him, not take his life. He hoped the person would retreat after this. That person quietly said, in terms of taste, it truly is the peak of Hetai's Arctic. The man pondered. Indeed, this guy's sword is the Shao Shadow Sword, a renowned sword forged by Master Fan. Suddenly, the man in white unexpectedly retorted. Sent, the person then continued. Please inform Master Fan. The green-haired man was gnawing off the sword, his flame control quite good. The person suddenly bit through the Shao Shadow Sword. What is your cultivation level? Zuiji gripped his fist tightly, then explained. Before the medical saint's tomb was excavated, he was at the peak of Martial King. Now, he charged fiercely towards the person and declared, You'll find out yourself. Many streams of power surged towards the person who prepared to unleash his own strength. Such a fierce sword array, even a martial emperor would have to temporarily avoid its edge. That was the true killing move of sword manipulation. These thoughts flashed through the person's mind. Retreat. If you fight, you'll be gravely defeated. Retreat. Yet Zuiji did not retreat, which surprised the person. He did not dodge at all. He took a running start and kicked towards the person's abdomen, delivering a flying kick. The person cried out in pain. He recalled the past. Brother Ling Fei, you finally come to play with me. I love brother the most, the red-haired girl complained coquettishly. Brother Ling Fei, I've already decided to break off the engagement. If it's not the person I like, I won't marry. The girl's voice was soft. Cousin, I'm already stronger than you. Childish jokes, no need to dwell on them. The girl spoke coldly. Cousin, I met Xiao Zuiji again and he seems very different. I also feel somewhat strange. The person clutched his stomach in pain, struggling to say, Are you here to humiliate my sister? I absolutely won't allow it. Zuiji calmly replied. Humiliate? How could I? I'm just here to fulfill my 3-year pact with her. The person then asked, So you want to force her into marriage to mend your wounded pride? He happily said, Xiao's character is just like our senior brother Qingyang's. Xiao's character is open and upright, not petty. Believe it or not, you can ask my senior and junior brothers what they're doing here. Those people said in unison, kidnapping the bride. The orange-haired man happily said, If there's a chance, we'll kidnap a few more. Zuiji angrily demanded clarification. Sect Master, didn't we agree to uphold the prestige of our Wangu sect, and to wash away the humiliation of my broken engagement? How did it turn into kidnapping the bride? Jun Chongxiao said nonchalantly, You know that our sect's first principle is to watch the drama unfold. He stated with certainty, I have nothing to do with Murong Xin, so what's with kidnapping the bride? The two interjected. Not necessarily. The orange-haired man pointed out the problem. Who hit you the hardest while training your defense in the sect? The person answered, Spirit. The orange-haired man then asked, Who do you have the best relationship with in the sect? The person wearing glasses was still Spirit. The orange-haired man talked at length, concluding, You have a bit of a masochistic tendency, and you're the one most deeply hurt by a woman. In your heart there's definitely no one but Murong Xin. Zui Ji interrupted them. Shut up, Zhun Chongxiao threatened. Also, how should we deal with this group of prisoners? Here's an anonymous person Murong Shaolin ordered to hunt us down, he inquired. I wonder if this young Master Murong is ready to receive a greeting from the Wangu sect? The scene shifts to the Lily Holy Sect's mountain gate. The red-haired woman spoke. Sister Lu Xin, why are you on duty at the mountain gate today? You're a true disciple at the Martial King level, the girl teased. Could it be that the sect master found out about your dating? Lu Xin covered the little girl's mouth and sternly denied. Silly girl, talking nonsense again. Have you forgotten I'm the head of the discipline hall? You're asking for a beating. The sect master said there would be uninvited guests today and specifically sent me to deal with them. The person looked thoughtfully ahead. They're here. They didn't even conceal their tracks. Completely disregarding our Lily Holy Sect. A loud bang resonated. Boom, an orange-haired man excitedly charged forward. The Wangu's strongest sect is here to crash the party. Su Xiaomo landed, and next to him, a person was tied up and slowly rolled over. The little girl next to Lu Xin saw this and guessed. These clothes seemed to belong to young Master Murong Shaolin. Shaolin's face was so swollen like a pig's head that Lu Xin didn't recognize him. He weakly cried out, "Help!" Lu Xin immediately denied. "Junior sister, you've mistaken him. I remember Murong Shaolin never looked so inhuman." Shaolin opened his mouth to explain his face. "I was beaten until it swelled up. Ouch, here it comes again." Su Xiaomo immediately kicked him. "Apologies for letting such trash dirty the eyes of these two young senior sisters," he introduced himself. "I am Su Xiaomo, an inner disciple of the Wangu's strongest sect. I've been single for a long time. May I invite these two young senior sisters to admire flowers under the moon and chat about love?" Su Xiaomo suddenly realized he had said something wrong. "Oh no, was that a bit too forward? But Elder Wei taught me this way." His appearance was evaluated by Lu Xin as nonsense, strange clothes, pervert. A sword flew to his face. Su Xiaomo commented, "Agile sword technique. Young senior sister's sword skill is not bad." He then had a sudden inspiration and grabbed Shaolin. "Swords have no eyes, young senior sister. Be careful not to accidentally cut your own people." Shaolin screamed. "Ah!" The person was hit by a sword and cried out in pain. The black-haired woman spoke. "Using you as a human shield, how shameless." Su Xiaomo reasoned. "Then don't cut anymore, it's already hitting me." He commented, "So weak, not as good as junior brother Zui Ji. It seems your romantic entanglement is quite complicated. Young senior sister is basically coming for you, Shaolin." Lu Xin heard this and dodged, saying, You're talking nonsense. I didn't. I'm just taking the opportunity to get revenge on this pervert who often harasses my senior and junior sisters." "You're right about everything, that's exactly it." Su Xiaomo keenly said, You're not very good at lying, are you?" Lu Xin tried to reason. "Since I'm using you to vent my anger, I'll reluctantly consider you an opponent. I am Lu Xin, head of the Lily Holy Sect's discipline hall." "You guard the rules of our Lily Holy Sect?" Su Xiaomo asked in confusion. "Rules?" The words Lily Holy Sect Code of Conduct were carved on a stone tablet, and after seeing it he commented, "Your sect has so many rules, no external relationships and also no internal relationships. Something's not right." "Didn't you say there are only female disciples in the sect?" Lu Xin calmly explained. "You brought another person just now. I haven't even used my full strength. If you like to crash parties before marching, I presume you have more tricks up your sleeve than those just now?" Su Xiaomo was not to be outdone. "Only Sister Lu underestimated me," he said while charging. "I often call myself the fastest man in Wangu," Lu Xin praised. "I heard the inner disciples of Wangu sect are extraordinary and it truly lives up to its reputation." Su Xiaomo easily dodged the sword strike. He unceremoniously mocked. "Too slow." A person appeared before him. "This move hurts both others and yourself," the man reminded. "Be careful, Miss Lu." Lu Xin responded blankly. "Ah, okay," another voice chimed in. "Miss, there's no need to rush. We're only here for a friendly spar after all," Changxiao said as he walked. "We're not bad people," Lu Xin said bluntly. "Then please proceed." "The sect master only told me to give you a warning first," Changxiao replied. "Miss, has anyone ever told you that you're too direct?" On the stone tablet were carved the words, "Those surnamed Wei are forbidden from entering the mountain gate." Several boxes fell to the ground. "What did you say?" Elder Wei stiffly called out. "Old pighead, do you mean the current sect master of Lily Holy Sect is named Cheng Weixin?" Dejun, however, was not surprised. "That's right, the disciples of the Plum Martial Hall told me so, saying that this sect master Cheng is exceptionally talented and her cultivation is profound," he whispered to Elder Wei. "Could Sect Master Cheng also be your old lover?" But Elder Wei covered his ears and denied it. "Impossible. Cheng Weixin is my nightmare, a cursed fate." Tianchen was curious. "Elder Wei, you're so promiscuous yet you still have nightmares and cursed fates," 17 also agreed. "Elder Wei is too much of a playboy, unlike the sect master who has no romantic luck at all," Ren Shan commented on Elder Zhe. "On this point I differ from you. I feel that with the sect master's good looks he must have many secret admirers." Tianchen suddenly turned to look at the two of them. "What did you two just say?" A girl stumbled, clutching several ancient texts. She fell to the ground, her hands covering her head. "Oh no, the texts are scattered again. Woo, the sect master will kill me." Zhun Chongxiao sat down and asked concernedly, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't injured right. How about I help you tidy up?" A wooden stick fell onto his head from nowhere. The little boy was a girl standing by the window. "Oh dear, I'm sorry, sir. I'm just opening the window. Accidentally." Zhun Chongxiao looked up. This scene felt somewhat familiar, and what did sir mean? He suddenly realized something was wrong. How did the door crack open by itself? This is a pond. Zhen Chongxiao had just turned around when he saw a girl bathing in it. The girl also noticed, turned her head and looked. Ah, who is it? Quickly closed the bathroom door. She splashed water at Zhen Chongxiao, shouting, pervert. He didn't resist, just asked himself. Next, will I encounter a girl disguised as a boy? Speaking of which, someone ran over. Ah, here they come. The person didn't notice behind him. Senior sister, Wronger only stole a few desserts, don't use force. Here, Tianchen got angry again. Dad asked, quickly repeat what you just said, otherwise I guarantee you'll die a spectacular death. Both of them stammered. This and that. The thief from earlier bumped into someone. Ouch, who dares to stop me? Zhen Chongxiao was puzzled. You're the one who bumped into me. The person quickly said, Shish brother, why did you bump into me? It hurt so much. The door suddenly opened, and the two girls from earlier excitedly ran over. Little brother, were you the one peeking at me just now? Little brother, you were also the one who hit my head. It was all Chongxiao. However, they surrounded Qingying. You must take responsibility for me, I must take responsibility for you. He stood behind, confused. Logically speaking, Qingying helped me solve the problem, but the more I look, the more I want to beat this kid. Another girl appeared from somewhere and spanked their butts. You all get some self-control. She looked at Zhen Chongxiao and his group. Sect Master Zhen, Sect Master, we heard you were coming to kidnap the bride and we've already set up our formation. The Sect Master said if you succeed too easily, you won't cherish it. Zuiji raised his hand. Are we just going through the motions with this kidnapping? The girl explained again. So our Lily Holy Sect uses the entire sect as a grand formation, with 5 true disciples as the formation's eyes. As long as you defeat the 5 true disciples one by one, you'll see Murong Xin, who was taken by the Demon King, cough the Sect Master. Zhen Chongxiao tilted his head. Is your true name Lily Doman? The girl didn't answer, merely suggesting, we've long heard that the disciples of your Wangu Holy Sect are exceptionally strong, but our 5 are also not bad. Let's see what everyone's got. The little girl who stole things earlier jumped off the cliff. She smiled and warned, the senior sisters have already left. Who are you sending to challenge? I'll warn you, my hands are heavy. The girl was wearing something like a glove on her hand. Zhen Chongxiao patted Li Shangtian's shoulder. Li Shangtian, you go. If I send Qingying, I'm afraid the world will say we won unfairly. The thief looked at him. Li Shangtian, you're unknown in Wangu sect, merely the 10th inner disciple. It seems I'm underestimated. She reached behind her, preparing to attack. I'll make you remember for a long time. Li Shangtian actually gave her a piece of cloth. Here, take this. The girl took it and blankly said, Ah, are Wangu sect disciples also reckless? I'm not happy receiving gifts from playboys like you. She looked at the item in her hand. This is... Li Shangtian suggested, please tie it around your neck. This person drew out a weapon. Since joining the sect, I haven't learned many martial arts techniques. All I've learned are killing techniques. Li Shangyan reminded the girl with great tact. Please be extremely careful, don't die by my hand. The thief was not only unafraid but a little shy. Li Shangyan had at some unknown point placed his weapon against her neck. This first move is just a warning, please retreat. The girl, surprised, hadn't expected it. Your tone has become provocative, why don't you just cut it down? The girl was no longer in her dangerous demeanor, but rather smiled sinisterly. Try to see if you're qualified to cut off this immortal's head. The thief excitedly charged over. Kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Li Shangtian quickly retreated cautiously. This person also started to counterattack, but she had already jumped up in time. Spirit stood observing, commenting, Li Shangtian's strength is clearly higher than this beggar's, both in speed and power. How is the situation now one-sided? He's become the disadvantaged one. Zhen Chongxiao seemed to discover something. It seems that ever since patterns appeared on that little girl's face, her combat rhythm became very strange. Every dodge was before Li Shangtian's move, and indeed, Li Shangtian couldn't touch her with a single strike. The girl smiled triumphantly. Quite fast, but with the help of an immortal I won't be defeated. How will you break this deadlock? Zhen Chongxiao pondered. Immortal, what a familiar title, and the makeup on her face. Li Shangtian spun his knife, estimating the time from when I set the trap to when she dodged. He guessed 2 seconds. No matter, this person is attacking again, it won't be hard to deal with. She still dodged easily, cursing, arrogant. Li Shangtian grabbed the blade with one hand and blood flowed from it. The thief's face was almost covered in blood, but she remained calm. Blood chi turning into mist, trying to obstruct my vision. The immortal has already seen through this trick. Just as the blood flowed, Li Shangtian delivered another punch. So this is your move. She was full of confidence. The immortal didn't expect that. The thief's body suddenly trembled and Li Shangyan pinned her to the ground. Thanks. The girl was astonished and the patterns on her face vanished. She suddenly couldn't move. You poisoned me. Only when a drop of blood landed on her forehead did the thief realize, your blood is poisonous. Are you a poison person raised by venomous insects? Is the Wangu sect so cruel you're still wearing a mask? Does every breath you take contain toxins? Li Shangyan poked the girl's forehead. Stop guessing wildly. What poison person? Our body sculpting pills can heal injuries. I've been sick since childhood and I've never even used divine medicine. This person picked up a red pill. I merely evaporated the body sculpting pill and blood. The body sculpting pill has at least a 3-second efficacy, and the first time it's taken it causes body stiffness, which allowed me to evade your prediction. Now you can experience it. Your physique should improve significantly. The thief was curious. This person is so strange, not poisoning after all. Li Shangyan thought this was normal. In our sect, even Su Xiaomo wouldn't poison a girl. Xiaomo pointed over. Is he praising me? Zhen Chongxiao asked the girl. Besides foreseeing the future, is the immortal you speak of also good at treasure hunting? She admitted. Ah, that's right. Did I just excitedly reveal all the immortal's information? Zhen Chongxiao denied. No, just a guess, the girl continued. The immortal is very strong, but I haven't cultivated enough yet. You can probably guess that this challenge won't be too easy. Zhen Chongxiao stood proudly before a door while Xiaomo looked around. The gatekeeper girl has hidden herself. Why is such a strange statue left here? It was a head statue with two snake heads facing opposite directions placed in the center of the door. A person appeared from nowhere, a ball rolling at his feet, leaving an empty goal for us. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Li Fei kicked it hard and the stone instantly shattered. The stone snake from earlier came to life. The shattered stones suddenly counterattacked him. Li Fei remained very calm in the face of the flying stones. Kicking a football was effortless for Li Fei. He kicked them away one by one with his feet. Ever since the World Cup was born, I've always been the one kicking others, never being kicked. Li Fei smiled confidently. Isn't that right, everyone? All those stones hit them on the head. Zhen Chongxiao praised, seemingly not praising. Your footwork is still as precise, a ball for everyone. Spirit angrily shattered the stones. How can I still not dodge them now? The thief curiously poked her head out from behind Zhen Chongxiao. Are you used to taking the ball with your face? This person retorted angrily. Why are you standing behind me? You made me take another ball. She just smiled and praised Li Shangyan. Your strength is good and following you is both happy and safe. Li Shangyan warned her, don't touch me randomly. Li Fei looked at the ruins before him. The house has collapsed. Aren't you going to show yourselves? The ball from earlier rolled back to his feet. Li Fei mocked, a very convincing disguise, but you don't think I wouldn't recognize the ball I kick every day, do you? That ball transformed into a purple venomous snake bearing its fangs and claws. Li Fei didn't hesitate to kick it, breaking the snake into several pieces. Petty tricks. He suddenly looked down at something wrapped around his foot. This is snakeskin. Li Fei's mouth gaped open and he was dragged away. He flew into the air amidst everyone's astonished gazes. Zhen Chongxiao recognized control of objects from 1,000 li away. An ability of the Willow Immortal Sect. Then 2 people walked up from behind. You actually know the Immortal's name. Sect Master Zhen knows our Lily Holy Sect so well. They were the 2 girls they had met before. The Willow Immortal Sect, skilled in controlling objects. To fight my sisters is to fight against all things. You will not pass this trial if you refuse to retreat. The twin bund girl smiled confidently. That was your fate just now. Li Fei's voice came from high above. My fate has ended. Audience, please take your seats. He landed on the ground. Players, return to your positions. 1 pant leg and shoe were missing, likely from dealing with that snake earlier. The match begins. The single ponytail girl was astonished. Ah, the immortal mark on you is gone. Li Fei recalled. Mark, you mean the snakeskin was a bit annoying and made my foot hurt terribly. The 2 girls again controlled a large stone to attack. The immortal's mark cannot be removed by brute force. Your left leg was also injured because of it. It charged towards Li Fei, but he still had his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Your abilities are also quite excellent, but when you encounter me, Li Fei kicked it, sending it flying. 1 kick to finish it. He looked up at the 2 people. Turn everything into fragments. Let's see how you control objects then. The 2 sisters were not alarmed. Instead, they reminded him. When Willow Immortal techniques are cultivated to a high level, even fine sand can be controlled. It's a pity my sisters haven't reached that level yet. However, with that previous strike, it's still possible to brand the mark on you again. Several more circles of snakeskin appeared on the exposed shin of his torn pant leg. The single ponytail girl devised a tactic. Sister, you use the mark to control him and I'll deal with him. She jumped up. You're best at leg techniques, right? If I seal your lower body, let's see what else you can do. Her sister behind her reminded. Sister, be careful, his leg strength is beyond my control. As that person just heard, Li Fei was already preparing to counterattack. Kicked her. The single ponytail girl was sent flying, hitting a rock. Didn't Murong Xin say that Wangu sect disciples are gentle with women? Why isn't Li Fei gentle at all? Li Fei scratched his face again and said with certainty. The sect master said to be gentle with women. I've tried my best not to kick her face. She should also think I'm very gentle, right? Her sister ran over. Sister, are you all right? While she struggled to stand up, my right arm is temporarily immobile. The 2 of them looked at Li Fei and discussed. My control power is at least 1,000,000 jin, enough to shake small mountains, yet he was completely unaffected when he struck. Even a martial king wouldn't be like this. How strong are his legs? He broke free from the mark. Gave a thumbs up. It hasn't been precisely measured yet, but let's just say I once kicked a goal with He Wudi as goalkeeper. And he's the Wangu sect's strongest goalkeeper disciple. All this time, even a certain spirit has personally proven to be the strongest disciple in history. Zhen Chongxiao stood behind, shouting, Really? Is Li Fei that strong now? Li Shengqian also mused. I was really careless. Xiaomo spoke quickly again. I was there, I can confirm, Spirit admitted, crying. Seriously, I'm too pathetic. Spirit grabbed his collar. Is this what you wanted to prove? And I didn't cry. The sisters saw this scene and were both angry. Sister, it seems we've been underestimated. We must let them witness the true power of the Willow Immortal. Several people stood on the high rocks observing the battle from a distance. I didn't expect the Immortal's technique to be so easily broken by them. I wonder if the Willow Immortal can endure it. The Wangu sect is indeed extraordinary, the Lionhead commanded. Xiao Ling, as the family head, this sect can only be befriended, not made an enemy. Now quickly go and befriend the Wangu sect. I won't mind you instructing those aristocratic family disciples to secretly attack the Wangu sect. The person behind bowed to the Emperor Venerable's instruction. Ling will certainly carry out the task with all his might. He raised his eyes, but there are still some details. I need to explain to the 3 Emperor Venerables. Please stop here for now. Zhen Changxiao listed them one by one, then sighed. Fox, yellow, white, willow, gray represent 5 spiritual beings, known as the 5 Great Immortals. I never expected Starfall Continent to also have the 5 Great Shaman Immortals. The elder sister spoke. Although I don't know what you mean by shaman, you know too little of the Immortals' prestige, the younger sister also affirmed. The 5 Immortals each have profound and unfathomable divine powers. The 2 of them seem to exude killing intent. Looking at Li Fei, we absolutely will not allow you to so lightly disregard the Willow Immortal. He denied that his previous words were not disdain. It's just that the disciples of my Wangu sect are all tough-skinned. The stones you control can barely harm me. Li Fei subconsciously tilted his head to dodge as something suddenly appeared. The 2 girls told him. Do you know why we are standing on the mountainside? It's precisely because beneath our feet is a profound iron mine, and dirt and stones fly from underground into the air accompanied by purple smoke. Several stones have snakeskin marks on them. The elder sister even kindly reminded him the profound iron ore itself is not large, so its speed will be exceptionally fast. Several stones flew towards Li Fei, and he immediately moved, dodging the attack. Zhen Changxiao observed the battle, commenting, the speed hasn't decreased. It seems these sisters, besides wanting to defeat Li Fei, also want to give us a warning. Li Shangtian extended his hand and suggested, leave it to me, this kid. He clapped his hands hard twice. A wall-like statue appeared behind Li Shangtian, blocking all attacks. The younger sister couldn't help but praise, as expected of a Wangu sect disciple, to easily block profound iron. Li Fei, on the other hand, was battling a giant stone composed of countless small stones. He demanded, this profound iron is indeed very hard, difficult to shatter with one blow. Retreat first, let me handle it remotely. The stones suddenly separated, then entangled Li Fei's legs. The elder sister smiled confidently. Got him. He was immediately sent flying. The elder sister controlled it, burying Li Fei under a pile of rubble. The younger sister was a bit worried. Sister, did we hit too hard, considering the profound iron's lethality? This move was already close to a martial emperor level, but the elder sister remained highly vigilant. Our opponent is much stronger than us, we cannot go easy, and it's his own fault for not having perfected his skills. If he were like Su Xiaomo with speed like a doppelganger, we wouldn't easily catch him. A figure stood up from the white smoke. Xiaomo and I are both the fastest disciples in the Wangu sect. It's just that our cultivation methods are different. Li Fei was curious. May I ask for your names, young ladies? She introduced herself. I am Xiao Bai, and she is my younger sister Zhao King. How about it? Do you want to admit defeat now? He was covered in injuries, but still refused. No, defeat is not in the dictionary of my Wangu sect. It's just that you two are indeed worthy opponents. Xiao Bai was surprised. That last attack only injured his skin. How strong is his body? Zhen Changxiao also almost couldn't believe it. Profound iron is one of the hardest materials in the world, yet Li Fei was almost unharmed. I don't recall him cultivating such a powerful physique. Zui Ji also agreed with his opinion. That's right, Li Fei spends most of his time practicing movement techniques, rarely going to the body tempering room, Xiaomo explained to them from behind. Because we both fear pain, we both focused on cultivating the cloud-soaring step, but I prioritize flexibility, moving in narrow spaces. His playful attitude had vanished. I call it cloud. As for Li Fei, to sprint quickly on grass, he developed the fastest back-and-forth speed of the cloud-soaring step, and sufficiently fast back-and-forth speed gave him a new direction, which he called thunder style. Golden light emanated from Li Fei. The sisters began to cast spells, but the stones in the air did not move, and everyone was astonished. No, impossible. They then realized he had already taken control of the objects. Li Fei had maintained a calm posture from the beginning of the match until now. Li Fei held a stone in his hand. Ever since I developed the thunder style of the cloud-soaring step, I discovered that thunder can help me control many iron objects, so this profound iron mine is not your advantage. He instantly moved. But my home ground, the entire competition area, was dazzling with the light it emitted. Zhen Changxiao stood outside the affected area, feeling as if he had been tricked. I thought Li Fei had developed ninjutsu, but he handed me a physics exam with a perfect score. The sisters also began to counterattack. They jointly cast the spells Control and Dragon Tornado, and a huge tornado appeared. Xiao Bai frowned with some worry. Li Fei had appeared beside them at some unknown point. He stood between the two, reaching out to touch their foreheads. Xiao Bai, Zhao King. A rope appeared in Li Fei's hand. Did I see more clearly this time? It was the sisters' hair ties, and their hair flew in the wind. Xiao Bai instantly froze. Xiaomo requested, Sect Master, please let me take action in the next round. Zhen Changxiao felt confused. Didn't you already pass the mountain gate? Didn't we agree that each person would appear once? He was still very firm. But I failed that time at the matchmaking event. That was a failure to pass the mountain gate. My ill intentions, I haven't had a chance to have a friendly exchange with the Lily Holy Sect yet. Xiaomo's eyes flickered with bloodlust. Give me another chance or I won't rest in peace. Zhen Changxiao pointed to the person standing nearby. It's Tian Qi's turn next. Go talk to them. Su Xiaomo pleaded pitifully Tianqi, but he's not in a hurry at all. Tianqi casually picked up a scroll of paper. You can pass the next stage, but you must meet a few small conditions of mine. The scroll, when unfurled, was quite long, unlike his small conditions. Su Xiaomo shouted angrily, give me half the achievement points and cook for me for a year. Aren't you taking advantage of an honest person? Tianqi only focused on the last sentence. Where are you an honest person? Su Xiaomo immediately compromised. You're right, it's a deal. He then quickly adjusted his attire, ready to enter the next stage. Su Xiaomo, I'm coming. A notice was posted on the wooden pillar outside the door. I've left first. Master suddenly needs me for something. Wangu sect disciples will naturally have tea at home. Su Xiaomo was dumbfounded when he saw it. Jun Chongxiao pointed. This stage is the White Immortal lineage. Is the master she spoke of the strongest person of the Lily sect's White Immortal lineage? The White Immortal primarily cultivates medical Dao. Combat isn't their battlefield. Where did those sharp-clawed feet suddenly appear from? The lion's head roared as it approached. You, what did you do? You made us reveal our true forms? The man named Ling, with his hands behind his back, mediated. Emperor Venerable, don't rush. Revealing your true form is just the first step. He smiled meaningfully. Presumably the Emperor Venerable has heard of that strongest martial saint before. A ball of light appeared in his hand. The 100-faced medical saint. This is the poison he used to kill the Emperor Beast, the lion's head angrily declared. No, impossible. We Emperor Beasts have thoroughly researched the 100-faced medical saint's poison back then. It's absolutely impossible to be poisoned again. The man named Ling hypothesized. The Emperor Venerable was indeed immune to the poison back then. But what if later another person in existence with medical skills no less than the 100-faced medical saint personally improved this poison? The lion's head, upon seeing this, uttered only one word. Bai. It was a white-haired woman, the current successor of the White Immortal, Zhang Qingyu. He didn't understand why they had to harm their three brothers. He and Sect Master Cheng had been friends for 100 years. Qingyu walked to the lion's head. Didn't you already state the reason? He widened his eyes. Do you mean to say? At the same time, Qingyu had already raised her hand and the lion's head immediately fainted. Qingyu requested, Patriarch Ling, please proceed according to the plan. After the successful execution there will be generous rewards as agreed. The man named Ling immediately sat down, placing his hand on the lion's head's face. Elder Zhang is too kind, no need for thanks. He turned his head. This is merely a matter of mutual needs, the man named Ling then curiously asked. Elder Zhang, how do you plan to handle those dozen or so extra people from the Wangu sect? Qingyu paused briefly before replying, their highest cultivation is only martial saint initial stage. Let them keep their full corpses. The man named Ling also thought so. As you said, his gaze gradually became hazy. To think of making a move against them. The show is about to begin. Meanwhile, Su Xiaomo knelt on the ground weeping. I want a refund, but Dian Qi refused. The bill has been settled. No refunds or exchanges. Jun Chongxiao, however, felt fortunate. Our three brothers are saved. A woman with a sword charged forward. Qing Yang reminded her, Miss Lu, you are only a martial queen, and my strength far surpasses yours. Why not stop here? After all, swords have no eyes. But the woman clearly had no intention of stopping. Her eyes turned black. The yellow immortal Qing Yang expressed his admiration. The abilities of the five immortals are indeed outstanding, but you still haven't fully unleashed their power. The ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, and a purple monster appeared from nowhere, grabbing Qing Yang's legs. What is this thing? But he didn't find it difficult. Dispelling it with a single move, Qing Yang charged towards the woman without hesitation, deciding, their abilities are too strange. I'll capture her first. He reached out and Qing Yang was startled. This feeling caught him off guard. The woman appeared behind him from nowhere, holding a sword to his neck. A red light ball gradually condensed between Qing Yang's hands. Is this the Yellow Immortal's illusion technique? Truly underestimated. Even I was deceived. To be safe, I can only forcefully break through the illusion. My apologies. The light ball gradually grew larger, enveloping him and sending stones flying from the ground. Jun Chongxiao observed from a distance, praising inwardly, the energy is abundant but not violent, and the explosion range is very small, as expected of Wangu's third strongest, second only to me and Zuiji, to control the 7 Zon radiant burst so exquisitely. Unfortunately, he held back, preventing him from breaking the deadlock. A crater formed where Qing Yang had stood due to the attack. The woman calculated, he has the strength of a martial emperor, and his every move makes it difficult for me to resist. The Yellow Immortal's ability cannot control him for long. I can only transform into someone he can't bring himself to attack, and look for an opportunity to strike up close. A person walked over, shouting, Senior brother. Su Xiaomo rushed to Qing Yang. Senior brother, your move just now was amazing, defeating the enemy in one strike. Are you hurt? But he merely extended a cold hand and sent Su Xiaomo flying. The woman struggled to ask, how did you see through my illusion? Qing Yang walked towards her. First, I wasn't sure if the radiant burst could break through the illusion, so from then on I wouldn't trust anyone who approached me. He remembered Su Xiaomo's excited expression just now. Second, you don't understand Su Xiaomo at all. In that situation, he would only say, Senior brother, you just fell for it. I'm so happy. No sympathy. The woman struggled to stand up. You strike decisively without hesitation. Aren't you afraid of hurting your teammates? Qing Yang thought it was perfectly normal. That's Su Xiaomo. Hit him. He absolutely deserves it. His words also surprised her. Oh, is that so? White smoke rose from the woman's sword-wielding hand. Our Lily sect disciples are indeed far behind you, but we are not pushovers. She raised her sword to her face. I have a sword technique that combines swordsmanship and illusion. Please, Senior Brother Li, guide me. The woman decisively thrust her sword. Qingyang warily leaned back slightly, but she transformed into another woman holding a flower. Young master, long time no see, he unconsciously called out. Meng, the woman smiled brightly. I miss you so much. The flower in her hand suddenly stained with blood and the woman had transformed back to her original appearance, her sword broken in two. I apologize for my transgression, Li. I momentarily lost control of my emotions and broke your sword. However, thank you very much. Qingyang was thrilled because it allowed him to see her again. Su Xiaomo ran over from a distance. Senior brother, you just fell for it. I'm so happy. No sympathy. Zhen Chongxiao now seriously considered, although the Lily sect's abilities are peculiar, if they were to truly threaten our Wangu sect disciples, it would only be possible if their elders made a move. His eyes became dangerous. The system had previously mentioned that Zuji's life might be threatened. Elsewhere, someone looked hesitantly at the sword before them. Elder Zhang, the white-haired woman picked up the sword. The Wangu sect is too aggressive. It's truly difficult for us to contend with them. Even Murong Xin, the strongest disciple of the Lily Holy sect, might not be able to stop them. She seemed to be calculating something. However, if we don't win a single battle, the Lily Holy sect will lose face. This is a treasured blade I recently acquired. Perhaps it will have some effect. A person walked over, introducing himself. Xiao Zuiji of Wangu sect. Xiao Zuiji walked forward with his hands in his pockets, exuding an imposing aura, having specially come to fulfill their 3-year pact. A red carpet appeared, laying a long path to the door before him. A graceful figure emerged from within, accompanied by a voice. 3 years later, I didn't expect you to have cultivated to such a degree. Murong Xin greeted him with a welcoming smile. Murong Xin of the Lily Holy sect. Her composure didn't last long before she was startled by the celebratory cannons hanging above her head. Several more red silks fluttered out, and Zhen Chongxiao and the others were stunned. Before they could understand what was happening, several tables covered in red cloth appeared before them. They were laden with wine and meat. Cheng Weixin shouted excitedly. The martial arts matchmaking competition officially begins. Zhen Chongxiao in spirit looked at her in confusion. Murong Xin spoke. Master, didn't you say there would only be a red carpet? She seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Your actions are making the atmosphere of the competition strange. Cheng Weixin shrugged indifferently. Isn't this atmosphere better? Don't worry, it won't scare Zuiji away. She pointed her pinky at Murong Xin. Zinner, have you forgotten how I taught you? You must take the initiative with virgins like him. Zhen Chongxiao stood by, speechless. Murong Xin's master isn't the sect master of the Lily Holy sect, he remembered Elder Wei's words. Cheng Weixin, the woman I fear most in my life. When Elder Wei mentioned her, his eyes sharpened, because when it comes to love she completely dominates me. Cheng Weixin spun a wine cup on her index finger. Xiao Zuiji, is that right? The wine cup flew directly toward Zuiji and was caught by the back of his hand. Zinner was young and ignorant and caused you great trouble. I offer you this drink as an apology in advance. To show my sincerity, no matter the outcome of this competition, you may enter my holy sect's treasure vault and choose any treasure you desire. Zuiji raised the wine cup to his lips. No need for apologies. I will not blame a young lady for her decision. And that marriage was unfair to her anyway. I have already dealt with those truly evil people in the Xiao family. This matter need not be brought up again. Cheng Weixin was naturally very pleased. What a hero, no wonder Zinner fell in love with you at first sight. Murong Xin frantically gestured. Shish, master, you're saying too much. She acted as if she hadn't heard and waved her hand again, continuing. Ah, you haven't told him your feelings yet? You should listen to me. Secretly find an opportunity to knock him out with a stick, then ABC. Zhen Chongxiao broke out in a cold sweat listening from the side. Sect Master Cheng, please mind your words, I'm still here. Elder Wei rubbed the back of his head. Even now, whenever I think of her, the back of my neck still hurts. Murong Xin clenched her trembling hands. My master has a somewhat unrestrained personality. Please don't take it to heart. Zuji's attitude was very calm. Don't worry, my neck is quite sturdy. It won't be easily knocked out. Her face was so red it almost steamed. I wouldn't do that. I've never even had a serious relationship. How could I be so decisive? Cheng Weixin interjected again. What? You've never had a serious relationship? I haven't either. Murong Xin shouted. Master, then she picked up her sword seriously. Don't mind my crazy master, I've been looking forward to this competition for a long time. Zuiji also seemed ready. You're only at the peak of martial queen, right? I won't deliberately suppress my cultivation. That would be an insult to you. He seemed to be warming up. I will face you with my strongest state. Cheng Weixin stood by, cheering. Zinner, don't hold back. This is a battle to determine family status. With Elder Zhang here, she can save you with just one breath. The white-haired woman behind her also smiled in agreement. Indeed, with me you'll be fine. Murong Xin began to move. She forcefully struck Zuiji with her clear wind sword, but he didn't even lift his foot, simply standing there. Zuiji blocked the attack with only his arm, then commented. Not bad. One sleeve is missing. Murong Xin continued to attack and lotus flowers appeared behind her. This time she didn't attack head-on but circled in the air. Zuiji looked at the falling petals. An illusion, useless. Use your immortal abilities quickly. He suddenly noticed something and whipped his head around. When did Murong Xin appear there, preparing to attack with her sword? Zuiji also countered with a punch. The disparity between us is too great. The impact created a huge explosion. Murong Xin stood precariously to the side. She reminded Zuiji. I've injured you. A long bloody scratch appeared on his arm. Zuiji looked at his hand. He seemed to be seriously throwing a punch, and a huge fireball rushed towards Murong Shin. This strike chipped away a part of the rocks behind her. Zuiji doesn't understand. My physical strength hasn't weakened. How did you injure me just now? Murong Shin smiled confidently. How can you comprehend the Fox Immortal's ability? She continued to attack. I wonder if the man I've taken a fancy to can understand the Fox Immortal's ability before being knocked down. Zuiji blocked Murong Shin's sword with his uninjured arm. He countered, sending her backward. Zuiji frowned. His bones still blocked the blade, meaning the defense of his bones was unaffected. Just for an instant, he indeed felt his muscles relax before the blade struck. Murong Shin hadn't stopped. She actively charged forward with her sword. Because his bones were unaffected, Zuiji blocked the sword with his elbow and the two clashed sharply. She understood Zuiji's meaning, so she commented, "Not bad, you found a way to counter it so quickly." Murong Shin stuck out her tongue, teasing, "After all, if I kept making you bleed, my heart would ache." His words startled him. Blood? Jun Changxiao stood by, observing the match. Why did Murong Shin's personality suddenly change? Chang Weixin explained to him. Take the initiative. No, this can be seen as an additional attribute of the Fox Immortal's ability, capable of slightly adjusting the user's personality, she complained with folded arms. Zinner is usually too reserved, otherwise what man could stand it? I was born bold. The Fox Immortal is still too conservative. Jun Changxiao watched speechlessly. Sect Master's current state seemed to indicate a profound cultivation of the Fox Immortal lineage. Meanwhile, Murong Shin relentlessly attacked. But every move was blocked by Zuiji. He watched her cautiously, and Murong Shin's eyes sharpened. It was almost time. Just as Zuiji counterattacked, she retreated in time. Qing Yang also sensed something amiss. Why has Zuiji's power suddenly weakened so much? Spirit speculated. Could the Fox Immortal's ability be poison? Even with Zuiji's resistance to poison, it shouldn't be like this. Zuiji spoke, and instantly his blood vessels became blocked. His spiritual energy was not flowing, yet Murong Shin remained composed. Oh, you noticed so quickly. He raised his arm. No wonder you could easily break through my body. You were controlling a drop of blood. The blood floated in midair, flying towards Murong Shin. She seemed to like it, turning the blood bead into a heart shape. Calling it control is a bit of an exaggeration, but interfering with blood flow and preventing your power from being transmitted normally is something I can do. If it were my master, she could freely move your blood to various parts of your body, leaving you unable to move. Changxiao watched them from afar. Blood control, able to freely weaken an opponent's attack and defense, such a powerful ability. Yet I feel somewhat uneasy. Zuiji reached out and grabbed his robe, tearing it directly. Your ability indeed has a clear suppressive effect on someone like me who relies on vital energy. If I had encountered you before entering the medical saint's tomb, I might really have lost to you. Zuiji's body began to show bulging veins. Senior medical saint left me some good things when he detoxified me. Murong Shin was also surprised. The blood flow in his body suddenly became very fast. Some patterns resembling dragon scales appeared on his body. Zuiji's eyes lit up. Miss Murong, please be careful. Next, my physical strength will be 4 times greater. The surrounding earth and rocks suddenly exploded, and he leapt up. Murong Shin couldn't help but look up. The oppressive feeling was intense. Even so, she remained confident that everything was within the plan. But your blood flows so fast, I only need to stimulate it slightly too. At this point, Murong Shin suddenly realized. His vital energy also formed an external circulation with a giant flaming human figure behind Zuiji. He even said that this move came from the Sect Master's verbal imagination, based on 8 Extremes Bagua and other martial arts. The Sect Master said they belonged to fantasy wuxia. It would first appear as a fiery hand striking Murong Shin. She fell backward, her sword instantly shattering, but Murong Shin's hand was already reaching for another sword on which appeared the image of a snarling purple ferocious beast. He landed, shattering the surrounding boulders with his immense power. Zuiji's expression was serious. Borawa 2, softness overcomes hardness. Although the momentum is fierce, I only used 30% of my strength. Murong Shin, you must have only sustained minor injuries. In this battle, a blade had closed in on his neck and his voice stopped. Zuiji hastily slammed the ground, his eyes sharp. Is this your trump card? Murong Shin had a sinister smile on her face, gripping the blade tightly. Changxiao and Hong Lian observed nearby. He spoke. Murong Shin's aura suddenly became chaotic and ferocious. Pseudo-Sect Master, is this your final move? That demonic blade was continuously manifesting. Hong Lian smiled. This blade might be something Zinner specifically sought for this battle, but I see the girl's mind is still clear. Sect Master Jun, rest assured. She eagerly raised the blade and leapt towards Zuiji using the momentum. Murong Shin forcefully swung the blade forward, smiling provocatively. Zuiji frowned. The white immortal mark on her face had disappeared, so the two confronted each other. She violently brought the blade down. He spoke to Murong Shin. My Vajra body is back. The demonic blade grazed Zuiji. He regained his power to fight against Murong Shin. Woody became astonished. It's the aura of that little emperor beast spirit. Standing nearby was also startled. Woody's eyes uncomfortably pondered. Its aura reveals pain and tearing. Shattered, was it partially sealed in this blade? Although an Emperor Beast is nothing for the Wangu sect, it is still an overwhelming force. Is this their move against the Wangu sect? He looked around. The person who struck must still carry the aura of Emperor IV. His gaze suddenly stopped, focusing on one spot. It's her, but her aura is too chaotic. Not just that cat. Woody stood behind Changxiao with a grim expression. Sect Master, this blade might be a conspiracy against the Wangu sect, containing unimaginable power. He snapped his fingers as if indicating satisfaction. Changxiao's face showed a calm expression. I know it's the White Immortal, right, Sect Master? He couldn't help but wonder. How do you know? He was expressionless. Sometimes there's a feeling of foreknowledge which is strange, as if his intelligent brain doesn't get a chance to operate. The system prompted a side mission: stop the White Immortal lineage's conspiracy. Mission reward: 3 Guardian Spirit Beasts. He thought to himself. I didn't expect to get 3 Guardian Spirit Beasts at once. They probably aren't powerful spirit beasts, just numerous. A lion suddenly charged out, roaring. Murong Xin swung her blade without hesitation and rushed towards him. Zuiji didn't stand still but dodged. As expected of the man I fancy, she smiled sinisterly. To actually fight me barehanded for so long. Zuiji hastily raised his hand to block the approaching blade. He glanced at her, smiling. Each strike is heavier than the last, enough to make me spit blood. He forcefully pushed her back. This weapon alone can help you break through from peak Martial King to Martial Emperor. Your blade is truly evil. A cruel glint flashed in Murong Xin's eyes. Her voice was muffled, unable to articulate. Zuiji looked at her seriously. You can't even speak now. Hong Lian turned her face and said, Elder Zhang, Zinner's condition is a bit out of control. Please intervene to calm her, all right? She smiled and extended her hand, and calming spiritual energy swiftly flew towards Murong Xin. Zuiji stood by, deep in thought. The demonic aura around her gradually disappeared and her expression changed. She hastily picked up the blade in her hand and charged over. The blade already close to his hands, he tightly gripped Murong Xin's hand holding the blade. It's just a spar, why be so desperate? The giant dragon behind him also appeared. He frowned and glanced over. Behind them was a snarling, furious lion standing behind the two. Zuiji angrily pulled Murong Xin behind him, turning to face the lion. You even want to kill the person holding the blade? What an evil blade! The now clear-headed Murong Xin looked at him with a bewildered expression. The lion roared, angrily spitting fire at the two. He hastily embraced her and a voice sounded. I didn't expect you, Zuiji, to be so compassionate towards women, of course, otherwise my role as a groomsman would be in vain. He was somewhat bewildered, still holding Murong Xin. Spirit and Woody behind him smiled, stroking the lion's teeth. The real battle is about to begin. Spirit then said, How long do you plan to hold her? Zuiji glanced at the two of them. The lion roared. So noisy. Murong Xin felt uncomfortable inside, vaguely saying, Master, this blade you gave me is… Hong Lian looked in surprise at the person behind her. Zhang Qingyu, she smiled, holding a spiritual energy-infused staff in her hand. You found me. More beasts gradually appeared. Wind surrounded her. Qingyu slowly walked over. Originally, the lion's devouring technique hidden in this demonic blade was prepared for you. She held the blade in one hand. In the other, she held a spiritual staff, smiling as she looked at Hong Lian. I didn't expect the disciples of the Wangu sect to possess such strength, forcing me to reveal the trump card I had prepared for you. Fortunately, I had a backup plan and tampered with the wine. She looked cheerfully at the onlookers standing there. Look, who else in the Lily Holy Sect can stand now? You suppressed me my entire life, but in the end the Lily Holy Sect still fell into my hands. They looked at each other, full of questions. As expected of a long-standing second-rate sect, look how cautious they are with their words. Indeed, no one could stand. But wasn't she still standing herself? Changxiao looked at him. Xiaomo, if you argue about everything, be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. Her eyes were filled with calculation. Indeed, I was negligent. It seems your disciples also mentioned that you are all immune to all poisons. Choosing this moment to act was merely to distract the Lily Holy Sect's attention during the Wangu sect's challenge. Qingyu stood opposite him. I bear no ill will towards the Wangu sect. If you leave the mountain now, I will not stop you. This is the internal affair of the Lily Holy Sect. Please proceed. Changxiao smiled happily. Zhang Qingyu, Elder Zhang, is that right? His face was filled with excitement. If it weren't for the ambush surrounding this mountain, I would truly believe your lie just now. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the mountaintop. The person's voice came from afar. Elder Zhang, it should be Sect Master Zhang now. I said it's fine to eliminate the Wangu sect along the way. Behind him were his disciples. He walked up to her and said, but with the support of my Imperial Sword Holy Sect, a small Wangu sect can be eliminated in an instant. He smugly stroked his beard, then gave the order, Sect Master Zhang, just do your thing. Leave the Wangu sect to me. Imperial Sword Holy Sect disciples drew their swords. Behind them were those disciples, and swords were thrown into the air. If Sect Master Zhang is to blame, blame your ill timing. He smiled cruelly. Annihilate. Thousands of flying swords formed a tornado, rushing towards Changxiao, and where they stood, he spoke a warning. Where is the absolute defense? One person rushed over. Zuiji used his skill, making Changxiao behind him very proud. Zuiji concentrated, using his skill to stop those swords. He couldn't help but be terrified. What's going on? So many flying swords actually lost control at the same time. Zuiji merely smiled disdainfully. Compared to the obstacles encountered in battle with Zinner and Murong Xin, the flying swords were split in two by him. He smiled provocatively at the person. I still prefer this direct confrontation. That person also looked at Zuiji, not to be outdone. Look at you, your aura is that of a martial king, yet your explosive power is not restrained. What? A mid-grade martial emperor. But our Imperial Sword Holy Sect is different from the Lily Holy Sect. They are born to fight. You are already a martial emperor, presumably the strongest among these disciples. The Imperial Sword Holy Sect person smiled smugly. I have brought all the strongest disciples of the Imperial Sword Holy Sect, the lowest being martial kings. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might still consider leaving you with intact corpses. He looked at them again. With just a few of you martial kings we only need. There are actually 2 martial emperors, but it's still useless. The 2 were annoyed by this. He continued to babble. Oh, and 2 half-saints. Then he suddenly stared wide-eyed in panic, unable to believe it. Half-saints? Are your half-saints still disciples here? He raised his hands to cover his eyes and ears, desperately trying to convince himself. Calm down, they must have used some method to boost their aura. Their combat ability is definitely far inferior to martial emperors and half-saints. Moreover, even if they have half-saints, so do we. Besides, their sect master shows no cultivation aura. We can capture him first. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder. Changxiao behind him teased excitedly, it's been months since I've made a move. He stiffened in surprise, looking at him with a hint of fear. When did he get so close? His voice was muffled. Can you leave me an intact corpse? I didn't expect to have a day where I look down on you. Hong Lian said, you'll have another day of looking up at me. Qingyu, she trembled as she asked. Why did you poison the entire Lily Holy Sect? She mocked menacingly. Don't bother with such cliché lines. Why did I do it? Don't you know? Hong Lian replied. Is it because I snatched your second lover? Initiated it. Qingyu angrily said. What, did Duan Lang abandon me because of you, Hong Lian? It seems not. The people around Qingyu said, don't worry, I'll definitely remember. The surrounding soldiers spoke. So it's the third name, surnamed Shu? No, is it surnamed Lu? His mind was only on secretly learning our sect's ultimate techniques, which is why I know. That's old Wang. Listen to my advice, he's a playboy, so I just slashed him. Qingyu. Originally, I felt soft-hearted and guilty, unsure if what I did was right, but knowing these things, I became even more resolute. Qingyu said angrily, making the soldiers flee quickly. How much longer do you want to eavesdrop? If you stay here, be careful, I won't hold back. Hong Lian lowered her head in worry. Qingyu, they were just a few unscrupulous men. I was just afraid you'd be deceived. Don't be angry. Too much anger harms the liver, the person on the other side said. Don't bother. Are you trying to manipulate my bloodline? Don't say you're already poisoned and weak, Qingyu. I'm still very strong now. She smiled again. Cheng Weixin, you live up to your name with a wise heart. From childhood, you were the fastest and strongest in cultivation, even chosen as a true disciple by the Fox Immortal family. And I, Qingyu said as she walked. Before you joined the sect, Master called me a rare genius in cultivation, but ever since you arrived it was as if in an instant my talent suddenly became worthless. Master and the disciples' attention were all drawn to you. He desperately pursued your shadow. She suddenly stabbed a branch into the ground with force, but in the end, Master still handed the sect leader position to you. So I made up my mind that I couldn't be suppressed by you my whole life. Among the surrounding crowd, Sect Master Ling of the Imperial Sword Holy Sect also shared my plight. He had also had enough because there were 3 other guys suppressing him from above, so the 2 of us partnered up. The 3 souls said, seize the souls of those 3 emperor beasts. Hong Lian, covered in blood, said, how is that possible? How could you capture 3 emperor venerables? Qingyu merely smiled and said, emperor venerables, that was true in the past, but after feigning illness and weakness for thousands of years, their strength is only slightly stronger than that of martial saints. How could they withstand my poison and Sect Master Ling's soul separation array? She continued. This is also thanks to fate. The Eternal Sect just happened to arrive at this time and those 3 guys have been restless, which made it easy for us to act. Her gaze, bloodlines condensing into a sword, and the soul said, still trying to resist, huh? Good, the more you resist, the more excited I become. She then looked at Hong Lian. Are you still holding on to hope for those guys from the Eternal Sect? Don't be delusional. No matter how strong they are, their numbers are far inferior. Haven't you heard the sounds of fighting have already ceased over there? Quick, get out of the way, I can't stop. The sect master of a dignified second-rate sect can't even withstand a single move. Oh, practicing arrays is merely a scholar's pursuit. Weren't you very proud just now? Qingyu glanced elsewhere and said, to be able to break through the protection of countless disciples and abduct Sect Master Ling, Jun Changshao's strength is indeed extraordinary. Hong Lian stared intently and said, turn your head and look. He's not the only one with extraordinary strength. Without getting serious, these guys are impossible to deal with. Did all those disciples fall after just a few words? Don't be surprised, it's basic operation. You'll get used to it after being our enemies for a long time, but only if you can live that long. I admit your strength exceeded my expectations, but I don't rely on those Imperial Sword trash. I rely on Emperor Beast souls. I didn't want to discourage you, but coincidentally, there's a patch of Red Star Abyssal Flames fighting and I specialize in dealing with divine souls. The person hiding behind Shangtian asked, Brother Shangtian, are you just going to watch? Aren't you going to help? A voice replied, whether we help or not, your elders aren't qualified to question. There, Spirit Wudi and Qingying watched the flames before them. With the 3 of them supervising, they merely smiled at everything happening, which was already giving enough face. The lion charged aggressively, but Changxiao dispatched it with a single move. A bird then appeared from behind, its face full of resentment, attacking with its spiritual energy. The flames had already consumed it, and Changxiao smiled proudly. Qingyu couldn't help but be stunned at the sight. Are my Emperor Venerable souls fake? This kid's cultivation is merely that of a martial emperor. She tightly gripped her staff, veins bulging on her hands in anger. You are nothing but tools I used to lure Cheng Weixin. How can I let you ruin my years of planning? Seeing this, Woody immediately used his spiritual energy. Let me show you my true power. Qingyu was not to be outdone. Immediately unleashing her hedgehog move, a hedgehog appeared behind her. It plucked a quill and began to control Xiao Mie and its beast. The bird and the flames merged and the three Emperor Venerables fused. Qingyu began to command it, and the beast charged towards her. Under this absolute power, Qingyu looked on defiantly. Tremble, her proud expression suddenly turned blank. Ah, you're not trembling at all, this is the fusion of three Emperor Venerable souls. Changxiao merely smiled and extended a finger. Both she and her beast stared in shock. Give me some face, at least pretend to tremble. He was simply focused on his system screen. Hold on, mission accomplished. I'm collecting the reward. So defeating Murong Xin counted as completing our side mission, huh? Qingyu gnashed her teeth in anger, and the beast was no exception. Playing tricks, tear them apart. A system notification sounded. Ding, sect disciple has defeated the designated target. Conditions met. Side mission complete. Completion rate 200. Host has received 20,000 contribution points. The beast frantically rushed at him. Changxiao merely said calmly, how embarrassing, although I can challenge martial emperors beyond my level. He tightly gripped its mouth. As a dignified sect leader, I only had a mere martial king cultivation before, even if it was peak sword and martial dual king. The system notification sounded 3 times. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to first grade martial emperor. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to second grade martial emperor. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to third grade martial emperor. The beast's mouth was already dented by Changxiao's strike. His hand still rested on one of them, his gaze and smile full of provocation. The three souls combined, even without a physical body, though greatly weakened, their strength is infinitely close to peak martial saint or even martial emperor. Unfortunately, they are too severely countered by my flames. What's more, back when I was just a martial king, I could already defeat peak martial emperors. The flames seemed to devour it. A huge ball of fire was now burning fiercely above Changxiao's head. If she could have preserved the Emperor Venerable's body, perhaps I would have been somewhat wary of her. She stood there blankly, still gripping her staff, but Qingyu's expression changed. Gripping the staff tightly, a surge of spiritual energy appeared behind her. Their original souls are still in my hands. I can still make them possess my body to restore their true power. Nonsense, foolish. Changxiao, wreathed in flames, sternly walked past her. Qingyu was instantly stunned. His eyes, filled with anger, looked inward. I was originally uninterested in the internal affairs of your lily holy sect, but you shouldn't have targeted our eternal sect. The flames appeared, forming a circle around her feet. Her entire face was sweating, unable to move. Qingyu's desire to tear them apart still echoed. The flames burned fiercely as if to consume her completely. Changxiao merely walked slowly, leaving her alone to contemplate in the holy fire. A small fireball appeared in Changxiao's flames. I never expected this eternal sect to be so powerful. With only a dozen people, they managed to defeat so many martial emperors and emperor beast souls. A subordinate walked over and reported to the person controlling the fireball, Deputy Sect Master, why didn't you let us help that woman just now? That way, we would have an ally like the second-rate Lily Holy Sect in the future, he replied. There's no need to meddle. Our deal with her this time was only for the Emperor Beast body. With that, the Deputy Sect Master flew off to instruct the disciples below in the forest. I'll take the Emperor Beast body back to the sect first. You all continue with your mission and remember to hide yourselves well. The close disciple couldn't help but be surprised. That kid, relying on the sect master's trust, actually dared to order this old man around. Seeing this, the subordinate asked, Elder, should we proceed as the deputy sect master instructed? The elder looked back at him with a warning gaze. You have no courage at all, always being overly cautious. How can you achieve great things? The Eternal Sect and the Lily Holy Sect have just gone through a major battle. They are exhausted. He then turned back to reassure his subordinates. We can use this opportunity to defeat them. I heard the Eternal Sect has many rare treasures. Taking them down would be a great achievement, so don't miss this chance no matter what. Meanwhile, Changxiao sat alone, revealing a smile. Now is their weakest moment. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the 5th side mission. You have received 5 bottles of Supreme Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid, 1 top-grade True Sun Sword recipe, 1 top-grade Cloud-Piercing Blade recipe, 1 mid-grade Profound Iron Shield recipe, and 2 Experience Talismans. Congratulations, host, for completing the 6th side mission. You have received 2 bottles of Saint-Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid, 1 top-grade Spirit Gathering Pill recipe, 1 initial-grade Plain Soul Pill recipe, 1 Spirit Stone to modify the hard-to-sheath blade, and 2 Experience Talismans. The 2 sects collaborated hand-in-hand, and the Eternal Strongest Sect and the Lily Holy Sect in a harmonious atmosphere signed a friendly agreement of mutual support. Xiaomo, the host of the event, spoke endlessly about how both sides agreed to share resources and cooperate for mutual benefit. Anyway, the Eternal Sect is currently short on female disciples, while the Lily Holy Sect has a surplus. Changxiao, behind him, shook hands with her expressionlessly. In contrast, Hong Lian's face was beaming with a happy smile. You're so annoying, chasing and hitting Xiaomo with force. Can't you be a little less direct? You're right there, and Zuiji and Murong Xin are watching you. She turned to Zuiji and asked, Don't you have any clothes to change into? Sorry, I ruined your clothes. I happen to have clothes in your size. His face showed no expression. You don't need to worry. Senior brother has already prepared 10 sets for me. Believe me, senior brother is very good to you. Behind the two, Qingyang was looking utterly displeased, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His entire body seemed to radiate anger. Zuiji turned back to look at him, then announced to everyone, "Well then, we shall take our leave. Goodbye." Changxiao stood by, his face full of surprise, not understanding why. Murong Shen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel unexpected and a little disappointed. Can I come find you at the Eternal Sect after this?" Zuiji looked at her blankly, not understanding, leaving Qingyang behind him feeling helpless. "We two sects have just formed an alliance, so of course you can come. You just need to make an appointment with senior brother Qingyang in advance. He basically handles all matters." They entered the forest, Changxiao walking ahead, speaking to the people behind him as he walked. "This was a good haul. You all worked hard. Go back and relax." The deputy sect master's trusted subordinate had already seen them from above. "You haven't been home in a long time, have you?" He ordered his subordinates to catch the thief first, catch the king. Covertly capture their sect master first. You must make him lose his combat ability with a single strike. Qingyu, walking and pondering, thought, "Those three spirit beasts said they can guard. Their size shouldn't be small. It's best to summon them after returning to the sect." He suddenly stopped. Those people rushed at him one by one. He clenched his fists, shouting firmly. All his subordinates behind him, seeing this, also unleashed their power, launching a sneak attack. That force struck a person, sending him flying onto a rock behind them. The deputy sect master's subordinate looked proudly at Changxiao. "As expected of the Eternal Sect Master, to actually make my hand go numb. Your sect master has already fallen." He revealed an excited smile. "Hurry up and surrender." Changxiao and his disciples just barely suppressed their laughter, trying to save his face. "How could that be?" Zuiji, expressionless, leaned blankly against the rock. "The one you just hit wasn't the sect master." He, the subordinate, couldn't help but be startled, breaking out in a sweat. "What? That person in luxurious clothes wasn't your sect master? We missed our chance just like that." His sharp gaze swept over everyone. "Then your sect master must be the one who rushed towards Qingyang, so you, the most distinguished young master, please prepare to block." Seeing this, Qingyang calmly said, "No." The subordinate then listed each person's characteristics one by one, then the one with the tattoo under his eye, then the tallest one, then the one wearing a mysterious mask, then the one who looks most despicable, then the most arrogant one. It seemed he had already guessed him once. Changxiao's face grew darker and darker. He, the subordinate, stopped, retreated to the back, and the disciples also gradually appeared. "Forget it, no more guessing, just capture them all, everyone. Come out, all out attack." Spirit was behind him, looking satisfied. In contrast, Changxiao's face was pale, his body stiff with extreme anger. "You guessed the last person, and you're not going to guess anymore? You're infuriating me. You guessed that kid Yi Xingchen twice, but you don't care about me at all." He, Changxiao, erupted with his power, flames burning fiercely, decisively. "Too much." He, the subordinate's leader, narrowed his eyes, observing the aura of a sword and martial dual emperor in shock. "I never expected this most inconspicuous-looking guy to be the sect master," he continued, babbling at him. "I never expected that after just going through a fierce battle you would still have such abundant strength, and indeed, looks can be deceiving." Changxiao stared blankly at him, utterly displeased, gnashing his teeth and muttering at the person in front of him. "Looks can be deceiving, looks can be deceiving, looks can be deceiving, looks can be deceiving, looks can be deceiving," he softly cursed. "Damn it, Eternal Sect, heed my command." He didn't want that guy to escape, so he rushed forward. Changxiao spoke. "No one is to interfere." Seeing this, he, the subordinate's leader, became happy instead, completely fearless. "Overestimating yourself. We have 5 martial emperors and 50 peak martial kings." Before he could retort, this person was already swiftly taken care of by him, Changxiao, who rushed forward. He, the subordinate's leader, resisted with all his might. He, the subordinate's leader, retreated to the back, watching. Enough for this old man to vent his anger. The two, Changxiao and the subordinate's leader, bushed into the flames. The flames burned fiercely. Spirit stood there silently watching. His mask fell off his face. This mask, an old acquaintance indeed. Zuiji slowly walked over to Spirit, smiling. "You ambushed us at the 10,000 Nations Convention, and now you dare to sneak attack again. Well, it's a good thing, I suppose. At least the enemy is delivering themselves directly, which is less trouble than cowards hiding everywhere." The elder excitedly gave an order. "Martial emperors, activate your domains." Changxiao's position was immediately confined by magic power. The elder smiled and said, "With 5 high-grade martial emperors suppressing you together, even if you are a sword and martial dual emperor, you can only suffer defeat here. Now you probably can't even move a finger." The deputy sect master. "And still won't let me make a move," he said, throwing a punch. "What a coward. When I bring these people back, let's see if the sect leader still favors that kid." He was punched immediately after speaking, sent flying into the air. Changxiao smiled disdainfully. "Serves him right, those martial emperors jointly attacked him." Changxiao frowned. "Hiding your heads and tails, you were the ones who attacked Zuiji earlier, weren't you? You brought this upon yourselves." He instantly spat out flames, incinerating them. The martial emperors were astonished. Neither Wuming nor Wubbing could block a single move from him. Changxiao said calmly, 9/10 scorched, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside without mortal injury. His eyes gleamed with dangerous fire. "Do the rest of you prefer pan-fried or braised?" As everyone was scrambling, a voice came from behind. "Don't act on your own." A disciple trembling asked, Elder," the person roared. All martial kings formed the deity trapping array. Hearing this, everyone regained their spirits and shouted in unison, "That's right, we still have the deity trapping array. It can double everyone's strength." The martial emperor was about to say something but noticed again. "Elder, let us serve as the array's eyes." "HMPH, Elder, why are you retreating?" the elder said in a terrified whisper. "If we don't run now, we won't get a chance." The martial emperor was stunned. "But don't we still have the deity trapping array?" the elder revealed. The deity trapping array is said to be able to trap gods, but it has never been heard of being able to withstand as the entire forest caught fire. Some rogues had already escaped. The elder in a panic demanded to return and report to the sect leader. "This person is not a martial saint, there's no way to contend with him." He regretted not listening to that kid. Losing so many troops would surely lead to punishment. A voice answered him. "I have a way to save you from punishment." The elder's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. "Oh, tell me quickly. If it's useful, I will reward you handsomely." But Jun Chongxiao had already moved behind him and whispered, "Our eternal sect's prison has walls of bronze and iron. Once you're in, there's no time limit regardless of age. You won't have to worry about being punished by the sect leader. Welcome to Eternal Prison, 55 male guests." In Jun Chongxiao's prison, when the martial emperors were thrown in, the old prisoners eagerly greeted them. "Oh, more new cellmates and so many of them." Spirit, dragging the rogue, clicked his tongue. "The artifact realm can't accommodate living beings. What a hassle." His next word sent shivers down the rogue's spines. "But with so many martial kings and martial emperors added, I'll never have to worry about running out of practice partners again. No more booking 2 weeks in advance to spar with martial king-level prisoners." At this moment, Jun Chongxiao curiously asked, "System, you said that item could solve my pressing problem and address the eternal sect's growing cultivation needs, as well as those endless enemies?" The system replied, "This is a divine fruit box. At your level, it should be impossible to draw. It is also your reward for completing the 5th and 6th side missions. But more importantly, this new title has granted you 10 points of luck." Jun Chongxiao, now famous, muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to get this title just by defeating the Lily Holy Sect. What a find. How much is 100 points of luck within the total luck scale?" "Have I already become the child of fortune?" the system jokingly replied. "Buddha says, do not speak. Wouldn't it be more surprising if you discovered it yourself?" Jun Chongxiao immediately gave up. "Never mind then. Before opening the mystery box, I'm going to take a stroll to accumulate some luck." He saw Ren Shan walking by and asked, "Sect Master, you're back? Then I don't have to follow Elder Jie all the time." The system's voice rang in Jun Chongxiao's mind. "Host, didn't you want to know the limit of fortune? Now is your chance. Please note," he looked at Ren Shan and Elder Jie, thinking, "they also have 10 points. So haven't I reached the limit?" But what is that flashing after the number 10? Someone loudly yelled halfway, interrupting Jun Chongxiao's thoughts. Jun Chongxiao opened the question-mark treasure chest. The system sent a notification. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining indestructible underwear. Congratulations, host, for obtaining indestructible briefs. Congratulations, host, for obtaining indestructible socks. Congratulations, host, you no longer have to worry about your clothes burning off when playing with fire." Jun Chongxiao hummed. "Bad," the system continued. "You're not even complaining about such a bizarre mystery box. Have you been burned silly by the divine fire?" After hearing this, Jun Chongxiao silently wept. "With my pathetic luck, anything I draw is normal. If I went out and said I was the protagonist, no one would believe me," the system immediately reminded him. "Too early to say." Jun Chongxiao noticed some strange spiritual energy gathering. The system introduced, "Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme reward. The life-death secret realm manifested as a gigantic portal." Jun Chongxiao was shocked. "Supreme reward? Can a small fry like me actually draw something like this? This aura, even as a 3rd-grade sword and martial dual emperor, I feel completely suppressed," the system said. "Life-death secret realm. Great danger between life and death, but also great opportunity. Those who enter the secret realm can undergo trials of life and death. Successful candidates will receive generous rewards, with the highest reward being a breakthrough in their current realm." Jun Chongxiao was somewhat skeptical. "Breaking through the current realm, isn't that cheating? That's practically a cheat code. It looks very dangerous. Should I go in and test it for my disciples first?" the system reminded him. "It is not recommended for the host to enter alone. Each person can only enter the life-death secret realm once every 3 months. You and your disciples entering together will maximize benefits. The secret realm is indeed dangerous, but the method of danger may be different from what you imagine. Ding, elite mission. Lead 2 disciples into the life-death secret realm. Complete in easy mode." Jun Chongxiao seemed to recall something. "Easy mode? That sounds familiar. Does the life-death secret realm have multiple modes?" After a while, he suddenly pushed open the door and shouted, "Qingyang, pick 2 disciples. I have something important." But he saw Qingyang carrying a package. Jun Chongxiao curiously asked, "What are you all doing?" Qingyang smiled. "Sect Master, didn't you tell us to relax and let the disciples unwind? We've been too busy lately and almost forgot. So we want to show their families the fruits of our eternal sect's cultivation." Jun Chongxiao scratched his head awkwardly. "Today is everyone's day to visit their families." Qingyang continued, "To let the disciples impress their hometowns, I took the liberty of paying for each disciple to rent a Fergana horse so they could return home in style." Jun Chongxiao was dumbfounded. Forgone a horse. You rented a Ferrari for each disciple? That's too wasteful, Qingyang replied calmly. It's nothing. Didn't my Li family already sponsor the Eternal Sect's food expenses? This small amount of pocket money is affordable. Su Xiaomo happily rode his horse, looking back and waving. Sect Master, see you next time. Although this horse isn't as fast as me, it certainly has style, Jun Chongxiao helplessly thought. Qingyang, with nothing to do, just rented one for me to satisfy my craving. After everyone left, he sighed alone. The sect has suddenly become so quiet, I'm actually a bit unaccustomed to it. Wudi appeared from nowhere and said, We're still here. Sect Master won't be lonely. Jun Chongxiao was surprised. You're getting along quite well with the 3 new guardian spirit beasts, but this pig, this chicken, and this cat don't seem to have the combat power worthy of the title spirit beast, Wudi explained. From my observation, their origins are not simple, but they all seem to be heavily injured. However, I believe that given enough time, they will surely regain their status as spirit beasts. Jun Chongxiao stretched and said, Then Wudi, you and Meng Ying can take care of the pets. I'm going to visit those kids. Halfway, he met Zuiji passing by. You usually pass the time with this thing, Zuiji admitted. That's right. Whether it's the Desert Eagle's rate of fire or my continuous shooting ability, I want to incorporate them into my boxing techniques. Jun Chongxiao looked at the pile of items at his feet and asked, Are you planning to show me a quick draw next time? Zuiji, expertly assembling armor, promised. Furthermore, after studying firearm structures, I can quickly assemble them. Most importantly, I can use this to train my defense. Jun Chongxiao arrived at a quieter place. He muttered to himself on the rooftop, After transmigrating here, I've been chasing missions every day. Finally, I can rest for a day. Jun Chongxiao suddenly felt uncomfortable, thinking of the fully armored youth earlier, and how Zuiji had tormented him. Will his future cultivation method involve being bombarded by cannon fire? I feel like he's going to become a pervert too. Tianqian appeared from behind, interjecting, because they don't want to be left far behind by you. After all, they don't want to be protected by you for the rest of their lives. Jun Chongxiao put his arm around her shoulder and said, They are gradually becoming capable of standing on their own. Second-rate sects are already underfoot. It won't be long before first-rate sects are nothing but chickens and dogs. By then we can leisurely travel the mountains and rivers. Is my goal truly the Sea of Stars? By then I will definitely marry. Before he could finish, Jun Chongxiao was punched away by the girl because she was worried there were still people watching in the sect. Jun Chongxiao looked down and angrily shouted, It's just Elder Jie, Ren Shan and Spirit, never mind them. Elder Jie and the others, seeing the castle she had built, all praised, Tianqian is truly romantic, creating a snowy scene. Ren Shan smiled optimistically. This life is so good, I hope everyone can continue to cultivate and progress together. Elder Jie said with less confidence, There's no banquet that doesn't end, how can it be forever? Meanwhile, the lone wolf spirit muttered indignantly, Women are not as interesting as cultivation. A clear voice came from afar. I didn't expect it to suddenly snow. The Eternal Sect is indeed as miraculous as people say. Big brother, are you here? Niu. Wudi, holding a dog, looked around repeatedly. It seems not only his body was injured but his mind too. He doesn't recognize me at all. Suddenly, someone called him. Excuse me, is there a disciple named Pei Aniu here? I heard someone saw Brother Aniu in the Eternal Sect. Wudi pondered for a moment. Pei Aniu? I don't seem to have heard that name. Is Aniu a nickname? He might have registered under a different name. There aren't many people named Pei in our sect. I think only Yangjun is named Pei. The girl fumbled in her pocket, saying, Maybe Brother Aniu thought his real name wasn't good, so he changed it. I have his portrait. Please help me take a look. When she took out the painting, Wudi's eyes widened in surprise. The girl softly said, Please think carefully. I've been looking for Brother Aniu for a long time, and many people said they seem to have seen him in the Eternal Sect. A cunning glint flashed in Wudi's eyes. Little girl, are you so concerned about this kid? What is he to you? Your brother, the girl confidently replied. He's my fiancé. We agreed he would marry me this year, but one day he went to the back mountain and then suddenly disappeared. Then she widened her eyes and asked Wudi, Are you asking because you know Brother Aniu? Is he here? Why did your expression suddenly change? Wudi suppressed a laugh and said, Nothing, just that he looks a bit familiar. Wait, I'll go find him. Spirit frowned after being prompted. Woman, who are you? The girl innocently recalled old memories. Brother Aniu, it's Huir, your fiancé. Why did you suddenly leave without a word? I've searched everywhere for you. Spirit's mind flashed with a thought. Aniu, could he be the one who was struck by lightning and died before? I merely inherited his body. How could I know those past events? He immediately turned around and mercilessly denied. You've got the wrong person. Your brother Aniu is already dead. Brother Aniu? Huir grabbed Spirit's shoulder, pulling him back and asking, Didn't we grow up together? Why do you act like you don't know me at all? Spirit was allergic to girls, thinking, I can't let her keep bothering me. I must deliver a fatal blow. He frowned and threatened. Woman, you're playing with fire. Huir was immediately sent flying, even though Spirit hadn't actively attacked. He secretly prayed, I'm truly sorry, you and he are fated to be apart. Go live your own life quickly. But from the corner of his eye he saw Jun Chongxiao and the other's eyes shining. Why do you all have such expressions? I controlled my strength very well. I didn't hurt her. It wasn't until Spirit found Huir lying in his arms that he froze. What's going on? When did I hug her? Huir looked at him with emotion. Brother Aniu, do you remember me? You're hugging me just like you used to. Spirit immediately dodged 100 meters away. He wondered, is that Anu still alive inside my body? Impossible, but why can't I control my own body? At this moment someone patted his shoulder. Jun Chongxiao transmitted his voice from beside him. Yi Xingchen, when you reincarnated into this body, did you kill Pei Anu? Spirit replied, no, at that time he was struck by lightning, his meridians were severed, his breath dissipated, he was completely dead, and I was not in a state to kill anyone at the time. The system also secretly checked. Spirit was not lying. Jun Chongxiao didn't ask further. He merely swept past, saying, all right, I understand, then I'll help you explain. Spirit was astonished. The Sect Master actually knows I'm a reincarnator. How is this possible? This is my deepest secret. Are people from the upper realm truly so terrifying? Jun Chongxiao stepped forward and politely said, Miss Huir, is that right? I am Jun Chongxiao, the Sect Master of the Eternal Sect. My disciple Yi Xingchen is Pei Anu, but to be precise he isn't. That day he went up the mountain and was struck by lightning, almost losing his life. I found and saved him. Although his life was preserved, his mind was completely damaged by the lightning and his past memories will never recover. Yi Xingchen, hearing this from a distance, frowned and transmitted a message. Your mind is the one that's damaged. Jun Chongxiao cursed back. Your mind is damaged. Even if you don't remember anything, you can still be considered half a mortal, good for nothing. Huir found it hard to accept, brother, but he just now hugged me, saved me. Jun Chongxiao explained. That might just be his remaining instincts, the instinct to love you. If you don't believe me, Huir, you can look closely at him. You'll surely be able to tell if he's still your brother Anu. Yi Xingchen put on a cold and heartless face, and Huir disappointedly lowered her head. Ah, I understand, he's no longer the brother Anu I love. She turned and left quickly, apologizing for the disturbance. Jun Chongxiao, concerned for the man, said, Yi Xingchen, I will send someone to look after this young lady. You don't need to worry. But then he heard him mumble, 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, 1,000 years of betrayal, 1,000 years of ice-hearted emotional lock. I never thought I could still cry, even with this mortal body. Jun Chongxiao briefly commented, fated to meet but not to be together. After the 3-day holiday, Yi Xingchen, while eating, remarked, Duodu's cooking seems to have gotten worse, but why does this taste somewhat familiar? Zuiji honestly replied, I heard Duodu was too busy, so the head chef hired a new female chef. She's over there. Huir walked to Yi Xingchen's table and greeted him. Hello, we meet again, Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen adamantly demanded, I want to take a mission. I want to take the hardest 6-star mission, the disciple cautiously replied. Senior brother, are you sure? 6-star missions are very difficult and will definitely take a lot of time. Yi Xingchen angrily stated firmly, I just want to leave for a longer time. Don't tell me you don't know why. I already saw you when you were making noise, the disciple leisurely said while poking at his sore spot. We're just carrying on the sect's tradition of enjoying a good show. And your and junior sister Huir's matter is indeed quite a show. Besides, weren't those few inner senior brothers the most enthusiastic? Yi Xingchen folded his arms and roared, Don't even mention those guys. They actually sold me out just to watch the show. The disciple brought up the rules. But this mission requires 5 disciples to accept. Just then a voice came from a distance. Yi Xingchen, I happen to be one person short over here. What met his eyes was Zuiji, a person with a wild and uninhibited appearance. Meng Yang looked free and unrestrained. Wudi definitely wouldn't be this idle. Meng Yang was still young and definitely wouldn't understand. So Yi Xingchen became excited. Most importantly, Su Xiaomo wasn't in the Black Dragon evil sect. Yi Xingchen carefully analyzed. The Black Dragon evil sect is a 4th-rate evil sect on the border of southern wasteland, cultivating evil arts based on human blood, killing without blinking an eye. Currently it's only known that their sect master is a martial emperor, and there aren't many disciples, perhaps less than 100, but each has extraordinary combat power. It seems to be a sect that focuses on elite troops. He felt an arm poke him. Yi Xingchen asked Meng Yang, is something wrong? The little girl eagerly said, Brother Yi Xingchen, recently I saw the bone-shattering fist art of the demonic sect, and there are a few parts one don't understand about how this technique operates. Brother Qingyang and Brother Wudi said, You are the biggest scoundrel in the eternal sect, and scoundrels and the bone-shattering great art are somewhat similar. Can you help me research it? Yi Xingchen glared at the group in front of him. Damn it, how dare they badmouth me behind my back? But when he realized they weren't many and their skill level was average, some couldn't win or lose, some simply couldn't defeat. Yi Xingchen held his anger. This emperor will endure. The two didn't understand. What's wrong with Yi Xingchen? He's suddenly so angry, not saying a word. How strange, this kid has been unstable lately. We should keep Meng Ying away from him. Zuiji threw down a pig and said, Ignore him, Meng Ying. Come over. Weren't you going to show off the cooking skills you learned from Duodu? Meng Ying gave him a thumbs up in praise. A group of people arrived at a desolate and dilapidated place. Yi Xingchen observed and said, This Black Dragon evil sect acts too viciously. From the moment we approached their territory, the villages were all empty. Empty, this is completely a ghost village, with no people or livestock. Qingyang frowned and reported, There are traces of fighting. It seems there are sects in southern wasteland that disdain their ways, but strangely there isn't a single drop of blood at the fight scene. Wudi also discovered the same anomaly. Not only is there no blood, but there's not a trace of blood sent here either. This Black Dragon evil sect's control over blood is extraordinary, Qingyang reminded. Everyone be vigilant, this 6-star mission might be even more difficult than expected. Every move is being watched. The masked man hid behind a tree, smiling sinisterly. You finally left the Eternal Sect. I wonder if I can achieve my wish this time. There are still people coming to this land of death. He paused, observed from behind and casually said, there are still people coming to this land of death. I wonder if he's here for the Black Dragon Evil Sect or the Eternal Sect. A pair of eyes emerged from the grass, staring intently. Qingyang cautiously assessed the masked man. Good luck. Fortunately they are gathering their forces. We can easily eliminate their effective strength. Yi Xingqian, however, was extremely displeased. Is this the combat method the sect master taught you? It always feels like a thief. Qingyang warned him. Yi Xingqian, the sect master is a petty person. You can't say that in front of him. The sect master has already named this move. I remember it's called Qingyang. He took out several cannons and excitedly shouted, combat method, fear comes from insufficient firepower. He smiled and told everyone to load as much as possible and began to charge. The cannons began to load shells. The people in the area below also felt a slight strangeness. Don't you feel a little hot? The person next to him retorted. Or have you not drunk human blood for too long, causing your cultivation technique to become unbalanced? The long-haired man began to look around. Indeed, the people within 100 li radius have almost all been killed, but it's only been 3 days without a drink. It shouldn't be that bad. Then he became lost in thought, realizing he was seeing an illusion of 9 suns. Before he could confirm, the cannons fired, exploding with a boom. The massive explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The 4 heroes proudly said, first step complete, next we'll root them out. The smoke and dust lingered for a long time before Yi Xingqian's figure stood there. He was somewhat surprised. The power of the Italian cannon is truly extraordinary. With just one volley, the entire Black Dragon Evil Sect was razed to the ground. Yi Xingqian began to investigate. I can't feel any signs of life, but why does it feel like something is missing? Woody seemed to have mentioned it. So many people died, why isn't there a trace of blood? Suddenly, a puddle of blood flowed out from a corner, catching his attention. The tightly stacked stones suddenly cracked and scattered. A figure sat there brazenly. This pervert also excitedly whispered, the blood of sect disciples contains more energy. I've wanted to suck my fill for a long time, but I treat my disciples like my own children, so I couldn't bring myself to do it. Today my luck is good. Yi Xingqian walked up to him and engaged in conversation. Thanks to you kind people for helping me fulfill my wish, and you even let me discover you first. Yi Xingqian lifted the stone above him and roared. Today your luck is very good, he kicked out fiercely. Eternal Yi Xingqian sends you on your way. The opponent, however, showed no signs of escaping, but instead said, the sect master of the Black Dragon Evil Sect. He transformed into a wisp of smoke, taking advantage of Yi Xingqian's opening. The other members only now heard the commotion and discovered the enemy. Everyone quickly rushed over. Zuiji said in a serious tone, to survive that cannon barrage just now, the enemy is definitely not simple. When he saw a huge hollow appear on the ground, he judged that the battle seemed quite intense. Wondering if Yi Xingqian or Woody had encountered the enemy, a fist emerged from the smoke. Zuiji quickly blocked it, but he felt very strange about this power. Yi Xingqian. His eyes were blood red at this moment, as if possessed by a ghost, his hands emitting flames, attacking anyone within sight. As Zuiji panicked, someone came to support him. Qingyang's arm touched Yi Xingqian and he was sent flying, maintaining enough distance for Qingyang to speak. He helped Zuiji clear his head. Junior brother Yi seems to be under the enemy's evil spell. He is an enemy now, not a friend. A black shadow appeared behind Yi Xingqian. The perverted sect master from earlier appeared, sneering. This kid is not simple, young in age, but his strength already far surpasses my former elders. Even before today, I might not have been his match. But unfortunately, I just turned the entire sect into blood food, making me slightly stronger than you. After I drain you all, I will definitely reach a higher level. Qingyang secretly reminded the person behind him. Zuiji, let's protect ourselves first, then team up with Woody and then figure out how to save Yi Xingqian. This moment Zuiji replied, but your voice is very strange. Senior brother quickly dodged. Qingyang looked back in panic at this moment, almost crushed by a giant boulder. Fortunately, Woody appeared in time to block it, pulling Qingyang along with him. Qingyang wanted to briefly explain the situation. Woody, Yi Xingqian and the others, but he already knew everything. Invaded by demonic energy, blood chi stagnant, they have been controlled by that sect master. The perverted sect master controlled Yi Xingqian and Zuiji with one hand, triumphantly saying, no, I just used the blood demon great art to make their consciousness completely dormant, and I completely control their bodies. No sooner had he finished speaking, he was unexpectedly slapped by Yi Xingqian. The perverted sect master was bewildered. Yi Xingqian turned around and roared, you blood-sucking pervert, what do you want to do to my Pei Anayu's body? Qingyang, Mengying and Woody were all pleasantly surprised to recognize this person. Pei Anayu Bai Qian erupted with power. Yi Xingqian, but the bound Anayu at this moment frantically shouted, ouch! Demon Bai Qian touched his face, annoyed. The blood demon great art is said to come from the upper realm, yet it can't control this kid. Speaking of which, it took a lot of effort to lure him the first time. It's truly incomprehensible. I've already reached Martial Saint Cultivation now, Anayu shouted sarcastically. You bloodsucker, if you have the guts, let go of my brother Anayu. I'll teach you a lesson with one swing of my axe. The perverted sect master angrily yelled, planning to slap Anayu, but unexpectedly, Zuiji blocked it. The perverted sect master was almost scared witless. How did you also break free from the blood demon great art? What exactly is going on with your sect? But when he saw that Zuji's eyes still had a mark, he was confused again. You don't seem to have broken free yet, then why did you come to block the attack? Woody pushed the two behind him and said, Martial Saint, huh? Qingyang, you look after Meng Ying. I haven't had a good workout in a long time. The perverted sect master only now noticed him. Hastily blocking several moves he chopped down, he felt a fierce and powerful force. This power is already very close to the Martial Saint level. How old are you? What exactly is going on with your sect? As the perverted sect master erupted with power, Woody's eyes showed a hint of fear. He recalled, you also cultivate upper realm techniques, so I wonder if your sect's ancient text record. The Seven Zon revered saint, the strongest person of all time who, according to the sect master, is known as Sun Wukong here. To better understand the unique techniques created by the Seven Zon revered saint, I once implored the sect master to personally forge a weapon exclusively for the revered saint. I'll use you to try it out this time. The golden cudgel was magically enlarged and lengthened, and Woody struck the perverted sect master, who hastily dodged the terrifying giant cudgel. The perverted sect master continued to attack. No matter how strong you are only close to the martial saint level. This venerable is a genuine martial saint now. He shot evil energy towards Woody. He also saw Zuiji charging up, but his expression remained relaxed. Even with a cultivation advantage, he still tried to sneak attack. Sect Master Long truly has no martial ethics. The golden cudgel was loaded with cannonballs. Woody loaded with one hand, using the other to block Zuiji. Both had 2 hands and 2 arms, but did not relax their vigilance. He noticed the evil energy had changed. Woody gently praised, your feints are quite skillful too. After sending Zuiji flying, Woody spun the golden cudgel and said with a smile, finally a decent opponent. The evil energy suddenly turned into liquid and splashed everywhere. The perverted sect master genuinely commented, very not simple, handling 2 at once with ease, what if it's 3? He knew he had his eyes on Meng Ying, but Qingyang was also entangled. He spoke to warn Woody, Meng Ying, be careful, I've also been infected by demonic energy. The perverted sect master laughed jubilantly. In the end, this venerable is still a step ahead. Qingyang's arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. Meng Ying calmly sucked all the demonic energy into her mouth. The little girl burped after eating her fill, making the perverted sect master doubt his life. What kind of strange sect are you people? Qingyang was greatly alarmed. He looked down and shook off Meng Ying's hand. Meng Ying, how can you eat such filthy things? Doesn't your stomach hurt? But Meng Ying seemed to enjoy it, completely unconcerned. Delicious. After absorbing the demonic energy, my blood cloud heaven severing scripture has become even stronger. The little girl happily thought about the next time. If she ate a few more times, her power might greatly increase. Xiao Linyu felt Meng Ying was a bit strange. What's going on? That little girl's eyes sent shivers down my spine. He felt like he was the prey. Woody suddenly flew in from afar. Even this astonishingly powerful kid couldn't make him feel as threatened as the girl. The two then began to fight. His instincts had never been wrong. He had to find an opportunity to eliminate that little girl first. Yi Xingqian observed from a distance. Oh, this fight was truly spectacular. He felt very envious, wondering when he would become so cool. The next day, he used his ability to trap Yi Xingqian in a blood rope, making her cry out, this blood is too sticky. So disgusting, how do I break free? But just then he retracted his ability and said triumphantly, I must first devour demonic energy before I can devour your spiritual power. In any case, you are dead today. He launched an attack, but she unexpectedly dodged it and said coldly, it's your turn, my mortal enemy. He thought she would counterattack, but she unexpectedly took his hand and said, what a hero. Thank you for rescuing me from this pit. You must be a chivalrous warrior who intervenes when seeing injustice. In this life, I, Yi Xingqian, admire heroes the most. It turned out that the assassin accidentally rescued the trapped Yi Xingqian from the pit when retracting his move, making her incredibly grateful. He still didn't understand and asked in confusion, what's so great? But Yi Xingqian suddenly turned her attention to his hair. Oh hero, your hair. After she spoke, he suddenly realized and became alert. Damn, the only drawback of my devouring ability is that my hair gets greener and greener. He hurriedly covered his flaw. Because of this hair color, I've been mocked by too many people. Why does only green have so many meanings? She must be doing it on purpose just to embarrass me. But Yi Xingqian unexpectedly praised. Such a handsome hero, I've long wanted to dye my hair green. May I ask your name, hero? He truly hadn't expected this situation and awkwardly replied, well, I'm just ordinarily handsome. My name is Dai Lu. Yi Xingqian excitedly praised the name, saying it sounded good. Hero, can you take me on adventures? I've always felt I'm a martial arts prodigy. How did you dye your hair green? I've used all sorts of herbs and at most I could only dye it brown with no protagonist vibe at all. Suddenly, Meng Ying reached out from behind and hugged Yi Xingqian tightly. Xingqian brother Aniu, I'm here to help you get rid of the demonic energy. She didn't understand what Meng Ying was saying. She turned around and demanded, little girl, what's with that strange address? Yi Xingqian suddenly realized something, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, how dare you frame me, watch me tear you to shreds. With that, she punched him flying. Meng Ying asked blankly, Xingqian, where did you get hit when you were talking to her just now? Yi Xingqian jumped away and replied, is anyone there? Meng Ying, protect yourself, I'm going to help the others. She jumped and approached Xiao Linyu, shouting, Long Wu Dai. Seeing Yi Xingqian appear, he shouted again, another half-saint. How can your sect be so peculiar? With your strength, you absolutely cannot be unknown on Starfall continent. Why have I never heard of your sect? Yi Xingqian and Qingyang merely replied politely. The two of us are just a few of the many extraordinary individuals in Wangu sect. As they spoke, he was injured by their combined attack, but Qingyang sensed something and warned, something's not right. Xingqian, be careful, he's not dead yet. Xiao Linyu shouted triumphantly, of course I won't die. He had at some unknown point gained control of Meng Ying, and then cunningly said, I didn't expect you two brats to have such astonishing combat power, but now I'm the one in control. Everyone around them showed disdain, letting him warn, you all retreat or I'll crush this guy. Hey, I'm threatening you. Unable to tolerate the humiliation of everyone ignoring him, he was furious. You all look at me, the demonic saint. I need at least some respect. A faint voice sounded. All right, Xiao Linyu walked to Meng Ying and said, able to devour my demonic energy. Little girl, you're truly not simple, but the blood demon great art is a demonic emperor's ultimate technique. I'd like to see how you absorb demonic energy and explode. He used a spell to control the little girl. Yi Xingchen and Qing Yang stood in the distance, gritting their teeth, helpless. The red flames grew more and more, forming a ferocious face. The monster behind the little girl chuckled. So nourishing, it's really hard to find kind fools like her these days. Lin Yu ignored the little girl's satisfied expression and instead turned around and threatened. You still haven't retreated, otherwise I'll make this little girl die without a burial place. He glared at the three people busy playing cards. Did you hear me? Xiao Linyu boasted. I've killed countless people. Do you think I wouldn't dare to act? I just need to exert force. But his face suddenly became haggard, and exerting force suddenly made him feel a little tired. Linyu collapsed weakly. Could it be that he absorbed too much blood tonic? He overnourished himself, and his legs buckled to the ground. Linyu suddenly sensed a terrifying aura before him. It's you. You're absorbing my demonic energy. He knelt and begged the little girl. Please spare my life, Venerable. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Meng Ying pointed at Linyu's forehead and said, Demonic Saint, your strength is barely acceptable. He grinned. Thank you for sparing my life. I will definitely be loyal. Unfortunately, the little girl suddenly changed her mind. You serve this emperor unworthy. Linyu's face darkened, feeling immense pressure. Meng Ying directly lifted him. You're merely a martial saint, yet you dare to strike at this emperor. You deserve to die, and most importantly, she said. Meng Ying immediately used her ability to drain Xiao Linyu's vitality, leaving him only a dried corpse. The little girl said triumphantly, How dare you touch my brother? Die. This time Meng Ying completely stripped Xiao Linyu of his consciousness. His teammates embraced Meng Ying, praising her repeatedly. Thanks to Meng Ying, you saved the day this time. Qingyang gave Meng Ying a brilliant smile. The mission is complete, we can go back and report. Let's summarize this mission. First, identify the weaknesses when attacked. Starting with Xingchen. Yi Xingchen happily replied, This weakness cannot be revealed. Their figures gradually disappeared on the road, followed by the figure of a monk who passed by the site of their earlier battle from a distance. The monk seemed to be inspecting and also muttering to himself, Black Dragon Evil Sect. He looked ahead and then continued to whisper, Has it been destroyed? However, a lingering trace of evil energy remained here. The monk, with one hand making a chanting gesture, speculated, Are both sides of the battle demonic cultivators? Perhaps it's a dispute between factions. A faint voice suddenly sounded behind the monk. Isn't that great? It saves us Avir's battle with the Black Dragon Evil Sect and getting beaten half to death. Only a fool like you would risk your life to eliminate demons, the monk retorted. Eliminating demons and upholding justice is our Buddhist disciples' bounden duty. Why should we begrudge this body? All phenomena are impermanent and suffering. All dharmas are egoless. Nirvana is bliss. He gazed into the distance, pondering. The monk continued, The demonic cultivator has destroyed the Black Dragon sect, and the residual demonic power is extremely powerful. If this demon is not eliminated, it will surely wreak havoc on the human world. The person accompanying him continued, Judging by his residual aura alone, he's at least at the emperor level. If you confront him with your current cultivation, you'll be gravely injured even if you don't die. She feigned helplessness. Forget it. I know these words won't shake your stubborn Buddhist heart. At worst, I'll go to the Avicii hell with you. It turned out that the person who had been accompanying the monk was a spiritual cat. I'm certain this girl will go with you. The monk suddenly used his ability and saw the retreating figures of Meng Ying, Qingyang, and Yi Xingchen. But the pressure seemed too great, making him spit blood. The spirit cat cried out worriedly. Dunan, what's wrong? What did you see with your eye of truth? The monk retreated in fear. No, not a demon, not a demon. This is a group of demons dancing. Several strange books lay on the table. Your trip was indeed dangerous, but the books you brought back are also extremely peculiar. Changxiao glanced through them and then said, This blood demon great art claims on every page to be a demonic emperor's cultivation technique. It also states that it was created by combining upper realm cultivation techniques. So the upper realm indeed exists. This Black Dragon notebook explicitly states that their sect masters throughout generations have discovered the secrets of the continent. He carefully read every line. These hidden starfall secrets are what our Wangu sect currently needs most. I can't believe that small evil sect actually has a 1,000-year heritage. Changxiao recounted the story. It was the first battle between the righteous and evil factions, and he was just a small soldier at the time. So he only managed to obtain the blood demon great art and hurriedly escaped. According to their first-generation sect masters' records, this blood demon great art was discovered in a cave on Black Mountain Cliff. Everything was described in great detail, but he believed there were more treasures in the cave. Unfortunately, war raged at the time, and he could only flee first. The story reached its climax. Later he saw the demonic emperor single-handedly fight several martial emperors, shattering Black Mountain Cliff. The cave was buried under the mountain, but having witnessed the demonic emperor's cultivation technique firsthand, he also confirmed that the blood demon great art originated from the demonic emperor's martial arts. Changxiao frowned slightly. This first-generation patriarch had good writing skills. He should have written fantasy novels instead of being an evil cultivator. Where is Black Mountain Cliff? In southwest Yang province or the surrounding provinces? I've never heard of this cave. Qingying answered him seriously. Black Mountain Cliff is where the martial emperors battled back then. Located in central sovereign province, he then continued. It is also one of the 10 forbidden areas on Starfall continent. The martial emperor's spiritual energy still lingers here, making this desolate land span thousands of miles. The weather and spiritual energy are chaotic. Anyone who approaches here will at best suffer chi deviation and severe untreatable injuries, and at worst go berserk or even die. Changxiao read, sweating. No wonder even the first-generation patriarch dared not excavate the cave until his death. The power of martial emperors is truly terrifying. After reading, he had some conjectures. However, according to the Black Dragon sect's first-generation patriarch's conjecture, that cave likely belonged to a demonic sect branch, very possibly left by the strongest individual of the demonic sect. The masked sect that ambushed us last time, their cultivation technique is similar to this blood demons. Could they also be another demonic sect branch? He closed the book saying with some worry, we know too little about those masked people. Even with torture we can't extract any information. Perhaps we need to find an opportunity to visit that cave ruin and see if we can find more clues. Shangtian immediately appeared taking orders. Sect Master, he inquired about the development of the martial sacrifice hall in Central Sovereign Province. That person nervously reported, it can be said to be very difficult. The overall strength of Central Sovereign Province is very strong with various forces intertwined. For us, a power from a remote area to establish a foothold there truly requires more effort. He grinned. You are the head of the Martial Sacrifice Hall. Your strength is comparable to a high-grade Martial King of the Martial Sacrifice Hall. There are also several Martial King-level experts. With such strength in Southwest Yang Province you could fully establish a sect. Is it true that in Central Sovereign Province Martial Kings are as common as dogs? Martial Emperors are everywhere? That person immediately denied it. Shangtian had to explain, Central Sovereign Province is located at the center of Starfall continent, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is extremely rich. The martial artists there are also exceptionally strong, and it's no exaggeration to say they overwhelm other provinces. He could only ask the system in return. System, my astonishingly powerful sect, in the blink of an eye has become bottom tier, it pleaded. Bear with it, we're changing maps soon. Don't worry, the protagonist's halo is still there. Outside, the sky was still blue, and white clouds gently drifted over the eaves. Changxiao confidently declared, my Wangu sect disciples are exceptionally strong, possessing copper and iron mines. My Wangu sect is filled with spirit beasts, even saint beasts, and I also have spirit stone mines flowing with wealth. Therefore we must also expand into Central Sovereign Province. He was talking to a stranger. Still haven't sold the medicine? He gently advised. Based on my and Dacian's experience adventuring, although Wangu's sect is powerful, its foundation is not yet stable. Going into Central Sovereign Province alone will surely lead to being carved up and devoured by the forces there. People in that place only believe in the most primitive natural laws. His grizzled eyebrows furrowed. One thing to pay special attention to is that the sect master's various miraculous pills will definitely be the best bait to attract allies. However, as bait, there's also a possibility of being torn apart by giant monsters. He drew on the sand with his finger. So we need to entrust the pills to someone strong and trustworthy enough to sell them at a clear price. Moreover, they clearly no longer have enough capability. Their strength is only enough to cover Southwest Yang Province, and this matter is already difficult for them. But Changxiao is still somewhat worried. I'm worried they will be framed by cunning individuals because of these elixirs. To be honest, I wouldn't dare to entrust you with high-grade pills like mid-grade healing pills and chi-gathering pills for auction. The old man reminded, as far as I know, these pills can cause quite a stir even in Central Sovereign Province, so our best partner must be incredibly powerful. We don't have many options. The old man drew a character Tang on the sand with his finger. Dejun and I conclude that the best choice is the Tang family of Central Sovereign Province. Elder Wei showed a serious attitude. The Tang family is the #1 merchant on Starfall continent. No one can refute that. They have been in business for generations, and to say the Tang family is as rich as a nation is an understatement, he added. I heard their assets are comparable to the entire Southwest Yang Province. With wealth comes the ability to protect it. The Tang family's military strength is also comparable to top-tier sects. Therefore, the Tang family is also known as the Tang Gate, both said in unison. The old man was suddenly surprised. How rare, Sect Master, do you also know them? He trembled over here. I've heard much about them. I wonder if they are skilled in using poison. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully. Poison? I've never heard of that, but their family mainly deals in spirit stones. They are the largest spirit stone commercial empire on the entire Starfall continent in Qingyang City. The bank where you, Sect Master, often exchange spirit stones is run by their family. Changxiao wanted to cry. How ridiculous. I thought having a spirit stone mine was enough to boast about, but I didn't expect them to even run a bank. Even so, he was still somewhat puzzled. but they are a prestigious family. How should we contact them and discuss business? Should I go to the bank manager? But it might be difficult to reach the helmsman of the Tang family. Elder Wei, don't you have any former lovers from the Tang family? He shook his head. That's not it. I recently received new information. He was even more certain now. It seems there truly is a former lover in the Tang family. You were intently listening to him explain that the second direct descendant of the Tang family, this generation's young master, was currently on his way to Southwest Yang Province, seemingly to inspect the business operations of various shops. Elder Wei provided crucial information. This person has an excellent reputation, outstanding business acumen, and is highly valued by the current Tang family head. According to intelligence, he is one of the top candidates for the next family head. If we demonstrate the miraculous effects of the pills to him, the results will surely be amplified. You carefully considered this. It certainly sounded like a good opportunity. Perhaps they would go to Tianyu Royal City first, where we could wait for him. Only one of the successors. Does the Tang family have many successors? He proudly curled his lips. The Tang family has many branches, but as far as I know, there are 9 candidates for the family head position. Each of them is an exceptional talent. A true dragon among men, whether in martial arts or business. The old man also informed you of the process. The Tang family head would cultivate and observe these individuals before making a choice. Zhen Changxiao tilted his head, calculating. 9 dragons vying for the throne. He already had a clear idea. It seemed they not only needed to cooperate with the Tang family, but also with whom in the Tang family was very important. Even a slight misstep could entangle them in their succession struggle. He frowned slightly. He feared he needed to carefully assess this second young master of the Tang family to see if he was a suitable partner, then quickly set off. If this person proved worthy, he could offer him a little help. The Tang family would become their closest ally. Not far away, someone's luxurious carriage was underway. Second master, we're almost at Tianyu Royal City, the coachman reported. Something appeared on the road, but it seems there's also a place not marked on the map. The person inside the carriage leaned out and asked where. He recounted a strange road sign. The sign read Myriad Beast Valley, but it looked freshly written. The ink hadn't dried. Tang Ren mysteriously curled his lips. Purple Lightning Thunder Tiger, little dragon, he said from inside the carriage. You are no longer the obscure small sect you once were. Xiao Mo stood next to Zhen Changxiao, puzzled. Sect Master Zhen, Sect Master, aren't we planning to ally with the Tang family? Then why are we setting an ambush here? He raised a hand to signal for silence, a mysterious smile on his face. Of course, it's to evaluate our partner. Zhen Changxiao's smile gradually turned cold. Only in times of crisis can one truly see a person's character. If they wanted to cooperate with the Tang family, it was best to cooperate with their leader or successor. Arranging the little dragon cubs here was a small test. To see if this second young Master Tang was worth their cooperation, this test was much easier compared to the 81 trials of the Buddha. He plotted, looking at the carriage. Strength, decisiveness, planning ability, composure, and handling unexpected dangers. I believe that in the face of sudden peril I can ascertain his true nature. I hope he won't disappoint me. The person in the carriage lifted the curtain, a smug smile playing on his lips. Those words I just spoke, be sure to convey them without error. The person immediately agreed, yes, but his subordinate was somewhat confused. The thoroughly wrapped subordinate offered his opinion. Second Master has always been resourceful. Predicting encounters with storm wolves and various fierce beasts is not strange. But why did you instruct your subordinates not to kill unless absolutely necessary? The person's face remained hidden. There's no resourcefulness involved, merely a series of information analyzed and deduced, yielding inevitable results from coincidences. Tang Long, do you know why I came to this remote southwest Yang province? His subordinate judged. I recall Second Master saying he wanted to open new markets. Tang Ren directly spoke. That's right, our current partner also seems to want to evaluate this Second Master Tang. Second Master Tang continued. Fourth brother manages the Tang family's disciplinary hall. He is ruthless and has the temperament of a family head. Eighth brother is generous with his favors and has a reputation for virtue within the family. At least 3 elders openly support him. Tang Long was somewhat uneasy, but Tang Yen was worried about one person. Yet Second Master, you are the eldest son possessing the highest business talent. Only in your hands can the Tang family become the most powerful commercial empire, and you acknowledge that. Therefore I treat fourth brother and eighth brother equally. Whoever has the ability wins. But there is one brother who deeply worries me. The person Tang Ren worried about was his third brother. Third brother, in the past 2 years he has suddenly become inherently strange. Everyone practicing martial arts needs stability and perseverance, yet he merely goes out for a stroll and returns with his strength doubled. Eighth brother relies on the financial resources of external relatives to win over family members, but third brother easily won the hearts of the elders, granddaughters, and even great-granddaughters. Tang Ren's head ached from thinking, and he slumped by the carriage door. Not to mention he also brought back much wealth for the family. He went to the ghost market and returned with 4 ancient divine artifacts and a martial emperor's cultivation manual. Second Master's face was filled with worry, a few beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. If this continues, we will only become dependents. I can openly accept defeat, but to lose in such a bizarre way I am unwilling. Fortunately, I discovered that the Wangu sect is also developing at such a peculiar pace. Tang Ren seemed to have found a clever plan, standing up with a continuous smile. As they rose, you also began selling some miraculous pills. It's very likely they were provided by that miraculous sect master Jun Changxiao, hiding in the bushes, smugly found a suitable partner. I have a hunch. Cooperating with him might help me break the stalemate. Suddenly, the subordinates outside detected an anomaly. Second Master, there's a disturbance ahead. Tang Ren, still smiling, assumed it was Jun Changxiao's people, unaware of what was actually happening. Sect Master Jun, it seems your assessment has begun. I will surely become a satisfactory partner for you. Everyone, take your positions in the formation. He hid back in the carriage and quickly opened a book. Based on my understanding of Sect Master Jun, he will likely have Little Dragon riding the Purple Lightning Thunder Tiger. Then Little Dragon will order a robbery and the Storm Wolves will howl around, but things did not happen that way. Tang Long reminded Second Master. Tang Ren at this moment still didn't know they weren't Jun Changxiao's people. No, Second Master, the situation is far from what you predicted. He looked bewildered, not understanding the problem. Different, will the Purple Lightning Thunder Tiger even tie Little Dragon to its back? Ahead was a group of spirit beasts. Two beasts were seen holding ropes around the fat tiger's belly. Jun Changxiao hadn't even teased the fat tiger yet. Tightening its belly, not bad, a bit of a fox immortal style, he muttered, arms crossed. Too bad I can't give you a weapon, otherwise your presence would be even stronger. Xiao Mo rushed over. It seemed something important had happened. Sect Master, something's wrong. He immediately reported what was happening outside. Jun Changxiao didn't understand what was going on. The Tang family's carriage convoy was already fighting a group of black-clad individuals. Question marks floated in his mind. The Tang family is fighting and we're still doing drills here. Who are they fighting? On this side, the second young master was agile, enthusiastically engaging them. What kind of world is this? Even robbers are cutting in line. This group was no match for Tang Ren. He could defeat them with a mere wave of his hand, but he realized something was off. It wasn't copper skin and iron bones. No, Tang Ren quickly observed those who could take his life at any moment. Most were armed with sharp weapons. No, he then loudly told everyone. Everyone, the other side is not from the Wangu sect, so don't hold back. His subordinates and Tang Ren were also nearing their limit. Second Master, the four of us are already exhausted. The enemy isn't testing us. Countless mysterious figures were closing in on them. 4 martial emperors with over a dozen martial kings, every move a killing blow. Seeing his subordinates in a bad situation, Tang Ren asked, Tang Long, can you hold them off? He stammered. Second Master, if we don't reveal our hidden tactics. Second Master Tang stepped forward to talk to them. He wanted to buy some recovery time for his subordinates. Gentlemen, you dare to charge forward even after seeing the Tang family's banner? It's clear you're after me, Tang Ren said seriously. Not many of my enemies can mobilize 4 martial emperors at once. Can you let Second Master Tang die knowing which brother's doing is this? A masked person whispered, their tone fearless. Second Master Tang. After Tang Ren finished speaking, he immediately charged towards Tang Ren. His 4 subordinates then blocked in front of Second Master. Suddenly an explosion occurred, interrupting his movement. Someone had just landed here. A sharp gaze flashed in the flames. We meet again, you scum of the dark sect. Vital energy was summoned from Jun Changxiao. Jun Changxiao first greeted Tang Ren. Although Second Master Tang's meeting method is different from what I expected, the result is still good, he turned and announced to the rear, his gaze firm on Tang Ren. If the dark sect wants to kill you, then you are a natural ally of the Wangu sect. Seeing Jun Changxiao lower his guard, the masked man suddenly charged forward and kicked, but Jun Changxiao was no pushover. He blocked with one hand and the ground cracked again. The masked man's tone was full of disdain. Jun Changxiao of the Wangu sect, the master once named you. I'm lucky to be the one to kill you. Jun Changxiao, scorned, was furious. A high-grade martial emperor, perfect for practice. It seems you don't have a good relationship with your intelligence agency, do you? Otherwise they would tell you that I've already... With a wave of his hand he sent the person flying. A martial emperor, level martial emperor. The masked man screamed in regret. One of his legs was charred. Those damned dogs actually lied to me. This fellow's surnamed Jun's strength is already close to half saint. The masked man struggled to extinguish the flames. Why won't this fire go out? Jun Changxiao continued to charge forward, accompanied by that peculiar flame. Using your internal spiritual energy as fuel for the 10 great sacred flames, it won't extinguish until you're completely incinerated. The masked man was now engulfed in flames. Knowing he couldn't survive, he shouted loudly, I didn't expect to become a pawn, Jun Changxiao. I hope you can still smile when you return to your sect. He smugly uttered his last words, which even surprised Jun Changxiao. The dark sect has mobilized today. Besides us 4, there are 6 martial emperors and 1 half-saint from your sect. Who else can resist such power? Now the flames burned more fiercely. This guy wanted to drag Jun Changxiao to hell with him. He tightly grabbed Jun Changxiao's hand, unexpectedly detonating himself. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but be terrified. Self-detonated so casually, Tang Ren shouted Jun Changxiao's name. Sect Master Jun. Second Master Tang's subordinates quickly pulled him as far away as possible. Second Master, fall back, a loud boom erupted, shaking a large surrounding area. Tang Ren worried about Jun Changxiao, while also reminding everyone to be vigilant. A martial emperor's self-detonation, such power, even Sect Master Jun would be gravely wounded. Everyone prepare to provide support and also be vigilant against the remaining 3 martial emperors. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Ren heard a familiar voice again. It seems second young Master Tang knows quite a bit about us, but not enough. Jun Chongxiao emerged from the smoke. Although his clothes were burned, his body was completely unharmed. It was indeed a bit stronger than the cannon fire that shook my internal organs. It hurt a little, but it was only a minor injury. To gravely wound me, you'd need to multiply that power by at least several times. Jun Chongxiao was still being smug when suddenly 3 black-clad figures swiftly charged at him from 3 directions. Although facing a 3-pronged attack, Jun Chongxiao was no ordinary person. He fended off all 3 attacks alone. Suddenly, one of them behind him lit up, and Jun Chongxiao was extremely vigilant. Then another loud boom, just like the person who self-detonated earlier. Jun Chongxiao withstood 2 consecutive explosions, yet he felt pity for that person. Martial emperors don't cultivate easily. I just asked a probing question and he self-detonated without hesitation. He circulated his spiritual energy to calm his internal true chi. Heaven and Earth 9 seals internal organ seal. This dark sect is truly astonishingly strong and incredibly insane. Everything was over. Tang Ren only then ran over. Jun Chongxiao was unscathed after enduring 2 explosions. Sect Master Jun, are you alright? He quickly jumped into the pit. My Tang family has secret medicine that can treat severe external injuries. Jun Chongxiao held a pill in his hand, simultaneously opening Tang Ren's eyes. Tang family secret medicine, forget it then. I just unintentionally overheard a few words from second young master. You're also here for my pill agency business, aren't you? Perfect, let me show you the medicinal effects. He popped the pill into his mouth. I am a martial emperor. Although mid-grade healing pills cannot treat martial emperors, spiritual energy also has healing effects. I'll just use a chi gathering pill. Jun Chongxiao swallowed the pill, and as it slid down his throat, a powerful force immediately emanated. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was stirred. Tang Ren felt the overwhelming power from Jun Chongxiao. Sect Master Jun's might is stronger than before the battle, and he made small talk. Second young master, this pill, Jun Chongxiao proudly said, is it enough to impress the Tang family? But Tang Ren immediately reminded him, this pill can instantly replenish a martial emperor's reserves. It's considered a divine medicine even in Central Sovereign Province. But Sect Master Jun, do you need to rush back to your sect to respond to the attack? My subordinates also have some skills and can help you guard it. Second Master Tang calmly said, don't worry, although my Wangu sect isn't strong in other aspects. But in terms of defense and hygiene we are quite confident. The person could only believe it. Although it sounds a bit strange, let's just assume it's true. Is the green color of your hair a side effect of the chi gathering pill? A group of black-clad individuals appeared before the Wangu sect gate. These people were all wearing strange masks and loudly declared, we are the dark sect, specially here to annihilate your sect. The deputy sect master truly values you. The leader of this strange group of black-clad individuals looked at the Wangu sect guards and couldn't help but comment. An old man, a young man and a little girl playing with pets, only a few people left to guard the gate. The Wangu sect is too lax. The 3 of them continued to leisurely do their own things. You who pretend to be weak probably don't even know how to write the word death. The dark sect subordinate said, Saint, they're just old folks, no need for you to make a move. After speaking, he charged forward and shouted, blame yourselves for choosing the wrong sect and provoking our dark sect. A voice immediately responded, is that so? The old man the dark sect had just mocked now held a broom with one hand against the subordinate's neck, catching him off guard. The Ice Emperor gently rotated the broom handle, and the subordinate, his hands frozen, had already collapsed to the ground. The old man looked at the subordinate with disdain. A mere martial emperor dares to annihilate my Wangu sect? Trash. The subordinate regretted it. I was just careless for a moment. I didn't expect you to be a master. I am a martial emperor of the dark sect. I can easily defeat you in an instant. Seeing the subordinate still being stubborn even when close to death, the old man froze him with a single move. He was arrogant just now, but now he was completely encased in ice, and the Ice Emperor smacked his lips. Oops, it seems I froze him a bit too much. This trash has gotten even bigger. The leader, seeing the old man's performance, still showed no fear. I didn't expect. I misjudged you, old man. But even if your strength is impressive, the ground beneath their feet shook like a lake. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 martial emperors behind him immediately rushed forward and surrounded the old man. Even 5 martial emperors can hold you back for a while. The intention of the Supreme Elder was to have these martial emperors tie down the old man, buying him time to prepare. In this brief moment, the leader sprayed a mysterious power from his hands, enough for him to flatten the entire bone-stripping mountain. The Supreme Elder let him play with his subordinates. You continue to calmly deal with those martial emperors. Are you the Supreme Elder of the Eternal Sect? Watch your sect turn to ashes. The Ice Emperor merely chuckled, changing his state. This old man is just a sweep-the-floor old man, only responsible for cleaning up trash. The Supreme Elder desperately released demonic energy. There were others guarding the gate. The leader's attack power was very strong, directly destroying everything it passed through. He could no longer stand it. He rose, and a red ball of light appeared between his hands. 7 Zonhum, the light ball gradually grew larger, then unleashed a powerful attack. Light burst. He-Woody's move directly destroyed the leader's seemingly fierce attack. The Supreme Elder's hair was disheveled, utterly bewildered. My full-strength attack was instantly disintegrated. Who did this? He began to doubt the old man's strength. Turning to look at the old man, he found him sweeping something. Could this old man be even stronger than I imagined, having dealt with 5 martial emperors so quickly? Where are my 5 martial emperors? It turned out the Ice Emperor was currently cleaning up trash. Hearing his words, the leader could only restrain himself. You guessed right. 5 martial emperors aren't even enough for this old man to warm up, but I don't want to hinder Big Brother's ardent love for the sect. Hearing this terrifyingly strong old man call someone Big Brother, the Supreme Elder couldn't help but feel scared. Big Brother, does your eternal sect have another Supreme Elder? He looked at the sect's entrance in shock. Such a young Big Brother. Is your surname Big and given name Brother? The leader's will remained very firm. Even if I face both of you at the same time, this old man will never give up resisting. Why are you sitting down? He pouted, his attitude very dismissive of his opponent. A half-saint actually wanting me and the old Iceman to attack together. Do you think you're having fun? The Supreme Elder was furious at being belittled. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. He was too angry to think clearly. Rushing towards He like a moth to a flame, He remained calm. Don't you want to die sooner? However, commendable courage. The Supreme Elder feigned an attack on He, but in reality he had other plans. He realized he couldn't bully the 2 big ones, so he turned to threaten the little girl. Let this old man capture this little girl. You all better surrender, otherwise that guy, get to work. If you don't give it your all, I won't spare you. Meng Ying remained innocent, making the leader think he had found a great bargain. Okay, the little girl then unleashed her move, sending the guy flying, making the leader look miserable and regret underestimating them. The Eternal Sect is unexpectedly terrifying. The Supreme Elder still refused to yield. He rose abruptly, determined to hurt them. Even if you are strong, this old man's half-saint level self-detonation can severely wound you, he shouted, preparing to use his final move. Dark Sect lives forever. Suddenly, a lion's head appeared behind him. The leader didn't understand what happened. The lion swallowed the Supreme Elder in one gulp. He stood outside, even clapping and cheering. Such a good kitty. Unfortunately, the last living person who could be interrogated has also turned into wet garbage. After the Dark Sect's leader reported the situation to the mysterious man, the mysterious man was very angry. Wait, let me get this straight. You mean your assassination failed, and now you want me to pay extra compensation? He erupted in a fit of rage, standing up and slamming the table. Facing the other's anger, the Dark Sect leader remained calm. Are you kidding? Tang Ren only has 4 martial emperors around him. Did you act without careful investigation? Moreover, those 4 martial emperors might not be as simple as they appear. Also, the sect master said your second young master has already become entangled with the Eternal Sect, resulting in the loss of 11 martial emperors and 1 half-saint for us. The mysterious man calmed down and the two continued their discussion. It's surprising that a sect from a remote small county possesses such strength. The Eternal Sect is more peculiar than you imagine, but your money won't be wasted. The Dark Sect will be your solid ally when dealing with them. The mysterious man smiled, gradually losing his humanity. He had already planned his next strategy. Outside of Central Sovereign Province, all are mere ants. Second brother, you really shouldn't think a remote sect can help you turn the tide. The next family head election was approaching and he was simply desperately seeking every possible solution. Tang Ren bluffed. I guess a small sect like the Eternal Sect has never heard of the Dragon Tiger hegemony, right? Zhen Chongxiao was stunned. Then tell me, what is this Dragon Tiger hegemony you just mentioned? Tang Ren explained to Zhen Chongxiao, who then realized, it's like the prodigy list, a ranking of young experts. The Dragon Tiger hegemony is a ranking of major sects on Starfall continent, held annually in Central Sovereign Province, and is considered a grand event for the entire continent. Forgive my ignorance, but I know nothing of continental affairs. Zhen Chongxiao pondered. The Dragon Tiger hegemony is held annually, so it's not very up-to-date, is it? We just successfully challenged the second-rate sect, the Lily Holy Sect, some time ago, so we should be on the list, right? Tang Ren's expression and tone suddenly became serious. Second-rate? It seems the sect master truly knows nothing about the continent's grand events. First-rate sects are merely the threshold for making the list, Tang Ren continued to explain on a large map. Central Sovereign Province is the center of Starfall continent, rich in spiritual energy, where countless sects compete. Only the truly powerful can remain. So it can be said that only first-rate sects can establish themselves in Central Sovereign Province. Second, Master Tang continued to tell Zhen Chongxiao what could be gained by becoming champion. Sects that have ever appeared on the Dragon Tiger hegemony list have never been found outside Central Sovereign Province. Moreover, once a sect wins the championship, it not only becomes famous across the continent, but for some unknown reason, for the next 5 years, the champion sect's spiritual energy will greatly increase to an unimaginable density. Zhen Chongxiao remained unmoved by these benefits. Is this the Dragon Tiger hegemony or the investiture of the gods? How can it even trigger celestial phenomena with so many benefits? Aren't some sects afraid of using unscrupulous methods like assassination or foul play before the competition? Tang Ren replied. No one dares to do that, although I don't know who someone supervises to ensure the Dragon Tiger hegemony proceeds normally. Second Master Tang began to tell an old story as proof. Several hundred years ago, a sect, in order to win the championship, resorted to all sorts of tricks. But when they entered the finals overnight, the entire sect was razed to the ground. That was a super first-rate sect, yet it disappeared without a trace. So a saying has always circulated in our Tang clan Dragon Tiger hegemony. Finally, he emphasized the last 4 words. Someone is watching from above. Hearing these words, Zhen Chongxiao summoned everyone to the main hall. He Wudi was still playing with the cat below. Zhen Chongxiao stood majestically above, clearly announcing, all in all, according to second young Master Tang's suggestion, if we want to make a name for ourselves in Central Sovereign Province, the best way is to win the Dragon Tiger hegemony. Tang Ren felt something was off, and turned to Zhen Chongxiao in confusion, but he had turned it into a suggestion, win the championship. Sect Master Zhen, I merely suggested you participate for experience, aiming for good results next time. Did you hear that? Second young Master Tang doesn't believe in us, so I will give you pre-competition special training, inner disciples. Gather at Bone Stripping Cliff in the back mountain in 1 hour. After everyone dispersed, Tang Ren pulled Zhen Chongxiao aside, asking in confusion. But Zhen Chongxiao was very confident. Sect Master Zhen, isn't it a bit too early to be thinking about winning the championship now? After all, first-rate sects are also very powerful, and I've heard of them. Don't worry, young Master Tang, where there's a will, there's a way. Goals should always be set high. Zhen Chongxiao held a ring in his hand. This spatial ring contains the pills I've prepared this time, he said, tossing the ring to second Master Tang. Tang Ren unexpectedly caught it. 100,000 Qi gathering pills, 10,000 healing pills, 10,000 detoxification pills, and 1,000 frost wind swords. Young Master Tang can try selling them. Tang Ren took out one of the swords to inspect, surprised. I didn't expect the Eternal Sect to have such talented refiners. Just as Sect Master Zhen said, don't expect too much, because the high-grade weapon market in Central Sovereign Province is almost monopolized by Master Fan. Tang Ren took out a dagger for Zhen Chongxiao to see. Like this dagger in my hand, it's a masterpiece by Master Fan, valued at 100,000 spirit stones and even difficult to acquire. Tang Ren tried to cut the dagger with the sword Zhen Chongxiao gave him. The sword was incredibly sharp. Those struck by this blade will bleed profusely. Sect Master Zhen, why don't you try it? Just a gentle touch will tell. Who knew the dagger would be instantly cut in half? Tang Ren couldn't believe his eyes. Second Master Tang found a true love even more powerful than that dagger. Are there really 1,000 such divine weapons in that ring? No need for an auction. Our Tang clan will buy them all, or perhaps we should auction a few to build a reputation, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. Zhen Chongxiao turned around, a wicked smile playing on his lips, brimming with arrogance. Master Fan is merely the lowest standard at our Eternal Quartermaster factory. 1 hour later, everyone gathered as Zhen Chongxiao had instructed. Sect Master, are we really going to participate in the Dragon Tiger hegemony? What, scared? Qingying chuckled as he recounted. Zhen Chongxiao hadn't expected such a thing. Father said that if I can participate in the Dragon Tiger hegemony, as long as my performance isn't bad, he will allow me to marry anyone I like, and he won't interfere. Does the Dragon Tiger hegemony hold such status on Starfall Continent? The Eternal Sect disciples chimed in one after another. Zhen Chongxiao was also surprised after hearing this. Of course. The Patriarch said that as long as I participate, he will reserve a page for me in the family genealogy. My dad said that if I get a ranking, he'll buy me fruit every Father's Day. My grandma said that if I participate in the Dragon Tiger hegemony, she can enshrine my memorial tablet in the ancestral hall while I'm still alive. The city lord also seemed to have said before, if I get a ranking, he'll reward me with 500,000 taels of silver. My goodness, what's the difference between the Dragon Tiger hegemony and the Olympics? Zhen Chongxiao pondered. It seems I truly underestimated the influence of the Dragon Tiger hegemony. But this also proves the difficulty of the competition. Despite the difficulties, Zhen Chongxiao still motivated everyone. Heroes and talents from across the continent will showcase their skills in the Dragon Tiger hegemony. Although we are strong and each have our advantages, some may still defeat us, even in our most proficient areas. We must never underestimate the heroes of the world. Zhen Chongxiao gave a wicked smile, one hand in his pocket, the other performing a spell activating something. Therefore I will put you through the most rigorous training to gain the greatest power, the life-death secret realm. A mysterious portal appeared before everyone. Suddenly, a notification interface popped up in front of Zhen Chongxiao. Zhen Chongxiao was stunned. Host, please select the difficulty level for the life-death secret realm. Easy mode, normal mode, hard mode. There are even difficulty options, like a game, huh? Zhen Chongxiao didn't want to make things difficult for everyone. Playing for the first time for safety's sake, he chose easy mode as soon as he selected it. Everyone was immediately teleported into the portal. After being sucked into a certain space, Zhen Chongxiao staggered to his feet, warning everyone, disciples, be careful, I haven't experienced this secret realm before. Who knows what strange things might appear? Su Xiaomo saw something strange appear on the Sect Master's head. Zhen Chongxiao still didn't understand what was happening. Sect Master, what's that on your head? What? The Buddha statue behind you has it too, all red. A health bar appeared above Zhen Chongxiao's head showing his current HP, and behind him was a gigantic Buddha statue. Zhen Chongxiao was still bewildered, not understanding. After a while he finally noticed the health bar. Zhen Chongxiao felt it was a bit exaggerated and was somewhat scared of such a large Buddha statue. System, are you giving us a game dungeon? It's just easy mode, no need to bring out even a Buddha. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Jun Changxiao prepared to act. The system remained calm as usual. Don't worry, don't I know your strength? Observe carefully. The life-death secret realm is very helpful for your cultivation. The Buddha statue seemed to be able to speak. Jun Changxiao noted as instructed, discovering something was wrong. Observing carefully, although the Buddha statue was motionless, its health bar seemed to be fluctuating. Suddenly, something climbed onto the Buddha statue's shoulder. It turned out to be a mouse, but it didn't look friendly. A name appeared above its head, Wei Jinshu. Normally it would immediately rush towards Jun Changxiao, shouting as it charged, looking very scary. But Jun Changxiao didn't care at all. He stood motionless, his hands in his pockets, because he knew someone would rush up. That was Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian knocked it down with one punch. It was probably at the Martial King level, but it felt a bit hard. An ordinary peak Martial King might only be able to spar with it. Yi Xingqian still underestimated this training space of the Sect Master. But Jun Changxiao didn't blame him, as only this kind of demonic beast could be sensed around. Sect Master, this trial intensity is even less than the trial tower. You don't understand how wild monsters appear. I don't blame you. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of such monsters had already appeared around them. But his kick truly activated this life-death secret realm. They were all very fierce, ready to attack anyone at any time. Among the smallest rats, a unique one appeared with Wei Jinshu Elite displayed above its head. It seemed to be the final boss here. It let out a terrifying shriek, and then the cowardly mouse horde below immediately charged towards Jun Changxiao and the others. It was then that everyone understood the Sect Master's words and immediately took defensive positions. Yu Hua raised his shield to block the sword attacks. Li Yuha and another disciple served as vanguards, standing in front of everyone. The mouse horde rushed straight towards their prey. The Mouse King roared and the small mice shrieked in unison, their momentum fierce. They charged towards Yu Hua and his senior brother. Seeing this, Zhou Hong and his sword cut them down along the way. He stood above the mouse heads, his sword fierce. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight into the mouse horde. In midair, Zhou Hong even spun a few times, his eyes red. With just one strike, he sent all the mice flying and landed safely. Jun Changxiao and Yi Xingqian were both very proud of Zhou Hong. This move killed at least 30 gold-devouring rats. Zhou Hong is indeed worthy of being our sect's second-best sword talent, claiming to be number 1 or 2 in swordsmanship. That's right. Zhou Hong was now standing in front of the Mouse King. He seemed a little tired, but there's an opportunity for a teammate to go first. I'll recover my strength first, you go. His teammate charged forward with a small knife without hesitation. Due to Fu Ding blade technique first move, he chopped forcefully at the Mouse King. But the Mouse King was no pushover. He chopped at it repeatedly, but to no effect. No wonder it could command Martial King level fierce beasts. It turned out to be a Martial Emperor. Seeing the small knife was ineffective, he transformed it into a giant blade. Then taste the blade technique I've honed in the Wangu kitchen. He slashed viciously at the Mouse King, its destructive power seemingly immense. Seeing that his teammate's ultimate move hadn't split the mouse in two, Zhou Hong jumped in to help. I'll help you. Zhou Hong let out a loud roar. And then the two of them combined their strength to split the Mouse King in two with fierce sword attacks. Everyone in the sect praised them. Zhou Hong Ma Yangning, well done. With this elite monster dealt with, the remaining Martial King level gold-devouring rats are just a rabble. Jun Changxiao felt this difficulty was still too easy for his sect. It's a pity none of us even had a chance to act. The system's easy mode is still too ordinary. Even a few more elite rats wouldn't be enough for us to split. The system felt slighted and summoned a horde of brown rats to retaliate. Oh, remember your arrogance. At this moment, seeing a horde of brown rats appear before him, Jun Changxiao already regretted it. Dad, I admit I was a bit loud just now. A small old man with a pipe sat on a mouse's head saying, intruding into my dojo, killing my disciples, dark gold-devouring rat. Jun Changxiao was fearless. Instead, he was somewhat curious about this mini-boss. Damn it, it can even speak human language. This mini-boss has its own consciousness, the mini-boss ordered. Kill them, you can only defeat them with all your might. Damn it, the giant mice also obeyed their master's command and charged towards the Wangu sect. Jun Changxiao's lips curved slightly, somewhat arrogantly. A mere martial emperor dares to stop me. Chankan 9 seals. With one move only bones remained of the mice. Lion seal beyond the body. I can finally recite second master's lines. He still had energy, charging towards the mini-boss. Little mice, go die. The mini-boss mouse still calmly took a puff from its pipe. It turned out he was preparing a big move. With a puff, Jun Changxiao was sent flying. Zhou Gufeng, the power is too terrifying. Jun Changxiao was also blown away, crashing into the stone wall of the cave. He was serious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. System, you're really ruthless. Easy mode even has a martial saint level. He began to observe carefully, looking for its weakness. That wind of his can easily tear my clothes. I can't face it head on. But it keeps sitting on the elite rat's head. Could it be a problem with its lower body? Finally found it. The system still has some conscience, it seems. Half-saint and martial saint are like an unbridgeable chasm. For me and Woody, two half-saints to defeat a peak martial saint is simply wishful thinking. He worried about his disciples. How are the other disciples doing? Dozens of martial emperor-level gold-devouring rats. I'm afraid their copper skin and iron bones have already reached their limits. The mouse horde was still very fierce, with each Wangu sect disciple fighting one mouse. Two coiling dragon shadows appeared on his back. He roared and spun the mouse like roasted meat. Dragon Claw Prajna. Su Xiaomo leapt into the air, and the mouse also followed. Looking at Zui Ji, he stomped down hard and the mouse cried out in pain. I'll help you. Ruanming saw Zhen Changxiao watching Su Xiaomo, so he raised his hand to signal that everything was fine. How dare you use such a despicable move, so brazenly shameless yet proud. Su Xiaomo indeed had my style. Li Shangtian and Sima Zhangde cooperated perfectly, and the two of them jointly defeated a gold-devouring rat. Seeing the two cooperate so seamlessly, Zhen Changxiao was very relieved. Li Shangtian, Sima Zhangde. A few martial king-level disciples could also deal with the gold-devouring rats. Killing them might be difficult, but self-preservation isn't a problem. Suddenly, Zhen Changxiao noticed someone in danger and rushed to rescue them. Damn, before I could even get there, someone stiffly blocked in front of him. If you want to harm my junior brother, you'll have to get past me first. Seeing someone helping him contain the situation, he took care of the mouse with one move, return horse cannon. Zhen Changxiao was very relieved. If the disciples are not in danger, I can fully focus on the dark gold-devouring rat. Now he could completely concentrate on defeating the mini-boss. Zhen Changxiao accelerated, running around the mini-boss cloud-soaring step. He was like a doppelganger, able to perform 3 different moves at once, spirit armor, body doppelganger. Then he struck the mini-boss's head hard with a blow, triple slash. After the move, Zhen Changxiao still heard a voice from the smoke and dust. Mortal eyes cannot fathom this saint's movements. You are a genius. The voice was belittling Zhen Changxiao. It's a pity even a half-saint can use a move as powerful as Zhen Changxiao's. Zhen Changxiao didn't expect him to still be alive after his earth-shattering blow. The mini-boss quickly dug a large hole in his disciple's chest. Zhen Changxiao could only cry out in despair. The system mercilessly said, Zuiji, some things you have to get used to early. The mini-boss even managed to get past Zhen Changxiao, holding the Wangu sect disciple's blood in his hand. Strange, only martial king level. While the mini-boss was still muttering behind Zhen Changxiao, Yi Xingqian and He Wudi both charged over. But the spiritual energy reached the martial emperor realm, and the physical strength touched the edge of half-saint. Are all of you so strange? He Wudi punched angrily, but the mini-boss easily dodged it. He Wudi and Zhen Changxiao attacked together, but the mini-boss remained calm. Half-saint, finally someone who can enter this old man's eyes, but a martial saint, the mini-boss said, passing through the two. Zhen Changxiao was too shocked to speak. He Wudi couldn't help but cry, that's not an opponent you can defeat. Although the mini-boss was small, its power was extremely strong. Zhen Changxiao and He Wudi were already very tired. As expected of a martial saint, completely undetectable. How embarrassing to be hit by such a chicken. He Wudi was a bit annoyed and couldn't help but mock. A tiger fallen into the sun. Yi Xingqian helped his teammate up. Quick, drink the healing medicine. We can't use storage rings here, but I just happened to bring one. The mini-boss immediately noticed the pill in Yi Xingqian's hand without a word. He flew over at lightning speed and snatched it. After suffering such injuries, you're still not panicking, so you have such a divine medicine. Yi Xingqian was annoyed. Little mouse, you're playing with fire. Yi Xingqian used a move to snatch the pill back into his hand with a black shadow, but the mini-boss easily dodged it. Interesting. Another half-saint has appeared. But kid, you're a bit weaker than those two just now. Yi Xingqian was concentrating on snatching back the pill while in the distance. Zhen Changxiao suggested that Yi Xingqian join forces with the two of them to defeat it. Yi Xingqian, let's 3 of us take it down, give me back that medicine. Although the mini-boss was powerful, confronting these 3 head-on would be a bit tricky. These 3 together, still a bit troublesome. He could only summon 2 giant mice to hold back Zhen Changxiao, then turn to deal with He Wudi. First eliminate one. He sensed the mini-boss approaching him, but He Wudi had no time to react. I really don't have time to defend myself. He Wudi thought he was going to die this time, gritting his teeth and waiting for the attack, but how could Zhen Changxiao let his teammate die? He rushed up to block for He Wudi. The one who blocked for He Wudi was not Zhen Changxiao, but Zui Ji. He blocked an attack for He Wudi. No one can kill anyone from the Wangu sect in front of me, not even a martial saint. Although hit by 2 of the mini-boss's moves, he still had the strength to send him flying, buying the 2 time to prepare. The mini-boss didn't expect this guy's resilience to be so strong, actually taking his half-saint attack head-on with pure physical strength. This blow, even this old man has to take you seriously, kid. Zhen Changxiao and He Wudi angrily used all their strength, wanting to defeat this guy immediately. My disciples and senior brothers need you to look after them. The 2 attacked together, causing a huge explosion. Over here, Yi Xingqian tried to calm Zuiji. Zuiji, hold on, Zuiji. But at this moment, Zuiji was motionless, and Yi Xingqian could only stand there blankly, unable to do anything, trembling all over. Zuiji gradually disappeared, and a sound of shattering mirror echoed. Over here, He Wudi and Zhen Changxiao frantically attacked the mini-boss. The 2 of them couldn't care less now, just focusing on defeating him, attacking furiously without defending. Are you too crazy? The mini-boss suddenly felt an electric current. Because you deserve to die. A powerful force suddenly appeared around them. Yi Xingqian appeared from nowhere, but his power at this moment far surpassed the Sect Master's. Sect Master Wudi, my body can't bear this power yet. Before fully awakening, he warned the 2. The mini-boss couldn't anticipate this terrifying power. To avoid accidental injury, the 2 stepped back. This power, you're just a kid. How can you possess such power? Yi Xingqian had now awakened the power of a martial emperor. Is this the power of a martial emperor? Yi Xingqian was furious, just taking back what was originally mine, but it seems this body can't bear it for too long. Yi Xingqian used his power to choke the neck of the mini-boss who had killed Zuiji. However, rest assured, before I die, this emperor will grant you a long death. One hand stretched out as if grasping something. The mouse-headed human-bodied creature charged up and kicked hard. Yi Xingqian was dignified and confident, exuding a dangerous black aura. Tisk, I never expected that only your death could awaken my past life's power, but it's good. My body is about to dissipate anyway, he sneered, looking cunning. With the memories of the Wangu sect, my long slumber this time will surely not be lonely. Not bad, Zuiji, we'll meet again. Congratulations on clearing the life-death secret realm easy mode. Yi Xingqian lowered his head, pondering seriously. Oh, no endless darkness this time? As he concentrated, Zuiji suddenly spoke, startling him. Yi Xingqian, have you all gone out? Have you passed the trial? I'm the only one who was eliminated early. Zhen Changxiao and Qingyang stood together. He closed his eyes, recalling, we merely brought our consciousness into the game. Dying there just meant early elimination. Just now because Zuiji died, we angrily attacked fiercely. Now in retrospect I feel ashamed. By the way, Qingyang, help me write down the new motto of the Wangu sect. Zhen Changxiao had a flash of inspiration. Zuiji sacrifices for heaven. Yi Xingqian's magic power is boundless. I will make sure all disciples remember it. Yi Xingqian helplessly shed a few drops of sweat, shouting loudly to get attention. Hey hey, a sudden call caught Yi Xingqian's attention. Martial Emperor, he woody scoffed. Although it's nothing to brag about, for the next few months the top spot in the Wangu sect will temporarily be yours. Secondly, based on your performance in the secret realm, you're just a disposable martial emperor in this life, so don't use that power again. Sacrificing your life for a bit of energy isn't worth it. Yi Xingqian turned his head annoyedly and glared. HMPH, you're just jealous. He showed a sly smile, mocking. But you also reminded me of something. If I want to fully utilize this power, I need more practice. After all, I'm the #1 of Wangu. I have to live up to my name. Zhen Changxiao pondered. Why am I the protagonist, but in the sect, the number of times my strength ranked first is extremely rare and mostly due to external forces? Yi Xingqian asked in confusion. Sect Master, can I enter this secret realm again to familiarize myself with the power? Zhen Changxiao said sternly, arms crossed. Yes, as long as you clear the secret realm, you can enter continuously. But if you're eliminated midway like Zuiji, you have to wait 3 months before entering again. A huge energy vortex like a magical door was before them. Yi Xingqian was about to walk in. Then I'll take advantage of the feeling I just had and practice a few more times, he smiled confidently. Decisively, but this time let me choose hard mode. Yi Xingqian walked in with a fierce aura. Martial saints are no longer worthy of this emperor's attention. His gaze was firm as he looked inside. The sect master said the fierce beasts in the life-death secret realm are random. I wonder what I'll encounter this time. Oh, he seems to be underestimating this trial. Why here again? What a coincidence. Twice with these rats. Good. My anger towards them hasn't dissipated yet. Perhaps this will make it easier to unleash the power of a martial emperor. The Buddha statue before him smiled slightly, and Yi Xingqian was very confident in his abilities. Oh, are the gold-devouring rats coming? If they're still at the martial king level, they won't be enough. Suddenly, something made his eyes widen. The Buddha statue waved its hand, warding off all evil. The statue slammed its hand down and the ground exploded. Yi Xingqian's face was drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't utter a word. Zhen Changxiao laughed mockingly. Oh ho, breaking through so quickly, truly the fastest man in the sect, He Woody also chimed in. Only a few seconds, he probably got defeated as soon as he appeared. He Woody bent over and said triumphantly. Martial Emperor is just the first step on the path of the strong. Later I'll show you realms beyond Martial Emperor. Yi Xingqian replied disdainfully. I'll definitely reach that realm before you. He Woody, far from being intimidated, was very contemptuous. Want to be faster than me? You're far too early. My personal disciple just came down from above to experience life. He frowned and continued. By the way, I need to correct you, newbie. It's not that realm, it's those realms. Zhen Changxiao stood by watching them bicker, secretly thinking, these two guys sure can brag. Realms beyond Martial Emperor, I almost believe them. As long as you're happy, he mused. I should go claim the rewards from the life-death secret realm first. What are the rewards anyway? You've been keeping it a secret all this time. He clicked to claim the reward, which was of course a surprise. Suddenly, a powerful attack struck, and a white energy scattered everywhere. He Woody muttered in surprise and worry. What's going on? The spiritual energy in my body is suddenly circulating rapidly. Zhen Changxiao happily laughed and ordered. Everyone sit cross-legged and start cultivating immediately. Don't miss this opportunity to break through. The life-death secret realm rewards enlightenment. The system will promote the integration of internal spiritual energy with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating an opportunity for enlightenment which may break through the current cultivation bottleneck. Zhen Changxiao sat down and a powerful flame burned around him. System, this is definitely the ultimate treasure for breaking through realms, he said with a smug smile. Almost all your inner disciples are exceptionally talented, but as long as she exists you will never be ordinary. Among this group of special geniuses you will also be the most special one. After all, we are the protagonists of this plane. Yi Xingqian returned to the ground, shouting proudly. I've broken through to peak Martial King, just one step away from Martial Emperor. Another person also shouted, me too, I've broken through to mid-grade Martial Emperor. They shouted in unison, we all broke through. Zhen Changxiao silently observed, Sect Master, in a sense you are indeed the most special one. A gentle breeze caressed his body, but your special way is a bit unexpected. Tears streamed down his face, his lips tightly pressed, thinking helplessly. You're the only one who didn't break through in Elder Wei's manner. Elder Wei ordered, disciples are to be divided into groups of 50, entering the life-death secret realm in rotation. Each time, 2 elders must accompany them, prioritizing disciples who are currently in a breakthrough phase. Zhen Changxiao stood by, arms crossed, thinking smugly. Although the life-death secret realm has an easy mode option, the overall difficulty will adjust based on the number of entrants. Arranging the numbers this way might keep the final boss at the martial emperor level, leading to a higher pass rate. He turned to Elder Wei and suggested, Elder Wei, this trip to Central Sovereign Province, I will lead 25 top disciples. The remaining disciples will be under your and the Elder's care. Elder Wei smiled faintly and said with certainty, Sect Master, rest assured, this old man will do his utmost. I will also urge the disciples to cultivate diligently, and I will surely make you look at them with new eyes in the future. Zhen Changxiao interrupted, Old Man Wei, by the way, Elder Wei, do you have any confidants in Central Sovereign Province? I'm about to depart and need to make some preparations in advance. Elder Wei lowered his head and closed his eyes, smiling calmly. There are some, yes, but given your status it's almost impossible for you to see her. Zhen Changxiao was surprised. Really? Before Elder Wei could finish, he rushed off. Then I'm relieved. The disciples are waiting for me to depart. I'll be going now. Elder Wei called out helplessly. And the Ice Emperor, standing inside, watched Zhen Changxiao leave quickly. You brats, didn't we agree to wait for me? He woody thought. Even with you, old Iceman, it's impossible for you to truly take my personal disciple away. Elder Wei spoke unhurriedly. The Sect Master's expedition will surely cause a stir in Central Sovereign Province. Old Iceman, for this period, the safety of the ancient sect rests entirely on you. The Ice Emperor, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, making Elder Wei notice. Ni Tian Gang Wei Qingfeng, he added with a smug smile. You two caused quite a stir in Central Sovereign Province back then. Though I've been in slumber for many years, I often hear those unaccomplished juniors mention your battle records. Truly astonishing, the Ice Emperor frowned, showing contempt. You could say you were the protagonist of the previous era, but why is your aura now only at the martial emperor level and so chaotic? As far as I know, back then you were a martial. Elder Wei waved his hand, interrupting. So many years have passed, let's not speak of it. This old man only needs to farm now. The Ice Emperor was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect a prodigy like you to also have a time when you tire of the ordinary, are content with mediocrity, and don't even want to step foot in Central Sovereign Province again. Elder Wei emphasized with a questioning tone. Tired of the ordinary, content with mediocrity? He turned around, smiling slyly. This old man has already declared it to those kids in Central Sovereign Province in the most direct way. This old man solemnly announces that this old man is back. Qing Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Zhen Changxiao shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone listen, the first rule of the Eternal Sect is temporarily adjusted. Absolutely no mention of Elder Wei's name in front of any princess, county princess, family head, madam, abbess, sect master's wife, female hero, or courtesan. In the quiet night, the team continued their journey. Zhen Changxiao kept reminding, no mention of Elder Wei's name in front of courtesans of prestigious families, twin sisters, not even the character Wei. If we stir up trouble again, it'll be problematic if we don't fight well. Everyone must remember. As he spoke, he suddenly saw something displeasing and loudly reprimanded. Su Xiaomo, you fall asleep when it comes to serious matters. Look how attentively senior brother listens. Su Xiaomo, still groggy, argued. I'm not asleep, he angrily cursed. Still saying you're not asleep? You were snoring as soon as we reached the border of Central Sovereign Province. I bet even if someone threw a dragon on your head you wouldn't wake up. The dragon was suddenly flung far away, crashing into the mountain wall ahead with a huge noise. Zhen Changxiao was a bit embarrassed. Have I mastered it? Everything I say comes true. In the darkness, a man walked out. Sorry, I suddenly felt like a midnight snack, didn't expect to cause a bit of a commotion. Hope I didn't disturb you all? Zhen Changxiao was fearless. Instead, he said amicably, to treat a peak martial king earth-exploding dragon as a midnight snack, your skill is extraordinary. Zuiji, he bears no ill will towards us. Let's head back, the man smiled slyly. Unexpectedly, he said confidently. I coincidentally met a Bati cultivator just like me. I sensed the explosive physical power of a beast from you. How interesting, how interesting. My path is not lonely. He laughed terrifyingly and challenged, care for a few moves? Suddenly, he burst from the ground. Tisk, that guy ran off carrying the dragon, shouting, I'm starving, going to have a big meal. Seeing your appearance, you're also here for the Dragon Tiger Hegemony, right? I'll wait for you at the Dragon Tiger Hegemony. Zuiji looked seriously in the direction he left and said, what a strange yet powerful fellow. Zhen Changxiao rode on the dragon's back with Tianqian, he stated with certainty. Indeed, Central Sovereign Province cultivates no idlers, and the further we go, the richer the spiritual energy, almost 1% of my sects. An anomaly suddenly appeared in the sky, and Tianqian immediately turned her head and asked, why did such a strong wind suddenly pick up? No. Zhen Changxiao, Yi Xingqian and Avril all took defensive stances. Someone appeared in the sky. Someone drew a sword, a stranger sneered. So it's a wanderer from the martial world. He brandished his sword and shouted, "Long sword, heaven and earth!" Sword light flickered, emitting golden rays that illuminated the dark night sky. Flames burned fiercely on the ground, and a powerful force shook the earth. Yi Xingqian praised, "Such sword momentum with such effortless control, I am ashamed of myself. I cannot achieve such lightness and agility." Indeed, Central Sovereign Province cultivates no idlers. Yun Fei stood confidently on the ground, thinking he hadn't expected to meet 3 sword masters in such a desolate place. Facing Zhen Chongxiao, Yi Xingqian and Avril, Yun Fei said loudly, "Yun Fei of the Spirit Sword Saint Sect greets fellow sword practitioners. I hope I didn't disturb you just now." Yi Xingqian said dismissively, "Disturb us, the strongest sect, Wangu sect, you're not worthy, kid." Zhen Chongxiao, however, praised falsely, "Such magnificent swordsmanship, truly worthy of a saint sect," Avril said coldly. Battle, everyone suddenly entered combat readiness. Yun Fei smiled with satisfaction, "Just as I wished," Yun Fei said with an eyebrow raised. "It's rare to encounter 3 masters in swordsmanship at once, but rest assured I will hold back." The 4 of them charged forward simultaneously, their blades clashing. Suddenly a voice called out, "Feier, that's enough." A slender woman dressed in mysterious dark brown clothing stood in the distance. "Unprovoked fighting goes against our sect's principles. You are already a sword master. Why are you still so childish?" Yun Fei broke out in a cold sweat. "Senior Aunt," the woman's gentle voice sounded, "I brought you to Black Mountain Cliff to practice your sword with a calm mind, to prepare for the dragon tiger hegemony." Tianqian, riding on the dragon's back, suddenly spoke. "We've just arrived in Central Sovereign Province. It's better to keep a low profile and observe first, at least settle the disciples." Zhen Chongxiao agreed, I understand. But he still had some doubts. Is this Black Mountain Cliff? Isn't this the forbidden area recorded in the Black Dragon Evil Sect's manual? Yun Fei announced. "Fellow sword practitioners, we shall meet again at the Dragon Tiger hegemony." Zhen Chongxiao did not refuse, of course, but as this humble one and my sect disciples are new to Central Sovereign Province, there are some things we wish to inquire about. He continued, "Isn't Black Mountain Cliff one of the 10 forbidden areas of Starfall Continent? While the path we took was indeed sparsely populated, we did see some martial artists cultivating." The senior aunt then explained, "Fellow Taoist Jun only knows Black Mountain Cliff is a forbidden area, but not its origin. This is the battlefield where the demonic emperor slew 2 martial emperors, making the demonic and spiritual energies chaotic and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth disordered, rendering cultivation impossible. A force penetrated the leaves." The senior aunt continued, "But precisely because of this, Black Mountain Cliff has become a paradise for unconventional cultivators. People like sword cultivators and Tao cultivators who don't rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can focus their cultivation here." The senior aunt and Yun Fei turned and left. "You all should quickly leave this forest. After all, Black Mountain Cliff is not a safe place," Zhen Chongxiao said respectfully. "Understood, thank you." Tianqian wondered suspiciously. These 2 people are truly too different from the people of Central Sovereign Province. Central Sovereign Province has long dominated Starfall, especially those first-rate sects who never regard outsiders with respect. Zhen Chongxiao waved his hand. "Tianqian, you know too much about Central Sovereign Province, don't you? Perhaps they simply have good manners." Yun Fei asked his senior aunt. "Senior aunt, your attitude towards them was also gentle, without the slightest arrogance. But why such strict demands? Other sects show no respect for outsiders at all." The senior aunt hesitated before replying, "Because in other provinces there have been some peerless geniuses who astounded an era." Zhen Chongxiao turned around and solemnly reminded everyone, "We've just arrived in Central Sovereign Province and already encountered several masters whose cultivation is no less than yours. Now you know there are always greater heights and masters beyond masters, right?" Su Xiaomo raised his hand and suggested, "Sect Master, should we then temper our sharpness in Central Sovereign Province? Even if provoked, try not to retaliate?" Zhen Chongxiao replied with a cunning smile, "I told you not to underestimate the heroes of the world, but if they are ignorant, we also have a duty to let them know there are always greater heights and masters beyond masters." Zhen Chongxiao posed a question for assessment. "Tell me, what is the first rule of the Eternal Sect's 23rd edition?" The disciples below shouted in unison. "Those who defy the eternal heaven's might, no matter how far, shall be annihilated." Unexpectedly, Su Xiaomo added another sentence which startled Zhen Chongxiao. "Except for Elder Wei and Wei Qingfeng, we fear nothing." The true senior aunt who was walking suddenly stopped. Yun Fei asked worriedly, "What's wrong, senior aunt?" The senior aunt replied awkwardly, "No, nothing, it just seemed like I heard the name of an old acquaintance." After Su Xiaomo's mouth ran wild again, his mouth was sealed with tape by the entire team. Zhen Chongxiao angrily scolded, "Fortunately this is the wilderness, otherwise with your loud voice who knows how much trouble you'd stir up. Li Fei, keep an eye on him. If he says one more word, just kick the ball in his face." He gazed around melancholically, muttering to himself. System, logically the cave recorded in the Black Dragon Evil Sect's text should be somewhere nearby. Perhaps there are more secrets hidden within, but why do I not sense anything unusual here? He fell into deep thought. Given the chaotic nature of this place, even if I covered the entire forest with an array, it would be difficult to thoroughly investigate, the system said in his ear. "Should I say that your cultivation system's development is inferior to even your disciples? Allow me to generously point out what is the meaning of the front character in the Chang'an 9 seals. Do you know?" Zhen Chongxiao waved his hand. Front character, I know it's the Sun Wheel Seal. Isn't it for emitting strong light? I always thought it was equivalent to the ultimate Yang Fist. The system mocked again. Superficial. The Sun Wheel Seal with 5 fingers spread represents control over the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in heaven and earth, which is to coexist with all things. You are all things. Zhen Chongxiao used his power to create a ring of fire that spread throughout the forest. He also transformed into a giant flame, reaching out to cover an area. Smiling proudly, is this the feeling of becoming all things? Truly marvelous. I feel as if I am this forest, standing here for 1,000 years without falling. He flew around. That strange cave is, Zhen Chongxiao looked through the crevice, and it was actually buried under the mountain wall. Without the Sun Wheel Seal I might never have found this place. He passed through the rock layers with his body. Ah, there's a barrier at the entrance of the cave. With this strength the Array Master is much stronger than me. His eyes widened in surprise. Before him was a dark long passage with a small box inside. The resentment here is truly too heavy. Yi Xingqian asked curiously, Sect Master, is this the secret treasure you sensed? He walked into the cave entrance with Zhen Chongxiao. It looks very eerie. After all, it's a demonic sect's treasure vault. A little yin energy is normal. The cave was filled with countless demonic energies causing bone-chilling coldness and suffocation. Yi Xingqian added, the barrier here was just broken by me and thousands of years of yin energy suddenly erupted, so it's a bit concentrated. Yi Xingqian was somewhat puzzled. Sect Master, don't you usually go on these treasure hunts alone? Why did you call us this time? Zhen Chongxiao feigned a cough to avoid the question. Actually, I'm a bit afraid of ghosts and only people with strong yang energy can enter. That's just a habit from my previous life. Yi Xingqian confidently walked forward. What's so scary about devils? They're just collections of yin and evil energy. Suddenly a ferocious ghost leaped in front of him to scare him. Zhen Chongxiao was startled and jumped onto Tianqian. Yi Xingqian frowned, looking at him, gnashing his teeth in anger. You're blocking the way. Yi Xingqian then realized it was just a weak ghost which startled him, and he was a bit deflated. They then continued to the box where the yin energy was densest. The box was already covered in spiderwebs. Yi Xingqian approached to observe. It was indeed a treasure box, but it was empty. Yi Xingqian asked in confusion, Sect Master, why aren't you coming over to look? What are you doing over there? Zhen Chongxiao was cowering in a corner lighting a candle. Supposedly if you light a candle in the southeast corner and it doesn't go out, it means there are no ghosts. If the candle goes out, he laughed triumphantly, having specifically found a candle that absolutely couldn't be blown out. No ghost could blow it out. Yi Xingqian helplessly shouted, then isn't this candle useless? System note. An eternal candle. System produced 100 high grade. It would still be there even if the sun disappeared. Countless ghosts flew around the cave, threatening loudly. The demonic sect lives forever. You dare to betray the demonic emperor, you deserve to die. Zhen Chongxiao watched curiously, completely unafraid. I'm not afraid even if these ghosts reveal their true forms, Tianqian said coldly. Gusheng, you're really something, she softly reminded. Can you come down now? Zhen Chongxiao hastily explained, cough, it's mainly because Tianqian is so beautiful today I couldn't help myself. Couldn't help myself? Tianqian listened to his words and sarcastically said, admitting to being lustful is better than admitting to being a coward. A ball of flame surrounded Zhen Chongxiao's feet. Remaining souls, huh? You dare make me lose face. He created a giant tornado, reducing souls to ashes. He widened his eyes, seeing something very strange. The ghosts in the cave were only swept into the flames, not dispersed, he worriedly said. Red Star abyssal flames are useless. These things are different from those at the entrance. They're not residual souls or yin energy. He retreated under the demon's attack. He couldn't stand firm, and everyone shouted in unison, Sect Master. Zhen Chongxiao stretched out his hand, signaling everyone, step back, don't worry. He remembered those who were trying to attack something. He stepped forward, confidently declaring, no wonder you weren't afraid of the sacred flames. It turns out you're just the remaining obsessions of the demonic sect from back then, fighting against the entire Starfall continent, ultimately betrayed and defeated. Zhen Chongxiao chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, demonic sect members are arrogant, and their unwilling obsessions are so powerful. Fortunately, I've undergone soul refining and forging, otherwise I would easily lose control of my mind. He looked at another box in the distance and said, however, I've also gained some information. This is where the demonic emperor and martial emperors fought, and it's also where the loyal officials and generals of the demonic sect were ambushed and hidden. Looking into the distance, those ghosts still guarded the box. He asserted that they were unwilling to see the demonic sect perish, so they concealed its legacy here, transforming themselves into obsessions to protect the demonic sect's last hope. He added, the first treasure box must contain the blood demon great art stolen by the Black Dragon Holy Sect, while the box in the distance probably holds the true legacy of the demonic sect. Zhen Chongxiao stood firmly on the cold ground as ferocious soul demons rushed forward to intimidate him. They turned toward Zhen Chongxiao and his group, and he, sweating nervously, loudly ordered, disciples, listen up, steady your minds. The ghosts attacked fiercely, penetrating Li Fei, Yi Xingqian and others. Yi Xingqian frowned, gnashing his teeth angrily, saying, this wave of attacks is really strong. Tisk, I feel like I can't exert my strength. It's really stifling. It seems as soon as we step onto that bridge, these obsessions will attack crazily. He turned in panic to see He Wudi completely unharmed. Everyone exclaimed, He Wudi is calm and collected. Why are all these guys avoiding me? Have I cultivated the tyrannical aura that the sect master spoke of? He triumphantly mocked. Or is it because even though I'm only in a demonic embryo state now, I once tore apart their demonic emperor? Moreover, he still carried a wisp of the demonic emperor's soul as a souvenir. A ball of green flame ignited in He-Wudi's hand. At first I just wanted to use it to deter that little guy inside Meng Ying, to warn him not to harbor evil intentions, but unexpectedly, he smiled triumphantly. Surrounded by a circle of green light, it actually had such a miraculous effect. Zhen Chongxiao, trapped in that force, shouted, "Wudi, do you have a way to protect the disciples? These obsessions are chaotic. The disciples won't be able to bear it for long." Wudi clasped his hands together and smiled contentedly. "Alright, this is a good opportunity to test some of the results I've recently achieved. Fortunately, this world only restricts me from using my past cultivation techniques, but my artifact refining is unaffected." He moved a large door. "Demons and ghosts, let me show you what a closed-door disciple is," he happily announced. Done. The door stood before a courtyard surrounded by green light. He-Wudi walked around the door again. Zhen Chongxiao, nervously sweating, "That's my 999 valued door," he asked in confusion. "You put the demonic emperor's claws on the door and it can resist these obsessions?" He-Wudi replied, "That's right, I've already modified the door over 100 million times," he also explained. "It can produce different effects depending on the energy injected, but to deal with these obsessions it can only passively defend." Zhen Chongxiao asked in confusion, "Then can my moves also be attached to it?" He-Wudi was somewhat wary. "Sect Master, do you have any clever tricks to deal with them?" Zhen Chongxiao replied, "I just learned that the Chenkin 9 Seals techniques are all-encompassing." Zhen Chongxiao showed a cunning smile, clenched his fist to conceal his seal and began to push the door forcefully. He-Wudi's power combined with Zhen Chongxiao's creating violent vibrations. The door suddenly opened. Spiritual energy flew out and a group of souls rushed out quickly. The door led to an unfathomable depth and terrifying souls continuously flew out. The Lai character formula, time and space change without interval. Zhen Chongxiao awkwardly sweated. "Although I'm only using your door for space-time transfer right now, I estimate that the more profound my cultivation, the more I can fully grasp it. This is truly a miraculous skill that can turn the tide." He-Wudi's eyes widened in shock, speechless. Space-time transfer is a rare divine ability even among martial sages. Could the ultimate techniques left by the Seven Zan revered saint be more than just the Seven Zan radiant burst? He suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Sect Master, where did you transfer those obsessions?" Zhen Chongxiao chuckled softly, ambiguously replying, "Buddha says, do not speak." Transition to Zhenyang County Governor's Mansion. Zhen Chongxiao softly questioned, "Oh, you're willing to monitor Qingyang City and the Wangu sect's every move for me?" The person kneeling before him hastily reported, "This humble one and the Wangu sect are irreconcilable enemies under his oppression. Our other sects in Qingyang County have no place to stand." He raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred. "My 100-sect alliance, even the Sacred Spring sect, was trampled underfoot by him. I am no gentleman if I do not avenge this." To show my sincerity, he then took out a wooden treasure box and said, "This year I have collected all intelligence on the Wangu sect and presented it to the county governor. Furthermore, I have also investigated that the secret medicine sold by the Ai family very likely comes from the Wangu sect." It was then that Zhen Chongxiao spoke. "Perfect, our county's 4 spirits army formation is complete. I will use this intelligence to choose the appropriate time to attack. Qin Horan, if the intelligence is true, you have rendered a great service. Quickly open it for me to see." Qin Horan immediately complied and opened it. As soon as the treasure box was opened, countless souls flew out, scurrying around the county city, scaring him pale. This made Zhen Chongxiao angrily shout, "Qin Horan, is this your gift?" Transition. Zhen Chongxiao strode towards a treasure chest. According to the Martial Sacrifice Hall's intelligence, after some adjustments, Zhenyang County was again stirring. So it would be best to create some trouble for them. Though he didn't know the exact transfer location within Zhenyang County, he opened the treasure chest with one hand and said, "I wonder what treasures the demonic sect followers left in the second treasure chest." Upon seeing its contents, Zhen Chongxiao ecstatically cheered to his teammates. "Treasure found," it read, "the demonic emperor's strongest martial art, through heaven and earth." Demonic scripture, he hastily explained. "This is the foundation for the demonic emperor to contend with multiple martial emperors." This adventure was truly worth it, 2 teammates helplessly said. "Worth what, you ghost?" they pouted gloomily. "Isn't this just the Meng Ying's family's martial art? Wouldn't he obediently hand over the demonic scripture after a few battles? He even brought the manual with him." Meanwhile, Zhen Chongxiao excitedly read the book. Currently, all sects are developing very comprehensively, such as martial arts, swordsmanship, and now demonic arts are also becoming more comprehensive. Why is there a platform over there?" Zhen Chongxiao turned his attention to the nearby stone platform. Could it be that the demonic emperor's martial arts cannot be the final collection? He seemed to not have found the answer, asking in confusion, "Are these the remains of the demonic sect's loyal followers? Are they guarding this thing? I feel it's very familiar." Zhen Chongxiao began to fantasize again as if he had obtained an identical item before. 2 copper coins engraved with skulls and scratches representing death clinked as they fell to the ground. Zhen Chongxiao held a string of grilled meat in his hand, eating it while coldly saying, "These 2 maps should refer to the same treasure. To be guarded by the demonic sect like this, it must be extraordinary. But these 2 maps point to southwest Yang Province and northeast Luzhou, completely opposite directions." He-Wudi speculated, Perhaps this map has several parts, let's put it away for now. Zhen Changxiao turned and waved, heading directly to the Great Sovereign Imperial City to sign up. In the Great Sovereign Imperial City, people came and went, bustling with activity. Ao Shiwei suddenly knelt before Zhen Changxiao. Ao Shiwei lay in bed. Oh, the Wangu sect actually came to participate in the Dragon Tiger hegemony? The attendant next to him replied, Indeed, young master. They're almost at the Imperial City Gate. He covered his face with a book and contemptuously said, without much guard, Since ancient times, the Dragon Tiger hegemony has merely been a place for third-rate sects to observe second-rate sects and for first-rate sects to engage in slaughter. A fifth-rate sect like them, haha, how interesting. The maid fanned him while adding fuel to the fire, belittling, A fifth-rate sect is nothing but a clown. Why bother, young master? Ao Shiwei pushed her hand away. Not so, my boy, you don't understand. He immediately sat up, sneering. The Dragon Tiger hegemony is so grand that those worth me using 6/10 of my power can be counted on one hand. And a fifth-rate sect master like him, he looks like a clown. Ao Shiwei smiled with a cunning glint in one corner of his mouth. Zhen Changxiao almost broke my record for breaking through to Martial Emperor, so he can be considered a super genius. In my world where all living beings are like ants, how can I not be happy when someone can get a little closer to me? Ao Shiwei stood alone on the city wall looking down at everyone. Unrivaled yet too lonely. He stepped onto the city wall, then lightly leapt down with a graceful posture. He charged directly towards Zhen Changxiao. Sect Master Zhen. Suddenly a voice entered Zhen Changxiao's ear, hitting his knee. Trust me, he didn't understand why, but he did as instructed. Flicking his finger forward forcefully, the force shot towards Ao Shiwei's knee, causing him unbearable pain and a sudden jolt. He was in too much pain to react and fell to his knees with a thud. The wind blew and the atmosphere became awkward. Zhen Changxiao happily handed a string of grilled meat to Ao Shiwei. It's just a string of grilled meat, why such a grand gesture? Here, take it, you must be starving, kid. Xiaomo, seeing this, didn't forget to flatter a few words. The sect master has always been generous and kind. Zhen Changxiao found it strange. It's true that I'm kind, but the beggars in Central Sovereign Province are truly peculiar. They jump down from the city wall and kneel. Zhen Changxiao, ignoring Ao Shiwei still kneeling, walked hurriedly. Let's go sign up, we still need to find an inn to rest. A man from the Kui family rode on horseback, but Ao Shiwei blocked his path. He angrily roared. The Kui family is conducting business. Who dares block the way? No begging on the main road. Get lost quickly or you'll be beaten to death. Ao Shiwei's face flushed with anger. He roared loudly, standing firm, extending his hand, a powerful aura emanating, ready to unleash a decisive strike. The official was so scared he fell to the ground. Ao Shiwei, you are from the Ao Shi Holy Sect. Ao Shiwei strode forward confidently with imposing aura, invincible. Yi Xingqian and Zhen Changxiao turned around. Such power, a martial emperor. Zhen Changxiao's eyes widened. As expected of the great sovereign imperial city in Central Sovereign Province, he chuckled cunningly. Now I understand. I am Zhen Changxiao, and I don't care what he Woody says. I'll interrupt immediately. See, even a martial emperor struggles in Central Sovereign Province and has to beg. You must take this as a warning. You've just broken through to martial emperor. What's there to be arrogant about? He Woody displayed his power, stepping forward and smiling triumphantly. Interesting, it's the first time I've met someone crazier than me. He leaned in close to Zhen Changxiao, a provocative smile on his face. Zhen Changxiao, my judgment was right. You are indeed a worthy opponent. I'm looking forward to defeating you in the Dragon Tiger hegemony. As Ao Shiwei approached, Zhen Changxiao immediately moved behind him. Honestly, haven't you learned to look people in the eye when talking? Ao Shiwei stared blankly at the afterimage. He nervously turned around to listen. Secondly, your opponents are them. A pile of sinister smiling faces appeared. Ao Shiwei was about to catch something when a hand suddenly reached out, moving faster than him. It was Yi Xingqian who caught the falling door, and a young man arrived with an imperial decree to announce. Ao Wushuang, the strongest disciple of the Ao Shi Holy Sect in 500 years, broke through to martial emperor within 6 years, making him the fastest person to break through in the history of Starfall Continent. He then added, with such cultivation speed, your talent is definitely #1 on Starfall Continent. Zhen Changxiao scoffed. He barely makes it into the top 20 of my Wangu sect. Ao Shiwei burst into hearty laughter, then erupted with power. As expected of the person I admire, worthy of me using 8/10 of my strength, he summoned spiritual energy, Ao Shi heaven and earth. At the same time, Zhen Changxiao had already attacked. Mountain-splitting palm striking towards him. 2 giant palms formed a prayer gesture, startling Ao Shiwei. He immediately walked up to him, patted his shoulder and mockingly praised. Young Master Ao at first glance is indeed a true gentleman. Fighting at the Imperial City Gate is truly unsightly. Zhen Changxiao then feigned a pose and said, how about we save this contest for the Dragon Tiger hegemony? We'll bet on the outcome between you and Yi Xingqian. He pointed at Qingyang and Yi Xingqian, who both looked bewildered, and said, if we are fortunate enough to win, you will join my Wangu sect. How about it? Although I know my frail and sickly disciple has almost no chance of winning, a super genius like young Master Wushuang I truly admire. He gritted his teeth, glancing at the words frail and sickly. Yi Xingqian immediately played along, coughing violently. Qingyang also didn't want to be outdone, caring. Hey Yi Xingqian, did you forget to take your medicine today? Zheng Chongxiao then placed both hands on Ao Shiwei's shoulders and firmly declared, "Of course, if we lose, our entire sect will pledge allegiance to young Master Wushuang, and our eternal sect will tirelessly proclaim young Master Ao Wushuang's power and grandeur day and night in southwest Yong Province, letting your radiance illuminate every corner." Upon hearing his proposal, Ao Shiwei was somewhat displeased. "I'm not interested in your sect, but the second condition is somewhat intriguing. I admit my current cultivation is still a bit behind yours." Ao Shiwei looked at the unsteady Yi Xingchen and said, "However, dealing with your sickly disciple, I'm absolutely confident." Qing Yang was supporting him, actively acting. "Yi Xingchen, you must hold on. Isn't your wish to participate in the Dragon Tiger hegemony?" Yi Xingchen, while acting, said, "Senior brother, you're overdoing it. It's a bit too theatrical." Ao Shiwei continued, "However, I, Ao Wushuang, will not take advantage of someone's weakness." He threw a bottle of medicine to Yi Xingchen. "This is the Ao Shi Holy Sect secret medicine, the Jade Marrow Rejuvenation Pill, which can cure all illnesses. It's yours." Then he walked into the city. Ao Shiwei waved goodbye before leaving. "Prepare your entire sect to spread my fame." Yi Xingchen looked in the direction he left and said, "That doesn't sound bad. I'll go easy on you then." Zheng Chongxiao smiled and said, "Go easy? He's going to be a junior brother anyway, just beat him half to death." He looked into the city gate. "I didn't come here for a competition. I came to buy goods. I can't imagine how many disciples we'll have to recruit after the competition." Zheng Chongxiao asked in a daze, "How do I need an audit to register?" The registrar tilted his head and smiled. "That's right. To increase the Dragon Tiger hegemony's appeal, we strictly screen participants. You said you're from a fifth-rate sect. That level is a bit low." He looked at Zheng Chongxiao and offered a new solution. "But it's not impossible. If you can provide a letter of recommendation from your provincial sect alliance, that would also work." Zheng Chongxiao stroked his chin. I beat them into submission, does that count?" Suddenly a voice came from behind. "What if I vouch for them?" The person approached Zheng Chongxiao and continued, "Would you mind giving my Tang family some face?" The registrar exclaimed in surprise. "Second young master, the Tang family?" Zheng Chongxiao grinned. "Oh, so I have a backer in Central Sovereign Province after all." Second young master Tang also clasped his hands in return. "Sect Master Zheng." "Long time no see," he whispered to Zheng Chongxiao. "I must say, with Sect Master Zheng as my backer, those pills and weapons really sold like hotcakes. We'll discuss the accounts in detail later. I've also prepared an estate for everyone." Just a small gesture from the landlord. The registrar immediately took out a thick stack of documents. "Second young master Tang, Sect Master Zheng, the Eternal Sect's registration is complete." This made Zheng Chongxiao break out in a cold sweat. "Is this the speed of having connections?" he still said with a smile. "In 10 days, Sect Master Zheng just needs to bring your team to Venue 9. Everyone must dress formally. This year's Dragon Tiger hegemony features the most advanced mirroring array," the registrar cautioned. "The array, created by several array emperors, can cover the entire competition venue. When the array is activated, it can record and live-stream the competition in real time," he continued. "At that time, all the great city lords on Starfall continent will be able to watch live. This will undoubtedly be the most anticipated Dragon Tiger hegemony. People from all regions can watch the competition." The second young master was thrilled to hear this. "Oh, that's not bad. Even warriors from various provinces who can't attend will be able to witness the grand event," the registrar replied. "That's right." Zheng Chongxiao was suddenly enlightened. "I'm going to get rich at the second young master's estate." He raised his wine glass. "Such a luxurious estate and so close to the main venue. Second young master is truly generous." The second young master also raised his glass in response. "A welcome feast for the Eternal Sect. What's a little bit of this?" The second young master recalled the scene of selling goods and said, "You are my god of wealth after all. You didn't see the scene when I sold the goods, even my father said." He had never seen such a frantic buying spree, he happily recounted. "Most importantly, my Tang family has always wanted to get into the pill industry, but it never took off. Now the situation has changed, and even I, this middleman, have become a hero to the Tang family." The second young master pointed to an empty space beside them. "Sect Master Zheng, do you know why this main hall is empty without furniture?" Zheng Chongxiao replied. "To show off," he snapped his fingers. "Because," the second young master said lightly, 500 million taels takes up too much space." A pile of gold appeared before his eyes. Zheng Chongxiao trembled but feigned composure. "Just 5 small goals, no big deal, only slightly less than I expected." But his words and actions seemed to diverge greatly. He was happily swimming in the pile of gold. The second young master could only retort, "Sect Master Zheng, what did you say? It was a bit far, I didn't hear clearly." Suddenly, Zheng Chongxiao leapt up, startling the second young master. "Second young master, I have another idea to make a fortune." He walked over to him, leaned in and whispered, "Are you interested?" The second young master's face lengthened. "Is he being so theatrical?" the referee excitedly announced. "Welcome everyone to the quadrennial Dragon Tiger Hegemony Arena. This year's competition will be synchronized across major cities with array formations, allowing the entire Starfall continent to participate in the grand event." As the referee introduced him, Han Dongxing walked in. Now standing on the main stage is the city lord of Great Sovereign Imperial City, Lord Han Dongxing. He spoke with imposing presence, hoping that all sects would perform exceptionally, bringing Starfall continent the most spectacular Dragon Tiger hegemony. Great Sovereign Imperial City will also prepare a generous gift for the champion sect. Han Dongsheng looked up at the stands, clenching his fists and shouting, "Contestants set sail." At his call, the entire venue erupted in cheers, and the referee said, "Now that the entire audience is excited, we will enter the first round of the competition." He pointed to the censor, excitedly saying, "This is an artifact personally designed by an Array Emperor, guaranteeing absolute fairness. It will select the opposing sides for our first match." The censor suddenly spewed forth raging flames. The flames arranged themselves into the characters Great Yan Holy Sect. The host immediately announced, "It's here, the Great Yan Holy Sect, an impressive newly risen first-rate sect whose strength should not be underestimated. Their opponent is." The next characters also appeared but were hidden behind. The referee tried hard to read, "Such small flames, they haven't even reached the minimum standard of a third-rate sect, have they? Eternal Strongest Sect, what a domineering name, I seem to have some impression." He immediately turned to the audience to introduce. "It seems to be the only participating sect from Southwest Yong Province, so please both sects come to the stage." A staff gradually appeared, and out walked the old sect master and his disciples, looking imposing just as the referee introduced. First, the Great Yan Holy Sect Master and their 10 true disciples. The old sect master arrogantly said, "Good luck, it's the only fifth-rate sect, a free round allowing us to preserve our strength better." The audience in the stands was enthusiastic, shouting, "Great Yan Holy Sect, you must win the championship." The referee happily chimed in. Great Yan Holy Sect's momentum is truly strong. They are strong contenders for this year's championship. Now let us welcome the Eternal Strongest Sect with commendable spirit. At the same time, solid footsteps sounded. A spectator in the stands exclaimed, "Although they're a fifth-rate sect, they walk very neatly." The fellow next to him sneered, "Flashy, just another group that will walk around once and go back, a waste of ticket money." Everyone looked at Zhen Chongxiao and said, "Seeing a first-rate sect yet not a hint of fear of battle." The old sect master opposite them showed a look of disdain. "This small sect is quite interesting." Zhen Chongxiao almost ignored him, saying, "Sit down." As soon as he spoke, chairs appeared behind him and his disciples, and master and disciples sat down in unison. Zhen Chongxiao crossed his legs and said, "Eternal Strongest Sect." Then in unison again, "Greets everyone." This made the audience talk animatedly. Sitting so arrogantly, one person laughed so hard tears streamed down his face. "This small sect is quite interesting. They've probably accepted their fate." A Great Yan Holy Sect disciple angrily cursed, "Too arrogant, they completely disregard the Great Yan Holy Sect." The old sect master stopped him. "Tianer, don't be impulsive. We are a first-rate holy sect. We must maintain our demeanor." Zhen Chongxiao confidently said with a provocative tone, "I remember the rules stated that it can be a one-on-one or a group battle. To save time, how about a free-for-all? Sitting like this is bad for my ankles." The old sect master seemed unable to remain calm and ordered, "I have never seen such an arrogant person. Tianer, bring people to deal with them." He immediately launched an attack, shouting, "I can't wait." He revealed a satisfied smile as if released. Suddenly, Tianer and his senior brothers were sent flying backward, spitting nosebleeds, astonishing the old sect master. A group of people lay piled on the ground and the referee was startled. "Eternal Sect, what just happened? I couldn't see anything clearly." Zhen Chongxiao and his disciples remained seated in their chairs, happily smiling, and the audience was also confused, not even having left their seats. The person next to him replied, "It seems each person from the Eternal Sect landed a kick, taking down everyone from the Great Yan Holy Sect." Tianer sat up, panting and fuming, careless for a moment. "Letting these little brats get arrogant again." His junior brother, covering his nosebleed, said, "Brother Tian, it seems our 2 senior brothers have passed out. Martial King-level experts couldn't even withstand a single move, and the other 2 are unconscious." His junior brother continued, "There are such experts on the other side." Tianer stood up, facing Yu Hua, who was fist-bumping Zhen Chongxiao. Zhen Chongxiao clapped his hands and said, "Everyone." Zhen Chongxiao threatened, "Everyone, please think twice so as not to waste time. Surrender. There's no shame in saving your lives." The Great Yan Holy Sect Master questioned. 10 disciples all have martial emperor cultivation. How can you be a fifth-rate sect? He squinted and glanced. Did you use some forbidden medicine? Or, the Great Yan Holy Sect Master kept proposing hypotheses. My Great Yan Holy Sect rose, touching the interests of some people, and they secretly gathered elites from various factions, wanting to suppress my Great Yan Holy Sect. Zhen Chongxiao listened to his wild conjectures, and instead of being happy, he became somewhat impatient. He coldly replied, "It could also be simple. Your strength isn't enough, old man. Don't overthink it. Just say it clearly and simply. Surrender or not." Hearing this, the old sect master's face grew more wrinkled. "Although your power seems evil, since my Great Yan Holy Sect dares to call itself holy, it naturally has its own methods. Although we temporarily lost 2 disciples, our trump card is enough to turn the tide." Then he turned to his true disciples and shouted, "Tianer!" The Great Yan Holy Sect disciples responded, "Disciples, obey." Then they jointly unleashed the Great Yan Spirit Illusion Array, and a golden power surrounded them. This power gradually took shape, transforming into a clenched fist that slammed down, shattering the floor into countless pieces. Finally, the energy formed a multi-headed, multi-armed creature. This scene thrilled the commentator. "It's here, the Great Yan Holy Sect's 3 heads, 6 arms, Spirit Illusion Venerable." Spectators who came to watch were equally excited. This ticket money was totally worth it. I thought they would only use this combined technique in the finals. Zhen Chongxiao looked at the Great Yan Holy Sect Spirit Illusion Venerable standing proudly in the arena and disdainfully commented, 3 heads, 6 arms. But no hairstyle. The Sun Moon Twin Claws mocked, Hearing this, the disciples cursed arrogant in anger, then cast their spells. The spirit illusion venerable was controlled, condensing an energy ball in each palm, then throwing them all towards Zhun Changxiao and the others. His disciples asked each other, "Who's going? Are you going?" Another replied, "I can go, but the sect master's post-match demands are a bit." As they hesitated, a disciple loosened his tie, unbuttoned his collar, and said, "I'll do it, it's my duty anyway." This person wrapped the tie he had just removed around his fist. Then he fiercely punched forward. This disciple was none other than Xiao Zuiji. He showed no fear of such a powerful opponent, even revealing a belligerent smile and saying, "Spirit illusion venerable, ha." The spirit illusion venerable clenched two hands into a giant fist, preparing to smash directly down on Xiao Zuiji from above. Its other two hands also formed fists, attacking Xiao Zuiji's sides. However, Xiao Zuiji repelled its attacks with just one punch. He frowned in disgust. "Is that all, then?" Every time the spirit illusion venerable punched, it was countered by Xiao Zuiji. The two fought to a standstill. Although Xiao Zuiji was just a sect disciple, each of his attacks had enough power to tear the ground. A curly-haired young man watching the match couldn't help but exclaim, "One person fighting the spirit illusion venerable with strength comparable to a high-grade martial emperor, and he's just a disciple." Other spectators also exclaimed, "Is this eternal sect a hidden ancient sect? Their moves are so powerful and flashy, I want to join their sect too." Xiao Zuji's every attack was decisive. He exchanged blows with the spirit illusion venerable, not falling behind in the slightest. The great Yan holy sect disciples were simultaneously pushed back by the force of Xiao Zuji's attacks, and they exclaimed in unison, "He actually pushed all of us back at once?" But they hadn't left the arena yet. The match was still ongoing, and the disciples once again worked together to control the spirit illusion venerable, simultaneously commanding ultimate move. Hearing this, the spirit illusion venerable charged toward Xiao Zuiji, delivering a heavy punch. It had only just swung its arm, but a powerful whirlwind had already formed. It was clear how much power was contained within. As the attack was about to land, Xiao Zuiji calmly said, "Fighting you these few moves is me showing you enough respect. Next is what the sect master requested for you." His expression was serious, ready to act according to Changxiao's will, which made the disciples of the great Yan holy sect feel despair. That punch landed directly where Xiao Zuiji had just been standing. The disciples of the great Yan holy sect were somewhat surprised. The leading disciple asked, bewildered, "Facing the spirit illusion destruction, he actually didn't dodge?" The disciple behind him broke into a cold sweat. "Senior brother, has he gone mad with fear?" A voice echoed in the space. "No dodging." Xiao Zuiji, bare-chested, appeared next to the senior brother from nowhere, startling him as there was no need to dodge. Then Xiao Zuiji quickly struck down one disciple after another, each falling after a single blow. Suddenly his face turned red under Changxiao's appreciative gaze. Xiao Zuiji cleared his throat and said, "Sometimes working too much can lead to physical exhaustion, backache, sore knees, and general lethargy. At times like these he pulled out a pill and continued to try the myriad ancient body-shaping pill. It instantly restores vitality, strengthens the body, and alleviates physical fatigue. Currently available at the Tang family's pharmacies. If you join the Myriad Ancient Eternal Sect, you can receive it for free every month, along with many other high-quality pills." The audience watched this scene dumbfounded. The next day, Changxiao cheerfully asked the second young master, "Second young master, how was our advertisement's effect? Surely many people came to buy the pills, right?" The second young master's expression was somewhat strange. He replied that indeed many people came, but even more people came to ask. After hearing the second young master's next words, Changxiao's face stiffened. Where did Zuiji buy his pants? They didn't even rip under the full force of the spirit illusion venerable's attack. They're asking if we're interested in entering the fashion industry. He couldn't help but curse. Transition to the next day. The host raised his hand and loudly announced, "Welcome everyone to today's Dragon Tiger Hegemony. The battles between sects these past few days have truly opened everyone's eyes, but today we will continue to welcome this year's recognized strongest dark horse, the eternal strongest sect." Hearing the call, Changxiao and the others filed out and ascended the stage. Seeing the handsome Xiao Zuiji, the female audience members shrieked, "Zuiji is so handsome, Zuiji, I love you. Zuiji, look at me, I want to marry you." Murong Shin in the crowd also roared angrily, "How could Zuiji marry you? He's mine." "Who are you?" "I'm his former fiancé." Hearing this, those young girls were not to be outdone and retorted, "I'm his current fiancé, go wait somewhere else." She was angrier than if she had eaten chilies, secretly cursing, "Damn it, I was here first." Seeing this, the brown-haired girl comforted her, don't be angry, it's not that bad." Below the stage, the host began to introduce the two opponents. Today, the Myriad Ancient Sect's opponent was a second-rate sect, the Golden Emperor Holy Sect. Before the match began, for some common reasons and to maintain the purity of the competition, please both parties sign an agreement. Disciples are not allowed to make noise or utter meaningless words during the match. Seeing that he couldn't advertise anymore, Changxiao feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand. The host, seeing this, shouted, "That's right. Stop playing dumb, Sect Master Jun. We're talking about that day." He picked up the pledge, grumbling, "What a waste of resources, such a grand event, and they won't even let us advertise. Is there any justice?" The host, seeing him sign haphazardly, reminded him, "Stop making things up. What is Jun Changku? I clearly know your name is Jun Changxiao. After a few steps the formalities had reached the competition stage. The host announced, "Let the match begin, please both sides choose your combat style." Hearing this on the Myriad Ancient Sect side, Li Shangtian accepted the challenge, shouting, "This time I, Li Shangtian from the Myriad Ancient Sect, will fight. Will it be a one-on-one or a group battle? I'll take on everyone," he added. "It's best if you all use your full strength, otherwise you might die." Just now he was seen comforting Murong Xin. Seeing this guy, the brown-haired girl shouted in a daze, "Brother Shangtian, deal with him cleanly." Below the stage, the disciples of the Golden Emperor Holy Sect began to discuss. "Although the opponent isn't Xiao Zuiji, we mustn't underestimate him." Li Shangtian began to strike an offensive pose, saying, "If you are already determined to die, then I will not hold back." Just as he was about to start a one-on-one fight, several coughs suddenly rang out. Turning his head, he saw Changxiao whispering something to Li Shangtian. The host, seeing this, commented, "We see Sect Master Jun calling Li Shangtian back. I wonder if he's teaching some special combat technique." It seems contestant Li Shangtian strongly disagrees. Is the tactic proposed by Sect Master Jun difficult to execute? But Sect Master Jun seems very confident and determined. While we see Li Shangtian taking off his jacket, it seems he has something tied to his body. Is this their backup plan? No. Contestant Li Shangtian put his jacket back on and tied up his hair. How curious. I wonder what surprises the Myriad Ancient Sect will bring us this time. Oh, my Changxiao is advertising again. If you can't say it, just write it on your clothes, use words to express it. Seeing this, the host was also speechless, rendered dumbfounded. And Li Shangtian on this side also flushed with embarrassment like Xiao Zuiji and said, "My apologies everyone, currently Li has some personal business so I must finish this quickly." The boys on the opposite side scoffed, "Quick victory, our Golden Emperor Holy Sect also has renowned speed techniques. Speed is our forte. We are not to be underestimated like the great Yan Holy Sect." With that, the boy flew up and kicked directly at Li Shangtian. Seeing this, Li Shangtian merely shook his head gently, then quickly tapped the boy's acupuncture points. Reniying Shenkei Guanyuan. Sleep. The boy was astonished, collapsing to the ground without knowing what had happened. The crowd gasped again, dumbfounded. What happened? Why are the disciples of the Golden Emperor Holy Sect all unconscious? It doesn't seem as ostentatious as Xiao Zuiji. Why do the people of the Golden Emperor Holy Sect look like they've encountered a great enemy? The remaining boys were now dripping with cold sweat, looking at the murderous Li Shangtian and lamented. Su Lan couldn't even withstand 3 moves. This evil deviant, we cannot let him get close, so the boys swarmed him, attacking in a group, all kicking, but they all missed. Li Zhangdian coldly spoke, "I've already told the Sect Master that I will not fight honorably, nor will I hold back." Li Zhangdian moved like a phantom while speaking, dodging all attacks and counterattacking. The host, seeing this, was also stunned, stammering as he commented, the movements are too exquisite, the footwork too profound. He can't be stopped at all." The boys couldn't believe their eyes, gritting their teeth and shouting, "How can this be? He's clearly standing here. No matter how I kick, I can't hit him." No sooner had he finished speaking, a friendly hand grabbed his head, preparing to twist it off. Li Zhangdian spoke with murderous intent, "Because I am the assassin of the eternal strongest sect." No sooner had he finished speaking, not a single person was left standing. Changxiao stood aside, nonchalantly shouting, "Just as I thought, I've already said, assassins and mages should clash head-on like this. After all, attack only, no defense, unrivaled under heaven." Seeing the eternal strongest sect so overbearing, the host anxiously said to the City Lord, "City Lord, the eternal strongest sect is too strong. Twice they've sent 1 contestant to fight 5, sweeping aside their opponents. This is affecting the odds we set. The Myriad Ancient Sect is astonishingly powerful. If this continues, we might." Hearing this, the City Lord turned around and said, "To maintain a bit of dignity, they all very tacitly only sent out their second-tier disciples. These guys from the eternal strongest sect are getting more and more irritating. They're even getting a swollen face now. It seems they've long forgotten the lessons brought by the heaven-defying gang back then, only remembering to eat and not remembering the pain." Just as expected. Hearing this, the host then said, "So, to uphold the dignity of Central Sovereign Province, we have come up with 2 solutions. Solution 1, immediately arrange for those first-rate sects to send out all their strongest disciples. Solution 2, draw in several sects that have not participated in the Dragon-Tiger hegemony for a long time. After all, they are truly first-rate sects. City Lord, please decide on Solution 1 or 2. Before he could finish, the City Lord had already gritted his teeth and sinisterly ordered, "Good, do both." Hearing this, the host asked, "What does the City Lord mean? Which solution? Solution 1 or 2? He actually chose to do both. No, is that necessary? After all, it's the Myriad Ancient Sect, not the heaven-defying gang in the sect." Elder Wei and Dejun were watching the live stream and couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, Li Shangtian, that kid is good, quite handsome too." Elder Wei sighed, "Brother Dejun, you're amazing. You can even block the formations of those array emperors in Central Sovereign Province." He replied, "What emperors? That live stream formation was proposed by me back in the day. Haha, these kids have slapped Central Sovereign Province in the face again, truly satisfying. It's a pity if not, we would have to return to Central Sovereign Province. I always remember what the leader said back then. I wish to buy osmanthus and ride with wine, but it's no longer like a youthful outing. I once mentioned this poem to Sect Master Jun, and he seemed surprised, but he said there was another interpretation to this poem. he said, better to have osmanthus with wine and journey with you through youth. The sect master, like the leader, is a rare talent. While Changxiao, this rare talent, was watching the competition live stream dumbfounded, like a dog watching people fight, he was very displeased, lamenting to the camera, "Didn't I just say a few promotional slogans, taking the opportunity to promote when the camera passed by? Is it necessary to immediately turn the camera away when they see me?" He said this, but his expression during the promotion was indeed awkward. "I just want to reach 20,000 disciples in the sect as soon as possible." Tianchen, sitting next to him, listened to his complaints and could only console him. However, not being noticed by too many people isn't necessarily a bad thing. Only then did Changxiao turn his head and ask, "But Tianchen, why have you kept your face veiled since arriving in Central Sovereign Province? Do you know anyone here? Is someone out to get you? You can tell me, I'll protect you." Tianchen, hearing this, blushed and lifted her veil, saying, "I know you're not afraid, I just don't want to cause any more trouble. It's nice and quiet like this." Just then, the host announced, "The final match of the second round has arrived. The last sect to appear is actually a third-rate sect, the Iron Fist Gate. This is also this year's dark horse in the Dragon Tiger hegemony, only ranking after the Myriad Ancient Sect. Moreover, the Iron Fist Gate seems to only have its sect master and a few disciples, yet they are unexpectedly powerful. It's a pity that with the eternal strongest sect this time, the Iron Fist Gate pales in comparison." Below the stage, the sect master of the Iron Fist Gate turned to praise his disciple. "Dazhuang, you're doing well now. You listened to my advice and restrained yourself, not displaying your full strength." Dazhuang replied, "These opponents are not worthy of my action. Only he catches my eye." He had fallen in love with Xiao Zuiji at first sight and wanted to compete with him. On this side, Xiao Zuiji and the others also noticed Dazhuang. Spirit said, "This kid, like you, follows the path of body cultivation to the supreme realm. Do you have the confidence to face him? He is still holding back his strength and hasn't revealed his limits. But he is definitely also at the middle-grade martial emperor level." Xiao Zuiji smiled confidently. "But as long as you all are still behind me, even if he's a half-saint, I will surely win." Enough people had gathered on the stage. The host's voice rang out, "After 2 rounds of elimination, the top 16 of this year's Dragon Tiger hegemony have been selected. I believe the upcoming matches will be even more exciting." Su Xiaomo on this side was effortlessly limbering up. Today's match features on one side, the currently most popular sect, the Eternal Strongest Sect. It seems they still plan to continue their previous tactic of sending one person to fight, and on the other side is a group of aggressive individuals swarming in, making the arena exceptionally lively. The other side is an established first-rate sect, the Sky Fiend Holy Sect. I believe everyone has heard of them. This is a powerful sect that has dominated Central Sovereign Province for several hundred years. Su Xiaomo's opponents on this side were staring at him very unhappily. But seeing their solemn expressions, it must be because of the matters concerning the Great Yan Holy Sect and the Golden Emperor Holy Sect. So they dared not underestimate the Myriad Ancient Sect. Li Fei seemed to have noticed something and whispered to the other two, "I watched the Sky Fiend Holy Sect's previous matches and it seems these weren't the people who fought. Is there a rule that once registered contestants cannot be changed?" Li Fei cautiously reminded Su Xiaomo, "Su Xiaomo, the opponent looks unusual, so be careful. You all can sit back and watch. I will definitely continue the Myriad Ancient Sect's winning streak." The host's high-pitched shout rang out, "Let the match begin." Su Xiaomo quickly kicked at the enemy. Those people, however, looked indifferently as Su Xiaomo attacked them. He effortlessly caught Su Xiaomo's leg. Then he quickly counterattacked with a palm strike, sending Su Xiaomo back a few steps. Just then he began to take it seriously. "I didn't expect anyone to be able to resist. Let me give you all a spectacular show." He quickly split into clones and rushed towards the enemy, continuously attacking that person. But all were blocked by him. Suddenly, 2 other people grabbed his legs, making it difficult for him to counterattack. He was dumbfounded. "Darn it, I underestimated them too much. Father's rebellious sons will have another excuse to steal my credit this time." Seeing that guy accomplish nothing, Li Fei rushed forward shouting, "Su Xiaomo, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." He couldn't even kill the enemy with one move. Qingyang also stepped forward to help. At this moment, Qingyang explained that the problem wasn't with Su Xiaomo but with these individuals from the Sky Fiend Holy Sect. Their strength far surpassed previous opponents. The boys on the opposite side also found it tricky, lamenting, "No wonder Master hastily called us out from our secluded temple. You really do have some skills. It's rare for an outsider to cultivate to the martial emperor realm at such a young age. But if even direct disciples like us have made a move, then your journey in Central Sovereign Province ends here." With a boom, the 2 sides collided, sending dust flying. An old man nearby commented, "This eternal sect also has some tricks up its sleeve. Sending only 3 people, yet they managed to block the siege of my direct disciples." He introduced himself as being from the spectator room of a first-rate sect master participating in the Dragon Tiger hegemony. A bald man sitting next to him also interjected, "This year, for some reason, both the Eternal Sect and the Iron Fist Gate, they both seem like rookies." That guy replied disdainfully, "They are merely fireflies. If we were to truly compete, those few outsiders from other provinces would only be so-so. With an established sect like the Tai Zan Holy Sect not participating, this year's Dragon Tiger Hegemony Championship can only fall into the hands of a few of us." They sent 3 people but could only defend, yet they let 2 of them retreat. Did the Eternal Sect forfeit? At this moment, Su Xiaomo and Li Fei had already retreated to the back, making Qing Yang more prominent. Qing Yang, with the demeanor of Elder Wei, walked forward with his hands behind his back, muttering, "The move I am about to use is not suitable for my junior brothers to face together." Qing Yang flashed an alluring smile and introduced himself. "Eternal Strongest Sect, Senior Brother Li Qing Yang." Qing Yang spoke while striking a pose, then added, "Bring it on." Just as Qing Yang struck his pose, a cup unexpectedly fell with a crack. Those sect masters who had been so arrogant just moments before were now speechless, dripping with cold sweat, and stammered, "This pose, it's just a coincidence, right? The movements just look a bit similar, right?" But the disciples below, unaware of what they were about to face, still fiercely threw punches, shouting, "This is a martial arts competition, not a dance. What's the point of these fancy moves? Get out of the way." But Qing Yang merely waved his hand lightly, blocking the young man's attack, then rotated his palm as if striking his own face, sending the young man flying 100 meters. Qing Yang said, "I gave you a chance. Look at this scene. Aren't you terrified? Did your senior brother's punch just hit his own chest?" The senior disciple, before collapsing, said, "The opponent has sinister moves. Everyone attacked together." So the young men rushed forward, surrounding Qing Yang, who continued to dance gracefully. The young men were tormented, covered in sweat, gritting their teeth in anger, lamenting, "This feeling of humiliation, why does it feel like we're hitting ourselves?" Qing Yang replied with a sneer. Not just that, after speaking, Qing Yang changed direction, making them fight each other. "Junior brother, I didn't mean it. Senior brother, your blows are too heavy. Didn't we agree to attack together? Are you doing this on purpose?" The young men were spun around by Qing Yang. Above, a sect master had already recognized Qing Yang's move as wandering among flowers. He angrily clenched his fists, probably having been tormented by Elder Wei in his youth. What a wandering among flowers technique! The sect masters immediately became boisterous, issuing orders one after another. "Where are they? Where are they? Go quickly and investigate all information on the Eternal Sect. Check if there's anyone named Wei in the Eternal Sect," the remaining people complained. Right. Be careful, don't let Grandmaster's wife, Uncle Yi, Master's wife, Third Abbess, Senior Sister, Aunt, Guest, Elder Ouyang, Imperial Sister, and Elder Lu know about this matter." Below the stage, the young men, bruised and swollen from hitting themselves, gasped for breath, shouting, "Evil spell, demonic art, monster." The results were in. And the host immediately announced, "Entering the top 8 sects is the Eternal Strongest Sect." Qing Yang gloated as he watched the young men who were thoroughly beaten but still trying to maintain their poses. "But it's still not enough," Qing Yang lamented. "Ha!" That exclamation mark ran away. Meanwhile, the city lord laughed heartily as if he were the child's biological father. "Wei Qingfeng, I knew you old rascal were still alive." The host stepped forward and asked the city lord, "I saw that the sect masters of those first-rate sects suddenly harbored deep resentment towards the Eternal Strongest Sect, just because of this Wei Qingfeng. Why are you so happy?" The city lord replied, "There aren't many women in my family, so how could I have conflicts with this old man? I learned a lot from him back then." The host then asked, "If you have a connection with the Eternal Sect, shouldn't you arrange a weaker opponent for them in the next round?" The city lord replied with a sinister smile, "No need, friendship is friendship, business is business. If we don't force the Eternal Sect to use their full strength, how can we raise the Dragon Tiger hegemony's prestige to the next level?" The next day, as battles continued, the audience, with smiles on their faces, discussed, "Tickets for this match are hard to get. Even tickets for upper realm competitions aren't this scarce, are they?" "Exactly, I paid 3 times the price to get my ticket, but it's definitely worth it." The Eternal Strongest Sect. Against the Iron Fist Gate, Zhen Changxiao stood with the young man, looking like father and son. He said with a smile, "I never expected that a third-rate sect and a fifth-rate sect like us could receive such acclaim. How about we form a team called neither 3 nor 4, Eternal Invincible, Long Live Iron Fist, Eternal." Hearing Zhen Changxiao's incessant chatter, the red-haired young man didn't know how to respond and remained speechless. Feeling it was inappropriate, he turned to Su Xiaomo and said, "He has a straightforward personality and isn't good at conversation. You can send anyone you like to fight. We shouldn't bully others. It'll be a one-on-one." Su Xiaomo said calmly, "I already told you that joke wasn't funny." Zhen Changxiao hastily defended, "I just blurted it out. Tianqian was laughing so hard at the time." This time, Su Xiaomo again stepped up to fight, and just like in previous rounds, he immediately started with some trash talk. "In the previous match, due to carelessness, I was suppressed by the opponent. I begged the sect master for a long time to get this chance to fight." The young man seemed to reply with a single word of disdain. "You?" Su Xiaomo, still nimble, rushed forward and announced his name. "I am always one of the Eternal Sect's top 10 disciples." As Su Xiaomo spoke, he kicked towards the red-haired young man's face. The red-haired young man remained motionless, lamenting 10th place. "Your speed is indeed considerable, but in terms of strength it's almost zero." As the red-haired young man spoke, he forcefully stomped, shattering the arena stage, then continued, "Other than Xiao Zuiji, I'm not interested in anyone else." Su Xiaomo still refused to give up, continuing, "It seems you still don't understand the value of the Eternal Sect's top 10 disciples." As Su Xiaomo spoke, he unleashed a spinning kick, rushing at him like 1,000 blades, a blasting leg attack. The red-haired young man still coldly raised his hand to block the attack, sneering, "Flashy, all flashy." Su Xiaomo still didn't let him off, using instant movement to appear behind the red-haired young man, flashing a friendly smile and saying, "Have you ever tasted a kick from the wind?" After speaking, Su Xiaomo clamped the red-haired young man's ears between his legs, which looked quite painful. Then he delivered continuous spinning kicks towards the red-haired young man, but to no effect. But the red-haired young man was very uncomfortable, angrily saying how annoying, "Too fast, can't catch him." Then he tensed his body, erupting with terrifying pressure, sending Su Xiaomo flying after landing. Su Xiaomo lamented, "Your robust body is truly formidable. Hundreds of attacks didn't leave a scratch, so this is how our previous opponents felt, like our moves couldn't be broken." Seeing Su Xiaomo say this, a hand grabbed his shoulder saying, "You can't break his moves. He can't hit you. You two are truly ill-suited, let me go instead." Xiao Zuiji stepped onto the stage and said to the red-haired young man, "But you needn't mind not being able to catch Su Xiaomo. Few in the Eternal Sect can match his speed. His highest record was scraping off all the paint from the sect's walls and retreating unharmed. Only those who understand know how difficult that move is. Only those who understand know what a superb technique that is." It was then that the red-haired young man spoke. "Finally I can have a good unrestrained fight with you." He then announced his name, Zhao Dazhuang of the Iron Fist Gate. Xiao Zuiji also announced his name, Xiao Zuiji of the Eternal Strongest Sect. Xiao Zuiji threw a pill to Dazhuang, saying, "This is a pill from our Eternal Sect. It can help you recover from your previous exertions. After all, fighting in turns isn't our principle. But if you're worried about the pill being poisoned, you can also." Before Xiao Zuiji could finish, Dazhuang had already popped the pill into his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound, and said with a smile, "Most who successfully cultivate body techniques are kind-hearted and honest. I trust you, and you must also be looking forward to this match." After speaking, the two struck their poses and charged at each other. With a boom, dust flew everywhere, and the sound of their colliding fists shook the heavens and the earth, making the audience cover their ears and exclaim, "Is this a boxing match? It's simply thunder." Dazhuang laughed excitedly. "You truly haven't disappointed me," Xiao Zuiji responded. "Unfortunately, you're not strong enough yet to make me use my full strength." The young man raised his fist again, smiling. "If you continue to hide your strength, you won't be able to block this punch of mine." Dazhuang still grinned, taking Xiao Zuji's punch with his head. A bang resounded, shattering the arena stage. The camera suddenly ascended high, observing from a distance. Even the water surface below trembled violently. A little girl watching also exclaimed in awe, "Wow, the Dragon Tiger hegemony hasn't even reached the finals, yet the competition is already so intense." Suddenly a voice called out, "Child?" The little girl turned and replied, "Emperor." The Emperor then asked, "Who is dueling?" shaking even the observation mirror. And at that moment just now I sensed an old friend's aura again. The camera returned to the match. Xiao Zuiji withdrew his hand, lamenting, "My hand is trembling a bit. Now this is more like it." He looked back to see Dazhuang had turned golden yellow. Indestructible Vajra body. Xiao Zuiji, not to be outdone, tensed his body, ripping his clothes, and said, "Then I can go all out." Behind him, Qingyang was somehow recording and sketching something, seemingly very interested. Dazhuang saw this and also said with a smile, "Ripping clothes, quite an imposing aura." But he didn't dare to rip his clothes like Xiao Zuiji. He merely gently took off his clothes, handed them to his master, and admonished, "Master, this is my last intact piece of clothing. You must help me protect it." Seeing this scene, Zhen Changxiao immediately seized the opportunity and said to Qingyang, "Qingyang, they seem to be very short on money, understand?" Qingyang, still engrossed in writing, replied, "Understood, leave it to me." Returning to the battle, Dazhuang swung his fist and charged forward, full of momentum, actually daring not to fully dodge. Xiao Zuiji replied excitedly, "This strike definitely has the power of a peak martial emperor. I'm a bit hesitant about your cultivation." As Xiao Zuiji spoke, he punched and kicked Dazhuang flying. Dazhuang flew a long distance, and Xiao Zuiji continued, "How did you end up with only one piece of clothing left? Even my most stingy and frugal senior brother at home gives me 15 sets of clothes every month." Hearing Xiao Zuiji say this, Dazhuang seemed to frown in annoyance, saying, "15 sets? You're saying that's still not enough? You insatiable fellow, do you know what kind of life I live?" As he spoke, he swung his fist and smashed it towards Xiao Zuiji. Then it was Xiao Zuiji's turn to counterattack, sending Dazhuang crashing into the arena stage. Xiao Zuiji then punched Dazhuang in the face, sending him flying backward. Xiao Zuiji clenched his fist and lamented, "Indestructible Vajra body, immense strength. Your sect has trained you well." Dazhuang gritted his teeth and replied, "Body cultivation is a process of refining and honing the body step by step, from skin to bone, from muscle to tendon, from bone marrow to meridians, from the outside in. How much physical pain one must endure in this process, I don't need to tell you, you must surely know. Then do you know why my Iron Fist Gate only has 2 people, my master and me? Because cultivating body techniques consumes too much spiritual food. We need tons of it every day. The Iron Fist Gate was eaten into bankruptcy, so we can only train 1 disciple per generation." Dazhuang spoke with teary eyes, and Xiao Zuiji, listening, retorted, "So when you first met me you were hunting fierce beasts, it was to be self-sufficient." Dazhuang added, "My master also cultivated the indestructible Vajra body. Who would have thought he was even taller and stronger than me back then? Just to feed me he starved himself thin." Hearing this, Zhen Changxiao exclaimed in surprise, "Is that what you call thin?" But he then thought, "I understand, these kids eat too much." Dazhuang rushed forward again at this moment, saying, "So I must win the Dragon Tiger Hegemony Championship. Only then will there be prize money to support the Iron Fist Gate." Then the two exchanged blows and the arena stage was shattered. The two furiously struck each other. "Haha, what a thrill." After watching for a while with no clear victor, Qingyang asked his sect master, "They both seem unable to break each other's defense. Will they just be in a stalemate like this?" Zhen Changxiao replied, "It depends on who can break through their limits first." After fighting for a while, both were injured and seemed somewhat exhausted. Dazhuang asked, "Why has your strength weakened? You're tired already and it's only been this long?" Xiao Zuiji replied. The sect master once said that after long periods of training, every drop of blood, every inch of muscle in my body is filled with energy. The sect master said that this energy would eventually gather in the smallest parts of the body. What did he call it? Atoms and nuclei or something. As long as I reached the micro-level realm, even breaking just one atom would create a chain reaction, unleashing unimaginable power. Initially, I never understood how to break through myself. Through this battle with you, I've actually gained enlightenment. Ultimate violence, no destruction, no creation, using oneself as fuel, incinerating all things. The sect master said, if this move succeeds, we'll call it nuclear fission. At this moment, the arena stage had been utterly ravaged by the two. Xiao Zuiji still stood there, feeling the new power. He tightly gripped that power, lamenting, this energy seems to have already exceeded the limits of my body. Only one last strike remains, but this one you absolutely cannot block. As Xiao Zuiji spoke, he swung his fist. This punch caused Dazwang's indestructible Vajra body to crack. This energy wave exploded like a bomb, blasting the arena stage and almost blowing away the nearby audience. With a boom, a mushroom cloud rose into the air like an atomic bomb explosion. In the dust and smoke, only someone's terrified voice remained. Master, master, I lost. Dazwang's master said, you did very well. He picked up Dazwang and said to Jun Changxiao, Sect Master Jun's disciple is indeed extraordinary. I am Wu Fan, and on behalf of the Iron Fist Gate, I concede. Xiao Zuiji was also utterly exhausted at this moment. Jun Changxiao, while feeding him a pill, replied, your esteemed disciple's indestructible Vajra body is indeed impressive. Apart from our eternal sect disciples, few among his peers can match him. I have some spiritual elixirs here that can help Dazhuang fully recover, leaving no injuries. Wu Fan replied, many thanks. This old man will take his disciple and leave now. Jun Changxiao immediately held them back with a sales pitch tone. Wait, Sect Master Wu, where are you two planning to go next? Wu Fan replied, Demon's Soul Forest. There are many fierce beasts there, which also makes it convenient for us to be self-sufficient. Zuiji, having recovered his strength, invited Wu Fan. Then are you interested in joining my eternal sect in Qingyang County? My eternal sect needs geniuses like you, Wu Fan replied. No thanks, my disciple and I are used to being free and unfettered, and the Iron Fist Gate's legacy cannot be broken because of me. Jun Changxiao, however, persisted, pulling out a scroll and saying, I don't intend for the Iron Fist Gate to merge with the Eternal Sect, but my Eternal Sect is planning to redevelop the entire Qingyang City. From now on, Qingyang City will become a city integrating shopping, leisure, cultivation, and entertainment. Named Eternal City, here you'll find various elixirs, weapons, and abundant spiritual energy, as if possessing the entire bone-stripping mountain as the city's backyard. You are the first sect invited, and you will receive the highest treatment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not just the Iron Fist Gate, but any sect is welcome to join. Hearing Jun Changxiao's exaggerated promotion, the host had to cough and remind him. First, no slogans or advertisements for promoting sects. Second, no using clothing to promote sects. Third, no using opponents' bodies or items to promote sects. Jun Changxiao just said, oh, indicating he understood, then quietly told Wu Fan, lifetime free meals unlimited daily, and you can also taste the master dishes of the Southwest Duodu chef combining spiritual power and deliciousness, and you can even pack it to go, the two agreed. Jun Changxiao then proposed another condition. However, there's one small request. Seeing Jun Changxiao and the others chatting for a long time, the host had to politely ask everyone, could you please step down for now? The array masters will be repairing the damaged arena. At this moment, Dazhuang and his master must have just finished Jun Changxiao's pills, and were full of vigor. The master and disciple opened their mouths wide and shouted, the Eternal Sect is recruiting disciples with great enthusiasm. We sincerely invite young talents from all sects to join. Eternal City is hiring with great enthusiasm, and we welcome all sects to jointly build Eternal City. Hearing this, everyone knew what Jun Changxiao's conditions for the master and disciple were, right? The host, witnessing this scene, was speechless, and exasperatedly added another item to the list of prohibitions. No inducing other sects to advertise for oneself. Transition back to the Eternal Sect. At this moment, Elder Wei and the Array Emperor were arranging disciples. Elder Wei pointed and said, new disciples, come this way. First, collect your sect robes and introductory cultivation techniques. Elder Wei turned around and said with a smile, the sect master's advertising is indeed effective. More and more people are coming to register. I can imagine that when the Eternal Sect truly wins the championship, the gates will probably be packed, the Array Emperor interjected. However, recently many people have been secretly inquiring about you, presumably those who lost in Central Sovereign Province. These people are not worth worrying about. What worries me more is that the quarter-final battle has already caused such a commotion. Given the sect master's personality, the final battle is bound to be earth-shattering. I am concerned that Central Sovereign Province's barrier might not be able to withstand it. Transition to an underground secret chamber in Qingzhou Prefecture, Central Sovereign Province. The city lord walked over to inquire about the situation. Several old men were maintaining the array. The previous explosion indeed shook the barrier, but thanks to the combined efforts of 8 array emperors, it was finally stabilized. After all, it was the multi-frequency sealing array rebuilt by the array prodigy Gen Dejun back then, which is still very reliable, the city lord then said, thanks to him. Otherwise this remnant ancient array would have vanished hundreds of years ago. However, given the current situation, will the upcoming matches damage the barrier? The gray-haired old man replied. City lord, rest assured, with a peak array emperor master like me taking action, it's absolutely foolproof. Gen Dejun merely said faintly, I have repaired countless loopholes in the array, doubling its strength. And on this side, the main character, Old Jun, said to Elder Wei, I intentionally left interconnected loopholes in the array, forming a state of heavenly flaw. This way, the residual power of the ancient array can be activated to its maximum extent, and its strength will not be an issue. So what is there to worry about? He continued. I only fear that someone, thinking themselves clever, has modified my array again. Because if what's inside the array escapes, it won't just be Central Sovereign Province that gets destroyed. Transition at this moment. Two array masters were chatting. The thin man said, I stayed up for 2 consecutive nights. I remember Master saying that repairing is easy, the fat man replied. That's because Master didn't encounter the Eternal Sect back then, indeed. That arena, even with our fortified array, still shattered into a mess. If it shatters a few more times, our array mastery will also reach a subtle level. I hope they get eliminated soon. Don't talk nonsense. All our pocket money has been used to bet on them winning the championship. I think you're crazy. Wouldn't that be throwing money into the sea? What if, speaking of which, the match between the Eternal Sect and the Spirit Sword Sect seems different from previous matches? Why are they all standing still? But if that's the case, we can get off work early today. At this moment, the match on the arena was a one-on-one between Zhou Hong and the masked youth. The two stood silently like statues, engaging in a duel in their spiritual world. In this space, both simultaneously swung their swords too quickly past each other, and Zhou Hong then rotated his sword to slash at the masked man. The masked man quickly jumped to dodge, then shouted, using spirit as guide, sword as array. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely slashed at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong remained as calm as ever, standing there blocking all his moves. Zhou Hong faintly said in the spiritual world, you can actually use such moves in a battle of wills, not bad enough for me to go all out. With that, Zhou Hong swung his sword, unleashing his ultimate move, Power Shadow. 2 torrents of green and red sword chi surged forth, continuously colliding. The masked man seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in reality the two still stood like statues. Su Xiaomo sat watching, feeling bored. He opened his mouth wide and said to senior brother Qingyang, Zhou Hong and the others have been fighting in their minds for a long time. Qingyang was speechless. Don't you know, the few of us have received many fan letters that need to be replied to one by one. Hearing this, Su Xiaomo looked around blankly and saw Zuiji and Qingyang reading many love letters. Su Xiaomo roared angrily, why didn't I get a single one? On the arena I was also extraordinarily dashing, even though I didn't win. Most importantly, why do they have letters even though they haven't even fought a match? On this side, Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were also reading letters. He Wudi replied, because only cold and handsome people like us can give them room for imagination. And you are just a clown. Hearing him say this, Su Xiaomo also nodded. Makes sense. Not long after sitting down, Su Xiaomo leaned over to Zhen Changshao's ear again and called out, Sect Master, how about I sneak attack the Spirit Sword Sect while they're fighting in their minds and let me go up to prove the sect's strength? Zhen Changxiao replied, you don't need shame, but I do, and we still need to recruit disciples. Zhen Changxiao paused and continued. However, the wind is getting stronger and they're about to decide the victor. 2 swords were deeply embedded in the ground, trembling in the spiritual world. Zhou Hong decisively swung his sword, shattering the entire arena, and smoke and dust filled the air. The masked man was stunned at this moment. The cloth covering his eyes had been cut off by Zhou Hong. He said, I lost. Zhou Hong sheathed his sword and said, you humble yourself. The host immediately announced the result. The Eternal Strongest Sect advances to the finals of the Dragon Tiger Hegemony. They will compete with the Ao Shi Holy Sect for the championship. On this side, a green-clad woman smiled at Qingyang and said, Qingyang, you must deliver this letter to Master. Back then, I was just 1 step away from becoming your stepmother. Qingyang's forehead broke out in sweat, secretly sighing, I really have many potential stepmothers. After thinking, he replied, this disciple will definitely take it back. On this side, the beggar whom Zhen Changxiao had driven out of the city had already stepped onto the arena, opening bets. All disciples of the Eternal Sect, you all seem to have no exhaustion. How about you gamble with me now? Ever since we met at the city gate, I have been looking forward to this match. However, to prevent the world from saying that the Ao Shi Holy Sect took advantage of the situation, attacking the Eternal Sect before they had recovered their strength, you should also come up. Seeing his provocation, Zhen Changshao's disciples couldn't help but ask, are you sure? Seeing their imposing aura, that guy hesitated a bit. You definitely won't agree to this request of mine. Yi Xingchen stepped forward, smiling cunningly. Don't worry, just me alone. I can give you the feeling of 1 against 10, a person with fluffy hair. I was flashing with lightning, body surrounded by electricity. At this moment, this fluffy-haired person had been awakened, his eyes gleaming with sharp light, 6/10 of his power. Then he rushed towards Yi Xingchen at extreme speed, only to see Yi Xingchen tightly gripping his neck, simultaneously lifting him. Yi Xingqian decisively slammed the fluffy-haired person hard onto the ground, causing an explosion. He coldly looked at that person. Even a lion hunting a rabbit uses its full strength, and you, the fluffy-haired person coughed continuously, if I had used a knife just now you would be dead. Facing that arrogant person, Yi Xingqian scoffed. That's not how you fight. Suddenly, the fluffy-haired person leapt backward with lightning speed. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. This is the first time I've met someone crazier than me. 8/10 of his power. Saying that, the fluffy-haired person laughed wildly, simultaneously taking out a sharp blade. Just as he pointed the blade tip at Zhen Changxiao, Yi Xingqian also quickly counterattacked. Yi Xingqian glanced at the fluffy-haired person, scornfully saying, "Foolish and stubborn." Even so, that guy still rushed up and snatched Yi Xingqian's weapon. The fluffy-haired person laughed wildly. Full power. He smiled contemptuously, his eyes confidently looking at Yi Xingqian. No one can continue fighting after enduring my full power thunder prison. Don't worry, I'll control my strength and won't burn you to a crisp. At the same time, the fluffy-haired person flipped backward, and Yi Xingqian's hand tightly grabbed his hair. What a coincidence, I was revived in this life because I was struck by lightning, and my lightning resistance is not bad. Yi Xingqian easily grabbed the fluffy-haired person, then pushed him away with all his might. Ah, is that your full strength? Then kneel for me. Meanwhile, Zhen Changxiao leisurely sat in his chair resting. This opponent in the finals hasn't even made Yi Xingqian go all out. Can I get the Dragon Tiger Hegemony Championship reward in advance? Back to the fluffy-haired person, the system screen suddenly lit up. This Ao Wushuang is no ordinary person. He possesses a characteristic many lack. Hearing this, the fluffy-haired person couldn't help but feel bewildered. Getting stronger the stronger he gets. Even if his strength doubles in danger, it won't be enough to bridge the gap with Yi Xingqian. Suddenly he fiercely charged towards Yi Xingqian, each step making the ground tremble. 20/10 of his power. The fluffy-haired person decisively kicked at Yi Xingqian. At this moment the system continued to prompt. His math is very poor, not knowing that 10/10 of his power is already his full strength. Who knows how many tenths he divided his power into? Facing that guy's terrifying appearance, Zhen Changxiao seemed somewhat confused. What the hell, it can still be like this? Yi Xingqian's eyes showed obvious confusion. He still had reserves. Immediately after, the fluffy-haired person flew into the air. Even so, he could still stand steadily. The fluffy-haired person's fingers flashed with a hint of light. 37.5/10, God of Thunder descends. The energy in his hand began to spin like a storm. Yi Xingqian just laughed wildly. Now it's interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the two unreservedly rushed towards each other, punching and kicking. In this chaotic scene, Zhen Changxiao didn't care at all. These two brats are almost at the limit of half-saint, and it feels like they still have reserves. If I don't cheat, I might not even be able to win against them. His words were full of interest. I've decided. This guy is destined for my eternal sect. The ground trembled violently. Then came a deafening roar. The crowd was dumbfounded. It's over. This weekend is ruined again. This match will definitely be impossible to recover. Even the array. The person next to him immediately spoke to comfort him. Think of happy things like the eternal sect just won and I'm about to become rich. In the tense atmosphere, a voice broke the silence. How much money did you bet? At the same time, a mysterious figure appeared. Is Yi Xingqian really that strong? His whole body trembled with anger. I absorbed everyone who was an enemy of the eternal sect, but I still can't keep up with his progress. The mysterious figure then comforted himself. But on the bright side, I thought the eternal sect could only be defeated by me, so I also bet on them to win the championship. Suddenly, he lowered his head and cried bitterly. I can't let this small profit distract my goal of revenge. I must find stronger people to absorb. The mysterious figure sighed helplessly. But how easy is it to find them? Sensing an anomaly, he hurriedly looked up. Why has the sky suddenly changed? Could these two brats already be strong enough to influence celestial phenomena? Just as the ground cracked, Yi Xingqian had already jumped up in time. He angrily headbutted the fluffy-haired person's face. Get down! That person's whole body trembled continuously, then slowly fell backward. 44/10. Suddenly, the fluffy-haired person tightly grabbed Yi Xingqian's hand. 48/10 of attack power. Yi Xingqian smiled triumphantly. Only a handful of people in our sect can fight Yi Xingqian to this extent. Zhen Changxiao had been observing this battle from the side. The intelligence said, is this Ao Wushuang a thunder sound body? One of the 10 great cultivation holy bodies. I never expected such immense power. He mumbled to himself, his eyes seemingly trying to connect fragmented memories. These 10 holy bodies, I seem to have heard of them before. Is it the spirit transformation body? Zhen Changxiao suddenly remembered something. Right, it's Mu Honglian, the daughter of the Tianyu royal city lord. From then on I felt that girl was destined for my eternal sect. One of them spoke. Sect Master, can we temporarily put aside the matter of recruiting people? If even Yi Xingqian can't defeat the opponent, we can't sit still. He looked at the crowd, his eyes filled with disappointment. Didn't I tell you to train more to balance your strength? So many chances to shine were all utterly wasted, the man immediately retorted. Does shining mean risking your life? Seeing this, Zhen Changxiao shouted loudly, Xingqian, have you devolved into a 50-year-old man? Before the battle you even said you'd be a hero and finish the fight in 3 minutes. Every word you said was like a knife stabbing his pride. Can you even do it? Xingqian quickly recovered his combat strength. Sorry Xiao Zuiji, this battle concerns the dignity of my eternal sect's former chief disciple. He approached the fluffy-haired man, who couldn't help but shiver. The fluffy-haired man suddenly swung his hand at Xingqian. A burst of power instantly erupted, attacking, but Xingqian remained unsteady yet unharmed. The fluffy-haired man gradually doubted his own abilities, only to see Xingqian reveal a strange smile. "Judging by your tone, do you think I'm too stingy?" Immediately after, Xingqian unhesitatingly punched the fluffy-haired man in the face. "Still hungry? Have some more." He was sent flying, his body directly slammed into the wall, and the crowd began to murmur. Even the barrier set up by 8 array emperors was broken. They looked at the man in panic. The fluffy-haired young Master Ao had lost consciousness. Their attention turned to Xingqian. "This year's Dragon Tiger Hegemony Champion has been decided. The eternal strongest sect," one person excitedly laughed. "I'm rich," the person next to him looked bewildered. "Compared to money, didn't you notice the eye in the sky?" The crowd replied discontentedly. "What eye, uncle, are you hallucinating?" The man immediately retorted. "Can't you all see such a big eye? Besides, I'm only 40. He looked around, feeling something was off, then suddenly realized something. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Wasn't everyone celebrating?" No, the man was stunned. Wasn't it that they weren't quiet, but everyone was frozen in place? What happened? Even Xingqian sensed the anomaly. "Xiaomo? Zuiji," he shouted angrily. "Who's causing trouble?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Xingqian's ear. "Night Emperor." That person was Ling Zhao. She mocked. "You're still alive." Ling Zhao hid in the darkness. She said contemptuously, "And you've even changed your appearance. If you hadn't just revealed a trace of Martial Emperor aura, I wouldn't have dared to recognize you." The little maid behind her couldn't help but worry. How did the Martial Emperor suddenly descend to the lower realm? "This is a grave sin in the upper realm. You'll face severe punishment." And the Empress actually refers to herself as Nujia. Could that be her old acquaintance from the lower realm? Facing Ling Zhao's mockery, Xingqian remained calm. "So it's an old acquaintance. You're still as impatient as you were back then." He glared at her, his eyes filled with hatred. "Ling Zhao," she laughed maniacally. "As expected of the man I favored back then, even after dying and being reborn, you can return to the Martial Emperor realm." Ling Zhao's tone was unhurried, as if provoking and mocking. "But you can't always meekly obey me. Wouldn't it be better to just die obediently?" Suddenly, Xingqian charged fiercely at her. Ling Zhao looked at him in surprise. I've never seen you use this movement technique. Did you learn it after your rebirth?" Xingqian looked around, his face filled with worry and tension. "I can't fight this madwoman here. The Sect Master and my junior brothers will be reduced to ashes." As the attack struck with astonishing speed, in just an instant his body rotated flexibly. Even so, Ling Zhao had no intention of letting Xingqian go. "This time I won't let you escape again." He fled with all his might. "It's over, I can't escape." The ground began to explode and thick smoke filled the surroundings. At the same time, Woody appeared and saved Xingqian. "You're quite something too, having enemies even in the upper realm, which is like a deep mountain wilderness." Woody's shield already had cracks. Sensing the critical situation, he urged loudly, "What are you standing around for? Get out of the city quickly." "Remember, you owe me a new door," Xingqian grandly replied. "If I survive, I'll pay you back with a gilded golden non-mu door." However, Woody just said contemptuously, "If you can't talk properly, shut up. I'm a closed-door disciple, not a coffin-door disciple." Watching them gradually disappear, Ling Zhao couldn't help but be surprised. On this starfall continent someone can actually escape my control?" Her expression quickly turned from surprise to cruelty. "It's just one more ant, I'll just kill them all together." Saying that, Ling Zhao quickly chased after them. "I refuse to believe there's a third person who can break this Emperor's control." The man looked at her in horror. "HMPH, that gaze is chasing them. I need to make a quick escape." Even so, curiosity made him stop. "I never expected the upper realm to actually exist, but what's even stranger is that Yi Xingqian can even form enmity with someone from the upper realm." At the same time, a figure approached the man. Zhen Changshao's gaze was so sharp it seemed to penetrate everything. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth solidified, making him hard to detect. "I just woke up," he glared at the man. "Hey kid, do you know which direction my sect's 2 disciples went?" The man trembled, slowly pointing in one direction. "Over there." Zhen Changxiao immediately vanished without a trace. "Thank you." Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back. "Little brother, you look familiar. We seem to have met in the first round. My eternal sect will definitely reward you generously in the future." Immediately after, Zhen Changxiao dashed away and the man continued to watch him from afar. At this moment he had made up his mind. "Fortune favors the bold. I'll go follow and see." Back with Xingqian and Woody, they were still struggling to defend. However, the shield was broken by Ling Zhao again. Lightning flashed across the sky, tearing through the night. Xingqian felt a bit confused, a move only at the peak martial saint level. Ling Zhao actually used such a weak attack. She must be playing with us, trying to slowly kill us. At the same time, she gently manipulated her fingers and evil energy began to emanate around her. Ling Zhao gently waved her hand, pointing at the group. In the air, an energy vortex slowly formed, gradually approaching Xingqian and Woody. From each person's palm, light flashed, intertwining in the air. Their every move was flawless, thus breaking the energy vortex. Ling Zhao's expression gradually changed. "Night Emperor, your progress is faster than I imagined. This strike almost reached the Martial Emperor realm, yet you could still withstand it. Even when facing the enemy, he didn't flinch. You couldn't completely kill me back then. Today, with the 2 strongest individuals of the Eternal Sect here, it's even more impossible for you." Woody stared at Ling Zhao. Old Yi, perhaps she isn't using weak moves to play with us. He spoke like an omniscient master. Instead, it's the barrier between the lower and upper realms that prevents her from using greater power, according to my experience. Even if she has ascended to the upper realm and reached the emperor position, breaking this barrier would still come at a considerable cost. Hearing this, Xingqian's gaze grew firmer. If we handle it carefully, we'll definitely be fine. I don't believe it. She can freeze the entire continent for a long time. He looked at her with sharp eyes. It also depends on how strong her resolve to kill is at this moment. Ling Zhao continued to act. Knight Emperor, fate is fickle and I am helpless. Die once more. Her finger pierced through the white clouds. And then it slowly approached the two. Ling Zhao began to speak eloquently. In the morning, flowers bloom red on every tree. In the evening, flowers fall, leaving the trees bare. Xingqian naturally wouldn't be brainwashed by her. If flowers are likened to life, then flowers are just like life. Reborn into this world, knowing you guys, I haven't lost out. Before engaging in battle, he shouted a warning. Woody, quickly get out of the way. I have one move that can unleash martial emperor cultivation in a short time. But whether I repel her or die from exhaustion, she won't chase you two anymore. He suddenly punched Xingqian hard in the face. Shut up. If my brother is killed by a minion from the upper realm, how can I still live? His words were full of reproach. Do you really think all I can do is guard the door? Woody's eyes were like burning flames, filled with hatred, showing no mercy in the sect master's words. Who doesn't have a god-tier account to log into? Space seemed to contract under his power. Woody solemnly declared, the lower realm is my territory, understand? Facing his majestic appearance. Ling Zhao was somewhat worried. Who is this? His aura is even stronger than that of top experts in the upper realm. Xingqian also couldn't help but shiver. Is this Woody's true strength? I can't feel the limit of his power at all. Immediately after, he grabbed Xingqian by the collar. Woody excitedly pulled him, sprinting down the road. Why are you still standing there instead of running? That was an illusion I created using my stealth cultivation technique. Anyway, I borrowed some of my old imposing aura. Just at the critical moment, Zhen Chongxiao appeared in time. Spirit armor, green dragon, crescent blade. Immediately after, he took out a magic staff. Mech Eternal God number 2. With just a few simple moves, Zhen Chongxiao broke Ling Zhao's magic and the ground below was severely destroyed by him. Zhen Chongxiao's face showed an angry expression. You dare to hit my people on my territory? His gaze didn't leave the opponent, showing clear disdain. Upper realm factions really have no manners. Zhen Chongxiao turned to Xingqian, a displeased look on his face. Such a powerful enemy must have been attracted by you two brats, right? My hand is numb from the shock. Damn, you're so arrogant. At the same time, Ling Zhao lightly smiled, her laughter echoing throughout the space. I never expected the dignified Knight Emperor to hide behind others too, so adorable that I wish I could hold you in my palm and gently crush every single one of your bones. Hearing this, he asked him, your girlfriend? Xingqian seemed a bit awkward. You could say that. Zhen Chongxiao still relentlessly pressed. Ex-girlfriend, he casually replied. For now, yes. Zhen Chongxiao seemed a bit pained. Was the breakup terrible? Xingqian sighed helplessly. Utterly crushed, however, he still leaned into his ear simultaneously with a mocking tone. Could it be because you weren't faithful? Xingqian shook his head, denying it. In both lives I only sought to cultivate the great Tao. However, she was the same, obsessed with the great Tao. Even his words filled with anger, each word emphasizing a fierce attack. Seizing my emperor position to help her ascend to the upper realm, Xingqian suddenly stood up, secretly vowing, once I return to my peak and ascend to the upper realm, I will definitely reclaim everything that belongs to me. Ling Zhao's voice coldly rang out. Then I can even less allow you to live. As soon as she finished speaking, her long arm began to stab, moving next to Xingqian in a blink of an eye. So fast, at the same time, an invisible force blocked Ling Zhao's attack. That person was none other than Zhen Chongxiao. Suddenly from the horizon, Ling Zhao's giant palm appeared, her long fingers extended like sharp blades. The sword in Zhen Chongxiao's hand directly shot towards Ling Zhao. Seeing this strange sword, Ling Zhao fell into doubt. What kind of weapon is this? It can even attack by penetrating the barrier. Her palm was grazed by the sword blade. Ling Zhao was instantly shocked. Though only a tiny bit, he actually wounded me. She looked up at him, feeling a hint of interest. This kid is somewhat interesting. Ling Zhao's cold laughter swept past Zhen Chongxiao like a breeze. I'm really excited to be able to kill such a genius. At the same time, an imperial official appeared. Empress Ling Zhao, he coldly glanced at her. Your actions have gone too far. Cold words echoed in the silent space. Surrender yourselves willingly. Come with us to the realm court to receive punishment. The deep voices of the crowd echoed like ancient bells in the air. Or do you want to test if us three old men have the ability to uphold the rules of the upper realm? That official's voice echoed like a broken ancient zither in the deep night. It wasn't loud, but every word struck the heartstrings. Although the spiritual energy of the lower realm has declined, don't you, as an emperor, understand its significance to our upper realm? Ling Zhao gently smiled. This emperor merely came to reminisce with an old acquaintance from the lower realm and caused no casualties. Then it's no bother for me to go with you. Ling Zhao, without warning, gently raised her hand and shattered a precious water jar. However, I still want to leave a small surprise for the Knight Emperor. Seeing her so arrogant, the crowd roared in anger. How audacious, insolent, seeking death! Ling Zhao was instantly controlled by a strange current of air. An official bearing a celestial decree stood upright in the void, his eyes cold, his voice echoing like the voice of the Tao of heaven. Empress Ling Zhao has disturbed the lower realm, repeatedly refusing to mend her ways after warnings. Immediately escort her to the realm court for trial. These words happened to reach the ears of Zhen Chongxiao and Xingqian. A silent voice representing the Tao of Heaven sounded, "Unseal." Unbeknownst to them, the thunder had stopped, and the residual lightning gradually faded like a flickering candle flame. Xingqian looked up. It seemed time had returned to normal. Zhen Chongxiao continued to tease, "That's right, after your ex-girlfriend was arrested, even the clouds started moving again." At the finals venue, the crowd still sat in place. Xiaomo looked around blankly. Where's the sect master?" Qing Yang's lips were slightly pursed, his thoughts surging like a tide. Even Yi Xingqian and He Wudi had suddenly disappeared. His worry gradually eased, however. With the cultivation of the three of them, no one in this world should be able to threaten them. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian collapsed to the ground, exhausted but alive. Fortunately, her last strike had missed, only hitting a mountain next to the imperial city. In contrast, He Wudi looked displeased. What a disgrace to be challenged by a minor nobody and almost succeed. "Help me up," Zhen Chongxiao suddenly groaned. He lay on the ground, his voice soft as a bird's chirp, gentle with a hint of petulance. "Sect Master, I'm a bit weak right now." On the way back, Zhen Chongxiao had remained optimistic. "Let's consider this a mutual defeat this time." "A mutual defeat?" He Wudi wondered. "You mean we almost died and she just got reprimanded a few times?" But they all had to admit no one was a winner in that battle. In another scene, that person stared wide-eyed in astonishment. "What is this?" He gazed intently at the drop of blood from the upper realm empress. At this moment, that person openly showed his surprise. Zhen Chongxiao indeed has some skill, even managing to wound an existence of that level. His gaze swept over the blood drop, his eyes filled with calculation. "Does this drop of blood contain the powerful energy of an upper realm expert? If I can consume it, then." That person gently approached the blood drop. As soon as his hand touched it, the blood drop suddenly glowed on this side. Yi Xingqian felt something was wrong. "Who's screaming so terribly?" He Wudi replied indifferently. "Probably scared by the aftermath of our battle just now." Zhen Chongxiao's expression was somewhat heavy, tinged with melancholy. "For the next year I'll essentially be useless, but with the space-time secret realm our sect will face at least 3 months without high-level combat power. It's all up to you two." Yi Xingqian's voice was clear and strong, his tone firm and unyielding like an oath of steel. "I'm still here. The Wangu sect will surely be safe." He Wudi also exuded an aura of determination from the side. "Give me a new door. Even if the Starfall continent collapses, the Wangu sect will remain." Hearing this, he just smiled. "Arrogant enough, just my style. But with the Wangu sect's reputation after the Dragon Tiger hegemony, ordinary enemies won't rashly attack us for a while." At this moment, Zhen Chongxiao reminded them with a serious tone, soft but with a hint of coldness. "It can't be a coincidence that another unreasonably powerful enemy appears at this time." In another scene, the confusion on that person's face grew more pronounced, his brows tightly furrowed. "What's going on? Why is the array shaking so much?" His subordinate quickly explained. "It's because an attack from the sky just hit the array." That person angrily reprimanded. "I don't care what the reason is, stabilize the array immediately. I've reinforced the array many times, but it's getting weaker and weaker. It must be due to your improper operation." That person's tone grew stronger and stronger, like a surging wave full of menace. "Do you know the consequences if the array is destroyed? Can you bear the responsibility?" Just then a black shadow flashed behind him, and that person leaned close to his ear. "Oh, what consequences? Tell me." That person was beaten to tears, pleading repeatedly, "Stop, stop, I'm a civilian." Despite this, the monster showed no mercy, decisively striking that person away. The monster merely glanced coldly. "I didn't expect even he could be sent flying over the mountain. It seems this array is not only used to imprison me, but also to weaken my power." However, the entire space shattered under his madness, and the monster laughed wildly. "How can you weaken my perfect body?" Suddenly he charged forward, a powerful and sudden lunge destroying the ground. In his madness his eyes burned like unquenchable flames. "You little ones, your king has returned." The monster shot towards the ground like a rocket, landing with incredible force. The anger in his heart began to burn, and the monster's entire body seemed to explode with rage. "You devoured me for 1,000 years, you despicable humans. I'll eat anyone I encounter." Meanwhile, Zhen Chongxiao appeared just in time. As soon as they met, he mocked, "Can that mad donkey put on some underwear? We have women here." Despite this, the monster paid no attention to Zhen Chongxiao. "My perfect body cannot be covered by your human common cloth. Besides," he said, revealing his sharp teeth, "who cares about the feelings of food?" With that, the monster opened its mouth wide and charged at him. Zhen Chongxiao sighed helplessly. "Just asking him to wear pants, does he have to be so angry?" He began to retreat, not forgetting to ask, "Where are the left and right guardians?" Zhen Chongxiao decisively kicked him on the forehead, and Yi Xingqian also added a punch from below. The monster gritted his teeth, seemingly suppressing his anger. "One martial saint, one half-saint. Not bad at all, I'm truly lucky." Everyone immediately noticed his strange ears. Suddenly the monster turned and left, quickly crawling on the ground. "How can I be surrounded by you?" The monster's actions stunned Zhen Chongxiao. "Just leaving? This pervert is really decisive." Just then a person rushed over, panting continuously. "Sect Master Zhen, did you all see a wild man pass by?" He quickly pointed in another direction. "City Lord Han, he just ran in that direction." As soon as Zhen Chongxiao finished speaking, everyone hastily left. "It's not safe here, Sect Master Zhen. Quickly go to the city." Yi Xingqian stared at them, lost in thought. City Lord Han's group just now had at least 10 martial saints. Zhen Chongxiao also nodded in agreement. "This lineup seems to be a very powerful pervert." He Wudi seemed to have sensed an unusual aura. He's definitely not human, but I can't recall what race he is. Then Jun Changxiao led everyone out of the forest. Let's return to the sect as soon as possible. Let's ask Elder Wei if they recognize that person, one person asked in confusion. Didn't they used to be quite unrestrained in Central Sovereign Province? However, they didn't notice that they were already being observed by the monster, who laughed happily. You want to seal me while I haven't fully recovered my strength? What wishful thinking. I only need one move of golden cicada shedding its skin to make you dizzy. The monster then used all its strength, taking a deep breath. Let me have a good meal first and I'll give you an appetizer. With that, he decisively jumped to the ground like a wild beast, sensing an anomaly. Jun Changxiao and the others couldn't help but stop. He looked around, checking. This sound isn't a lion's nor a tiger's, yet it's incredibly powerful, and why does it feel a bit familiar? He stepped forward, not forgetting to warn. Everyone be on guard, centered around the sect master. The enemy is here. Yi Xingchen also became vigilant at his side. Many enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of gigantic animals quickly charged towards them. He Wudi immediately unleashed his internal energy. It's a beast horde. He pounced on them without hesitation. He Wudi commanded loudly, everyone raise your shields and protect the sect master. The surrounding environment had long become chaotic, and Jun Changxiao stood there blankly. Did all the fierce beasts in this mountain come out? He stared grimly at the beasts. Perhaps that call just now ignited the ferocity of these fierce beasts. City Lord Han warned us to go to the city. It seems he had already anticipated a beast horde. Jun Changxiao immediately thought of the monster. Perhaps that madman was behind it. Defending alone won't work. Let me show you the sect master's useless state. Tianchen, lend me some spiritual energy. He immediately held her tightly. Jun Changxiao continuously absorbed essence. Meanwhile, a loud bang broke the silence. On this side, the monster watched with satisfaction as the group struggled. Enjoy the beast horde. With that, he flew into the void. I have more important things to do in Death Valley. The fire dragon beast territory filled with lava. His body began to tremble, his eyes filled with terror. How is this possible? My egg? Where's my egg? Meanwhile, a small amber-colored beast raced along the path as if fleeing. The monster suddenly grabbed it. He shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment and a hint of mockery. How can the beast race here be so weak? Within 100 miles, the strongest is actually you, a martial king-level shadow leopard, and you haven't even developed sentience. With that, the monster gently sent a spirit pearl into the head of the amber-colored beast. After gaining sentience, it began to speak with a heavy voice. King, thank you, King. After you left, a spiritual domain here gradually dissipated, causing the combat power of the fire dragon beast clan you left behind to severely decline. The monster's eyes suddenly burned like flames, so sharp that the surrounding air became heavy. I don't want to know this. The strong survive, the weak perish. The fire dragon beasts were wiped out simply because they weren't strong enough. What I want to know is, where is my egg? Who stole it? The amber-colored beast lowered its head. Its voice was hoarse with a hint of fear. The Wangu sect near Qingyang City recently eliminated the fire dragon beast. Your egg might have been taken by them, humans, but the sect's name sounded familiar. Hearing this, he became even more furious. How strong are they? Its hoarse voice rang out gravely. King. Although they are only mid-tier, their strength is very peculiar. The amber-colored beast paused, then continued its report. According to the reports from the beast clans under my control, they become stronger when encountering weaker opponents and even stronger when encountering stronger opponents. The monster smiled faintly, his eyes filled with contempt. What's the use of being strong? When it comes to fighting, it still depends on influence. He raised his head, his majestic gaze sweeping across the entire space, his voice like thunder shaking the entire space. When it comes to influence, who can be stronger than my beast clan? Generals, come and pay your respects quickly. Target the Wangu sect and announce to humanity that your king has returned. In the faint morning light, Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair, constantly complaining, so boring. His voice was drawn out and weary. My cultivation is gone and I get tired easily, but according to the itinerary, we should be close to the sect now. Jun Changxiao concentrated on the system, his hand gently on the control panel. After this Dragon Tiger hegemony's publicity, the number of disciples should reach 20,000. I wonder what new functions the next upgrade will add. Jun Changxiao's finger suddenly stopped. This is it. His originally calm eyes now shone brightly, filled with undisguised anticipation and excitement. Another divine artifact, the description says it can even tear space. Is that true? The system loudly retorted. When have I ever lied to you? Hearing this, Jun Changxiao's excitement grew even more palpable. If that's the case, even without cultivation, I can silently kill opponents. It seems this mall still needs to be updated frequently to broaden my horizons. The amber-colored beast's eyes suddenly sparkled. At this moment, he took out an ancient book. Qingyang, this is a martial art I researched. No, improved on the way you arrange for the sect disciples to cultivate it. With this technique, they can borrow the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to compensate for the sect's lack of offensive abilities. In the silent space, a reproaching voice rang out. Sect Master Jun, you walked too leisurely. You worried us all to death. Everyone turned around, their gazes focused on the newly appeared person. Second young Master Tang, why are you here? He humbly lowered his head and at the same time bowed respectfully. During the Dragon Tiger hegemony, didn't Sect Master Jun say he wanted to build a brand new city? The family head said, how can such a grand event lack our Tang family? So he sent me to discuss investment. A mysterious smile curled at his lips and at the same time he looked back. Moreover, I also brought someone with me. He wants to join the Wangu sect. The young man stood there, his gaze as cold as ice, completely unperturbed. You used to say I could barely make it into the top 20 of your sect, in the Aoshi Holy Sect in Central Sovereign Province. I'm the strongest among the disciples. How boring. It seems this Wangu sect can give me a bit more motivation. Jun Changxiao chuckled softly, his smile fleeting but meaningful. Second young master, you've really helped me out. Ever since the Dragon Tiger hegemony, I've wanted to recruit Ao Wushuang, but I've been delayed by other matters. He tilted his head, his voice low, with a rare hint of humility. It's just a small matter. We have a deep cooperative relationship. The better the Wangu sect develops, the more beneficial it is for our Tang family. Hearing this, he finally relaxed. He smiled faintly, and Jun Changxiao did not forget to express his gratitude. Thanks to the high-grade artisans you brought, our construction plan can be implemented immediately. He slowly walked forward, his posture confident but not arrogant. The family head said, your comprehensive tourist town integrating shopping, leisure and business might become the new center of the entire southwest Yong province. So the Tang family will fully cooperate. Please take a look, Sect Master. Young Master Tang began to introduce excitedly, as if describing a priceless treasure. I even brought a door made of 10,000-year-old cold gold pine wood discovered from Elder Taizan's ancient tomb. To give the town a powerful start and create the grandest momentum, this gate is exceptionally sturdy, imbued with the elemental forces of metal, wood and water, making it extremely valuable. He turned his head, his once confident eyes suddenly filled with confusion. The gate I just had placed here, where did it go? Jun Changxiao saw this and explained, I can guess who took that gate. Don't worry, perhaps no one on the entire Starfall continent is more suited for that gate than that person. At this moment, he suddenly remembered an important point. Oh, second young Master Tang, what is the background of that wild man who escaped from the Imperial City? City Lord Han even mobilized 10 martial saints to capture him. He paused slightly before answering, he is not human. Young Master Tang stood ramrod straight, his gaze fixed forward as if recalling a distant memory. About 10,000 years ago, he suddenly appeared, capable of commanding all beasts and causing beast tides. Back then, martial saints came to suppress him, but he easily killed them all. According to our Tang family's secret records, his strength was comparable to a martial emperor, but all martial emperors on Starfall continent had disappeared by then. Every word he spoke seemed deeply etched into the space. At that time, our predecessors exploited his arrogance, setting a trap to lure him away from the beast hordes. 8 peak martial saints simultaneously attacked, and with the help of a suppression array left by a martial emperor, they barely managed to seal him. Young Master Tang's expression was solemn, every word carrying the weight of truth. For 1,000 years, thanks to the array, our predecessors continuously weakened his combat power. According to City Lord Han, he is probably only at the early martial saint level now. However, his ability to summon beast tides remains very powerful. Jun Changxiao tilted his head slightly, a flicker of curiosity and interest on his face. So what is the name of that beast king? Just then, the monster suddenly appeared behind them, roaring, this king is the violet-scaled demon king. The monster couldn't contain his excitement and reached out to grab Jun Changxiao's head. Starfall continent is too vast, but I can't wait for my subordinates to arrive. Fortunately, this king's luck is still good. With one hand, he powerfully grasped Jun Changxiao, easily lifting him. After observing these past few days, this king found that you seem to have suffered a serious injury in Central Sovereign Province, and I can't feel any cultivation on you. Conveniently, that brat who always protects you like a shadow just ran off with a door. The monster's gaze swept over him, sharp as a knife with an oppressive majesty. You are their sect master. If you give the order, they surely wouldn't dare to disobey. Tell me where that egg you snatched from the fire dragon beast territory is now. Hand it over quickly. Jun Changxiao's face clearly showed impatience. Are you talking about that egg that wouldn't hatch? Why didn't you say so earlier? Let it hatch sooner. I specifically put it in a spiritual energy gathering artifact. I'll get it out for you now. He tilted his head, his eyes flickering with doubt and displeasure. You said you put this king's egg in this tube? Jun Changxiao's face glowed with pride, his tone full of confidence and undisguised boastfulness. Demon King, you are unaware this item can quickly gather spiritual energy and promote embryonic development. It is very powerful, and indeed a very powerful spiritual domain is gathering. The monster showed a curious expression. What is it called? Suddenly, he pulled out a huge gun, pointing it directly at the monster. God modification. The monster clearly felt the powerful energy emanating from the artifact and saw a scorching red light carrying terrifying heat rush towards him. The monster's face gradually distorted, and fine cracks like fissures in glass began to appear. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was spatial fragmentation. His heavy body crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, shaking the ground violently and sending dust flying. Jun Changxiao's gaze was fixed on the monster's huge body, surprised that a single shot couldn't defeat it. This demon king's body is truly too powerful. His eyes suddenly widened, his gaze unusually sharp. The monster's mouth suddenly opened so wide it seemed to swallow him whole. Its sharp teeth rapidly rushed towards Jun Changxiao, making a crunching sound. At this moment, Woody appeared in time, stopping the monster's brutal act. He frowned slightly. You're still not far away. Were you just leaving to make me drop my guard? Meanwhile, a master slowly approached. You reacted quite quickly. That's right, we deliberately had the weakest sect master wander around, just to lure you out. Jun Chongxiao's face showed a pouting expression. "Hey, I'm still here," the monster spoke in a low, cold voice, each word like a sharp blade piercing the opponent's heart. "You, a sacred beast, actually help humans harm your own king, but you are just a scorpion with more offense than perception, yet you could detect my surveillance. Could you be a born anomaly?" At this moment, Wudi took a step forward, his eyes revealing solemnity. "It's indeed hard to detect when you use birds as reconnaissance beasts. If it were my useless sect master, perhaps you would have fooled him. We also have the Supreme Observer." A flicker of surprise crossed his face, then he gradually became dejected. "Can't you see me? Is no one avoiding me anymore?" A phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky, its wings spread wide. That person was none other than the demon immortal. She immediately swooped down. These past few days, many unknown fierce beasts have suddenly appeared around. As soon as the demon immortal appeared, she began to provoke. "A little attention reveals you, you pervert. Rather than guarding against you every day, it's better to take the initiative." A cold sneer played on her lips, her eyes sharp as knives. "So we decided to use the sect master's useless status to lure you into a trap." Jun Chongxiao was already furious from being insulted by this group of people. "If you keep insulting me, do you believe I'll cry in front of you?" The monster's contemptuous gaze swept over the three demon immortal level experts. "With just this you want to keep this king? Although this king has not fully recovered, I am not that weak." A venerable old voice from behind interrupted his arrogance. "But if you add this old man," the monster spun around abruptly, his gaze sharply fixed on the newly appeared person. The Ice Emperor gently waved his hand and a thin layer of frost spread out with a chill enveloping him. In just an instant the monster's face showed surprise. "A master!" Immediately after, he violently swung his arm and the monster's sharp claws immediately rushed towards the old man. He murmured slightly, his expression solemn. "Can't pierce his scales." The monster's tentacles slammed down on the ground. He roared, his eyes red as fire. "As a beast to join forces with humans against this king. You seek death." The demon immortal was sent flying, and the monster's entire body suddenly burst into red flames, burning fiercely. Its crimson eyes now turned grayish-white, hollow and terrifying. The monster raised its head, opened its mouth wide, and let out a deafening roar that shook the entire space. Jun Chongxiao, standing nearby, was already captivated by him. Steel bones and iron skin, unparalleled strength and ever-changing. "I've decided this beast is destined for my Wangu sect." Meanwhile, Wudi fearlessly plunged into battle and the monster's face showed vigilance. "That large eagle and that scorpion are easy enough to deal with, but why are that gatekeeper and that sweeper so strong? I was careless. I should have waited for my subordinates to gather before coming. Now I must retreat quickly." In just an instant its huge tail slammed down with earth-shattering force. A dragon's tail flicked. Sensing the critical situation, one person loudly warned, "Step back, beware of his sneak attack." In a flash the monster rapidly fled, seemingly trying to evade. Just then a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Violet-scaled demon king, meeting an old friend, won't you stay for a few drinks?" The monster's footsteps immediately halted. "This array is yours." His entire body trembled with rage. "Jen Dejun, you scoundrel, you made me confined for over 100 years. Just then, Jun Chongxiao aimed his gun directly at the monster's lower body. He decisively pulled the trigger, delivering a fatal blow. Thousands of years later, humanity studied the Myriad Ancient Sect, and in the autobiography of the Myriad Ancient Demon King, his process of joining the Myriad Ancient Sect was recorded as follows. That day, the sun shone brightly, the breeze was refreshing. At the moment he saw the sect master, the monster suddenly realized that his little bird, symbolizing freedom and youth, was gone forever. The monster lay on the ground, and from then on the song of the magpie also ceased. After a long time he finally roared in anger, "That was my lost youth." Jun Chongxiao approached the monster, simultaneously mocking, "You're finally awake, congratulations on not causing trouble." Every word he spoke seemed to strike deep into his soul. "If not, I would have had to fire another shot." The monster unconsciously clamped his legs together, and Jun Chongxiao just chuckled proudly. "Maybe you'll turn from a demon king into a demon queen." In the silent room his voice was filled with weariness. "This king was careless. Indeed, I avoided a watermelon only to run into a sesame seed. Although it's not easy to kill this king, that old sweeping man in your sect still very likely could harm me while I'm unconscious." A hint of doubt flashed across the monster's face. "Then why didn't you kill the enemy?" Jun Chongxiao emphasized each word, his eyes cold yet containing something elusive. "Because I want to give you a chance." Then he approached him and whispered, "A chance to stand at the peak of Starfall Continent." His voice was steady yet with a hint of coldness. "You are the Beast King. On Starfall Continent you will surely prioritize the interests of the beast race. The physical qualities of the beast race far surpass those of humans, and because their sentience is not yet developed, after thousands of years of cultivation they will eventually be refined into spiritual pills, or their spiritual energy absorbed." The monster still sat there quiet and solemn, staring calmly at Jun Chongxiao, who continued to speak eloquently. "Only at the Martial King level can they gain sentience, and only from peak Martial Emperor to Martial Saint can they transform. But even being so powerful, they can only cower in deep mountains and forests because their flesh and blood are heavenly treasures, and they are still the preferred choice for guardian beasts of sects." He slowly walked forward, his eyes firm, every word seeming to contain earth-shattering power. "And the opportunity I'm giving you is to allow the beast race to gain sentience and walk openly in the world. The town you attacked is the town I am building. There, not only can sects exchange cultivation techniques, spiritual medicines, but even beast race elders can live in harmony. As long as you join my Wangu sect, I will." He hadn't finished speaking when the monster interrupted him. After all that talk, aren't you still deluding yourself into wanting this king to be your guardian spirit beast? Remember this king's words, the monster roared, his eyes crimson, raging like fire as if to incinerate everything. How can the beast race be enslaved? This king will fight to the death. Even if I have to become empress of the world, I will destroy you all. As soon as the roar ended, a huge aura erupted. Strong as a storm, Jun Changxiao chuckled softly. As expected, merely using words to persuade this demon king is still far from enough. Within the transparent ice, the monster was imprisoned. Dejun stepped forward to check. Stop pretending to be asleep if you're awake. The old man's voice rang out clearly. The sect master said he would take you to see if his words were lies. Then Dejun turned and left, leaving only a reminder. Save your strength, you know my abilities. Although this array is small, it can hold you for 2 or 3 hours. Dejun looked around, a proud smile on his face. This is our beast-taming training ground where the cavalry team often trains. The monster looked outside, his eyes heavy with disappointment and powerlessness. I didn't expect there to be Martial King-level windwolves. They've even gained sentience. How can they endure such humiliation as human mounts? Meanwhile, a beast rushed out at an astonishing speed. The young man said no more. He walked forward and kicked its flank hard. It's all your fault for not running steadily and making me fall. The monster's resentment grew even stronger. Thousands of years later, humans still treat my people like this, casually beating and scolding them if there's any dissatisfaction. Is your sect master showing me this to humiliate me? The beast suddenly stood up, angrily cursing. I told you to hold on tight. I've practiced these moves with you more than 10 times. If you hadn't promised me Chef Duodu's pastries, do you think I'd want to play with you here? The beast roared loudly, his tone full of impatience. I'm angry. The kind that can't be appeased. The young man timidly stepped forward, trying to coax it. 2 meals, the beast happily agreed. Deal. That's because I'm loyal, not for those few meals. The monster's face showed a puzzled expression. The way your sect interacts with spirit beasts is truly unique. Hearing this, Dejun just laughed. The sect master said that once fierce beasts gain sentience and become spirit beasts, they should be treated equally. Then he observed carefully. He was more curious about who is Duodu. Dejun on the other side shrugged, a proud smile on his face. When you mention Duodu, I get hungry. She's the apple of our sect's eye, the strongest link maintaining the sect, and the ultimate weapon for attracting talent. The old man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh, aren't you also about to become a new member? Take this opportunity, I'll take you. I swear on my honor, I guarantee you'll taste the most delicious dishes of the myriad ancient sect. Dejun paused, his gaze casually sweeping over the monster. But that guy who likes to go naked. Cover it with your hair, please. At the same time, Warner fiercely chopped the cutting board with a knife, steadying her grandfather. Your snack allowance for this month has been used up. Faced with the little girl's stern attitude, the old man quickly waved his hand, his face showing a hint of embarrassment and regret. It's all because I was stubborn and wanted to open the eyes of an old friend from many years ago. Seeing this, Warner didn't pursue the matter further. Then let my father cook a meal for you. His cooking skills are also first-rate. Dejun immediately belittled him. His dishes don't glow. You can tell at a glance they're not up to standard. Warner's face showed apology and a touch of joy. But I just promised Brother Zhangyi, or rather Grandpa Zhenjia. Everyone please come after dinner. Just then a rich aroma suddenly wafted over, so strong that he stopped in his tracks. The monster loudly questioned the little girl. Little girl, it's your honor to cook for this king. How dare you refuse? He unceremoniously threatened Warner. Do you want to die? Immediately after, a group of people suddenly rushed in, punching and kicking him. They ceaselessly tore at the monster. Which bastard dares to be rude to Duodu? You've touched the inverse scale of my Wangu sect. Just then a majestic voice rang out. Move aside, who dares to disrespect Duodu? I'll roast him with one breath of fire. Seeing Little Dragon's arrogant demeanor, the monster couldn't help but tremble. It proudly raised its head, its sharp eyes sweeping over the other party. Don't you know Little Dragon arranged this kitchen? Ask the entire Starfall continent who dares to disturb me while I'm eating and who has come to a good end, except for Tianchen. The monster's eyes burned with rage and its voice echoed like thunder in the space. What the hell are you, more arrogant than this king? The surrounding space seemed to twist and distant memories surged to mind. The monster gently caressed the egg. You might still need a few thousand years to hatch. In that memory he had made a promise. At that time, Father King will definitely build a vast land for you. Back in reality, the monster trembled with rage. You little spirit beast, how dare you utter such vicious words? Does every word sting this king's heart? Little Dragon took another step forward, tilting its head slightly as if provoking. Come on, which line do you like to hear? Tell me and I'll repeat it for you. Little Dragon's lips curved upward with a hint of mockery and playfulness. But I just found out that if I add a little wine to this array and soak you in it, it might reduce the shame. Changxiao couldn't help but feel a little confused on the side. Little Dragon hatched from his egg, so how could this demon king not recognize Little Dragon at all? A prompt board appeared before his eyes. According to the violet-scaled demon king, his egg still needs a few years to hatch. He definitely wouldn't have expected that I made Little Dragon premature. Moreover, during the hatching process, it also underwent mutation and evolution with the help of the system's power. Little Dragon can now be said to be an entirely new species. Changxiao nodded as if he understood. So that's how it is. Suddenly, a loud bang broke the tranquil atmosphere. He couldn't help but turn toward the source of the sound. Oh, is someone attacking the sect protection array? Some strange air current suddenly appeared in the sky. The azure dragon roared, its deep voice echoing in the space. The king's aura is here. This array is really interesting. This old man couldn't break it with one move. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of energy flew out, entangling his body. A majestic voice also followed. "Travelers from afar are all guests. Everyone please come down and chat." He then plummeted to the ground with a deafening thud. The Azure Dragon felt quite confused. This aura, I didn't expect a small fifth-rate sect to have such a master. Without knowing when the Azure Dragon had already transformed into human form, he immediately bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, your subordinate is late. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The Azure Dragon's words carried obvious doubt and dissatisfaction, intensifying the atmosphere. "Your Majesty, didn't you command all sacred beasts to quickly come and eliminate the Wangu sect and retrieve your egg? We are the closest, so we arrived first. But why do you seem so harmonious with these humans?" The monster stood upright in the oppressive space, its sharp gaze sweeping over him. "This king has already reached an agreement with the Wangu Sect Master. He will help this king hatch the egg. You all may retreat for now." With that he turned and left. "From now on this king will stay here for a while." At this moment the Azure Dragon questioned, "Your Majesty, there's one thing this old minister doesn't understand and humbly asks for your guidance." He unceremoniously spoke his doubts. "Your Majesty, since when did you start wearing pants?" Eyes from all directions turned to the monster, who tried to maintain his composure. "This king just wants to try something new, that's all." Dejun, however, secretly gripped his cane, looking displeased. "Damn it." Changxiao hid behind the door, constantly blaming himself. "I should have told Duodu not to care about her image anymore." He refused to sacrifice for art even once, now that it's discovered. 5 sacred beasts are not easy to deal with. At this moment the monster couldn't help but laugh loudly. This king knew that little monkey couldn't deceive Tengshe, this king's most astute subordinate. Changxiao immediately stopped him. "Shut up, even with the soundproofing array reducing your voice to a minimum you can't keep your mouth shut." The Azure Dragon looked at everyone with suspicious eyes. The king once said that his voice was deep and magnetic, every word emphasized, "Your body is the most powerful masterpiece on the Starfall continent. How can it be covered by human rags?" The more the Azure Dragon thought about it, the more something felt wrong. "But now you say you want to try something new." Seeing this, someone spoke up to remind, "Everyone listen, prepare for battle, we might have to fight." The Azure Dragon approached the monster and carefully examined it. "This old minister truly..." Suddenly, the Azure Dragon looked up, its eyes sparkling as if a great weight had been lifted from its heart, immensely grateful. "The king has finally changed his mind. Ever since this old minister transformed, I've inexplicably developed human modesty. It's truly shameful. Therefore, Your Majesty, you should embrace nature in your nakedness." He trembled with excitement. "When this old minister used to pay respects to Your Majesty, I truly didn't know where to look. Your Majesty, you must maintain this demeanor. The Wangu sect is truly effective, being able to make Your Majesty change your mind." The people behind echoed in unison, agreeing. The Azure Dragon respectfully lowered its head with utmost reverence. "Then this old minister will stay nearby, always awaiting Your Majesty's summons." Changxiao tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with doubt. "This works too." He turned to the monster, looking helpless. "Look, even your subordinates can't stand your perversion. Put on some clothes." He unceremoniously refused. "Unless I die," he glared at Changxiao, secretly threatening at the same time. "Although you fooled my subordinate this time, if given the chance I will immediately summon them back and even more. 5 sacred beasts are already hard to deal with. What if there were 50? The monster approached him, its powerful aura seemingly solidifying the surrounding space. "I advise you to be sensible. Return the egg to this king soon and send this king away. Considering that you haven't treated our beast tribe badly, this king can forgive your theft." However, Changxiao was fearless. "The egg definitely cannot be returned," he said, pointing to Little Dragon. "It has already hatched. Are you going to stuff it back into the egg?" It stopped abruptly, its eyes sweeping over the familiar figure before it. "We meet again." "Pervert," the monster doubted its own judgment. "Are you saying this sheep is this king's hatched egg? Do you think I'm as stupid as my subordinates?" Little Dragon raised an eyebrow. His eyes filled with disdain and a hint of smugness. "So you're a pervert and you have bad eyesight." "I'm a dragon," he immediately retorted loudly. "This king's son would never be so rude, and from head to toe how do you resemble a dragon? To say you're like a sheep, even the sheep tribe might not accept it." Suddenly, raging red flames ignited around it. Little Dragon coldly looked at the monster. "Then I'll open your eyes." With a swoosh it transformed into a gigantic beastman, Little Dragon said proudly. "Tremble before my little lord's might." Changxiao on the side was already speechless. "Little Dragon, this violet-scaled demon king, he must really be your father, didn't you see? Neither of them wears pants, truly of the same bloodline, aren't they?" It loudly retorted. "Nonsense, my little lord has coverings. I'm definitely not a naked pervert like him." Suddenly, the monster rushed over and hugged Little Dragon tightly. He was so excited he cried, "My imperial son, it really is you. Your father king has searched so hard for you." Its eyes widened as it looked at him. "Are you my father?" he excitedly replied. "More real than pure gold. Don't you see how similar we are after transforming? And didn't your sect master also say so?" Little Dragon struggled fiercely. "The sect master always lies, regardless of friend or foe. Can you let go of me first?" Being hugged by a pervert, this little lord feels impure. The monster cried sadly. "My imperial son, is it because of the premature birth that your way of speaking is so annoying?" Seeing the reunion scene, Changxiao looked depressed. The Taishuan sect came knocking and only Tianqian was offline. Outside the sect, a pair of unfamiliar male and female disciples appeared. The two were discussing outside the gate. The dragon-tiger hegemony in recent years has truly declined to actually let a small sect from another province win the championship, the male disciple spoke. Junior sister, you shouldn't be so blunt. We are an established first-rate sect. We must maintain a heroic demeanor. The female disciple still held her arrogant posture. Our sixth senior sister was quite lucky. She just joined a small sect and actually achieved a small success, the male disciple suddenly shouted. Shut up. She's no longer a senior sister and she doesn't deserve that title. The female disciple frowned slightly. HMPH, to make us wait outside for so long, I really want to destroy this broken sect with one palm. Speaking of which, she suddenly felt uneasy and the atmosphere became strange. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Behind the door, Woody, who had just heard her talk about destroying the sect, suddenly appeared, striking an offensive pose, one hand on his shoulder. No fooling around, we must be polite. After all, we are also the eternal strongest sect. Changxiao gently pushed open the door and walked straight out. Win people over with virtue. He and the other disciples walked out of the gate with an oppressive aura, with Qingyang even holding up an AK-47 in provocation. Changxiao looked at the two as if he wanted to devour them whole. Taishuan Holy Sect, is it? My apologies. Changxiao pulled out a golden pistol from his pocket, a very contemptuous smile playing on his lips. May I ask what brings you two here? The female disciple, seeing their impressive aura, was a little scared and stepped back a few steps. The male disciple, however, calmly looked at Changxiao and the others. As the Demon King escaped to Central Sovereign Province, his lair is in Southwest Yang Province, so first-rate sects have sent disciples here to investigate. We heard on the way that the Wangu sect has a senior sister named Lu Tianchen, and we've specifically come to visit an old acquaintance. The two immediately recognized a familiar figure among the disciples of the eternal strongest sect. How have you been since we parted? Lu Tianchen, the male disciple, quickly noticed a hint of abnormality. He stepped back a few steps, unleashed his spiritual energy, and blocked an unexpectedly flying bullet. Changxiao and the others looked at them with ill intent, their faces gloomy. HMPH, so arrogant, the male disciple frowned unhappily and warned. The Wangu sect is too overbearing, daring to even offend our Taishuan Holy Sect. The female disciple behind couldn't help but mock a few words. Indeed, after all, their senior sister committed a heinous crime back then. She was expelled from the Taishuan Holy Sect, and the Wangu sect's rude style is truly passed down through generations, she continued to ramble. If it weren't for senior sister Fang hearing she was nearby and asking us to drop by and see her, we wouldn't have come to this place with sparse spiritual energy. She didn't notice Tianchen just glanced at her like a clown, rattling on and on. She couldn't help but get emotional, so she leaned close to Tianchen and said with a smug smile, Senior Sister Fang said your ice heart art is progressing smoothly, and she'll soon be promoted to an elder of the Taishuan Holy Sect thanks to you. The female disciple tilted her head and looked at Tianchen even more smugly. Senior Sister Lu, your spiritual root. Changxiao was silent for a long time, then called out, Xingchen. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of black energy shot directly at the female disciple. She couldn't defend in time and was swallowed by the black energy. Changxiao coldly snorted, On my territory you dare to disrespect someone from my Wangu sect. The male disciple, seeing his junior sister attacked, angrily roared, Do you really think I don't care about the Taishuan Holy Sect? He immediately drew his long sword and charged straight at Changxiao. How dare you release her? Changxiao didn't dodge, twisting the long sword in his hand with just one hand. It seems our Wangu sect has been too low-key. A huge black energy was released, swallowing the male disciple. An ultra-first-rate sect dares to come here and disrespect my woman. Tianchen remained very calm, only gently telling Gusheng, There's no need to pursue them. After all, I was the one who recommended them to join the Taishuan Holy Sect back then. Changxiao glanced at Tianchen. She was truly too sentimental. What senior sister Fang? She clearly came to provoke. With that, he turned to look at the two black energies before him. But don't worry, the obsidian sacred flame won't burn them to death. However, their cultivation might not be so lucky. Xingchen and the others, Su Xiaomo standing beside him, saw Changxiao's cool moves and praised him endlessly. How's the Sect Master's technique? How does it feel? As expected of the Sect Master, even when making weapons, he's the strongest. Easy to operate, instant feedback, and can create various exclusive sacred flames based on spiritual energy. Changxiao and Tianchen approached the two disciples, and he looked at them proudly. I didn't come looking for trouble with you. It's already a huge blessing for you from the Taishuan Holy Sect that I didn't dare to come again, and you might lose your life. The male disciple was beaten black and blue. His clothes also burned in some places, so he was enraged. A small sect dares to disrespect people from our Taishuan sect. He stood up, watching Changxiao playing with Mengying, trembling with anger. I will definitely report this to Senior Sister Fang and the Sect Master. Your Wangu sect's days are numbered. Changxiao carried Mengying on his back, looking at him as if he were an insignificant ant. I'll give you a piece of advice. When your strength is inferior, instead of trying to be strong, it's better to. Changxiao then opened his mouth and sprayed a flame, attacking the male disciple. The two were immediately sent flying, and the male disciple still shouted a warning. Our Taishuan sect will definitely be back. Changxiao curiously asked Tianchen, Tianchen, isn't your Taishuan Holy Sect on a lush green grassland? The two disciples were blown by Changxiao into a forest where they fell to the ground and tremblingly stood up, filled with hatred. Damn it, to burn away all my spiritual energy, just wait until I return to the sect. but before he could finish he felt a chill down his spine. He looked back and saw a giant divine beast with a blood-red mouth looking ferocious. He was so scared he backed away. "My life is over." Suddenly a figure rushed over and punched the tiger's mouth. "Ferocious tiger, do not harm anyone." The tiger was so scared it ran away. The male disciple hid behind the newly appeared person, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, young hero, for helping. That was a violet thunder tiger just now." The young hero actually repelled it with one move. The young hero's combat power is indeed extraordinary. Your spiritual root must also be remarkable. The male disciple seized the opportunity to invite him. "With the young hero's talent, wouldn't it be a waste to stay in such a place with thin spiritual energy? We are disciples of a super first-rate sect. The Taishuan Holy Sect is currently heavily injured and inconvenient to move. If the young hero can escort us back to the sect, we will definitely introduce you to join the Holy Sect, so as not to waste your talent." Hearing the male disciple's words, a man turned his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh really? Can my talent only be fully utilized in the Taishuan Holy Sect?" On the other side, Little Dragon wondered, "Are you really my dad?" Little Dragon looked at the man in front of him, secretly sizing him up. "But you and I are already different in species." Zilin smiled at Little Dragon. "I'm also a bit confused about this. You were born prematurely and we are dragons after all, but you resemble a Qilin more." Little Dragon immediately turned and glared at Changxiao. "See, I told you I was a dragon, but you kept denying it, always calling me a sheep." With that it quickly ran forward, leaving Changxiao and Zilin behind. "Dinner's ready. I want the front leg meat." Changxiao tilted his head, asking softly, "As far as I know, there are no dragons on Starfall Continent," he continued. "Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, the dragon race collectively ascended to the upper realm." Zilin's face gradually darkened. Zilin moved his lips slightly, then said, "The upper realm is not an easy place to live." He then explained to Changxiao that even in the upper realm, where gods are everywhere, the dragon race is considered a powerful force. The current dragon emperor is a hero, leading the dragon race to grow stronger day by day. Unfortunately, ever since Little Dragon was born, everything was destined to go in the worst direction. Because according to dragon race texts, Little Dragon's egg was a 5-clawed dragon egg, appearing only once every 100,000 years. This meant that once Little Dragon hatched, it could become the next dragon emperor in a short time. But who would willingly be replaced by others? At the peak of my power, I discovered that the Dragon Emperor was secretly siphoning Little Dragon's spiritual luck. At this point he sighed softly, then stole it and hid in the lower realm, but Little Dragon's foundation was already damaged. I thought it would take at least a few thousand years to hatch, but I never expected. Changxiao listened intently, nodding. Your story." He looked at Zilin and said what was on his mind. "It's entirely from an observer's perspective." "Are you really Little Dragon's dad?" Zilin then recalled a memory from back then. "Brother Zilin, that guy's gone mad. I beg you must save my child." Zilin pondered for a while, then suddenly stood up, startling Changxiao. "Little Dragon is my flesh and blood. Whoever wants to harm it must step over my corpse." With that he turned and left. "Since Little Dragon is living well here, I will temporarily stay in your shabby little sect." Changxiao secretly thought, "I smell gossip." He felt a little sad, the sadness of a devoted lover. Suddenly remembered something and cursed. "Damn it, I forgot to make him at least wear pants. Wouldn't he turn the Wangu sect into a mobile anatomy class?" Zilin, on his side, leisurely walked into a stone cave. "After all this messing around, I feel like my scales are covered in mud. I didn't expect this small sect to have such a precious spiritual spring." As he walked inside, he saw an old man soaking in the spiritual spring. The person in the water was Elder Wei. Elder Wei looked up at Zilin, his tone unsurprised. "Violet-scaled demon king, you can actually infiltrate the sect so silently. It seems you've also been subdued by the sect master." With that, Elder Wei stood up and left. "This old man is not interested in experiencing the power of your 1,000-year bath. I'll be leaving first." Elder Wei's action left Zilin frozen in place. He stared blankly as Elder Wei left, still not understanding what had happened. The next day, Changxiao happily introduced Zilin to everyone in the sect. "Disciples, this is our Wangu sect's new elder, Elder Zilin. If anyone encounters any problems communicating with their spirit beasts, you can ask him to translate." Changxiao couldn't help but curiously glance at the pants Zilin was wearing, secretly thinking, "By the way, who convinced this big shot to wear pants? Could it be Little Dragon?" He was surprised to hear the system prompt, "Sect upgraded to level 8. He burst into happy laughter. "All those advertisements I made during the Dragon Tiger hegemony weren't in vain. The number of disciples finally reached 20,000. Level 8, I remember, that's unlocked annually." The system prompt continued to sound, "Sect members 20005000. Sect Lingen Pavilion unlocked." Changxiao asked in confusion, "Lingen Pavilion?" Suddenly Changxiao's eyes seemed to glow and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide and laugh heartily. "Am I going to become a Grand General? All 24 meritorious officials will be mine. Qin Shubao Li Jing, I'm not picky." He burst into laughter, his smile becoming increasingly uncontrolled. After the ecstasy he calmed down. Looking at the information panel displayed by the system, Changxiao raised his hand and slapped himself. "Look how bad your memory is. You forgot all system funds were used for scenery." He crossed his arms, frowning at the 24 blank papers. "Is my Lingen Pavilion system too rudimentary? Isn't it too absurd? The system primarily serves an auxiliary role." The system then explained that this is to help the host establish their own Lingen Pavilion. A small selection panel appeared next to the paper, and the system continued. Disciples with sufficient merit points for the sect will be designated to enter the Lingam Pavilion, and disciples who enter the Lingam Pavilion will receive certain special abilities. Changxiao cupped his chin, pondering the merit. The system continued to explain, the more a disciple contributes to the sect, the higher their merit points. Changxiao then clicked on the newly appeared option, highest contribution. Wouldn't that turn a multiple-choice question into a single-choice question? Changxiao rapidly clicked the screen, and the face of the Wangu Sect spokesperson, director of the Wangu Sect Development and Reform Bureau and executive deputy sect master of the Wangu Sect, grew paler and paler. Li Qingyang's portrait then appeared on the system's blank paper. On Qingyang's side, he walked up to a pillar, touched it, and then reminded, Master Wang, the material here is wrong. The strength of the profound stone is not enough to withstand various scratches, gnaws, and bites. As he focused on examining the pillar, a voice suddenly came from behind, startling him. Li Qingyang Yu, he turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see Changxiao appearing in the air at some point, with a halo appearing behind him. Changxiao mysteriously asked, Do you long for supreme power? Qingyang stammered, Sect Master. He looked at Changxiao helplessly, as if looking at a child. Everyone's going crazy. Stop with all the formalities. When did you buy those lights? I don't remember our sect having that expense. Changxiao explained speechlessly. This is divine sense transmission. He sighed. Playing these tricks with acquaintances really has a low success rate, Qingyang asked in surprise. Divine sense, Sect Master, have you created a new cultivation technique? But he didn't know that in the eyes of the nearby craftsman, Qingyang was just standing there talking to himself like an autistic person. I heard that Boss Li has been assigned a lot of work by their sect master, so busy he's almost going crazy even talking to the air now. Changxiao laughed proudly, then spread his arms. Our sect has always followed the principle of the more capable the more work, to use people until they drop. So I will bestow upon you the true power of our sect. Qingyang's body seemed to glow. And the alchemy pavilion will be entirely handed over to you. From now on you can easily refine all kinds of elixirs for our Wangu sect. An alchemy furnace mark then appeared on Qingyang's forehead. Qingyang exclaimed in surprise, These are our sect's pills. It turns out they can be refined with just one operation. Is this a secret technique passed down from ancient times? It truly is a divine skill. Qingyang shouted excitedly, Sect Master, I will definitely do my utmost and shoulder the responsibility of alchemy. But his reaction made the craftsman behind him even more worried. Here he goes again, it seems his condition is getting worse. He's even assigning himself more work in his hallucinations. Qingyang muttered to himself, Perfect. I'll work overtime tonight to refine all the pills for the newly recruited disciples. He glanced at his hand. Qingyang looked at his glowing hand in surprise. He hastily jumped up to verify his thoughts. Qingyang was horrified, unable to believe it. It actually improved 3 ranks? Have I reached Martial Emperor 8th rank? My true combat power has also greatly increased, and my spiritual root seems to have changed as well. Changxiao on his side looked at Qingyang's portrait, then listened to the system prompt. Li Qingyang's spiritual root was of superb quality. After receiving enhancement from the Lingam Pavilion, Qingyang's spiritual root has reached divine quality. Changxiao softly exclaimed, Excellent, then I will place all inner disciples into the Lingam Pavilion. He happily discovered another point. If he did this, wouldn't it immediately enhance the strength of the entire sect? The system immediately reminded. However, entering the Lingam Pavilion also requires meeting standards. Those with insufficient merit points will not be able to enter. Changxiao's joy instantly vanished. He turned and asked the system, How do I increase disciples' merit points? How many do they need to enter the Lingam Pavilion? He also frantically searched the paper for something, then replied, The guide only says that contributing to the sect can increase merit points. Reaching 100 points allows entry into the Lingam Pavilion. The rest is for you to guess. Changxiao gently waved his hand, issuing a command in the air. Then sort the inner disciples by merit points from highest to lowest. Let me see if I can find any patterns. The ranking was quickly compiled and displayed. Ranked first was Qingyang. Second was Duodu. Changxiao looked at the ranking, nodding slightly. Qingyang, this executive deputy sect master, indeed has outstanding merit. As for Duodu, it's probably because she's responsible for all the sect's meals. Changxiao glanced at the list below, then judged. Third place is Su Xiaomo. What did this kid do? Always causing trouble. Fourth place is Shangguan Xinyao. Probably for creating so many half-finished cultivation techniques. He crossed his arms, bending down to look at the lowest position on the ranking. Let me see who ranks the lowest. He never expected it to be himself at the bottom, and even with negative points, he asked blankly, System, is there a mistake? How did I not only come in last but also have negative points? The system immediately replied, Crime, picking the sect's flower Tianqian. Egregious crime, hence merit points deducted. Changxiao shouted angrily, What about the cultivation techniques I created for the sect? The system immediately replied, I created those, unacceptable. Changxiao continued to ask, What about the pills then? System's words were like a slap in the face. That's right, all created by me. Changxiao resigned himself, but still wondered. Then why did Tianqian score so low? The system immediately stated the reason. Beauty is a sin. Changxiao glared at it angrily, warning, Speak properly. The system then said, Misjudging, points deducted. Changxiao was speechless. I have every reason to suspect you're clearly jealous. The system guiltily turned around, cleared its throat, then changed the subject. As for Xingqian, it's probably because he always cultivated and improved himself alone. No obvious contribution to the sect. Changxiao turned his head, continuing to press. Are you really jealous? Seeing that it didn't answer, Changxiao stopped asking. He turned and activated the remaining few paintings. Forget it. Let's activate the second meritorious official painting first. Ding. Joined the Lingan Pavilion. Duodu's portrait immediately showed a burst of fire. In the kitchen, Duodu was surprised to see her kitchen knife suddenly emitting fire. Then Duodu's hand actually burst into flames out of thin air. Yang Jun ran over in surprise, stammering, unable to speak. This is... Duoduo couldn't believe her eyes either. Dad, this looks like the sacred hearth flame. Duoduo happily looked at the flames, exclaiming, Hearth fire, I've taken another step towards becoming a divine chef. Outside the door, Jun Changxiao watched the blazing flames and softly sighed. It seems the Lingan Pavilion will tailor ability enhancements based on the merits of the officials. He muttered to himself, this is the fastest way to improve the sect's strength. I must help those whose merit points are close to 100 to level up as quickly as possible. Shangguan Xinyao will be easy. Just let her continue creating martial arts and her merit points will steadily increase. Jun Changxiao glanced at the portraits of Su Xiaomo and Ren Shan, looking a bit troubled. Primarily the 3rd and 5th ranked disciples, their merit point accumulation seems somewhat unpredictable. Ren Shan relies on luck, and what can Xiaomo do besides cause trouble and anger new enemies? After thinking for a while, Jun Changxiao had a new idea. Inside the sect's main hall, Jun Changxiao sat in his chair looking at Ren Shan and Xiaomo. He had called the two of them over for a new task. Xiaomo, your mission is to go to the Tai Zan Holy Sect and find Dudu. Jun Changxiao threw a dark object to Xiaomo. You must hurry. If you delay any longer, Dudu might already be a hall master or sect master or something, and you'll get no credit. You've already made an appearance in the Dragon Tiger hegemony, so take this item with you. It was a face-altering artifact. Xiaomo's eyes lit up and he eagerly looked through the item. Jun Changxiao then explained its use to Xiaomo. With it, you can change your appearance like Dudu, but your build and aura cannot be changed. After instructing Xiaomo, Jun Changxiao turned to Ren Shan. As for Ren Shan, you'll tour Southwest Yang Province with me. He smirked, his face revealing an extremely lewd expression. No pressure, just pick up something worth hundreds of millions. Dust swirled all around and waves of powerful spiritual energy diffused everywhere. Ren Shan was still staring blankly at the scene while Jun Changxiao had already adopted a stance ready to strike, speaking as he channeled his energy. I remember this scene. It's the recovery of spiritual energy. It happened once at Ironbone Mountain, but it wasn't this intense. There must be a super large spiritual stone mine underground, and this phenomenon must be concealed, otherwise it will attract many forces. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his feet shoulder-width apart and powerfully swung his hands towards the sky, casting the 7 stars concealing God array. The nearby Ren Shan was still staring blankly at the sky, not forgetting to ask in confusion, Sect Master, has it been concealed? Why do I feel like nothing has changed? It was then that Jun Changxiao suddenly realized the problem, remained silent for a while, then timidly said, I forgot, I have no cultivation now, so I can't conceal it at all. Suddenly Shiki appeared from behind with a provocative smile. He hastily comforted, Sect Master, look on the bright side, it's so remote here. Jun Changxiao suddenly jumped, shouting fiercely, shut up, but he still smiled and said, with continuous anomalies in the sect, how could powerful enemies come to contend for the spiritual stone mine here? As soon as he closed his mouth, a surprised voice came from the air. I didn't expect such a remote place as Southwest Yang Province to have spiritual energy recovery. Above, a group of powerful cultivators arrogantly overlooked the Wangu sect's territory. Noticing the potential of this secluded place, the leader repeatedly exclaimed, such violent spiritual energy fluctuations, the spiritual stone mine here must be extraordinary. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, not expecting that while pursuing the Demon King he would come to such a desolate place and stumble upon such an opportunity. Two of you, how about our two sects split this spiritual stone mine equally? To prevent the profits from slipping through their fingers, this group of powerful cultivators quickly stopped and investigated. Seeing the wooden sign engraved with Wangu sect territory, no entry for outsiders, the leader, without thinking, casually tossed the obstruction aside. Continued to utter contemptuous words. Wangu sect sounds a bit familiar. Is it a small sect? Natural treasures go to the capable. With that he walked deeper. I'd like to see who in this small Qingyang city can stop us. 1 martial saint and 2 half-saints. Seeing the other party's arrogance, Xiaomoxian hid behind a nearby tree and whispered worriedly to Jun Changxiao and the others hiding behind her, there's only 1 half-saint of me, I can't beat them. Sect Master, why don't we let them have this spiritual stone mine for now? However, Jun Changxiao didn't hear a single word he said. Jun Changxiao still frowned, patiently explaining to Ren Shan and Shiki, this array requires extremely precise control of spiritual power, so even borrowing your spiritual power won't allow me to set up the array. But luckily, in Kimen Dunjia, some arrays don't require spiritual power to set up, and with some karmic weapons we should be able to temporarily fool them. Remember what I just said? Start chanting. After a long string of incantations, this kid and Jun Changxiao frowned, putting on serious faces, mechanically repeating the sect master's instructions. They will surely get lost in the array. They will surely get lost in the array. Shiki also repeated a long string. How could they get lost in the array? Of course not. How could they get lost in the array? Of course not. Seeing that his subordinate seemed to understand, he turned around with satisfaction. Jun Chongxiao closed his eyes and shouted, "Array activate!" The Peach Blossom Island array was immediately activated, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently, and strange stones began to appear around them. Crude spiritual stones rapidly broke through the earth's resistance. Flying into the sky, witnessing this unforgettable scene, Ren Shan excitedly reached out to welcome them. With Peiji's mining speed, even if this is a mine containing millions of spiritual stones, it will surely be dug up in 2 or 3 hours. Hearing the kid say this, Jun Chongxiao revealed a triumphant smile, looked around, and contemptuously said, 2 or 3 hours, even an idiot would realize they're trapped in an array. We can only dig up as many spiritual stones as possible before they find out. If nothing goes wrong, it should be possible. Unfortunately, aiming to kill the host. The system quickly popped up a mission notification. Ding. Jun Chongxiao's smile immediately stiffened. System notification. Congratulations on triggering a side quest. It continued to babble. As a host who has lost all cultivation but is experienced, please choose one of your 3 opponents and defeat him head-on. You will receive generous rewards. Unsure if it was because of the opportunity for a head-on confrontation or the generous rewards, Jun Chongxiao stood frozen. He pondered for a moment, then instructed Xiaomoxian, who was standing behind him, "Xiaomoxian, you must concentrate 12 times more later if anything changes. Immediately fly up with the 3 of them. As for me," Jun Chongxiao turned his face, tears streaming down, and painfully announced, "I have to go die." On the other side, the arrogant powerhouses were still searching for natural treasures, but after a while they found nothing. The leader began to wonder, "It's strange, why haven't we reached the area with the densest spiritual energy yet? Only there can we enter the mine." With that, he turned to ask a nearby companion, "Guo, why did the Haoguang Holy Sect only send 2 half-saints this time? If the Violet-Scaled Demon King recovers his strength, no martial saint will be able to deal with him." Seeing the leader say this, the companion quickly chimed in. "My master and father are both in secluded cultivation recently, and didn't we already know that the Tai Zan Holy Sect would send people? With your relationship with my father, you will definitely take extra care of me. Furthermore," at this point he looked at the obedient man behind him and continued confidently, "Father also sent a half-saint death warrior to protect me completely. If the situation becomes irrecoverable, he can also help me stall the enemy." Upon hearing this, the death warrior immediately showed obedience. "Yes, young Master Guo." Shidi was still dissatisfied and turned to continue making things difficult. "What? Your tone sounds like you're unconvinced?" He kept uttering provocative words. "Jialong, don't forget, everything was given by my father, and what was given to you can be taken back at any time. Today, a huge spiritual stone mine was discovered. This young master is in a good mood, so I won't argue with you." At this point, a flickering light caught his attention. Looking towards the glowing spot, Shidi exclaimed in surprise. "This is..." He quickly pushed through the bushes, examining the clearly visible divine artifact before him as he walked. "This sharp aura is a super divine artifact. No wonder this remote place could give birth to such a large spiritual stone mine. It must all be due to this divine artifact." Jialong, seeing this, asked, "Do we need to call a martial saint to take a look?" Shidi was already captivated by the divine artifact before him, and he quickly stopped him. "The credit for the spiritual stone mine must be shared with that old man, but this super divine artifact must belong to me." Jialong, hearing this, still hesitated, but before he could say anything, he had already loudly rebuked, "Don't hesitate any longer. Jialong, you're too stubborn." In the end, Jialong could only let him be, but still didn't forget to offer a few words of advice. "Young master, be careful. Wait, why did Martial Saint he suddenly disappear?" The greedy Shidi paid no attention to his subordinate's words. He picked up the knife, plunged into the ground, and said proudly, "As long as I hold it, I can feel an endless stream of power. Ah, this thing originally belonged to me, Guo Yan." At this moment, a strange object stretched out from the bushes, pointing directly at Shidi, who remained completely oblivious. Before he could understand what was happening, Shidi had been hit 3 times in quick succession. He looked more disheveled than ever. His curly hair stood on end, his face was covered in dirt, and his clothes were filthy. He stood up in a panic. "Who dares to ambush this saint?" Jialong also rushed over. "Young master," although his legs were trembling with fear, Shidi still pretended to be calm. "It's nothing, it really hurts, but it's not enough to kill me." He looked at the strange object before him and asked curiously, "What is this?" The person next to him had already exclaimed excitedly, "It seems to be another divine artifact. My luck is incredibly good today. Perhaps I just activated this divine artifact self-defense mechanism." Jialong, seeing Shidi say this, quickly tried to dissuade him. "Young master, this thing looks more like a trap set by someone or something temporarily hidden by an expert." But Shidi disagreed, scolding him for being short-sighted. "Judging by the power of the attack just now, this must also be a super divine artifact. And have you felt any spiritual energy fluctuations from any living creature around? Clearly, this super divine artifact is mine." Jun Chongxiao, disguised in the bushes, immediately popped out, pretending to be mysterious. "Second master, the opponent is already physically and mentally exhausted. It's time for you to act." Shidi looked at the artifact next to him, which was emitting a strange green light in horror. "Who is it?" As Isekai'd was still muttering blankly, where's my weapon, where is this? He seemed to be teleported somewhere. A giant black shadow appeared from behind, reaching out to crush him while threatening, how dare you touch Guanmo's great saber? Isekai'd was scared out of his wits, his face pale, screaming like a chicken with its throat cut. Jialong immediately rushed over, loudly calling his name. Young master, what happened to you? Zhen Chongxiao continued to play the part of a divine being in the tree. Kid, how can an ordinary half-saint like you touch this old man's divine weapon? He immediately looked around vigilantly, finding a guy who had fallen from nowhere. There had always been someone next to him, but I couldn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Jialong immediately turned and looked behind him. This was deep in the mountains, surrounded by tall, fierce beasts. There certainly wouldn't be any ordinary people without any spiritual energy. Expert, definitely a super expert. When he turned his head, Zhen Chongxiao had already resumed his noble posture, striding forward and saying in a deep voice, "Insolent boy, there's no need to be wary. This old man has no interest in bullying mortals like you." Seeing his confidence, Jialong couldn't help but worry. He's full of flaws, yet abnormally calm. Damn it, he's definitely intentionally trying to lure me into attacking. Sensing that the object behind him could now be used, Zhen Chongxiao continued to growl. However, this kid Guoyan dared to dirty this old man's divine weapon, so he must be taught a lesson he'll never forget. As he spoke, he delivered a heavy punch to Isekai'd's face, making him stumble, his teeth and lips a mess. The nearby Jialong remained motionless, secretly praising well done. At this moment, Isekai'd completely slid to the ground. Seeing him lying on the ground dizzy, Zhen Chongxiao secretly thought, losing my cultivation is truly useless. My wrist is even a little dislocated. Isekai'd stumbled to his feet, clutching his face, continuously pleading, ouch, great general, stop hitting, please stop. What just happened? How did I fall here? Witnessing everything that had just happened, Jialong exclaimed in admiration. What an expert! With one move he helped the young master break free from the illusion, and he didn't even injure his head. How exquisite his power control is. He looked at the fool in front of him, clutching his head and swaying, and thought coldly, indeed, trying to knock down a half-saint with one move is still too naive. Fortunately, I still have 9 ways to kill him. 9 ways, however, before he could use all 9 methods. Zhen Chongxiao heard the system's prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the saint mission, knocking down an enemy head-on. He blankly confirmed, system, is this mission to be taken literally? Is knocking down enough to complete it? So if I trip him with a rope on the road, does that also count? On the other side, Jialong had already quickly put on an obsequious act. Young master, are you all right? These 2 divine artifacts belong to that senior. He was just helping you clear your mind. Hearing this, Isekai'd immediately looked at the man in front of him vigilantly. HMPH, divine artifacts, huh? They go to the virtuous, he shouted angrily, simultaneously drawing a clear line. And not you, a good-for-nothing without a shred of spiritual power, dare to covet this saint's divine artifact? Isekai'd indignantly raised his hand, gathering spiritual power, and viciously struck at Zhen Chongxiao. At this moment, the system continued to announce, please receive your mission rewards. First, remove all beneficial effects from the host. He looked at Zhen Chongxiao in confusion, who still stood before him, completely unharmed. Seeing this, Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but sigh. If I had known that having Ren Shan accompany me could lead to such benefits, I would take him with me every time I activate idle mode in the future. Isekai'd abruptly retreated. He provoked, I thought you were strong. Turns out you're just a peak martial emperor who primarily cultivates body techniques. If I accidentally hit you, you won't even have bones left. Immediately, a saber flew out swiftly, the very same saber from before, towards Zhen Chongxiao. He gently caught it and proudly declared, who says a martial emperor can't kill a half-saint? With that, he fiercely swung the saber, splitting Isekai'd's attack in 2. The opponent showed no weakness, immediately counterattacking. The saber in Zhen Chongxiao's hand began to transform, and he revealed a cunning smile, shouting, Second Master, we're on. Second Master immediately appeared, fiercely swinging his saber at Isekai'd and the others. Seeing this powerful force approaching, he exclaimed, what kind of weapon is this? To avoid suffering a loss, Isekai'd concentrated his spiritual power to prevent being sent flying. While fighting, he angrily shouted, Jialong, where did you disappear to? Come quickly and protect me. Jialong, who was engaging Zhen Chongxiao, explained helplessly, Young master, I'm also finding it difficult to get away. Meanwhile, Zhen Chongxiao, while unleashing ruthless moves, praised his opponent, you fight very well. Unlike your weak young master who can't even withstand my focused attack. I really wonder how he became a half-saint. Jialong showed no fear, fiercely counterattacking. The young master only became a half-saint because the sect master forcibly instilled cultivation into him. While I cultivated step by step on my own, you are also impressive, matching me as a mere martial emperor. He continued to tempt through divine sense transmission. Your name is Jialong, right? In that case, regarding our shared dislike for your young master, we are not enemies. So are you interested in doing some business? Although the two seemed to be locked in a fierce battle, Zhen Chongxiao was actually explaining his plan to him. I plan to kidnap your young master and demand a ransom from the Haoguang Holy Sect. You just need to feign surrender and I guarantee I'll torture your young master until he's half dead, giving you immense satisfaction. As for the ransom, I'll take 70, leaving Guo Yan, the one who trampled on your half-saint dignity, and his sect master behind him as the most suffering people in this world. How about it? Are you sure you don't want to cooperate? Jia Long looked at the cunning face before him and said expressionlessly, "Why should I trust you? Besides, the young master and the others are my closest friends." He sounded righteous, but in reality he was just haggling, wanting more money. Zhen Changxiao replied arrogantly, "Why? Because I'm me," he couldn't help but boast. "Someone who can make the martial saint watching from the sidelines kneel and sing 'Daddy, spare me.' What do you think?" As the two were locked in fierce combat, the leader who had previously disappeared was leisurely suspended in midair, hands in his pockets. He said disdainfully, setting up a formation silently to confuse this saint's spiritual sense, "You truly are a little fellow, quite interesting." Suddenly, the sky turned gray, and lightning flashed across it. He arrogantly shouted, "Offer up all your super divine artifacts and that strange formation of yours, all at once, and this saint can spare your life." Zhen Changxiao merely looked calmly upwards, as expected of Starfall Continent's strongest combatant in recent years. Before the martial saint even made a move, lightning anomalies have already been drawn forth. With that he sneered and provoked, "Too bad, I've tempered my resistance to ice and snow countless times." The leader immediately swooped down, threatening, "HMPH, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Seeing this, Zhen Changxiao immediately activated the system and shouted, "System, continue." Responding to his casual call, the system continued to announce, "Reward 2, as my host, how can you be suppressed by an upper realm immortal emperor? Unforgivable battle reward, indomitable saber, fully upgraded." Zhen Changxiao stared intently at the divine artifact before him, its powerful spiritual energy forcing the leader to retreat several steps. Only then did he continue to respond to the leader's previous words, "I knew it, your upgrade would never be ordinary." Zhen Changxiao stared intently at his opponent, a provocative look in his eyes, and slowly uttered arrogant words, "As the sun rises in the east, I am the only one invincible." Zhen Changxiao held the small saber between two fingers, and the system enthusiastically introduced, "Consider it an upgrade reward. The host can use the enhanced version of the indomitable saber once for free without needing a blade-honing talisman." He smirked and said, "System, you're really not bad. It's the first time I've seen a profiteer like you being so generous, but I like it." The system, unwilling to be outdone, quickly clarified, "I'm known as honest little gentleman, how could I be a profiteer?" Before Zhen Changxiao could finish his 3 seconds of coolness, he asked timidly, "Wait, what's a blade-honing talisman? What about the blade-honing talismans I saved up from previous missions? Have they expired?" "Those were blade-honing talismans I was reluctant to use even after taking several punches." "System, give me an explanation." Seeing his foolishness, the system remained silent for a moment, then said coyly, "I'll look over there, your enemy can fly." The leader, with a ferocious expression, swiftly rushed towards Zhen Changxiao. He looked at the tiny saber in Zhen Changxiao's hand, his tone full of disdain. "I was just intimidated by your sudden burst of aura, but it turns out you're just all show," he threatened. "Why don't you surrender quickly?" Before he could finish speaking, the leader was stunned by Zhen Changxiao's aura. Zhen Changxiao said coldly, "My biggest trump card has turned into waste paper and I have to start saving up again. From now on I'll enjoy myself thoroughly." Suddenly Zhen Changxiao abruptly turned around, his face murderous, a strange smile on his lips, and he asked loudly, "Hey, have you ever seen the creation of heaven and earth?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Changxiao slashed out with his saber, splitting clouds, mountains, and trees in two. The power of this earth-shattering slash made the leader break out in a cold sweat. Zhen Changxiao showed no mercy, continuing to mock, "Chest out, head up, stomach in, you're not young anymore, can't even stand properly." He pointed his saber directly at the leader. Before the seal was lifted, it was an embroidery needle. After the seal is lifted, it's 40 meters long, however. This saber was not so mighty. It truly grew to pierce the clouds. Zhen Changxiao was also stunned, muttering, "I can't even see the tip of the saber now." The system immediately spoke up to defend the divine artifact. "The length of the saber is merely symbolic. As long as it is within the range of my blade, I am a god, and a martial saint is child's play, already trapped in the saber hell created for him by the indomitable saber." It prattled on. "Unless the god here, which is me, gives the nod, or the saber is sheathed, even a child of a few years old can kill this martial saint." Zhen Changxiao understood the system's meaning, and calmly retorted, "So the longer the indomitable saber is, the larger my control range. Will the next upgrade make it long enough to wrap around the planet and stab myself?" A moment later he calmly walked up to the leader, and flicked his fingers. "Awake, you must have a clear understanding of your current situation by now." Seeing that he seemed to have regained consciousness, Zhen Changxiao continued to threaten, "You, a martial saint, actually lost to me, a weak martial emperor causing irreparable damage to my young and fragile heart. Now I demand that you handwrite a letter to the Tai Zan Holy Sect, demanding millions of spirit stones for emotional damages. Isn't that reasonable?" Then he slowly moved the blade to the leader's neck. "However, I lack a sense of security. So, before the spirit stones are in hand, would this martial saint be willing to temporarily stay at our sect's 5-star blue prison?" With the saber at his throat, he was terrified, unable to speak. Zhen Changxiao decisively swung the saber, forcing the leader to bow in awe. "That's better, flying so high." This junior was truly scared. After teasing his opponent, Zhen Changxiao asked the system, "System, after the forced weakening upgrade, will I still have it after I sheathe the saber?" It quickly responded, "That won't change." Seeing the system's reply, Zhen Changxiao could only accept the reality. "All right, I'll still have to carry this conspicuous saber back to the sect." he took off while complaining, I originally wanted to maintain my humble image. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct his junior brothers, Ren Shan, you guys keep digging slowly. I'll take these guests back to the Wangu sect. Jun Changxiao stared thoughtfully at the long saber. But system, the name Indomitable Saber is a bit illogical. Drawing it requires a blade-honing talisman, but sheathing it is simple. It should be renamed Hard-to-Draw Saber, the system calmly replied. Perhaps you will one day thank me for conning you out of so many blade-honing talismans. That's because once it's truly unsheathed, it will be harder to sheathe than you can imagine. After talking with the system, he solemnly shouted, Hey, you three people ahead. Sometimes you form a V-shape, sometimes a straight line. Suddenly the saber in his hand began to tremble, continuously emitting killing intent. It greedily moaned, still not enough, pull out a little more, just a little more will be perfect. Transition to a classical-style palace. Back at the Wangu sect, Jun Changxiao couldn't hide his excitement. Qingyang, these three are the sons of our next big client. Lock them in the dungeon. He suddenly remembered something and whispered to Qingyang, by the way, this Jia Long speaks very much to my liking. Give him extra food and take good care of him. I also need to ask him how much money we can extort from the Haoguang sect at most. Seeing Tianchen there, Jun Changxiao immediately ran over to her, acting spoiled and shouting, Sister Tianchen, you're here just in time. Then he threw his massive body into her arms. Tianchen reached out and pinched Jun Changxiao's annoying face while scolding him. You rascal, you're using me as a cushion again. He revealed a satisfied smile. System, I can finally relax. Give me the remaining mission rewards. The system quickly responded. Reward 5,000 merit points. The last one you'll definitely be interested in is the second volume of Seven Zan River Light Break. Upon hearing this, Jun Changxiao immediately became excited. Tianchen, I found the second volume of Seven Zan River Light Break. Seeing this, she reached out and took it, thinking, warm, space rings aren't supposed to preserve temperature, are they? And it smells like a woman's fragrance. At this moment, in a beautiful, misty yet bone-chilling wonderland, a charming woman in a yellow dragon robe was trimming flowers. Suddenly, a rose was snipped off. The woman, who had been leisurely moments before, suddenly erupted in rage. What is this feeling? Where is my Seven Zan River Light Break secret manual that I carry with me? A thunderous roar echoed through the palace. Which little thief is so audacious to steal something right under my nose? I'll make you wish you were dead. Here, Jia Long and Jun Changxiao were sitting together discussing their cooperation plan. Jun Changxiao seriously asked, according to you, if we add your sect master's own money, can I get a ransom of 420 million spirit stones? Jia Long hesitated before replying, well, let's put the ransom issue aside for now. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, don't you want to first melt the frost on your face? It's all purple. Jun Changxiao, his face miserably frozen, his mouth twitching from the cold, began to complain. No choice, that non-human creature caused me a lot of trouble and I can't explain the woman sent on me to Tianchen. The system, seeing Jun Changxiao complaining about itself, immediately spoke up. Are you blaming me? He angrily waved his hand, shattering the ice on his face, and continued to complain. Who else would I blame if not you? Why did you give me someone else's second-hand goods? Guard rebuked, but Jun Changxiao's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Fortunately, I haven't touched that secret manual yet. The first time I took it out, Tianchen took it away. Otherwise, with Tianchen's thorough sniffing inspection, I definitely wouldn't have passed. Thinking of this, his mouth almost watered and a despicable smile appeared on his face. The system immediately reprimanded. Are you being horny, bastard? Jun Changxiao didn't argue. He looked through the glass and saw the leader inside hugging his knees, silently curling up in the corner, self-isolating. Seeing him like this, Jun Changxiao said casually, the upgrade of the Indomitable Saber this time was indeed somewhat successful. After sheathing the saber, that martial saint of the Tai Zan Holy Sect still suffered soul damage. Immediately the leader started muttering incoherently like a madman. Saber, 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 saber. Jun Changxiao paid no attention, continuing, it doesn't matter, for Tianchen's sake I'll eventually flatten the Tai Zan Holy Sect anyway, so dealing with one of their martial saints in advance is a good thing. Jun Changxiao gradually walked away, leaving the leader still muttering. Saber, 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 ghost. The darkness in the dungeon seemed to swallow him. Meanwhile, the people of the Tai Zan sect received a free accommodation letter from the Wangu sect. The commander, after reading it, couldn't help but slam the table in rage, furiously cursing, what in the world is he Qingshan doing? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The letter also said that if the transfer wasn't timely, a world-renowned martial saint might also be abused. It must be that the Wangu sect used some means to imprison He Qingshan. The commander was furious. A dignified martial saint actually imprisoned by a newly risen sect. That fellow named He really brought shame upon us. Fortunately, I saw this letter first. If the sect master saw it, he'd surely die of anger. With that, the old man turned to the two mysterious figures behind him and asked, Mr. Hu, I recall the core disciple saying you're from Southwest Yang Province. Do you know anything about the Wangu sect? The person behind him casually replied, fanning himself. The Wangu sect has quite a reputation in Southwest Yang Province. In recent years, they've indeed caused quite a stir with astonishing events. If martial sage He was momentarily careless, it's suddenly possible he fell into their trap. The commander didn't pay much heed, scoffing dismissively. The purpose of our martial Zan Hall is to uphold the Taishuan Holy Sect's prestige throughout the world. If we don't want to alarm the Sect Master, then this matter can only be resolved by us. Mr. Hu, you are currently highly esteemed by the Sect Master and an esteemed guest of the Martial Zon Hall. What do you suggest we do? That gentleman put down his fan and calmly offered advice to the Taishuan sect. The inferior strategy is to redeem Martial Sage He with spirit stones. While this method is safe, it would greatly damage the Taishuan Holy Sect's dignity. He gestured with his fan as he spoke. His eyes glinted with sharp light as he presented the moderate strategy. Given the Wangu sect's performance in the Dragon Tiger hegemony, it would require at least 3 martial sages leading 50 martial emperors to suppress them. However, expending so many troops to deal with a mid-tier sect would be even more detrimental to our sect's reputation. Moreover, acting in other provinces is not easy, and the consumption is enormous. He paused here, making the commander anxious. What's the superior strategy then? That gentleman calmly continued. The superior strategy is, why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? As far as I know, the Wangu sect rose too quickly and offended many major sects. If a tiger swallows a wolf, wouldn't that be even more delightful? Hearing this, the old man repeatedly praised. Mr. Hu is absolutely right, but I wonder which sect's blade we should borrow? That gentleman revealed a disdainful smile, his cunning eyes looking at the old man, and calmly provided the commander with the answer. The Demon Fiend sect and the Slaughter God Hall. Both of these are third-rate evil sects. Due to some incidents in Huaying County, they have long been enemies with the Wangu sect, and evil sects act without scruple, making it difficult even for the Wangu sect to handle. He turned his assassination-like gaze towards the old man. At that time, let alone rescuing Martial Sage He, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out the Wangu sect in passing. I can go to Southwest Yang Province myself and incite the 2 evil sects to war with the Wangu sect. The commander nodded repeatedly in approval. Thank you, Mr. Hu. I will prepare a sum of spirit stones for your operational expenses. At this moment Yu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up to remind him. Hall Master Hu, it's time, almost morning practice. Uncle Hu, we're leaving first. The commander immediately scrutinized Yu, then whispered. Mr. Hu, although your junior is intelligent and highly talented in cultivation, the way he looks at female disciples practicing is truly unworthy of his honest face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. He could only give a few perfunctory replies. Young men admire beauty. Please forgive him, Hallmaster. Walking out of the room, the two secretly communicated through spiritual transmission. That person began to complain. Monkey, how did you suddenly provoke 2 enemies? Aren't they just 2 third-rate evil sects? They'll surely kneel and beg for mercy. Wouldn't that ruin your image of strategizing within the Taishuan Holy Sect? Hearing this, that gentleman gently admonished. Foolish, can't you see the main contradiction? The Taishuan Holy Sect just wants Martial Sage back. Wouldn't that matter be resolved by simply telling the Sect Master? As for choosing the Slaughter God Hall and the Demon Fiend sect, that gentleman's expression suddenly changed. 2 months ago, the Slaughter God Hall discovered a huge spirit stone mine, and the Demon Fiend sect has been very lucky recently, discovering 2 mid-grade spirit stone mines in the past half-month. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a mad smile. If we can't make them act quickly, what if they deplete all our spirit stones? As if remembering something, that person immediately rushed forward, shouting as he ran, All right, you go arrange the itinerary. I need to go watch the senior sister's morning practice. Seeing his excitement, that gentleman sighed inwardly. Every time I see him doing these things with that face, I feel it's out of place. His face looked too much like senior brother Qingyang. Thinking of senior brother Qingyang, a look of apprehension appeared on his face. Every time I see that sinister face, my heart pounds. Fortunately, his personality is still as annoying as ever. Otherwise, the Taishuan Holy Sect might have collapsed in a different way. Despite this, that gentleman smiled excitedly. But speaking of which, next time for a secret operation, just send Elder Wei and Qingyang. As long as there are female disciples or high-ranking officials in the sect, they'll surely be swept away in an instant. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, stopping him. Mr. Hu, please wait. Turning around, that gentleman saw the old man from the Taishuan sect running over, breathlessly saying, Since you're making 2 trips this time, please also deliver these invitations to several first- and second-rate allied sects for us. This is a major event for the Taishuan sect. Hearing this, his eyes gleamed sharply, fixed on the words Demon Human Valley is about to open on the announcement. Chang Xiao looked bewildered and helpless, holding the slip of paper, asking, You mean Demon Human Valley is a special secret realm controlled by the Taishuan Holy Sect? They invite allies every 4 years, but it's unclear what exactly they do, and I don't really care. He stared at the last line. This invitation was sent by Hudir, the newly appointed guest elder of the Martial Zon Hall, Hall Master of the Taishuan Holy Sect Southwest Yang Province Branch, and Deacon of the Foreign Affairs Elder Council. After reading it, he was extremely surprised, his hand holding the slip of paper trembling continuously. I only sent you out a few months ago, or has it been several years already? I must write a work promotion guide. I urgently need it, the Mr. Hu next to him replied with a smile. However, some small tricks in dealing with people are not worth mentioning. They're like a minor sorcerer before the Sect Master's grand strategy. He gave a thumbs up in praise. No, you were born in the wrong era. You're definitely a Grand Master. He was beaming with pride. Thank you for the Sect Master's praise, but now I need to ask the Sect Master a question. What is the approximate total strength of our sect? I will use this information to lure those lower-level sects to send out appropriate forces and then gradually annex them. Changxiao leaned into Mr. Hu's ear, winked and whispered, "This is classified, as the ancients said. Secrets should not pass 6 ears. I'll tell you quietly." After hearing it, Mr. Hu's face turned astonished and panicked, cold sweat streaming down. Cut scene. Mr. Hu has already appeared before the two mysterious figures. Mr. Hu means. An old man in red robes asked in confusion. "The Demon Fiend Sect and the Slaughter God Hall, do we have to go all out?" The hooded person next to him also chimed in. Mr. Hu, although the Wangu sect is quite strong, it's not to the extent that we need to do this, is it? Mr. Hu picked up his teacup, glanced at them and said, "Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. The Wangu sect has already angered my Taishuan Holy Sect, and the Sect Master wants to eradicate them completely. As for the funding, my Taishuan Holy Sect will cover it, and all the Wangu sect's property will be freely distributed between your two factions." He displayed a professional smile. After all, only by going all out can the opponent be driven to a dead end. Changxiao, chin in hand, pondered, "I was a bit impulsive. Goods sold, no refunds." He sat watching a huge sparkling fireball suspended in the air and asked, "But you never said this thing was a money-guzzling machine." The system's voice rang out. "Heavenly material and earthly treasure breeder, worth 10,000 contribution points, similar to an incubator. It can accelerate the growth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures by adding spirit stones, cores, or other energy." He replied, "That's right, the only reason I accepted your sales pitch was for the pure heart sacred lotus, but now you're telling me," he angrily pointed at the orb below, shouting at the system, "I put in an entire spirit stone, and it only shortened the growth time by 1 hour. 6,665 years, 12 months, 30 days, 23 hours. Wouldn't it cost over 50 million spirit stones by the time it matures? Am I supposed to throw all the spirit stones I just earned into this thing?" Then he pointed to the sky, pondering. "No, I remember the 5 Absolutes evil saint once said he was waiting for the pure heart sacred lotus to mature to heal himself with its petals. How could he live another 6,000 years? System, are you trying to trick me out of my spirit stones?" The system's voice rang out again. "The pure heart sacred lotus indeed only needs about 1,000 years to bloom, but even if the petals are potent, they cannot cure Elder Wei and Palace Master Shen. Have you considered that after the flowers bloom and wither, the most potent lotus seeds will form?" Upon hearing this, he immediately pulled out a bag of spirit stones and poured them into the orb. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Money lost can be earned again." Countless spirit stones fell. 5,639. Qingyang stood behind, looking at him helplessly. He hastily picked up his thick notebook and recorded, "The plan for the next 3 years must be postponed. Alas, the Sect Master's assets are almost depleted. When will the Demon Fiend Sect come to pay up?" Changxiao knelt on one knee, breathing heavily with exhaustion. As the system continuously chimed with encouraging sounds, "Keep going, just a little more, and you can help the 5 Absolutes Evil Saint and Elder Wei fully recover. This deal is too worthwhile." He suddenly froze, the feeling of being depleted reminding him of the terror of being dominated by Tencent's incubator when hatching Little Dragon. Then he pulled something from the back of his shoe, blew on it vigorously, and then pulled out a ring that began to spit out large quantities of spirit stones. "Pure heart sacred lotus, grow quickly." A huge plume of white smoke appeared before him. "Trust me, you won't regret this. This pure heart sacred lotus." With a sinister smile on his face, he reached out for the golden circular object. "It can save lives." He hastily took it to promote it. "Elder Wei, Elder Shay, 1 lotus seed each. I'll guard you." The two received them and couldn't help but laugh, making him awkwardly rush to explain. "This item requires 10,000 years to form, and its medicinal properties are heaven-defying. It can be said that it consumed all of the Wangu sect's spirit stones to accelerate its maturation. But you two absolutely must not feel any psychological burden. You two actually ate it directly, you didn't symbolically decline?" Elder Wei's tone was firm. "Why decline? I will dedicate my life to the Wangu sect anyway." Old Wu then added, "Thank you, I never said thank you." Suddenly the two were astonished to feel an earthquake. "I am merely expressing my sincerity with this life." Green aura permeated everywhere. He Woody, seeing something, glanced with some surprise. The 5 Absolutes Evil Saint's aura was completely different from before, no longer having that forced feeling. Had this old man fully recovered? Little Wei was the same. Both old men's cultivation had recovered to be even stronger than before. Martial saints. The two hurriedly thanked Changxiao, the 5 Absolutes Evil Saint. Ding Xingwang hereby thanked the Sect Master for the lotus seeds. This pure heart sacred lotus actually helped this old man break through a realm. He also jumped up excitedly. 50 million spirit stones for 2 martial sages. What a bargain. He stepped forward, putting his arm around old Wu, saying, "Elder Ding, you've recovered now. Coincidentally, there are a few evil cultivators in the sect. You can guide them more in the future." Old Wu replied with a smile, "No problem, but those few evil cultivators went down the mountain today to Bone Stripping Town for fun. I'll make sure to train them well when they return," he exclaimed happily. "Our sect is truly flourishing now, with martial cultivators, ice cultivators, sword cultivators, blade cultivators, demon cultivators, and evil cultivators." Suddenly the image of a Buddha appeared in the air, hands pressed together. "Evil cultivators, don't run." The Buddha angrily raised its giant hand. "Buddha is merciful but also has a wrathful form. Amitabha, today this Taoist priest will fight you all." Mengying sat opposite her grandmother, the little girl drooling at the candied hawthorns nearby, saying greedily, "Grandma, your candied hawthorns look so delicious." "Of course they do. Back then, Gusheng, your sect master, loved Grandma's candy the most," Grandma replied kindly with a smile. "Back then, Gusheng grew up eating the villagers' food. He was very mischievous. I never expected him to be so powerful now. Now he's even arranged for us old folks to set up stalls and do business in bone-stripping town." Just as she heard this, Mengying asked curiously, "Did the sect master's family all pass away? The sect master must have been so pitiful as a child." Grandma didn't refute. Her face fell as if she empathized. "Not really. A drunkard brought him to our village back then, and later that drunkard visited Gusheng a few times." "What was that drunkard's name?" "Yun. I think he was called Yun He." No sooner had she finished speaking, the Buddhist cultivator walked over from somewhere accompanied by a large cat. Mengying saw them and happily greeted, "Wow, meow meow." The little girl sat down and chatted with the big cat. "Wow, Meow Meow's legs are so long, unlike my Meow Meow's short legs." The Buddhist cultivator spoke, "Little friend, please go home quickly, it won't be safe here soon." Then the Buddhist cultivator turned and spoke to the big cat. "The evil cultivator's aura you smelled is nearby, isn't it?" It replied, drooling. The smell of food around here is too strong, I can't quite distinguish it." The Buddhist cultivator angrily argued with the big cat, "Can't you be reliable just once? Isn't it just asking you to eat a few less bowls of cat food outside?" Two people discussed them. "This person's aura feels really annoying. Buddhist cultivators, they're rare even on the entire Starfall continent. I thought they had long gone extinct." "It's Cho Tianchi," she scoffed dismissively. "In the final battle with the previous demon emperor, the Buddhist cultivators were the main force, and there were corpses everywhere at that time." Suddenly, the Buddhist cultivator and the big cat simultaneously turned their heads. The evil cultivator's aura. Without a word, he unleashed a move intending to finish off Cho Tianchi. As expected of a Buddhist cultivator, he immediately sought to eliminate demons and uphold justice. But before this move could harm her, Zhao Dazhuang intercepted it. Dazhuang declared imposingly, "Who dares to cause trouble in Ironbone City? Do you not take me, Zhao Dazhuang, captain of the Ironbone City management team, seriously?" He struck his Zen staff onto the ground and sternly proclaimed, "Demons and heretics view human lives as grass. Buddhists have a compassionate heart to deliver these evil people, if you continue to shield them." With that, the Buddhist cultivator swung his Zen staff, creating a powerful gust of wind to attack. "Don't blame me for taking drastic measures." The person next to Cho Tianchi, seeing the Buddhist cultivator's move, couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, this Buddhist cultivator is so strong." She replied, "He's merely a martial emperor, only effective in suppressing us evil cultivators." After a fierce attack, Dazhuang remained completely unharmed. Seeing this, the Buddhist cultivator said in surprise, "You actually cultivated my Buddhist sect's indestructible Vajra body, so why do you stop me from eliminating evil?" He suddenly seemed overwhelmed with anger and loudly rebuked Dazhuang. "Have you forgotten the grand wish of Buddhism to protect the world?" From behind the Buddhist cultivator, Mengying appeared at some point, rushing towards him with clenched fists, shouting, "Baldi!" The Buddhist cultivator reacted quickly, immediately dodging. He blurted out, "I didn't expect you, little girl, to also be a demon cultivator." After speaking, he was once again irritated by being mocked. "A Taoist priest doesn't have a bald head," Dazhuang repeated, intending to provoke. "Taoist priest," the Buddhist cultivator shouted loudly. "My Taoist school embraces all things. Can't different paths lead to the same destination?" A few sparse hairs peeked out and the Buddhist cultivator's forehead veins bulged, looking extremely indignant. "My Taoist school has witnessed too many living beings slaughtered by evil cultivators. Today I must eradicate evil." With that, he unleashed the move Vajra's wrathful gaze. Horan walked out of the hall, still with a pillow around his neck as if just waking up, and couldn't help but ask, "Where did this Buddhist cultivator come from? Unlucky for him, he ran into me just as my strength has recovered. Sect Master, I'll deal with him now." But Changxiao stopped him from behind. "Wait, don't be impulsive, there's a new development." He held up the note in his hand and said, "Dudu just sent back news that the Demon Fiend sect and the Slaughter God Hall, to be safe, have sent people to observe our true strength." A hint of triumph flashed in Changxiao's eyes. "Our combat strength must be just right. With Dazhuang here, that Buddhist cultivator can't cause too much trouble. Immediately gather the sect's strongest 100 disciples here." Soon after, 100 disciples stood before him. Changxiao shouted loudly, "This will be a tough battle. Winning isn't hard. The question is how to win." He encouraged everyone with a smile. "If we win too easily, those two benefactors' nephews will definitely be scared away. If we win too hard, it won't be realistic. After all, we just won the Dragon Tiger hegemony." The disciples stood at attention, listening. "This is the density that I've been emphasizing in acting class." And so, the representative of the acting class with the highest quota went down the mountain to subdue demons. No, to subdue a Buddha. Finally, Changxiao raised a finger to his eye, revealing a confident smile, and said, "I have only one request. Amidst great power, show a little bit of vigilance, a perceptible weakness." After hearing what he said, the disciples eagerly went to battle. "You, Qingyang, are leading. Loosen your facial muscles, open your throat, and pay attention to your posture. The opening ceremony has begun. Our play is about to start." Meanwhile, the observers were standing in an antique room, their expressions grave. The masked person peeked out from behind the wall, forming hand seals. Outside, near a large gate, hand gestures were also made. The battlefield was at the 8 o'clock direction. In another corner on the balcony of a heavenly building stood another figure, red lanterns visible, then whispered, 5 o'clock direction. From a high vantage point in the antique courtyard, about 3 or 4 people were scattered in different directions observing. Someone was also lurking at the 1 o'clock direction. 2 people were walking below at the 10 o'clock direction, and someone was hidden at the 3 o'clock direction. They all fell into contemplation without prior agreement, all being spies from the Slaughter God Hall and the Demon Fiend sect. Qing Yang was lurking, making decisive gestures to his team members, having already grasped the situation. He coldly turned and spoke to remind them. The opponent is a peak silver martial emperor with complex moves, so be sure to remember them. He walked and reminded his fellow disciples. Listen carefully. Watch carefully, feel carefully. Then Qing Yang and his fellow disciples emerged to the astonishment of a bald monk. Qing Yang's group of 5 struck imposing poses. The Eternal Sect's 5 strongest people have arrived. Suddenly, 5 people ran out and blocked them. A bald monk taunted, "Your footwork is disorderly." Before they could respond, the bald monk asked again, "Are you all also here to stop this Taoist priest from eliminating demons and upholding justice?" Not far away, 2 people stood on a balcony overlooking the crowd below. Their faces filled with doubt, thinking, how could these few people be the strongest 5 of the Eternal Sect? He couldn't believe his ears, secretly muttering. Aside from Li Qingyang, none of them seemed to have appeared in the Dragon Tiger hegemony. Did the Eternal Sect hide its strength from the outside world? Meanwhile, Qingyang calmly straightened up and confidently explained, "My sect just went all out in the Dragon Tiger hegemony. A few of my junior brothers suffered injuries more or less and are now recuperating upstairs." The 2 people heard this and also got the answer to their previous question. So that's how it is. And at this moment he didn't know someone was eavesdropping and asked aggressively, "Monk, you chose this exact time to cause trouble in my Eternal Sect's territory. Do you think my Eternal Sect has no one left to bully now?" Hearing the provocative words, the bald monk angrily channeled his energy, gathering golden energy, and shouted with a determined expression, "My Tao reigns supreme and I, a Buddha, must use thunderous means, which is why I specifically came here." Seeing this, Qing Yang lowered his center of gravity, pushed his hands out, creating a golden energy stream that struck the ground, shattering it. Then he shouted, "Don't even think about hurting our only niece." After that, he unleashed the Wandering Among Flowers technique. Pink, purple, and golden energy swirled around Qing Yang, blocking the bald monk's attack. However, a huge golden palm still broke through, attacking him. The attack was too strong, and a huge explosion erupted as soon as it touched Qing Yang. He was surprised by this, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. Qing Yang was severely injured, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, looking significantly weaker. Chou Qianqi and Mo Shang behind him looked surprised. He complained weakly, "Damn it, the injuries from the Dragon Tiger hegemony haven't healed yet." Although injured, Qing Yang still cared about his niece and spoke to remind her, "Niece, you should retreat to the sect first. Although the sect's Grand Array is still active, it can temporarily hold him off for a while." Seeing his injuries, Chou Qianqi's heart rejoiced, and he secretly pondered, why is Qing Yang suddenly so weak? Is it Elder Wei's legacy? Meanwhile, Mo Shang also muttered to himself blankly, "I saw Brother Zuiji self-destructing with a cannon a few days ago. I didn't hear he was injured." The 2 were still stunned. Zuiji and Ziyang rushed down from high in the sky, attacking the bald monk and shouting in unison, "Senior brother, we've come to support you." Just as he thrust his spear at the old man, the bald monk noticed, turned around, and exclaimed again, "Fast!" But soon the bald monk extended his palm and chanted a spell as urgent as the law. A talisman shape gradually appeared on his hand. With his palm raised, from the bald monk's palm a heavenly thunderbolt shot out, attacking Zuiji and Ziyang. The 2 dodged simultaneously. Their eyes met. The 2, whether intentionally or not, collided, then argued. Zuiji loudly questioned, "Sima Zhangda, also known as Long Ziyang, did you intentionally bump into me, not wanting me to earn merit?" Not only did Zuiji and Ziyang not attack their opponent, they attacked each other instead. From above, the observer hesitated, recording his evaluation. The Eternal Sect disciples' coordination is mediocre and the disciples are not united. This might be due to their rapid rise to power. Although they are martial emperors, their combat strength is insufficient. Hanging from the rooftop, the masked person observed, then spoke his thoughts. "These audience members are good. They've already seen the highlights of our graduation play." While he was still gloating, the observer looked somewhat confused while recording his evaluation, muttering to himself, "That's not right. Their inner disciples do indeed have martial emperor combat power." Hearing this, the masked person cursed under his breath, "These 2 idiots fighting their own people, they forgot to hold back." Below, Zuiji rushed over aggressively, loudly saying, "Let senior brother check your recent progress." Meanwhile, Ziyang was equally unwilling to show weakness, ready to fight to the death, and hastily replied, "You only joined a few hours before me. I can't bring myself to call you senior brother." The 2 charged at each other mercilessly. At the point of impact of the 2 attacks, a loud bang erupted. It was thought that the two would be injured from fighting, but it was Qingyang who was injured. He angrily questioned, "Are my junior brothers trying to destroy the sect's disciple recruitment grounds? We are all fellow disciples, just a few jokes. How can we draw swords against each other? Are the two of you trying to?" After a cloud of smoke, Qingyang appeared, revealing a terrifying smile, then continued, "To force me, your senior brother, to death?" Hearing this question, Zuiji and Ziyang turned pale with fright. In their panic, the two fled together, not forgetting to leave a message. "Quick, go turn yourselves into the bald monk." In a room, the observer, seeing this scene, muttered, "Eternal Sect Senior Brother Li Qingyang." The observer looked at his notebook and evaluated with a solemn expression. This person is upright and possesses the demeanor of a sage. Meanwhile, Cho Tianqi, who had been observing for a long time, exclaimed loudly, "I know now, for some reason, this group of people is acting, appearing weak in front of the enemy." Hearing about acting, Mo Shang eagerly asked, "Am I acting? I'm the best at it." Seeing him about to cause trouble, Cho Tianqi hastily stopped him. "Wait, calm down." However, Mo Shang's feet were faster than his brain and he had already rushed out. She chased after him, cursing inwardly, "They're pretending to be foolish, but you're genuinely stupid." Suddenly Tianqi, who appeared out of nowhere, shouted, "Take this punch." But unfortunately the bald monk dodged the attack. The old man secretly lamented, "Too dangerous, I almost got knocked down by him." His hand was still suspended and he thought irritably, "Too dangerous, I almost got him." The bald monk deftly dodged the attacks, secretly thanking his sect's 8 generations of ancestors. "Is it the Buddha, the patriarchs, or the Heavenly Father protecting me?" At the same time, fighting 5 martial emperors, he was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Tianqi used spiritual transmission to remind Qingyang, "Senior brother, if you keep missing like this, even an idiot among the audience will notice a flaw." Hearing these words, Qingyang also quickly replied, "I'm also waiting for this play to have a climactic ending." In the midst of the chaos, Mo Shang shouted excitedly from a distance, "Master Uncle, I'm here to help you." But he rushed over at the wrong time and was accidentally sent flying by the bald monk before he could do anything. Caught off guard, Mo Shang was kicked back to his old home. Seeing this comical scene, Tianqi sighed. Niece was kicked away. Looking at his niece, Qingyang shook his head helplessly and asked in confusion, "Looking at this situation, has my niece's soul ascended?" However, Qingyang and his group all called out "niece" in unison. Qingyang looked at Mo Shang lying motionless on the ground and lamented, "Such realistic acting, just the perfect reason to end this play." He spoke angrily, "How dare you harm a female member of my eternal sect?" Hearing the accusation, the bald monk stammered in panic, explaining, "I didn't mean to. I didn't notice and hit her." But Qingyang ignored him, intent on making trouble for the old man. "My aptitude is dead. Right and wrong no longer concern me. I am the enraged senior brother," he declared loudly. "Even if my previous injuries worsen and my meridians shatter, I will deal with you." Giving the opponent no chance to counterattack, Qingyang swiftly rushed forward. After some time, the Demon Fiend sect members, seeing this scene, opened their notebooks and read aloud that Li Qingyang, like a blood butterfly, loved the last glimmers of life and finally collapsed after capturing the demon monk. Hearing these reports, the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect impatiently spoke, "I sent a few of you to probe the eternal sect's true strength." He questioned with an extremely ugly expression, "Why are you all crying so much?" Hearing this question, the Demon Fiend sect observer cried and replied, "That scene was too touching, especially at the end. When Qingyang collapsed in Tianqi's arms, I also wanted to rush up and kick that demon monk a few times." The old man was annoyed by these insincere words and merely exclaimed with interest, "Let's not talk about your embellished narratives for now." A peak martial emperor actually made them all flustered. It seems Mr. Hu was right after all. The more the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect thought about it, the more excited he got, and he exclaimed again, "The eternal sect is very weak now. We should quickly lead our elites and catch them off guard." The masked man also laughed happily, then continued, "The eternal sect's spiritual elixirs and divine weapons will all be ours." Hearing this, the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect softly suggested, "Such important intelligence after all was investigated by our Demon Fiend sect. Then after we succeed, 60 of the eternal sect's assets should go to me. Wouldn't that be fair?" Hearing his share of the profits being challenged, he immediately retorted angrily, 50 or no deal." Meanwhile, on the Eternal Sect's tower, Zhun Changxiao stood observing from above, then spoke, "The storm is coming." He didn't turn back, just slowly and casually asked, "Have the folks in Bone Stripping Town been properly settled?" As soon as he heard the sect master's question, Qingyang immediately replied, "They've been settled. According to the news from Dudu, the Demon Fiend sect and the Slaughter God Hall will soon enter our Eternal Sect's territory." Hearing these words, Zhun Changxiao sighed wearily, dispiritedly expressing his true feelings. "I'm only afraid." Seeing the sect master so worried, Qingyang couldn't help but ask, "Everything has been arranged. What is the sect master still worried about?" Hearing this question, he turned around and solemnly replied, "With those guys around, I'm worried that the enemies who finally came won't get to be dealt with by the disciples again." Meanwhile, the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect strode in. This time they split into 4 groups and the old man led the main force, commanding with great momentum, "Make sure the Eternal Sect people have no escape." Just as they reached the Eternal Sect's barrier, someone suddenly asked, "Is this their sect protection array? It even protects their town." Hearing this, the old man feigned wisdom and reprimanded, "Foolish, dispersing spiritual energy, how foolish." The deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect said no more, using powerful spiritual energy to clear a path. After the old man made his move, a path gradually appeared, and he loudly commanded, "Go." Just as the last person from the Demon Fiend sect stepped into the barrier gradually restored itself. Those behind saw the barrier and couldn't help but murmur, this grand array seems to have returned to its original state again." He couldn't help but blurt out his feelings. "What, I feel it's even sturdier than before." Seeing him dazed, one person called out, "What are you standing there for? Hurry, if you're late you won't get anything." As soon as he heard the shout, the last person quickly replied, "Oh, okay." Meanwhile, the barrier above had completely restored itself. Dejun was exerting his spiritual energy, saying, "Close the gate, release the—" But then realizing something was wrong, the old man quickly coughed and corrected himself. "Ahem, beat the dog." Meanwhile, the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect had already led his forces into the barrier. As soon as he saw Elder Wei sitting there alone, he loudly declared, "To think there's only an old man guarding the gate, but with our army pressing in you can still remain so composed. You're quite a character." The deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect intimidatingly threatened with spiritual energy, "This old man will leave you a whole corpse. This old man is the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect. Remember my name." But before he could finish, Elder Wei interrupted. "Too many people to kill, can't remember all the names," the old man said in a deep voice. "You remember them yourselves." With that he disappeared, to the astonishment of everyone from the Demon Fiend sect. The deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect couldn't help but laugh loudly at this. "Dying in the Eternal sect," he said with a lewd smile. "That's enough." The next second, before the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect could understand what was happening, he was slapped twice, distorting his mouth. Before he could react, Elder Wei spun the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect like a top. Several people from the Demon Fiend sect saw this scene, and asked foolishly in terror, "The deputy sect master is a master close to the half-saint realm, how could he not even block a single move?" But Elder Wei showed no intention of stopping and questioned, "Qingyang, do you know why there are countless divine weapons in the world, yet wandering among flowers only uses bare hands?" Qingyang, observing from the side, calmly replied, "Because our martial artist bodies tempered through countless trials can already rival divine weapons." Elder Wei lifted the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect into the air and fiercely replied, "Not entirely correct. The main reason is that enemies also have physical bodies, achieving a certain level of cultivation." The old man laughed more happily than ever, then asked again, "What divine weapon is better than themselves? The stronger the enemy, the smoother they are to use." Elder Wei used the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect as a weapon, swinging him at the people behind, sending everyone flying in all directions. After playing enough, Elder Wei slammed the deputy sect master of the Demon Fiend sect hard onto the ground. As soon as he saw this comical scene, the old man sighed, then laughed and exclaimed, "Finally recovered my strength, a bit out of control, made it too bloody." Suddenly someone came out from inside and spoke. "Think of using bloodlust to scare away our Demon Fiend sect, truly wishful thinking." As soon as he appeared, the old man frowned deeply and threatened, "We have hundreds of experts. Even if you, old man, are strong, you might not be able to kill us all before your spiritual energy runs out." Then someone else loudly reminded him in agreement, "And in the other 3 directions we have countless experts from 2 other sects. Even if you are a martial saint, you can't save the Eternal sect. And you are the strongest hidden expert of the Eternal sect, aren't you? If we can hold you here, even if we die, it's worth it for us." Hearing this, Elder Wei stroked his chin and pondered, "Strongest, don't say such things that easily attract hatred. Whether this old man can even make it into the top 5 depends on the sect master's mood." The people from the Demon Fiend sect all looked foolish, not understanding what was happening. Elder Wei ignored their bewildered expressions and said, "Strongest in the sect? This old man is old, I can't compete anymore, but my disciple still has a chance and there are still many others. Qingyang, your master will give you some pointers on actual combat." Hearing this call, Qingyang immediately and quickly learned his master's new move. Suddenly someone appeared, and as the old man approached, a killing aura radiated around him. Anyone who touched it would turn into nothingness. The people from the Demon Fiend sect all dodged in terror, then exclaimed, "This is too cruel. Are we the evil sect, or are they the evil sect?" The old man, disheveled, strode closer and said, "Slaughter God Hall, the name sounds arrogant, but unfortunately this old man has never heard of it." He held the killing aura radiating liquid and sighed. "Too bad, before you could even slaughter a god, you're almost extinct." Before the people from the Demon Fiend sect could understand what was happening, he had already unleashed a killing move, and those hit immediately turned into a pile of withered bones. The third elder fiercely bit the Demon Fiend sect master, but after dealing with him he remembered what the old man had said. He had acted too quickly just now and hadn't heard clearly what he said. He asked, "Did he say he was the Demon Fiend sect master?" The third elder coldly looked up at him, mockingly asking, "Is the sect master of a third-rate sect so weak now? A peak martial emperor is enough." As soon as he heard this confirmation, the people from the Demon Fiend sect screamed and ran. "Run, it's a man-eating monster, run." As soon as he heard this, the third elder sneered, "Man-eating? This king only eats doo-doos cooking now, who cares about eating people?" He angrily transformed into a demon and asked in a low, hoarse voice, "And who told you to leave?" The third elder released a large block of ice, freezing everyone from the Demon Fiend sect. After everyone had had their fun, Martial Saint appeared and cleared away the frozen people from the Demon Fiend sect. While working he sighed wearily, I told you, I'm just a janitor. Marshal Saint. Marshal Saint was very annoyed, muttering to himself, why do they have to force me to act? Suddenly he sensed something and exclaimed, oh, in surprise. From inside the ice one person still had the power to break out. Marshal Saint asked in confusion, there's still a living half-saint peak. The person saw someone and quickly pleaded, Marshal Saint, please spare my life, we were also used by others. As long as you spare my life I'll tell you who the mastermind is. But Marshal Saint didn't want to hear him finish, just coldly waved his broom pointing at the person in front of him. He didn't want to work in the first place and now he was being forced, so he said angrily, betting with your life what you know is not as much as what this old man knows. In another place, Jun Chongxiao Isekai'd in extreme self-doubt. He stood high up overlooking the battlefield, sighing with worry for the future and secretly thought, it's getting harder and harder to say, we are a righteous sect. Jun Chongxiao flew in the air for a while, then landed lightly, his mind full of worries. A bunch of old men who were already at retirement age, how could they all be so full of killing intent? He looked around, seeing no one, and grew even more puzzled. Are we also going to take the route of passionate elders? Jun Chongxiao looked at the few remaining people in front of him and could only sigh, killed until only so few are left. It's hard to even proceed with the next step of work now. He gently raised his hand, performed a move in the air and continuously chanted, as someone who witnessed this battle from beginning to end, let me describe its brutality. All those who experienced it, tell me if anything is amiss. The small ball in his hand instantly transformed into a powerful move, making Jun Chongxiao very satisfied. 2 third-rate evil sects poured all their experts into a surprise attack on my weak 5th-rate sect, the Eternal Sect. 7 Zon River Lightbreak Town. As soon as the move was unleashed it caused huge aftershocks accompanied by his words, attacked by surprise. The Eternal Sect suffered heavy losses. The onlookers who had been watching the show all turned pale. I didn't even get to smash a single brick and he tore down an entire house himself, another person said. Is this sect full of ghosts? He raised the ball in his hand again, his tone full of satisfaction. But in any case, the Eternal Sect was once the champion of the Dragon Tiger hegemony. The disciples fought to the death and ultimately inflicted certain losses on the enemy. As the ball shot towards the opposite side, Jun Chongxiao said again, so what was the price? Everyone present at the time witnessed this glorious scene as half of Ironbone Town was leveled. After a while he suddenly understood and immediately asked, the disciples suffered heavy losses. Losses to, how many disciples do I have now? Qing Yang, although completely clueless, still said, 26,800 people. Jun Chongxiao heard this, clenched his fists and said painfully, that means from over 50,000 people to less than half now, rivers of blood. He slowly lowered his head, revealing a lewd smile to the people lying on the ground and threatened. In the end, half of the Eternal Sect's elders sacrificed themselves in self-detonation, finally annihilating most of the invading enemies. The sect masters of the Slaughter God Hall and the Demon Fiend sect both perished in that explosion. Jun Chongxiao's face could no longer be described as merely pale. Due to the remaining factions fighting among themselves, refusing to submit to each other, they had no choice but to retreat from the Eternal Sect. What do you all think? The more he spoke, the paler the faces of the group sitting on the ground became. Is this story easier to accept, compared to the truth that half of you were annihilated before you even got close to the sect? This at least preserves the dignity of your third-rate evil sects. However, merely 3 seconds later, Jun Chongxiao put on a cold expression and announced, what I just said is the complete truth of this battle. I don't want to hear any rumors about the Eternal Sect. Otherwise the lives you just picked up I will take back. Finally he turned and asked, understood? The people, frightened by Jun Chongxiao's imposing aura, replied in unison, understood, understood. We won't change a single word. Immediately after, he casually pointed at the ground and said, next I have something to discuss with your sect masters. Seeing that your 2 strengths aren't bad, from now on you'll be the sect master of the Slaughter God Hall, and you'll be the sect master of the Demon Fiend sect. Jun Chongxiao leaned close to them and whispered, congratulations on your promotions. Then for the damage you 2 caused to Ironbone Town, we will compensate tenfold when we return. This reply made Jun Chongxiao somewhat satisfied. They were quite discerning, but he didn't stop there, continuing to threaten. On the way, help me deliver someone to the Taishuan Holy Sect. Don't be clever, hand him directly to Mr. Hu of the Taishuan Holy Sect. I have other arrangements. Now get out. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone scrambled to run away. He watched this scene, finding the group interesting, and suddenly awoke from his serious illness. So I'm the strong one. Jun Chongxiao's eyes immediately turned into bullet holes when he heard this. Qingyang, I'll leave the reconstruction of Ironbone Town to you from now on. He immediately replied respectfully, it's my duty. 1 second he was questioning Qingyang, the next he turned to complain to the system. I say system, you're getting greedier too, aren't you? They're 2 third-rate evil sects and you didn't even give me a single mission. At this moment the scene suddenly switched to an ancient city, and a voice came from the air. Why in such a short time has a renowned martial saint become like this? In a small room, Horan was trembling, repeating a word. Saber, 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 saber. Dudu witnessed this scene, feeling speechless, wondering what methods the Eternal Sect used. He stared directly at Horan and declared, but they must have paid an extremely heavy price too. The person next to Dudu saw this and said, that may be so, but seeing him like this still makes me feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Horan was still delirious, unable to extricate himself. and a powerful electric current suddenly emanated from him, startling the person next to Dudu. He abruptly raised his spear and shouted at Qin Hao. Demonic toothlock. His body was quickly bound tightly, his face showing only extreme terror. Dudu witnessed all this, finding it somewhat interesting. A single move could lock a martial saint. Could this divine weapon be? Immediately after came the reply. That's right. The person next to Dudu heard these words and said, "This is the demonic weapon I obtained from Demon Human Valley. When Demon Human Valley opens this time, Mr. Hu will also have a chance to obtain demonic weapons or secret techniques. This is an opportunity that can change destiny." He turned his head, looking at the person meaningfully, and said, "Many of the Taishuan Holy Sect's sacred artifacts also come from Demon Human Valley. Mr. Hu, you must seize this opportunity." Dudu was also overjoyed to hear this. How could I miss such an opportunity? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhen Changxiao was instructing everyone to create a diversion. Everyone present at this trip to Demon Human Valley froze, feeling wronged. His entire face had been wrapped up like an Egyptian mummy at some point, and he had to constantly remember the Wangu sect's first rule. Life is like a play, entirely dependent on acting. Qingyang saw him speed off and was a little puzzled. "Sect Master, where are you going?" But Zhen Changxiao only left a few words. "I finally managed to put on my full makeup, so I must make the most of it." A moment later, at the entrance of Wangu First Prison, the small room was a mess, dishearteningly so, when suddenly a commotion came from afar. "Master, Master!" Shi Qian opened his eyes and heard screams. "Master, help me!" Zhen Changxiao proudly pointed to himself and said, "The demon in Meng Ying's body has awakened and injured all of us. We almost couldn't subdue her. He almost wiped out our entire force," but he calmly responded, "Amitabha, you still have time to bandage your wounds. It seems you have temporarily suppressed the demon." Zhen Changxiao was a little displeased and retorted, "But suppressing it like this forever isn't a solution. However, if Master were here, he could easily subdue the demon." The more Zhen Changxiao spoke, the more confused Shi Qian became. Moreover, Meng Ying is a demon cultivator after all, easily countered by the righteous path. With a Buddhist practitioner like Master by her side, it would surely deceive the world's eyes. "I mean, you can guide Meng Ying onto the righteous path." But then his tone carried a hint of sadness. "Meng Ying is a poor child. Her family was killed by fierce beasts who protected her before dying. After we adopted her, we discovered a demon sealed within her." Then he again pleaded with Shi Qian, "Meng Ying is innocent. The demon deserves to die. Must we sacrifice an innocent life to eliminate the demon? Buddhism preaches compassion and universal salvation." Zhen Changxiao spoke with increasing fervor, making Shi Qian seem to have an epiphany. "Master, why don't you feed the demon with your own body? To compensate for Meng Ying's sole weakness as a demon cultivator. I mean, to make up for our Wangu sect's only flaw and save a sect, this is an act of immeasurable merit. I am willing to build temples and cast golden statues for Master." Finally, Shi Qian sighed and agreed to intervene to overcome this difficulty. "Hey, wait, that little girl was possessed by evil energy out of necessity, but those evil cultivator disciples must have cultivated it themselves. You are still evil cultivators?" A moment later, the two sat facing each other in a deathly silent space. In less than 3 seconds he cried out, "Super memory erasure technique." Then he slapped Shi Qian. Shi Qian, facing Zhen Changxiao after this act, broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Although he had just slapped him, Zhen Changxiao shamelessly pleaded, "Master, help, the demon in Meng Ying's body has awakened again. That demon not only severely injured us but also turned several disciples into evil cultivators." The story was too long, so they had to use the super fast-forward secret technique. Things had reached this point, and Shi Qian had no choice but to agree. "All right, I will intervene and deliver your sect from suffering." But then he suddenly turned and asked Zhen Changxiao blankly, "Why does my face feel a little sore?" Zhen Changxiao immediately had to fabricate a story to cover it up. "The prison is too damp. Master might have caught a cold." A moment later, Zhen Changxiao had already led Shi Qian out, constantly muttering, "Master, from now on you can follow Meng Ying, cleanse her sins with the righteous dharma of the 3 teachings, and help her strengthen her resistance to evil." Shi Qian was a little displeased. "I am an invitee, not your disciple. Don't bring up those words again. I will only act when demons appear. Other than that, don't mention anything else." Unable to persuade Shi Qian, Zhen Changxiao resorted to a ploy, dropping a book on the ground while saying, "How could I be so careless? How did I drop a divine book on the ground?" To make the story more real, he even put on an exaggerated act. "Quick, check if my Buddhist sacred scripture Vajracharika Prajnaparamita Sutra is damaged." Shi Qian froze at this scene. "Wait, I've never seen this scripture before. Why is it that after reading just a little, the Buddhist cultivation power within me is stirring?" He thought for a moment, then chose to turn and curry favor with Zhen Changxiao. "If the sect master allows me to study this scripture for 2 days, then occasionally helping Meng Ying cleanse her sins is not impossible." But Zhen Changxiao wouldn't let him off, pretending to act again. "Oh no, how did my hand slip again?" Shi Qian looked at the stack of books, his face changing with fear, while Zhen Changxiao rambled on. "Master, I didn't hear what you said just now, and I accidentally dropped a whole bunch of classics that only disciples can borrow." Shi Qian at some point had also learned Zhen Changxiao's cheeky nature, quickly changing his expression. "Calling you master is too formal. I feel a connection to the sect master as soon as I see you. What classics are not important. I just want to become your sworn son and join your sect." Zhen Chongxiao quickly caught on and played along. The Wangu sect really needs talent like you. May I ask what Master's secular name is? I still need to fill out the application form. A voice echoed through the forest. This poor Taoist's secular name is Go Fugi. The woman sitting next to Zhen Chongxiao heard these words and shouted, Go Fugi Gusheng. This monk has the same surname as you, but Zhen Chongxiao coldly replied, what does that have to do with me? What surname? A group of them were sitting on the back of a large bird, loudly discussing everything under the sun. Peeved, my surname is Zhen, not Go. After deceiving the Taishuan holy sect and their allies, I'll settle accounts with you when I get home. Behind a towering tree, someone suddenly called out, Su Gusheng. The person in front, seeing him fall behind, shouted, Catch up quickly. If you fall behind, you won't find the entrance to Demon Human Valley. He heard this and replied, Coming. Xiaomo turned to look at Dudu, who was pouting. My stomach has been hurting for 2 days. Can't I just go a little slower? Some strange symbols had appeared on the root of that tree at some point, but everyone still chatted merrily, unconcerned. Demon Human Valley is extremely secluded. If no one leads the way, you will be lost in this forest forever. By the way, you're quite handsome. How did you get such a name? Another voice chimed in. Gusheng is a highly respected senior of mine. Zhen Chongxiao walked to the tree, feeling a little happy. It seemed they were almost at the entrance to Demon Human Valley. He stood tall before everyone, reminding them to be careful as they might encounter the Taishuan holy sect and their allies. Everyone must concentrate, however. They didn't know that deep in the forest a pair of eyes was watching them. Lu Tong listened to the order, immediately heightened his vigilance, and summoned a move in his hand. Ahead was the entrance to Demon Human Valley. This time, the sect selected only the most outstanding true disciples, and our Dingyuan holy sect must collect more divine weapons and techniques in Demon Human Valley this time. He hadn't finished speaking and continued, and this time we must work hard. After speaking, Lu Tong didn't give everyone time to react, striding straight forward. Keep the death rate below 50. Suddenly, a chilling wail came from the opposite bushes. We hate, we hate. A pale hand stretched out from the bush. Zhen Chongxiao suddenly burst out of the bush, still shouting loudly, I hate the Taishuan holy sect so much for pushing me to this point. He cried out like a true living dead, We are avengers from hell. Even if we spill our last drop of blood, we will bite off a piece of the enemy. I am. Before he could finish, that person grabbed his arm and shouted loudly, Zhen Chongxiao, Sect Master Zhen, I am Lu Tong of Dingyuan Holy Sect, your loyal fan. I've watched your Dragon Tiger Hegemony live broadcast no less than 10 times. Lu Dong, as if lying under Zhen Chongxiao's bed, rambled on and on. Sect Master Zhen's unruly charisma in the broadcast is indeed worth learning for all young people under 100 years old. Zhen Chongxiao could only helplessly exclaim, Don't say that 100 years old is still young on Starfall Continent, but my script has gone completely off track. Xingchen, seeing that things had gone awry, turned to ask the person next to him. Xing Yang, then our previous plans like pretending to be pathetic, sneak attacking and taking down sects one by one, are all scrapped. Qing Yang could only say grimly, Adapt as you go, and I feel, but then Qing Yang seemed to sense an anomaly. There are some things about this Lu Tong that are very similar to me. Xingchen also immediately interjected, Exactly, he looks like a profound person at first glance, not a good guy. Hearing these words, Qing Yang could only give him a gentle, loving glance. Lu Dong stepped forward to greet him. Sect Master Zhen, your injuries are... But due to not trusting the other party, Zhen Chongxiao only perfunctorily replied, Just a few broken bones and torn tendons. That person heard this, placed a hand on his chest, pretending to regret that his beloved had been injured. Could it really be the Taishuan holy sect's doing? How could they be so cruel to a newly rising sect on Starfall Continent? I must explain the situation to them clearly, and seek justice for Sect Master Zhen. Zhen Chongxiao was completely baffled, so he decided to leave the mess for someone else to clean up. I can't do this job. Qing Yang, you go. The small fries who came with Lu Tong stood outside watching the show, and upon seeing this they were all collectively baffled. Why is Uncle Master Lu so enthusiastic towards the Wangu sect people? Another person said. Based on my experience, they are in big trouble. Qing Yang was pushed the responsibility and had no choice but to step forward to cover for Zhen Chongxiao. Senior Lu is too righteous, but Senior just needs to help us connect with the Taishuan holy sect. The sect's revenge must be exacted by ourselves. Only then will we not lose the spirit of the eternal strongest sect and the Dingyuan holy sect. Lu Tong heard this, patted the person in front of him and immediately praised. Well said. Lu also feels his blood boiling. Let's go, I'll take you. This way, please. Although the two were not born in the same year, same month, or same day, at this moment they shared a brotherly common thought. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Then the two pointed forward in unison and said, Please? Xingchen at some point had already struck up a conversation with an enemy, so he complained, Your Uncle Master seems to want to lead us into a trap. That person also retorted without ceremony, Your senior brother doesn't seem to have good intentions either. A moment later the birds in the sky had all flown far away, serving the battle below. The Dingyuan holy sect stood in the center of the field, loudly announcing, It's time. All sects are in position except for the Dingyuan holy sect. Lu Tong ran from afar shouting, Dingyuan holy sect. Lu Tong is here. Lu Tong walked over from afar to report to the leader. I encountered the Wangu sect on the way, so I was delayed a bit. The Dingyuan holy sect ignored him, turning to Zhen Chongxiao and saying, Wangu sect, I also want to thank you for taking care of our martial sage He. Zhen Chongxiao quickly responded, Taishuan holy sect, right? I also want to thank you for everything you've done for the Wangu sect. Just then, Ludong stepped out to stop the two from arguing. Both of you calm down, we'll settle the grudges later. Demon Human Valley is about to open and that's the most important thing. The old man saw this and shouted angrily, HMPH will settle accounts after this. Each time Demon Human Valley opens, various sects and young disciples to participate, so I'll briefly introduce its secrets. The story's origin dates back a long time ago. Demon Human Valley was an independent space created by the Demon Emperor during the rampant era of demonic cultivation, using the power of a martial emperor. It was also here that the Demon Emperor was besieged and killed by numerous martial emperors, making it the most tragic battlefield of the Starfall War. Unfortunately, the matter was not completely resolved. For nearly 1,000 years, perhaps due to the unstable spatial barrier of Demon Human Valley, it periodically opens. Each time it opens, demonic energy leaks out, turning surrounding fierce beasts into extremely ferocious demon beasts. The range of demonic energy grew wider and wider, eventually covering many nearby cities. Because of this, relations between the two sides became increasingly tense. Humans, after being invaded by demonic energy, would experience hallucinations and become brutal and bloodthirsty. The slaughter scenes were as tragic as hell, and all the martial emperors disappeared. So after research, the various first and second-rate sects came up with a plan. The truth of the story is unknown to anyone, but when told by him, it was very terrifying. Each time Demon Human Valley opens, the number of entrants is restricted. Therefore, the various sects are divided into 9 teams of 20 people each, and eliminating the demon beasts inside can prevent the demonic energy from leaking. However, this is extremely dangerous. But dangers abound inside, and each entry results in heavy losses. Until this moment, Zhen Changxiao was still grinning. With great power comes great responsibility. The Taishuan Holy Sect has also done well this time. The old man heard him say this and shouted loudly. But danger always accompanies opportunity. This is the Demon Emperor's abode, filled with heavenly materials, divine weapons, and priceless cultivation techniques. As long as you can get out alive, your strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. But he carried a lofty mission, so he shouted loudly, to protect this land, to protect the people behind us, and most importantly, for us cultivators. Only by overcoming danger can we become stronger. Everyone, prepare to enter the valley. Zhen Changxiao saw this and only said, this guy's eloquence is truly something else. But Ludong used cruel facts to shut him up. He said it hundreds of times, how can he still not say it smoothly? The first time I participated, he said the exact same thing, and now that I'm leading the team, he hasn't changed a single word. Suddenly, his voice became a little strange. Sect Master Zhen, this is responsibility, a challenge, and an opportunity to turn the tide. You have a grudge with the Taishuan Holy Sect, right? To express our support for you and to uphold justice. I thought I'd encounter some tough character, but just a second later, Lu Tong was back, frantically shouting, Dingyuan Holy Sect, we voluntarily yield our entry slots for Demon Human Valley to the Wangu Sect, so the survival rate can reach 100. His words forced me to reevaluate. I think you just don't want to go in, but I actually want to check it out. Just as we were chatting animatedly, Qingyan walked over from a distance and put a hand on his shoulder. Senior Lu is truly heroic. For the sake of Starfall Continent we can't refuse, but our Wangu sect has just been through a fierce battle and is exhausted. He walked directly up to Lu Tong and said bluntly, as a first-rate sect, the Dingyuan Holy Sect should always offer some help, right? You want us to be cannon fodder, no benefits, no deal. Lu Tong merely replied blandly. Of course we brought some pills. Although unhappy, Qingying still feigned composure. We're also injured. Can a few pills solve the problem? Do you think we're beggars? Lu Tong didn't show weakness, immediately retorted. You're covered in wounds yet still so arrogant. It seems the Wangu sect's physique lives up to its reputation. He left those words, then patted Changshao's shoulder and turned to leave. Ahem, we can move around, but fighting might be beyond our strength. Sect Master, we'll be leaving first. No benefits, no discussion. These words made Changxiao quite regretful, so he had to call out to him. Wait, Dingyuan Holy Sect, how can we let heroes bleed and weep? As a token of my sincerity, 1 million spirit stones. Qingying settled this profitable deal, saying only one word. Good. He accepted the Dingyuan Holy Sect's 1 million spirit stones and said, the money's in hand, our Wangu sect will not shirk its duty. We'll get to work now. These words left Changxiao utterly bewildered. On the other side, the elders held a pile of bamboo slips and told everyone, drawing lots will decide the entry order for each sect into Demon Human Valley. Whoever draws the longest slip goes first. As everyone was about to draw, he began to lecture at length. Each time, the first sect to enter will face the strongest demonic energy, but they also usually receive the most generous rewards. Changxiao looked at his slip, seemingly losing all motivation. So short, looks like we'll have to wait. I wanted to be the first to go in and clear out all the treasures. The other few also quickly chose a slip for themselves. The elder holding the remaining slips also said contentedly, Sect Master Zhen, it seems your wish came true. The eternal strongest sect is the first sect to enter Demon Human Valley. A pillar of ice suddenly appeared where Changxiao stood. He looked at this object, a hint of confusion on his handsome face. He looked at the open portal opposite him and unconsciously said, Demon Human Valley entrance. The people outside saw their reaction and quickly mocked, Wangu sect disciples truly have too little experience. They're so amazed by the Demon-Human Valley entrance they can't speak, but Demon-Human Valley is indeed wondrous. If not for our sect's records we would also be somewhat shocked. After all, this is a martial emperor's creation, extraordinary and beyond the reach of ordinary sects. Meanwhile, Changxiao stared blankly, thinking of the place he often entered. Isn't this the life-death secret realm we often train in after meals? What's going on? Is there a blood relation between the life-death secret realm and the Demon Emperor? He unceremoniously said to everyone, "Let's go, get some exercise, aid digestion." As soon as he finished speaking, he entered deep into the secret realm. The monsters, seeing someone enter, all opened their mouths wide, revealing fangs menacingly. Just a second later, they all burrowed into Changxiao's ears. Those evil spirits gradually emerged from the darkness and spoke. "These malevolent thoughts are brought by demonic energy, tempting me to go on a killing spree for ultimate pleasure." However, Changxiao easily dealt with them with a single punch. "HMPH, these malevolent thoughts are not even as strong as mine. I've slaughtered plenty of these scum myself. Besides temporary satisfaction, what ultimate pleasure is there to speak of?" He looked straight ahead, saying majestically, then turned his head to ask everyone, "This small world. The demonic energy concentration is indeed astonishing. How are you all doing? You should be able to overcome this influence, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison. "No problem." These words made Changxiao even more proud. "I knew it. We are a renowned righteous sect, filled with righteous qi, immune to demonic energy." After walking for a while, he led everyone to an abandoned city. Unexpectedly, Demon-Human Valley was a ruin. Changxiao gazed intently ahead, realizing that the Demon Emperor's treasure must be within the ruins of that city, right? Suddenly, his whole body trembled. A monster covered in teeth emerged from underground. Xingqian saw that thing and cried out in fear. "Zuiji, we seem to have seen this kind of monster before, right?" Xiaomo also cried out. The masked people who attacked us last time, their demonic beasts were this kind." Xingqian quickly rushed in front of the large monster. Then he quickly cut down the monster with a single saber strike, splitting it in half. After dealing with the monster, Xingqian felt incredibly exhilarated. The feeling of striking was probably at the peak martial king level. Just the first demonic creature had such cultivation. No wonder it could deplete many disciples from second and third-rate sects. However, the next second he was stunned by what happened before his eyes. HMPH, the corpse disappeared. A gust of wind suddenly blew from the castle ahead, and the mysterious person sitting in the castle looked grim as if nothing had happened. Suddenly he let out a low, terrifying voice. "Oh, so fast now, they're coming to their deaths again." Those monsters also appeared with increasingly frequent intervals. Xingqian saw them looking very disdainful. "These demonic creatures are mad and fear no death. They can't be suppressed by killing. What a nuisance." To avoid trouble, he sent a group of monsters flying with a single saber slash. Li Fei also flew in from outside to join the battle, saying, "The most heartbreaking thing isn't the abundance of high-level demonic beasts, but that when they die, they don't even leave a shred of flesh behind." These words made Xingqian quickly scoff. "Duoduo isn't here. I'm not interested in these ingredients." However, not long after, they were completely surrounded in a circle. Ethereal black shadows appeared from the air, and seeing this scene, he was somewhat pleased. "These righteous cultivators who entered this time. Their strength isn't weak, is it? Then I'll capture them one by one." His eyes wide, he said smugly, "I'll start with the slowest one and use him to recover some strength." Then the Demon Emperor leapt to the ground without hesitation. Just then, Xingqian on the other side had his eyes covered by two black hands reaching out from underground. When he turned to look behind him, he only saw a strange figure. However, he was surprised to find that the target was too tough. Xingqian, not understanding what had happened, turned his head to ask the person as if they were old acquaintances, "Are you looking for me?" When he saw that person's figure, he unleashed a move. A twin fist move sent that thing flying out of the Earth server. After missing its target, the black shadow quickly slunk back to the castle. The Demon Emperor continued to sit there, lost in thought for a while. "Impossible. Although my strength has severely declined now, it shouldn't be so bad that I can't even defeat a disciple with a sneak attack." Suddenly he seemed to comprehend something, his eyes lighting up like car headlights, exclaiming, "This disciple must have a divine artifact protecting him. This emperor just had bad luck." Thinking this, the Demon Emperor continued to choose another method of sneak attack, this time targeting the one who looked weakest. He watched Li Fei intently, calculating in his mind. "As long as I can kill one, my strength can recover by one stage." However, he dodged all attacks with his flexible body. After a while, when he finally sneaked behind Li Fei, he smiled, thinking finally caught someone. But just as his hands were about to grab him, the Demon Emperor was surprised. Because Li Fei had somehow found a way to escape, he looked at his agile movements, feeling a little guilty. Why does this kid's agility make him feel like he's always surrounded by a crowd? While he was still pondering, Li Fei rushed over from behind and shouted, "Move aside, don't block the way." Overcome with shame, the Demon Emperor flew back to the castle to hide. This fact seemed to frustrate him. "I don't believe it, a dignified Demon Emperor, so weakened, yet I can't even catch a single person." Still unable to believe this cruel reality, the Demon Emperor launched another hunt, this time targeting the woman. Just as his hands were about to touch the mysterious woman, thinking he was about to succeed, the Demon Emperor saw the woman gradually turn her head to take his life. However, the next second she unleashed her ultimate move, the Tai Zon Ice Art. The Demon Emperor was even more frustrated after retreating back into the castle. It was actually the Tai Zan Ice Heart art. He seemed to grow increasingly furious. Elder Tai Zan's cultivation technique is too strong against our holy sect's techniques. Just avoid that girl. Could it be that among these dozen or so someone else knows the Tai Zan true scripture? However, immediately after, the Demon Emperor was hit by a Tai Zan true scripture move unleashed by Xingqian. This time he seemed to have completely despaired of those people. The Demon Emperor thought for a moment, then slapped himself, saying, "My big mouth got me into trouble." Next, he was defeated by a Jing Hong move. Changxiao and the others were increasingly exhausting him. Not only that, but the Demon Emperor was also torn in half by the fan move. This time when he returned, he no longer had the heart to sit on his chair. Immediately after, he was kicked around like a ball due to his precarious position. The Demon Emperor now didn't even dare to sit. Not only that, but his head was also caught in a door. By this point, the Demon Emperor could no longer endure it, shouting, "This is too much, and where did this door come from?" However, the next second he had a new plan. "But with my head caught in the door, I actually came up with a new idea. Every disciple in this sect has at least martial emperor cultivation." The Demon Emperor thought for a moment, then hastily made a decision, which might be his most regrettable decision later. Then the person surrounded in the middle is likely a high-ranking disciple here for experience, which is why so many masters are needed to protect him. It must be true. Moreover, he looked at Changxiao standing there yawning, thinking that guy looked a bit silly. Meanwhile, Changxiao stood outside, finding this scene interesting. The monsters in Demon Human Valley respawn so fast, it's perfect for these kids to get some practical experience. Suddenly, the Demon Emperor appeared and slowly surrounded Changxiao. The black shadow quickly transformed into a swirling vortex that shot into the sky. The Demon Emperor saw that scene, salivating, thinking, "After absorbing so much demonic energy, I can definitely defeat this young master." However, just a second later, he had to reconsider. Why do I feel like I'm losing control of my body?" In the dizzying spin, he could only lament his fate. It seemed this kid had an extraordinary background, and there were masters nearby. The Demon Emperor felt himself floating. What is this girl's background? I can't even escape her gravitational pull. He frowned, thinking of a countermeasure. Then I'll just go with the flow. He quickly made a decision, avoid it first. As he approached Mengying, the Demon Emperor was kicked away by her, sending him flying hundreds of meters in an instant. Changxiao flicked Mengying's forehead, scolding her. "Swallowing everything, you'll mess up your stomach." He also subtly glanced at the Demon Emperor, commenting, "Unlike those demonic beasts corroded by demonic energy, you clearly have self-awareness. You've been constantly testing my disciples since just now. What exactly are you?" He didn't answer, instead threatening them. "The kick I just gave was just right. It won't kick you to pieces instantly." Changxiao probed and questioned, "Are you a natural demonic creature born from this forbidden land? Whatever you are, you must know where all the treasures in Demon Human Valley are, right?" The Demon Emperor could only say, "How truly fallen. I even misjudged him. This seemingly foolish fellow is actually the strongest." He gradually regained his confidence and said, "This Demon Human Valley was originally a trap I set. I fused divine weapons, treasures, and supreme demonic energy into one, creating this Demon Human Valley." The Demon Emperor grew increasingly interested in this group. So he said, "I'll use myself as bait to lure those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators, drag them in here and completely eliminate them. Demonic forces wax and wane, but the day of their resurgence will surely come." However, as a Demon Emperor, he still tried hard to appear very cool. Alas, now this Emperor only has a wisp of remnant soul left. Each time Demon Human Valley opens, it's also when this Emperor is weakest. As long as I can kill one person, this Emperor can recover considerable strength using the energy of life and death. Meanwhile, Changxiao, opposite him, completely disregarded what he said. "But I didn't expect that among your group this time. There isn't a single weakling. Has the heavenly Tao not completely eradicated the demonic path?" To defeat them, the Demon Emperor loudly summoned that strange entity, innate demonic body, "Come out." He stood before the murderous red mist, then commanded, "The innate demonic body is the legacy of my Demon Emperor lineage, containing the essence of successive Demon Emperors, and I am the most powerful Demon Emperor in 10,000 years. After receiving reinforcements, the Demon Emperor seemed to be infused with energy. Although only a wisp of remnant soul remained, combined with this nascent innate demonic body, I can still recover 50 of my strength." The Demon Emperor muttered to himself for a long time, finally noticing the people opposite him. "You truly gave me an unexpected surprise. I'll grant you all whole corpses." But Changxiao was busy directing everyone, so he ignored him. "Inner disciple and that guy, come over." These words infuriated the Demon Emperor. He roared, "Let's fuse quickly." That guy saw this situation and was speechless. "Demon Emperor, if you want to die, don't drag me into it." Just then, Mengying had already noticed this side and called out, "Tisk, who told you to come out?" The monster heard this and quickly replied, "I'm going back now, I'm going back now." The little girl saw this and called out, displeased, "You're blind. You actually displeased Mengying. You're finished." Just then, Changxiao finally noticed him, but he immediately threatened, "Demon Emperor, right, choose. Kneel and live or stand and die." Before he could react, Changxiao had already drawn a strange symbol in the air. It was the move God trapping record. At the same time Changxiao spoke, now you can only be trapped in this formation, dying and reviving. However, the Demon Emperor seemed unwilling to accept this fact, and he loudly exclaimed, the demonic path has been in decline for too long. Even an innate demonic body is being trained like a dog. He hastily stretched his hand straight forward and shouted, but escaping won't be that easy. At the same time the Demon Emperor roared the words, ask heaven, summoning the move sword come. Soon a huge sword appeared in the Demon Emperor's hand and he calmly chanted the incantation, Jade Dragon asking heaven sword, all demons heed my command. The black shadow seeing this drilled out of Mengying's body, but it was stopped by a pair of hands midway. Xingchen seeing this immediately blocked the little girl, exclaiming, I didn't expect to see the Jade Dragon asking heaven sword again, one of Starfall Continent's 10 great swords, it should have disappeared with you long ago. The Demon Emperor, seeing his reaction, was somewhat surprised. Someone actually recognizes the Jade Dragon asking heaven sword. It's the only demonic sword among Starfall Continent's 10 great swords in my current state. Merely holding this sword makes my demonic body unstable, yet he was unwilling to let anyone go. But I cannot miss this opportunity to turn the tide. The Demon Emperor suddenly plunged the sword into himself. Like a god who had been solitary for 10,000 years, he roared, I cannot endure another moment. Even as his body was pierced, he defiantly shouted, innate demonic body fuse. Then the Demon Emperor stood there, transforming like Superman. A moment later, his transformation complete, he said confidently, this familiar power, however, despite this villainous power, the Demon Emperor failed to subdue Changxiao. He exclaimed, how did I end up kneeling? The Demon Emperor propped himself up on the shattered ground. Could it be that after so long without controlling such immense power, the body is no longer obeying me? Before him were 3 opponents not easily defeated. No, this was not merely a loss of control, but a primal fear. Changxiao observed him, a hint of worry in his expression. Martial Emperor, I'll soon have to face opponents of this caliber. Martial Emperor. A title both familiar and strange. He glanced at Wudi, who was intently staring at the Demon Emperor. Although this fellow was kneeling, the demonic energy emanating from him was still as vast as the ocean. And even Wudi showed an incredulous expression. How old was I when I became a Martial Emperor? 20 or 25, he struggled to stand up. What does fear matter? What does instinct matter? Changxiao immediately spoke, Xingchen Wudi, help me set up the array. All other disciples retreated to the edge of Demon-Human Valley. A surge of hidden weapon energy enveloped him. The Demon Emperor, holding his longsword, coldly said, 10,000 years ago I fought against 8 martial emperors and ultimately died of exhaustion. Am I to live on my knees today? Changxiao drew his precious sword and adopted a fighting stance. Fortunately, your combat power is severely damaged, otherwise with my current strength I wouldn't even be worthy of standing before you. He scoffed disdainfully, tisk 2/10. At the same time the Demon Emperor thrust his sword straight at him, a full power strike. Changxiao parried the blow. The Demon Emperor's attack power was extremely terrifying. He immediately extended his hand using the one-word quick method, and Changxiao's finger touched his forehead. The Demon Emperor said calmly, I've been absent for 10,000 years, but Starfall Continent has indeed produced quite a few excellent cultivation techniques, Changxiao exclaimed in surprise. The strongest Demon Emperor in 10 millennia, truly extraordinary strength, he replied. Not many people can injure me now. Suddenly, Wudi appeared behind the Demon Emperor and launched an attack. He ferociously swung his sword at the Demon Emperor, but the Demon Emperor quickly blocked it. He scoffed, strongest martial emperor, that might not be so. He delivered a full power slash, forcing the Demon Emperor back. Kid, you're still too green. The Demon Emperor was somewhat surprised. This power, Wudi pointed his sword at him and loudly asked, does my current strength qualify me to participate in the battle? The Demon Emperor's face darkened as he questioned, you were once a martial emperor? He looked at Wudi and continued, then you must know. Suddenly the Demon Emperor violently grabbed Wudi's chest. Not enough. Wudi seized his wrist and asked, Demon Emperor, right, let's get acquainted. Wudi immediately unleashed the eternal First Night Emperor move. The Demon Emperor let out a strange laugh. Now it gets interesting. He fiercely kicked Wudi away. 12,138 years, I finally get to experience this exhilarating feeling again. At the same time, Changxiao also continuously swung his sword in attack. The Demon Emperor shouted excitedly, exhilarating, exhilarating, to be on par with the Jade Dragon asking heaven sword. Your sword is no ordinary item either. Changxiao also responded excitedly, it is my honor to fight against an emperor-level expert. He raised his arm to gather power, then delivered a full-strength slash, cutting Changxiao's sword to pieces. Changxiao exclaimed in surprise, can system-produced items also break? The system quickly prompted, a low-level system weapon. It actually helped you fight against a Demon Emperor wielding one of the 10 great swords. You owe me a 5-star review. A huge light illuminated the sky and Wudi stood there watching the battle. A small hand tugged at his sleeve. It was Mengying. The little girl asked, Brother Wudi, why aren't you helping Sect Master and Brother Knight? He replied, I knew you'd sneak back, kid. I'm not going. Because Wudi recalled his earlier words, for someone who only seeks death, letting them fight to their heart's content is enough. From the very beginning, this Demon Emperor only sought death. Mengying asked confusedly, seeks death? Wudi affirmed with folded arms, exactly, Emperor-level experts should possess incredibly strong wills, but for some reason this Demon Emperor is so. It seems the Sect Master has also sensed it. The Demon Emperor's body already had a hole. Changxiao, panting, said, "You only attack, never defend, letting us destroy your demonic body. I thought you were immortal, but now your recovery speed is getting slower and slower. You are a Demon Emperor, hailed as one of the strongest experts in 10 millennia. Why seek death at our hands? Wouldn't it be better to live?" he angrily retorted. "Live? Why do you speak of live to me? This cruel way of living?" The Demon Emperor recalled the place he resided. "This is where I buried the invaders' bodies. The Demon Emperor was imprisoned there, killing everyone, but he himself was left with only a wisp of remnant soul, forever trapped in Demon Human Valley. He spent 10 years, 100 years alone. The Demon Emperor sat alone on the throne in his abode 1,000 years with only him, no human presence. 10,000 years a solitary life accompanied the Demon Emperor, always only me, a wisp of remnant soul. Even with my mastery of 100 different cultivation methods I cannot cultivate." He felt helpless with himself. "My memory is incomplete. I can't even recall the past. For 10,000 years I've sat in stillness. Perhaps because there's still unwillingness in my heart I cannot completely dissipate. I don't even have the choice to die." Until the Demon Emperor continued his narration. That day, a group of righteous individuals entered Demon Human Valley, destroying the fierce beasts I created with demonic energy. He killed them one by one. At that moment I understood the meaning of my existence. For the demonic path, to relentlessly pursue and kill the righteous, helping the demonic path of Starfall to achieve more victories. But last time when Demon Human Valley opened, the Demon Emperor's battle with the righteous was exceptionally fierce. This is the last trace of demonic energy on Starfall continent. Today is the day to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Quick, seize the Demon Emperor's treasure, he asked himself. Last trace of demonic energy. At that moment, he seemed to understand everything. So my 10,000 years of solitude was ultimately a meaningless mistake. If so, rather than continue to be imprisoned as a pet for 10,000 years, why not back in reality? The Demon Emperor channeled all his power into the precious sword and shouted loudly, "Why not let this world witness one more time, witness the last fragments of my memory?" His power erupted, and the Demon Emperor shouted, 10,000 years as a demon, I am the strongest of the demonic path." The power of demongation shook heaven and earth, and at the same time the move barrier shield pushed Changxiao flying backward. Wudi still stood there witnessing all of this. He looked at the hidden weapons diffusing everywhere and said, "Demongation is quite interesting. One move can shake Demon Human Valley's barrier. This Demon Emperor is really going to fight. Mangying, you must observe carefully next. This is the strongest expert of the demonic path you can encounter in this world." Mangying's eyes widened with curiosity. "I don't understand how he circulates demonic energy." Wudi stood by and explained, "It's a reverse circulation of the Zhou Tian, not following the 12 regular meridians, but directly entering the extraordinary meridians." The little girl, hearing this, immediately followed suit. Seeing this, he kindly reminded, "Mangying, is your celestial beast demonic path that strong? With just a little guidance you can draw forth such vast demonic energy?" From the little girl's palms, Demongation's hidden weapons radiated. The power of Demongation erupted, making Mangying unable to resist, and she was sent flying backward, combat energy exploding everywhere. Changxiao looked at the Demon Emperor, thinking, "Demongation, I didn't expect anyone to know this move after 10,000 years, though the technique is a bit crude." He immediately used the 9 seals of Chankin move to attack head-on, bursting forth like gunfire, spreading powerfully everywhere. The Demon Emperor parried with his precious sword and couldn't help but be surprised. This method of spiritual energy circulation, is it Buddhist cultivation? It's not only similar but also quite different. He rushed forward to counterattack, shouting, "Kid, your cultivation techniques are truly diverse." The Demon Emperor touched his middle finger to his thumb and said, "Then let me show you." The Demon Emperor's art was created by me personally. The Demon God Tomb was unleashed and the underground rocks violently shot upwards. Wudi and Changxiao fought him together. Then they unleashed the move My Slash, striking with a palm and shattering the huge rocks. The Demon Emperor brushed aside the light and replied, "A decent combined attack move." Suddenly, a stone rolled from nowhere and the Demon God Tomb forcefully stepped on his head. The Demon Emperor was full of questions. "What's going on? I never passed on the Demon Emperor's art to anyone in the sect," he secretly speculated. "This little girl," the Demon Emperor looked into the distance and saw Mangying performing this move. "Is something wrong?" Wudi continued to attack. My Slash, but it was blocked with one hand. Celestial Demon God Bomb. The Demon Emperor was surprised again. This little girl, when he saw it, Mangying quickly imitated his move. "Celestial Demon God Bomb," he exclaimed. "She's a prodigy of my clan." The Demon Emperor walked up to Mangying and said, "Little girl, you learned that move after seeing it only once?" He bent down, proposing to the little girl. "Are you interested," he grinned, "in becoming the next Demon Emperor?" Suddenly, the Demon Emperor saw something and then Wudi punched through his body. This punch tore his body apart. Outside Demon Human Valley, the force of the punch seemed to cleave the forest in two. An old man, seeing the smoke rise, muttered to himself, "An attack that can break Demon Human Valley's barrier?" At this moment, the Demon Emperor counterattacked. "Demonic Sky Shatter," he said proudly. "Here it comes." Suddenly, the move Demonic Sky Shatter attacked him. The Demon Emperor laughed joyfully. "Such extraordinary talent. My demonic path is truly blessed. He sent Changxiao flying with a single palm, then shouted, I've lost interest in continuing to entangle with you two. The demon emperor quickly flew elsewhere. Bati began to worry. It seems the Wangu sect is in dire straits this time. The demon emperor's body was quite damaged. He said to the demon emperor, living for 10,000 years and still so reckless, what if you scare the children? The demon emperor's face twisted. 7 Zon Saint Venerable's legacy. With such a person protecting the demonic path, our demonic path will surely welcome the strongest female demon emperor, Bati responded. To be able to speak the title of 7 Zon Saint Venerable, kid, you're more impressive than I thought. The demon emperor ignored his words, looking at Mangying and saying, little devil, no wonder the innate demonic path spiritual body would attach itself to you. Your demonic talent has reached the point of being hated by gods and ghosts. The demon emperor enthusiastically made a gun shape with his hand and pointed it at the little girl's head. Then I shall aid the prosperous era of the demonic path. Next, he drew a wisp of black energy from his mind and the black energy condensed into a book. The demon emperor handed the book to the little girl. This demon emperor's handbook records all my cultivation techniques and experience. It will definitely help you. Mangying took the book, dutifully bowing her head and replying, thank you, demon emperor brother. He repeated in surprise, brother? The demon emperor laughed joyfully. Calling me brother? That's quite a difference in seniority. How about calling me master? Never mind, I'm not worthy to be your master. He bent down, looking at the little girl, and continued happily. Because I cannot, like your master, patiently guide your growth little by little. Mangying innocently asked, why? He calmly replied. Because when I saw you, the last shred of my obsession with reviving the demonic path also dissipated, the demon emperor mused. Having lived for 10,000 years, I've lived long enough. Let me dissipate in this demon-human valley. He then gently flew high into the sky. The demon emperor summoned 3 souls' annihilation, and he seemed to feel even more relaxed, fighting endlessly when alive, yet imprisoned by obsession after death. It's time. His body began to gradually dissipate. My life, in fact, was just a boring existence. You may go. The demon emperor was enjoying this feeling when he suddenly heard Mangying's voice. How do I open this book? Hurry up and go, he said helplessly. Don't force it open. Inject demonic energy into the knot and the ropes will slowly loosen. I said don't force it open, the little girl exclaimed. It's open. The demon emperor breathed a sigh of relief and said, 3 souls' annihilation. Now I can leave in peace. Mangying complained. The handwriting is too ugly, he helplessly retorted. That's a book for you to cultivate the demonic path, not for you to practice calligraphy. As the demon emperor's soul merged with the wind, the little girl stammered, 3 souls' annihilation. The demon emperor's art. This book contains all the cultivation techniques created by my beast sect used for cooking. He was startled and shouted, what in the world are you reading? The demon emperor's art is the cultivation technique I created throughout my life. How could it be a cookbook? Mangying innocently replied. Duoduo said those 2 words mean cookbook. The demon emperor continued to roar in frustration. Stop associating with that illiterate person. Then he threw himself back into the 3 souls' annihilation. But Mangying didn't seem to stop, continuing to complain. This painting is too ugly. It would be cuter with a few little skirts. He was finally enraged. That's a demonic energy circulation map. What does beauty or ugliness matter? Moreover, that's this emperor's image. Why add skirts? The demon emperor flew up and down, pointing at the little girl. Bati asked, dumbfounded. What is the demon emperor doing? Changxiao happily replied. Avoiding education. Mangying flipped to the last page of the book and cheered. This is already the last chapter. The demonic path endures forever. Oh, after reading for so long, I finally understood one sentence. Of course it's our Wangu sect that will endure forever. The demon emperor, drinking water behind her, was so startled by these words that he spat out all the water in his mouth. He turned to Bati and asked, has this girl's talent always been so vague? You replied helplessly, with folded arms. She doesn't like cultural lessons, though her academic performance is just stable. The demon emperor was almost on the verge of collapse. Perhaps this is the calamity of our demonic path. Perhaps we are about to be annihilated. Sensing that she was being underestimated, Mangying pointed at the sky and performed a demonic art. Demonic energy violently erupted from the girl's body, and a loud bang startled the demon emperor. He was alarmed, never expecting. Demon card monster. This girl actually combined all the moves I used before into one? Mangying walked forward, pulling on his clothes and whining, Demon Emperor Master, can you stay in the Wangu sect to teach Mangying demonic cultivation? Mangying is very smart and will definitely not make Demon Emperor Master angry. The little girl's cuteness broke through the Demon Emperor's psychological defense. He seemed to be ignited with professional zeal, clenching his hands and gritting his teeth, determined. My disciple must be the smartest in the world. This emperor will use his remnant soul to accompany your growth and help you become the new Demon Emperor. Mangying proudly held up 2 fingers to Bati, a smile playing on her lips. You looked at him again with scrutinizing eyes, finding an expert who had almost reached the martial emperor realm, yet feeling no joy at all. Xiaomo still didn't understand why her cute, smart, pure Xiaoging would have a personality like that kid. If you weren't an undercover agent, I would definitely beat you up. That garlic-head kid sighed as he looked at the spatial temporal gate before him. When will the Wangu sect leave? So it's our turn to enter Demon-Human Valley. Why aren't you worried at all? My heart is about to jump out. Xiaomo, however, believed there was nothing to worry about. From what I know of them, if they can leave us a single brick, that would already be considered somewhat responsible. That garlic-head kid curiously asked, "How do you know the Wangu sect so well? But you do resemble one of their disciples," Xiaomo angrily shouted. "I have an irreconcilable feud with the Wangu sect, so of course I have to study them carefully." Changxiao walked out of the spatial temporal gate looking exhausted. Everyone cheered when they saw him. "Oh, someone's out," a bald disciple stood there, sighing. "Oh, Sect Master Jun came out really fast, but don't be discouraged. After all, the intensity of Demon Human Valley isn't something a second-rate sect can easily endure. Seeing that you are all safe and sound, you probably didn't experience any fierce battles, did you?" Changxiao glanced at him and feigned misery. "You second-rate and third-rate sects really put me through a lot of trouble." The bald disciple was startled and asked, "Why does Sect Master Jun say that?" Changxiao explained in a flat tone, "Demon Human Valley was all desert. We searched for a long time but couldn't find anything valuable. Let alone demonic energy, even spiritual energy was pitifully scarce." The disciple didn't believe him. He stuck his head into the spatial temporal gate wanting to check. "Impossible, I just saw a pillar of spiritual energy soaring into the sky." The bald disciple's eyes widened in panic when he saw the scene inside. He screamed in terror, "How can Demon Human Valley be empty? And all the barriers are disintegrating and shrinking." After a while, the bald disciple was pushed back. He lost his balance in panic and fell to the ground. The spatial temporal gate gradually dissipated into the air. The bald disciple's eyes wide and dumbfounded. Did Demon Human Valley disappear? He couldn't believe it. Did the Wangu sect already take away some important treasure from Demon Human Valley? Something's not right. They show no signs of fighting, and their aura is as stable as it was before entering. Are they just pretending? How can we confirm? Xiaomo gritted his teeth and questioned, "Li Qingyang, have you forgotten your half-brother? I've now joined the Tai Zan Holy Sect and am no longer suppressed by you." Qingyang immediately understood the problem. Was Xiaomo planning to put on a show here? He quickly played along. "You are Su Xiaomo," angrily gritting his teeth and charging at Qingyang. "You've caused me so much harm. You don't even remember my name." "Remember my name, Su Gusheng." Hearing him say this, Tianqian was so angry she wanted to rush over. Changxiao pulled her hand and reminded her, "Tianqian, don't be angry, it's just a name. Let's see what tricks he's trying to pull." Immediately, Xiaomo and Qingyang cooperated with each other. From the outside, it looked like they were fighting, but in reality they were physically touching each other while communicating in low voices. "What happened?" Xiaomo whispered. "The Tai Zan Holy Sect is already suspicious. Luer asked me to pretend to probe them. The funds are depleted. I demand an increase in the budget for undercover missions." Qingyang didn't understand. "Didn't I just approve your overdraft for next month?" Xiaomo listed a series of reasons. Mingling with their disciples, collecting intelligence, dating. It's all to build closer relationships with some key disciples to unearth deeper secrets. How can that not cost money? After a few rounds, the two rolled over and separated. Xiaomo took a running jump, leaping high. Qingyang struck a blow and the ground cracked into several pieces. Xiaomo stuffed a piece of paper into his pocket, then fiercely kicked the bald disciple. He noticed the moves were fluid without any stagnation, and his spiritual energy was abundant, showing no signs of depletion from intense combat. It seemed the changes in Demon Human Valley truly had nothing to do with them. Perhaps the last time too much demonic energy was consumed, so Demon Human Valley needed more time to recover. Changxiao led the way and said, "This trip to Demon Human Valley was truly fruitful, not to mention the divine weapons, cultivation techniques and treasures of successive demon emperors. Just obtaining the demon emperor's remnant soul is already a huge gain. However, speaking of which, shouldn't there be a few evil forces appearing right about now to give us another wave of benefits?" Meanwhile, a group of people was flying through the air with a coffin in the middle. Changxiao and his disciples exclaimed in surprise, "9 saints pulling a coffin." From the sky, people from the dark sect descended with a whoosh, and in the very center was a large box like a vertical coffin. Those people landed on the ground with a loud thud. The ground shattered and dust billowed. The coffin door opened. A faint wisp of smoke also drifted out. A powerful demonic energy emanated, but Changxiao and the others showed no alarm. A half-saint stepped forward, bowing respectfully and extending an invitation. "Jun Changxiao of the Wangu sect, my patriarch invites you. Don't be intimidated by this overwhelming demonic energy." He looked sharply ahead but then sensed something again. "We bear no ill will." Seeing that Changxiao and the others showed no excessive reaction, he secretly thought, "These people don't seem scared at all." Changxiao was still staring blankly at the coffin. "It seems even weaker than the demon emperor." The half-saint spread his arms and pointed into the coffin. "Our patriarch is waiting inside. Does Sect Master Jun dare to personally enter for the feast?" Woody interjected nonchalantly. "It's a small matter. The person inside can't beat you." Mengying stood in front of Changxiao and also reminded him, "Master said if you make a move you can kill him." Changxiao confidently walked forward, cracking his knuckles as if warming up, preparing for battle. "All right, then I'll go see your Hongmen banquet. I also want to see why your dark sect has repeatedly troubled our Wangu sect." His figure gradually entered the door on the coffin, his voice still echoing, "Do you like being a child to deliver invitations?" He glanced at the words on the door, a little surprised, then sensed something again exaggerated, also very familiar. Inside, a person was sitting at a table pouring tea with a huge screen behind him. As he poured the tea he said, in just a few years a minor sect has managed to develop so prosperously. Even first and second-rate sects dare not underestimate them. Sect Master Jun, your current abilities have reached an unimaginable level. Changxiao unceremoniously put one foot on the table, leaned in close to him, and questioned suspiciously while secretly threatening. You know that much, so what does your dark sect want to do now? Are you offering tea instead of wine, trying to pledge allegiance to my sect? I'm telling you, this matter won't be resolved without 2 spirit stone mines. That person extended 2 fingers, pushed the freshly poured teacup into his hand, and calmly replied, unlike Sect Master Jun's absolute authority over the Wangu sect, my dark sect has a long history and has already formed factions. Several elders of the dark sect have always wanted to contact Sect Master Jun in their own way. Changxiao raised the teacup to his lips, his eyes fixed on the person scrutinizing him. Contact me? So you ambushed us, but then you need our help for something? That person stood up, hands behind his back, and said faintly, ambush? Perhaps to those old fellows it was more like reconnaissance of your strength. For thousands of years my dark sect has wanted to do one thing. He turned sideways, glanced at Changxiao, his tone emphasizing, something that desperately needs powerful allies. He walked slowly, step by step, reiterating an unchanging law. In this world, martial emperors are the pinnacle. Those who transcend this realm will enter a higher state. So the rules of this world are all decided by martial emperors. However, Changxiao didn't care what he said, only looking at the teacup in his hand, secretly thinking, it tastes pretty good. That person continued his long story. The Great War of Martial Emperors back then even shattered the 12 provinces of the world. Besides the 9 provinces of the continent, there are 3 provinces far overseas forming their own world. The power of a martial emperor is much stronger than a martial saint, and can be seen as the realm of gods. Hearing this, Changxiao glanced at him but remained silent. A thought popped into his mind. Are those 3 overseas provinces about to unlock new maps? That person continued his story. This could also be considered a blessing for the Starfall continent. Thousands of years ago, in just an instant, suddenly his whole body emitted black energy and his eyes became more serious. All martial emperors suddenly disappeared. This was originally a turning point in the situation here. He, like a storyteller, summarized everything that had happened in history. Alas, even though the martial emperors are gone, the forces they left behind are already deeply rooted in the Starfall continent. Old Man Taishuan left the Taishuan Holy Sect, the Yuan Ding Holy Sect inherited from the Great Desolate Martial Emperor. Old Man Taishuan left the Taishuan Holy Sect, and the Yuan Ding Holy Sect inherited from the Great Desolate Martial Emperor. The descendants of the Lingzhu Martial Emperor founded the Haoyue Holy Sect, and his tone became sharp. Detecting the dissatisfaction in his voice, they occupy the most spiritually abundant places on the continent, possess the richest mining resources, and can freely recruit the most talented disciples. Saying this, he suddenly slapped the table. He stood supporting himself with his hands in front of Changxiao, his voice high-pitched and angry, and to eternally maintain their rule. They also spare no effort to suppress small sects that might threaten their interests. Whether it's our dark sect or the heaven-defying gang, we've all experienced such situations, and even Sect Master Jun's Wangu sect is no exception. After finishing the story, that person seemed to be luring Changxiao, urging him to join forces. Sect Master Jun, do you wish to be like our dark sect, forever hiding in the shadows, growing in obscurity? Join forces with us. Let's change this world together. He only curved his lips and said an unrelated phrase, it tastes good. He had no patience to sit any longer, so he stood up to leave, his eyes deep and gloomy. The dark sect is a descendant of the demonic path, naturally not tolerated by the great righteous path. Please don't confuse yourselves with old ways, heaven-defying gang. Even the situation you speak of wanting to change, he walked to the door, exposing the dark sect's true purpose, is merely to replace those first-rate sects, allowing the dark sect to enjoy the best resources. Even if successful, what changes would this situation bring? He raised his hand and waved at the sect master behind him, chuckling. At most it would just change the flags on the road. Our Wangu sect doesn't seek to rule. We only want to become the strongest, neither bullying others nor being bullied and then changing the injustices in this world. Thank you for your hospitality, sect master. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, that sect master hastily called out to him. Surely he had already prepared a second plan for this matter. Sect Master Jun, from what I know, his next words indeed made Changxiao stop. He didn't see Changxiao's face gradually darken. As if he had grasped Changxiao's weakness, he uttered threatening words. There is a disciple in your Wangu sect who should not exist. If this matter were to accidentally spread, perhaps the Wangu sect would become the enemy of the entire Starfall continent. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang erupted. Dazzling light obscured everyone's vision of what happened. The power was too immense. Even the people of the dark sect outside had to retreat 3 paces. Woody stood with his arms crossed, unsurprised. Had the negotiation failed? Smoke filled the air. Vaguely visible in the smoke were Changxiao and the sect master. Changxiao still gripped his head, holding him high, his tone mocking and threatening. Don't I have a bit of demonic flair too? The man hastily explained. Sect Master Jun, please rest assured I only wish to cooperate. Regarding that disciple, I will definitely not reveal anything. Changxiao ignored his words. He flashed a cunning and sinister smile, his grip not lessening. I only fear trouble, never anyone's threats, but I'm also very curious. He leaned closer to the man, a dangerous and contemptuous expression on his face, his grip already crushing the man's mask. Which disciple are you referring to? There are too many disciples who fit your description. I don't know who you mean. The man was startled by these words, his tone filled with surprise and fear. You mean you have more than one disciple who could become a public enemy of the world? The half-saint who had initially invited Changxiao, seeing him gripping their sect master, fearlessly rushed forward shouting, "Release the sect master!" Just then Wudi pushed a massive door through the air blocking his attack. Changxiao glanced behind him, his eyes sharp, warning the dark sect's followers, "Truly unruly. Don't you see that your sect master and I are discussing important matters?" He smirked cunningly again, his words filled with contempt and mockery. "A bunch of base, incompetent, cowardly rats. If you take another step, I might accidentally crush your sect master's head." The people of the dark sect were indeed scared by these words, cold sweat streaming down their faces, not daring to act rashly, and retreated. The dark sect master knew he was no match for Changxiao. He sincerely spoke, trying to defuse the situation. "Sect Master Jun, don't be impulsive. We are not enemies. Regarding that disciple, I will not reveal a single word." His gaze passed through Changxiao, looking at Mengying standing in the distance. "After all, that child is the hope of our demonic path. I would never destroy the future of the demonic path." These words actually infuriated Changxiao. Veins bulged on Changxiao's hand as he forcefully gripped the man's face. "That child has never made a move outside, yet you know about her and even dared to monitor us? You have already embarked on a path of seeking death." It was then that the dark sect master truly became afraid. He struggled to grab Changxiao's arm, denying Changxiao's words. "We weren't monitoring. It's because when a child with a natural demonic physique awakens, all our demonic experts can sense it. This is also an important reason why our dark sect has continuously probed the Wangu sect." Only then did Changxiao release him, letting him fall heavily to the ground. Changxiao coldly said, "It seems your dark sect also has some tricks." The man's mask was almost shattered. He stared at Changxiao, his words carrying some deeper meaning. "You flatter me. Even if we used all the dark sect's methods, we still couldn't discover that Sect Master Jun's strength had reached this level. According to our latest intelligence, Sect Master Jun should only be on par with me. At the peak of Martial Emperor." He hesitantly voiced his guess, "but now it seems you have already touched the realm of Martial Saint." After hearing this, Changxiao's eyes turned red, staring at him intently, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Sensing an ominous premonition, he limped to his feet and cleverly retreated. "In that case, the conditions I prepared earlier probably won't impress Sect Master Jun. I sincerely wish to befriend the Wangu sect. Please allow me to reconsider and we can discuss cooperation again next time." Changxiao put his hands in his pockets. He looked at the dark sect master, sneered contemptuously, and warned him and his subordinates, "With 9 half-saints following you, it seems your status in the dark sect is quite high. Whether we cooperate or not is for later. I just hope you can manage the dark sect's minions well and don't extend your reach here again." His eyes and tone turned cold, and Xingchen behind him also laughed excitedly. "Otherwise, we have an old acquaintance of yours who is eager to reminisce with you." The dark sect master was truly intimidated by Changxiao's strength. He respectfully lowered his head and assured, "I will strictly discipline the people of the dark sect." Changxiao replied, "I hope so. By the way," as he spoke, he swiftly waved his hand with imperceptible speed, aiming for the mask on the dark sect master's face. "I'm not used to negotiating with people who constantly hide their faces." Immediately another hand appeared, rushing like lightning. It was Zilin's hand. He grabbed Changxiao's outstretched arm, stopping his action. He gave Changxiao a sharp look. "Don't harm the sect master." Changxiao's face showed no surprise. He even smiled cunningly. "You finally couldn't hide it, could you?" He pointed arrogantly behind him, saying triumphantly, "The force of my punch already accounts for your intervention. Whether it's you or your sect master, I don't need allies who like to hide their faces." It was then that Zilin realized. He looked back and the mask had already shattered. Fragments fell one by one, and beneath the mask was a face of exquisite beauty, difficult to tell if it was male or female. That beauty left Changxiao stunned. Tianchen through her veil also praised, "What a handsome man." The dark sect master bowed, and the half-saints behind him also gathered. He lowered his head and said, "Sect Master Jun, you jest. I shall take my leave first. Until next time." With that, the group vanished, stirring up dust. After they left, Changxiao and the others stood in silence for a moment. Then everyone began to discuss the dark sect master's gender. "Is it a man?" "It's a woman." Changxiao turned to Tianchen blankly and said, "It's a woman, more handsome than me. How could it be a man? It must be a woman." Tianchen, however, had the opposite opinion. "It's clearly a man. Qingyang is more handsome than you," Changxiao retorted. "I've never bathed with Qingyang, so I reserve judgment." Qingyang even initiated a poll among the disciples to determine if the dark sect master was male or female. Meanwhile, the demon emperor walked over from behind Changxiao, having something to say. "I heard you say just now," he asked, "have all the martial emperors on Starfall continent disappeared without even a trace?" Changxiao grinned. "That's right, Lord Demon Emperor. You must feel a sense of reunion after a long separation, right? After all, those martial emperors who besieged you have also vanished without a trace." He didn't expect the demon emperor to deny it completely. "When I left Demon Human Valley, I could still sense their aura. It's in the direction of Central Reverence Province, about 30,000 li from here. They are all there, all 9 martial emperors. All there." Hearing this, Changxiao had already guessed the exact location, his face twitching. "The 10 Directions Death Tower." The demon emperor turned around in surprise and asked him, I just gave a rough location, how did you know? The system prompt sounded. Ding. Side quest 7, mission prerequisite. Within 1 month led disciples through the 10 directions Death Tower. Mission failed if not completed within the time limit. All cultivation realms in the sect will be sealed for 1 year. Mission reward. At this point Changxiao trembled all over. He was in a state of extreme excitement, his eyes filled with determination, and his smile grew even more maniacal. Finally, a new side quest has refreshed. Although it's just a prerequisite quest, it will definitely help the Wangu sect's strength improve further. But the name of this place we have to go through doesn't sound very good. To carry out the mission, Changxiao went to Elder Wei to ask for more information. Elder Wei, hearing him mention that place, said in surprise, "The 10 Directions Death Tower, why does the Sect Master suddenly want to go there? That place isn't somewhere you can just go to casually." Elder Wei recounted, the 10 Directions Death Tower is said to have been jointly refined by ancient martial emperors in Central Reverence Province, and it might also be their burial ground. Legend has it that countless martial emperor legacies are preserved within, making it the most precious place on Starfall continent. Changxiao was stunned again. "I see, such precious treasures must have been occupied by first and second-rate sects, so if we want to go, we need to plan ahead." Elder Wei softly said, "Why so much trouble? People call it a legend. In fact, it's just an ancient tower that has been passed down. You can enter by buying a ticket. I think it's even free during the recent holidays." Elder Wei's face suddenly turned serious and he continued with some caution, "I was fortunate enough to visit once back then, and only then did I realize how short-sighted I was." Elder Wei recalled the surging crowd eager to enter the 10 Directions Death Tower. The magnificent sight there made him realize for the first time what it meant to be Starfall continent's most popular tourist attraction. Truly one of a kind. Changxiao was speechless, his mind blank. It was then that he understood one thing. So the system gave me 1 month. Is it to queue up to get in? Xiaomo and Changxiao's feet hovered in the air. Xiaomo asked, "Sect Master, what urgent mission requires me to be called here?" Changxiao glanced at him and explained, "I'm undercover. If I'm discovered, wouldn't my identity be exposed?" He continued, his face slightly creased from being squeezed by the crowd. "In this situation, even a martial saint couldn't easily approach us, and haven't you already shed your disguise?" Beside them was a group of hawkers. "Melon seeds, peanuts, Mom, I want this. Who stepped on my shoe? When did I lose my shoe?" "The 10 Directions Death Tower still has them." Changxiao frowned and commented, "This might be your land of fortune in the eyes of others. This was our stairway to heaven." They looked at the tower. 5 hours ago, the Demon Emperor surprisingly counted the objects before him and said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so many. This 10 Directions Death Tower is indeed not simple," he continued to Changxiao. "Back then, my enemies attacked me, and even those martial emperors left their aura in this tower. To be precise, this tower seems to have sealed their legacies." Changxiao looked in the same direction, asking somewhat incredulously, "Are there really martial emperor legacies? Then why has it become a tourist attraction?" The Demon Emperor continued his explanation. "The formation was destroyed and the scattered star array fragments caused temporal spatial disorder. To enter and obtain ancient legacies, the death rate is even higher than dying without a burial place." The Demon Emperor's pupils reflected the tower. He said, "This tower's formation originated from the entire Starfall continent. Perhaps it was jointly set up by those so-called righteous martial emperors to preserve their cultivation legacies." He then further elaborated on the tower's fate. "This tower was originally meant to coexist with Starfall continent, but unfortunately after the Demon Emperor, was killed, they still fought among themselves." The Demon Emperor recalled the past. "The world shattered, the 3 provinces drifted, and Starfall continent's spiritual energy declined to its current extremely thin state. This legacy ground also turned into ruins," Changxiao said after listening. "Can this formation be restored?" Old Gen, the person named, immediately appeared. Old Gen used his ability to appraise the formation, then concluded, "This formation has lost its foundation. Yin and Yang are unbalanced, and the core is chaotic, making it almost impossible to fully restore. But this tower contains its own 10 small worlds. I will try to use the power of the small worlds themselves to restore the major flaws in the formation." After speaking, he chanted a spell and light immediately appeared around him. The crowd around the tower looked left and right in surprise. They began to discuss, was there an earthquake? He sneered, blood already staining the corner of his mouth. Then exhausted, he cast the spell again, drenched in sweat, explaining to Changxiao, "As expected of a formation created by ancient martial emperors, it's impossible to restore all the array points from outside the formation. Someone must enter the formation to cooperate and slowly remove the hidden formations." Changxiao asked again, "Enter the formation?" Old Gen, although exhausted, still smiled and replied, "I have completed restoring the entrance to the 10 Directions Death Tower. The Sect Master can lead his disciples into the tower to challenge the formation. Just consider the blood I spat out as a waste." Old Gen continued to instruct. "But according to the formation information transmitted to the 10 Directions Death Tower, no more than 10 people can enter each time, and their age cannot exceed 100 years. Changxiao pondered for a moment after hearing this, then said, "Then I probably know what to do." Old Gen suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, Sect Master, I also restored a small function of the formation that you might like." Changxiao glanced at it, somewhat interested. On the other hand, those standing in front of the tower were still admiring it. They discussed, "Is this the relic of an ancient martial emperor? It's indeed magnificent." the person next to him added. It was worth the trip. The fat man saw a few people appear and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, how did those few people get over there? Aren't you, the manager, going to do something?" Changxiao raised his hand and began to chant, "Infinite vastness, laws of the universe." Light immediately appeared around the tower in the shape of a yellow talisman. The entrance door slightly opened and a few wisps of red smoke drifted out. He shouted, "Rise 10 directions, tower." The sound startled those outside. He kicked the door open and the trial began. A figure immediately appeared in the air, flying swiftly and shouting, "Stop!" Changxiao glanced at him and politely said, "City Lord Han, long time no see." City Lord Han landed, continuing his words, "Sect Master Jun, you absolutely must not enter the 10 Directions Death Tower because the formation has been destroyed. There is only endless danger within, and the legacies recorded in ancient texts are no longer effective," he explained. "I rushed here because I don't want everyone to sacrifice themselves in vain. 3,000 years ago, there were also incredibly talented individuals who wanted to enter the tower, but they died in the 6th world, gaining nothing." However, City Lord Han's words did not stop Changxiao. They slammed the door shut in his astonished gaze. City Lord Han could only helplessly observe from outside, muttering with a frown, "What a pity, such a promising sect is destined to go in and never return. I was just about to inform them that the Wangu sect was the first sect chosen for the Southwest Yang Province Heroes competition list." As soon as he finished speaking, Changxiao's image appeared before City Lord Han. A huge grinning human-shaped frame. Changxiao spoke. "Hello, can you hear me?" City Lord Han exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, my image formation," one of his subordinates appeared and reported to the City Lord. "They seem to have forcibly taken over the image formation. Now, just like during the Dragon-Tiger hegemony, the entire Starfall continent can see the images." City Lord Han sighed. "Heavens, do you want the entire continent to watch you die?" Here, Changxiao sneered and addressed the crowd in a not-so-low voice. "This function added by Old Man Zhende is truly useful. Come everyone, let's explore the pagoda together. After passing through this path we should reach the first world." A ray of light suddenly appeared, dazzling Changxiao. He looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, "Is this inside the tower? This is completely a paradise." Then Changxiao speculated, could the world within the tower have been continuously evolving on its own? A voice resonated in their minds. "I am Martial Emperor Dahuang who created the Dahuang land here. If my descendants pass through, they will have an opportunity to temper their muscles and bones. Those with destiny may even inherit the Dahuang physique." As soon as the voice fell, Changxiao and his companions felt something unusual. They were suddenly suppressed, with gravity increasing by 20 times. "This first world seems to be the first level of our trial tower." City Lord Han outside exclaimed in surprise. 20 times gravity under such immense pressure, the Wangu sect members can actually withstand it. They truly live up to their reputation as a body-refining sect, the person next to him interjected. "Not exactly." They looked at the young man and commented. One person immediately knelt down. "I remember his name seemed to be Yi Xingchen." Changxiao displayed a professional smile and said, "Next, the entire process of our challenge will be broadcast live across the continent. Everyone must be energized. You will be a living advertisement for the Wangu sect's future recruitment, and you must live up to the number of fans you gained in the Dragon-Tiger hegemony." However, Xingchen was stunned. He looked at himself, sunken by the gravity, and murmured to those around him, "What the hell, under such strong gravity, how can you all stand so steadily?" The green-haired person next to him looked at him and replied somewhat mockingly, "It's high, it only feels about 20 times bigger. Did you stay up late last night?" Xingchen shivered uncomfortably and said, "I can't even lift my neck. Is it really only 20 times? The gravity on me must be at least 100 times heavier." Changxiao transmitted his voice to him, and Xingchen suddenly understood. "Xingchen, there's a limit here that you can't be over 100 years old. Does that include your previous life's age?" He trembled, supporting himself, and replied with a grim face, "When I died 3,000 years ago, this broken tower had already appeared. Even the martial emperors of my era couldn't recognize my previous life. I thought ancient martial emperors were the same. But now it seems." He looked up and finally concluded, "There's also a world of difference between martial emperors." Changxiao stood next to Xingchen and said, "Those ancient martial emperors clearly wanted to cultivate new talents for the Starfall continent. What grand aspirations!" Xingchen continued his words. "Those strong individuals must have already ascended to the upper realm." Xiaomo suddenly pointed and shouted, making Xingchen and Changxiao look in the direction she was pointing. "Ha! Didn't the Demon Emperor say that this tower also contains the residual aura of those martial emperors? Can incomplete souls also ascend to the upper realm?" Xingchen abruptly turned around and said vigilantly, "Could those ancient martial emperors have all fallen? Who could have killed them?" Changxiao also spoke. "Could it be that they were severely injured and couldn't heal after fighting the Demon Emperor? But even so, it wouldn't lead to total annihilation," he continued. "Could it be internal strife leading to a complete massacre? That sounds a bit far-fetched. And they just painstakingly built the 10 Directions Death Tower. Why would they destroy the continent and ruin this treasure?" A petal gently landed on Changxiao. He smiled and continued, "These mysterious matters are too far removed from us. Let's focus on the present. For example, with you parading around the continent covered in makeup, how will you ever show your face again? Should I spread the news that you were drained of life by purple? If so, others will only mock your character and not doubt your abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the petal also touched him, immediately pressing him into the ground. Xingqian, seeing his astonished expression, laughed so hard he almost fell over. Serves you right. Changxiao got up, looking around. This deep pit was made by a falling petal. In the sky the petals gathered, and a threatening voice came from above. Since you're acting like this emperor will increase the difficulty for you. The petals flew towards them like gravity bullets. Xingqian looked up worriedly and said, others have 20 times gravity, but I have 100 times. That petal rain is already terrifying. How can I resist? They fell, creating a very deep pit. Xingqian got up, his eyes a little sore from the dust. The green-haired Zuiji actually blocked that attack for him, then sighed and said, it hurts a bit. I said it. I will never ever let any senior or junior brother fall before me again, he then added. Those who willingly kneel don't count. Xingqian felt a pang in his heart. Was he subtly referring to me? Meanwhile, outside the tower you were constantly cheering for the green-haired Zuiji and the red-haired Xingqian. Zuiji and Xingqian are so cute, they're gone. Zuiji is so strong. Xingqian is so cute, falling flat on his face. I said it. Xingqian is the female lead. City Lord Han asked his attendant, who are these people? The man quickly explained. Thanks to his outstanding performance in the Dragon Tiger hegemony, the Wangu sect attracted many fans, but their strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Under 20 times gravity they can still easily withstand that attack. City Lord Han still frowned, not letting down his guard. However, the formation inside the tower has been damaged. Even if they complete the challenge, they won't receive any rewards, so what's the point of their trip? Are they just going to their deaths? He continued. Moreover, within the formation the Wangu sect members were fighting against the gravity petals. City Lord Han asked in confusion, why do they bring a burden to such a rare location? His gaze focused on the girl with closed eyes who was being protected. Compared to Xiao Zuiji, that person's strength is far too green. After going in, that person will only sit cross-legged to resist Dawang's pressure. Even specially assigned 2 experts to protect her. Someone behind explained, that young woman is Shangguan Xinyao, Shangguan Hong's niece. She belongs to the academic faction. Unlike the Wangu sect's practical fighters, she can create hundreds of martial arts techniques every day. Possessing unique inspiration and creativity in the Wangu sect, only 3 people in the entire sect can comprehend the Kimen 32 formations, and she is one of them. Most importantly, old man Zhende continued to sneer with a proud expression on his face and continued to introduce, that person is precisely old man Zhende Jun's only closed-door disciple. The kind of closed-door disciple that doesn't need to close the door. City Lord Han looked at the old man and commented, Zhende Jun, I know you. You were the formation master of the heaven-defying gang back then. I heard you broke through to formation emperor at 300 years old. Truly young and promising, the old man politely replied. City Lord Han, centuries have passed and you don't have a single wrinkle. It seems I also need to research anti-aging and beauty formations. You're living quite comfortably in the Wangu sect. Old man Wei, I heard your Wangu sect has made a lot of money recently. So you secretly activated my image formation, right? It costs 10,000 spirit stones to run. Pay up, he continued. You'd rather betray your brothers. Your niece won't find him either. In room A in the back mountain of the Wangu sect, a sect master said money is just a number. They were discussing all sorts of things. Just then old man Zhende suddenly pointed excitedly at the pagoda and shouted, look, they've passed the first level. The ground where they stood was covered in craters. Changxiao and the Wangu sect members successfully passed, leaving behind heavy petals on the ground. These petals, even demonic modified demon firearms, are not much different. The voice sounded again. Congratulations on passing all challenges. You may enter the second level space, including those of you who won while kneeling. Xingqian, whose name was called, was startled. Changxiao felt around and then said, Xingqian is slowly getting up. The pressure is finally gone, but as expected there are no rewards. He looked at Shangguan Xinyao and asked, how's Xinyao doing? She replied, progress is not ideal. Typically, a grand formation has hundreds of array patterns, and then she began to elaborate more specifically. Whereas the formation in this tower has at least tens of thousands of array patterns. Too many random points and breaks. I am rearranging them using the Saint formula, but the efficiency is still too low. Fortunately, the divine book the Sect Master gave me also contains things like discrete mechanics and topology. Next, I plan to try using A for loop. The person next to her heard her say this and asked Changxiao, Sect Master, what book did you give Xinyao? Why do I feel like I recognize every word? But when combined, he was completely bewildered. Changxiao replied, Advanced Mathematics. Xinyao smiled and continued to explain, but I have slightly adjusted some formation parameters, raising the age limit for entering the tower to 350 years, so senior brother Xingqian won't have to keep kneeling. Upon hearing this, Xingqian's face revealed a lewd smile. With this advantage, excellent. Let the Starfall continent once again witness my Yi Xingqian's power. Soon they arrived at the second level. Here, Xingqian was still kneeling on the second level. He cried profusely, feeling very wronged and unfair. Why? Water floated in the air. Changxiao observed the liquid in his hand, secretly thinking, is this the second world? He couldn't help but exclaim, the ancient martial emperors sure knew how to have fun. Water appeared before them. Changxiao and the Wangu sect members looked around, momentarily unable to find a way to move. Xiaomo's foot touched the water's surface, then he commented, and this seawater seems a bit sticky. Another mysterious voice sounded again, making them look in that direction. I am Martial Emperor Chongfeng, who created this azure wave world. If any of you descendants can pass through, you will gain an opportunity to temper your movement techniques. Those with destiny may even inherit the Gale physique. Xingqian walked with his hands in his pockets and said, I once heard that Martial Emperor Changfeng was renowned for his speed, and it was widely rumored that his movement technique was as fast as flowing light, but his power should be related to wind. What does it have to do with water? However, the seawater quickly entangled his legs, pulling him down to a kneeling position just like in the first level. Xingqian himself was surprised by this. He stammered, "Didn't they say the restrictions had been lifted? I was less than 3 years old when I died, and with this life, it's impossible to exceed 150 years. Changxiao suppressed his laughter, his body trembling, trying hard to squeeze out an explanation. "Maybe it also counted the 3,000 years you were dormant, who knows, maybe you'll get used to kneeling?" He touched the water's surface and commented, "This water has 50 times the resistance of ordinary water." Then he used the 7 Zan River light break, and the water surrounded the light ball he created. It was gradually swallowed, making Changxiao comment, "This water can also absorb external spiritual energy. It seems this world only allows spiritual energy to act upon ourselves." He glanced around, then murmured, "Martial Emperor Dawing's first-level challenge was clearly meant to train the physique. This is Martial Emperor Dawing's cultivation method, so Martial Emperor Changfeng's challenge must also be related to speed." Changxiao continued to observe, muttering, "Shark-like shadows have appeared beneath the water, but with water above and below. How do we test speed? Is it about dodging something?" The shark surfaced from below the water, its jaws wide open, ferociously charging towards Changxiao. He frowned and waved his hand, punching. Changxiao commented, "The scales are too hard and slippery, there's no point of impact." He continued to move, then shouted loudly, "Damn it, my speed is too affected in the water." The fish took advantage of his carelessness and bit Changxiao's arm. He continued to cry out uncomfortably, "Being bitten by this fish also drains spiritual energy. Does Martial Emperor Changfeng only allow us to dodge?" Xingqian, kneeling behind him, spoke up to explain. Changxiao glanced at him. "This is an ancient man-eating fish from ancient times. I know its weakness, Sect Master, I'll help you." Xingqian shouted and leapt from the water. "A mere 10 directions, Death Tower, you won't suppress me." Xingqian motioned for Jun Changxiao to hand him his sword and challenged the liquid. "I can fly. Let's see how you'll limit me once I'm out of the water." However, the guardian of the second level interrupted him. "First, cultivators cannot leave the training sea. Second, this emperor dislikes weapons, depriving him of spiritual power." The currents wrapped around Xingqian, taking his weapon and imprisoning him to prevent him from attacking the fish. Jun Changxiao looked at him helplessly. "Tell me, since you're already kneeling there, just keep kneeling obediently. I wasn't planning on stabbing you with a knife." Jun Changxiao had no choice but to pull Xingqian away, scolding him incessantly. "Are you still conscious? What were you about to say about the weakness of the ancient man-eating fish?" Xingqian replied weakly, his words no longer clear. "Its weakness is that I can't take it anymore." Jun Changxiao loudly scolded, "If you have the energy to talk nonsense, why not just tell me its weakness quickly? Wouldn't that be faster?" He landed and explained, "Although the conditions were somewhat harsh, if they were careful, defeating this demonic fish wouldn't be difficult." However, the water surface rippled again, and not one but dozens of similar fish rushed up simultaneously. Jun Changxiao, employing all 36 stratagems, could only run. Jun Changxiao looked at Zuiji and commented indifferently, "Zuji's situation is quite serious too. Fortunately he's thick-skinned, but with the current situation, Xinyao probably can't focus on deciphering the formation." Xinyao, meanwhile, was fully focused on deciphering the formation, spiritual energy flowing through her hands as she muttered. East A, B wood corresponds to Mao, the injury gate corresponds to Zhenzi Azure Dragon. Odd auxiliary and even positive derivative forms a differential. Variables split into 2, integrate both sides. Xiaomo, while protecting her from the seawater urge. "Too slow, it's all messed up." Jun Changxiao and Zuiji, still running, couldn't help but stop to exclaim, "Xiaomo's speed is actually so fast, even Li Fei can't catch up to him now." Zuiji continued, "They both once told me they wanted to go in different directions. Xiaomo leans towards speed, while Li Fei leans towards leg explosiveness." At this moment, the Tai Zan Holy Sect and other sects were live streaming Jun Changxiao's group's tower-challenging battle, with discussions echoing everywhere. "The Eternal Strongest Sect's combat power is indeed extraordinary, but I feel they're not taking it very seriously." Another sect then discussed Xiaomo. "Senior sister, why does this Su Xiaomo resemble junior brother Gusheng so much?" City Lord Han observed from outside, marveling at the Eternal Sect's way of doing things. "The Eternal Sect's battles always surprise me. Even when besieged by ancient demons, they can still joke and evade. However, there's one person I don't quite understand." They looked at the young man whom Jun Changxiao was using as a weapon, and couldn't help but sigh. "This fellow named Yi Xingqian, I remember in the Dragon Tiger hegemony. He was domineering and treated the world like dirt. He's already dizzy. Is he planning to switch to a comedic style now?" Meanwhile, Xiaomo was still diligently protecting Xinyao. While evading the pursuing fish, he spoke, "It's already been over an hour. Why haven't they notified us that we've passed?" Xinyao, while deciphering the formation, replied, "The damage to the formation is getting more severe with time, but it's also through this opportunity to repair the formation that I can slowly erode the control of the formation." She commented, "The person who created this formation must have been a prodigy of extraordinary talent." But before Xinyao was the text of the formation. The large fish swam towards them with its mouth open. Xinyao said to Xiaomo, "Senior brother, no need for this." Xinyao pointed at the fish and the fish immediately disappeared. Only some water bubbles remained. Jun Changxiao's side was similar. He commented wearily, "Did we pass?" The water flowed past their feet, converging to one spot. The ground where the Eternal Sect stood instantly became dry, but a water-shaped figure appeared above their heads. The figure pointed at Xiaomo and spoke. "You did very well," the figure continued. "You can obtain this Emperor's Gale physique." However, there was a moment of silence, and then the figure again wondered why the inheritance couldn't condense before disappearing in front of him. City Lord Han sighed. "They suffered so much for nothing without gaining any benefits." He continued to marvel at Xiaomo's potential. To gain the approval of Martial Emperor Changfeng, this young man named Su Xiaomo has an immeasurable future. But missing out on the Gale physique, it seems everyone in the Eternal Sect is a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, the Eternal Sect members had formed a circle. Zhen Changxiao was the first to speak. "Some things are inconvenient to broadcast live across the continent. It's better if we communicate through spiritual transmission." He continued. "As Xinyao gradually erodes the formation, the 10 Directions Death Tower will begin to resist." At the same time, looking around, "Let's plan our future strategy. Next, we are likely to encounter the highest difficulty mode. Moreover, as we delve deeper into deciphering the formation, it will become increasingly dangerous for Xinyao." He looked left and right, explaining to them. "Next, everyone must fully protect Xinyao, not let her be disturbed. Let her unleash her full strength and never be like a certain person. I won't name names, young master. Yi knows who I'm talking about." His words made Yi Xingqian blush. Zhen Changxiao took out a brocade pouch and said, "Before the 3rd level opens, everyone should take some recovery pills. Seize the time to meditate and adjust to your best state. Xingqian, take a few more." Zhen Changxiao added, "If I'm not mistaken, the next level will be an extreme challenge for our spiritual power." The other members were all meditating. Zhen Changxiao was also channeling his energy, closing his eyes and secretly calculating. "System, you noticed it too, right? That Martial Emperor Changfeng showed confusion when he couldn't pass on his legacy. He wasn't just an image left by the formation. He was more like a wisp of Martial Emperor Changfeng's divine sense," he recalled. "And the 1st level was gravity training for the physique. The 2nd level was speed training. Besides the different forms, this 10 Directions Death Tower is like an upgraded version of the 9-story body tempering pagoda." He guessed. "You created the body tempering pagoda in the first place, so coincidentally, do you know something?" The person pondered for a moment before replying. "Perhaps it's just that those masters, when setting challenges, their philosophies happen to coincide." Zhen Changxiao fell into thought again. Perhaps he was overthinking, but if the body tempering pagoda and the 10 Directions Death Tower were related, what kind of challenge would that extra M layer be? He observed the tower, forming a mental image. Zhen Changxiao meditated and adjusted his breath, and the system within him muttered, "Why didn't I notice it before? I'm actually so smart. Those old acquaintances should be out of the tower by now." Xingqian stood up and asked Zuiji, "Zuiji, help me up." I refused to kneel down level after level. Zuiji looked around and commented, "Xingqian, stop groping around. This level seems to have been destroyed. Before them was a severely damaged wasteland." Zhen Changxiao walked ahead, observing and saying, "It's all ruins, but it looks more like an ancient battlefield here." He picked up a helmet from a set of armor and carefully observed it. Broken armor and weapons were everywhere, but an eye appeared inside the helmet. The voice of the 3rd-level guardian sounded. "I am Martial Emperor Lingju. I created the world of slaughter here." Zhen Changxiao put down the helmet, kicked it away and said while kicking, "Get lost." He waited for a moment, heard no movement and asked in confusion, Why didn't it continue to announce the training content and the rewards upon completion?" Tianqian behind him interjected. "Don't tell me the one who was just kicked away was Martial Emperor Lingju." Zhen Changxiao replied to her. "Don't talk nonsense. He just appeared and hadn't done anything before being knocked down. How could a martial emperor be so weak?" His words stung Xingqian's heart. The 3rd-level guardian spoke. "Fellow juniors, if you defeat this emperor's armored army, you can obtain a chance for spiritual energy tempering, and those with destiny may even obtain the spiritual vein physique inheritance." Xingqian was surprised, seemingly comprehending something from his words. The spiritual vein physique, one of the most powerful bloodlines in ancient times, legendary for its spiritual energy absorption speed, dozens of times that of ordinary people, and its ability to refine and condense spiritual energy, allowing for storage of dozens of times the ordinary amount of spiritual energy at the same realm. This bloodline is destined for me. Zhen Changxiao put his foot on the helmet that rolled to him. Why did this helmet roll back again? A puff of black smoke emerged from the helmet, and a head suddenly appeared before him. Zhen Changxiao slashed it with a saber, splitting the head in two. He sneered and spoke, "Indeed, judging from the body tempering pagoda, this trial is about spiritual power control. This move consumes 10 times more than usual. What a pity. My sect has the one slash which consumes almost no spiritual power." Then he laughed excitedly and shouted, "Martial Emperor Lingju, you've really walked into your own trap. You will surely become the laughingstock among ancient martial emperors. Give it your all. Even Yi Xingqian can handle it." Xingqian didn't understand what he meant. Xiaomo patted Xingqian's shoulder and said, "I believe in you." He sneered, which annoyed Xingqian even more. "Even if we come in last, even if we're incompetent, even if we have to kneel, we can still show the spirit of our eternal strongest sect, even if it's the lowest standard." Xingqian cursed back with one word, "Get lost." Suddenly, both were enveloped by a shadow and they immediately looked up. The thing spoke, You can pass the trial by enduring for 1 hour. Before them was a group of skeletons and armored bone frames. Xiaomo and Xingqian sneered, moving like lightning, continuously attacking the skeletons. They quickly chopped the skeletons and bone frames into pieces. The skeletons were like mosquitoes to them. Xiaomo commented while fighting, "It's been a long time since I've swung my hands so freely." Xingqian also excitedly joined in, and they continuously unleashed moves. "Do these skeletons really think they can overwhelm us?" they shouted. "Delusional?" Zhun Chongxiao leisurely spoke. "It's quite bloody." He sat next to Zuiji and asked in confusion, "How much does Xingqian irritate people?" 80 of the enemies were attracted to him, and they've already fallen before we even had a chance to attack. Xiaomo and Xingqian were still fighting enthusiastically. Xiaomo seemed to hear Zhun Chongxiao's words. He kept some distance from Xingqian, and immediately no monsters attacked him. He looked at Xingqian and said, "So none of those swarming yin soldiers were actually targeting me. Why did I fight so desperately just now, like an idiot?" Xingqian roared at him. Zhun Chongxiao put his arm around Xiaomo's shoulder and said with a sneer, "Isn't it because I was worried you were under too much psychological pressure acting as an undercover agent in the Tai Zan holy sect and needed to vent, so I didn't remind you?" He raised his hand and continued, "We've also had our fill. It's time to let Martial Emperor Lingzhu see the strength of the Eternal Sect." Zhun Chongxiao gave the order, and the Eternal Sect members immediately took their positions ready for battle, unleashing a series of continuous attacks. City Lord Han was dumbfounded. With just one move, the entire third level was instantly empty. Martial Emperor Lingzhu had said they needed to endure for an hour, but the Eternal Sect, even holding back, took less than half an hour. He compared them incredulously. The third level guardian said to the Eternal Sect, "You passed." Zhun Chongxiao commented with a hint of amusement. Why does his voice sound like he's gritting his teeth? He couldn't help but praise Xingqian. "However, this Martial Emperor Lingzhu is really suited for you," Xingqian excitedly replied. "Indeed. This spiritual vein physique will definitely help me reach a higher level." Zhun Chongxiao poured cold water on Xingqian, correcting him. "I mean his battle-addicted personality, it's exactly like yours. The elevator has arrived, and since everyone has barely consumed anything, let's head straight to the 4th level." He muttered as they arrived at the next level. According to the Body Tempering Pagoda's pattern, this level is for strengthening tendons and bones. Xingqian knelt for the 4th time. Xingqian gritted his teeth, resisting the gravity on him, muttering, "This rock." He put his hand on the ground. Electricity shot through it, emitting a golden light. "It's electric." Zhun Chongxiao and the others commented, "We don't feel anything. It seems this is a punishment specifically for you." A voice came from above their heads, saying, "I am Sword Emperor Potion, creator of this bone-forging world." This person looked contemptuously at the Eternal Sect. "Fellow juniors, if anyone can pass, they will gain a chance to temper their bones and flesh. Those with destiny may even obtain the sword transformation physique." Zhun Chongxiao turned to a person and said, "Zhou Hong, your opportunity has arrived." Zhou Hong replied after hearing this, "It is my fortune to obtain it." The ground suddenly collapsed, leaving only a single row of bricks in the middle, and they immediately gathered together. They stood in a row with abysses on both sides. Zhun Chongxiao commented, "The spiritual energy here has suddenly become sharp, causing us harm, so we can no longer fly in the air." The 4th level guardian transformed again. "A heavy sword has no edge, great skill knows no art." A huge sword floated above their heads, and the person continued, "Those who can endure under the sword for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn will pass the trial." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword fell towards their heads. Chongxiao shouted to his subordinates, "Hold on for me." Zhou Hong and he bore the heaviest pressure. Zuiji also tensed his body, carrying a large sword, and tried to tell the girl, "Junior sister Xinyao, just focus on deciphering the formation." Someone next to City Lord Han exclaimed, "Only 8 people can hold up this giant sword. It's no exaggeration to say they can move mountains." City Lord Han continued, "Yan, why is this giant sword starting to glow?" Lightning appeared on the sword, striking Zuiji. He didn't dodge and was completely turned yellow by the strike. The Wangu sect had to both resist the giant sword and ward off the yellow lightning. Xinyao remained focused on deciphering the formation. The other Wangu sect members, like Zuiji, were struck by lightning all over their bodies. Zuiji said, "Using lightning to temper muscles, bones, and meridians, this Sword Emperor is far more brutal than the previous Martial Emperor Lingzhu." Xiaomo added, "Even our body tempering level can barely withstand it. Is this layer for training or for killing?" They discussed the formation with each other. Sect Master Chongxiao endured with a frown. Perhaps this was not the original difficulty. It was probably because Xinyao touched the core of the formation, so the formation instinctively wanted to eliminate the intruders. Zuiji interjected, looking at the kneeling Xingqian. His words held no mockery, but still made Xingqian feel ashamed. "Then let us senior brothers fully protect junior sister and also protect Xingqian along the way." Xinyao focused on deciphering the formation, muttering, "I need to hurry and rearrange these array patterns. The core of the formation should be nearby." A voice came from the void, startling her. "Little one, your formation technique." This person appeared in the night with an eerie yellow form, looking at Xinyao and commenting, truly special, completely different from the formations passed down through generations on Starfall continent. Xinyao looked at the person and retorted, "Are you a formation spirit?" The person smiled and said, "Consider it so." Xinyao spoke again, explaining, "This is the Kiman Dunjia jointly researched by our sect master and my master." 2 orange lights appeared on the formation spirit, saying to Xinyao, "To have such a prodigy as you on Starfall continent is truly rare. I'll give you an opportunity. You can immediately take control of this formation," he continued to challenge her. "My left hand and right hand each hold one of the 10 directions formation's core points. If you choose correctly, you will become the god of this formation." He clarified the conditions. "Even if you choose incorrectly, it doesn't matter. In the next world I will give you another chance to choose." Xinyao was displeased, pondering for a long time before speaking. "You," she responded to his words, displaying 2 death gates, "want me to choose?" Xinyao stared at him intently, her hand also pointing at the formation spirit's face as if affirming her words. He declared, "And the true core, the only life gate, isn't that you?" Her words surprised the formation spirit. It cried out, "Oh dear," then it revealed a wide smile. "What a pity, you guessed right." The lightning suddenly became even more powerful, striking directly at the Wangu sect members. Zuiji gritted his teeth, his whole body tense, and cried out, "This current suddenly increased several times over. I can't take it." He knelt on one leg. Changxiao also bent over. He cursed unhappily, "Damn it, this formation can't play fair. I can't take it anymore." Changxiao ordered Xingqian, "Yi Xingqian, knock Xinyao out and protect her well." Xingqian's veins bulged with anger, his eyes shining, and he threatened in a low voice, "It doesn't matter if I'm crushed, but you want to harm my Wangu sect members?" He suddenly stood straight, effortlessly supporting the giant sword with one hand, then shouted furiously, "This emperor," Xingqian said word by word, "has given you enough face." Xingqian also exerted all his strength to support the massive sword. His hands gripped it tightly, causing it to crack into fragments. Then he crushed a large piece and immediately swung his arm, preparing a full power punch. Yi Xingqian with Yi Taiyan unleashed a full power punch, striking the red force at the giant sword. He sneered, his hands hanging at his sides. "Ancient martial emperors were merely lucky not to have lived in the same era as me, thus escaping the fate of being trampled underfoot. Just a little wear and tear, it's nothing," Zuiji spoke, repeating. "Just a little wear and tear, it's nothing." Xingqian then replied, "Is it just my imagination?" City Lord Han outside had his eyebrows nearly touching, and he asked in confusion. Just then Yi Xingqian seemed to have grown larger. Old Zhen said, "This Yi Xingqian's inheritance is not simple. He seems to be one of the last martial emperors." Old Zhende continued, saying he wasn't quite sure. He only knew that even their sect's gatekeeper couldn't defeat him. City Lord Han looked far away, contemplating. The ancient book states, 9 emperors contended, Night Emperor alone reigned supreme. If not for the Night Emperor's early demise, martial emperors would have been exterminated. Is Yi Xingqian a descendant of the Night Emperor? But the ancient book only states that the Night Emperor died by the hand of the woman he loved, not that he had any descendants. They continued to the upper level. Xingqian, half scared and half cautious, reaffirmed with Xinyao, "Junior sister, don't lie to me. I've already suffered enough from this formation on the previous levels." Xinyao smiled, holding the formation spirit's form in her hand. She looked at Xingqian and replied, "He, that formation spirit, dared to appear before junior sister. Senior brother, do you think junior sister would let him leave unscathed?" She smiled, assuring them, "Junior sister has completely removed all restrictions regarding soul and age, and furthermore," she clearly displayed it, "before her were already clearly separated elements. Junior sister has also separated the inheritance rewards from the previous levels. It's just that junior sister hasn't found a way to transfer the inheritance to the senior brothers." Zuiji had the power physique and the Gale physique belonged to Xiaomo. Xingqian smiled proudly. He had obtained the spiritual vein physique. Zhou Hong's eyes were wide as he looked at the sword transformation physique before him. Xinyao frowned and said, "That formation spirit was also very clever. Upon detecting an anomaly, he immediately transferred all the core points to other locations. I missed the opportunity to completely control this place. This is the first time I've seen such a nimble formation spirit, almost like a living person." Meanwhile, that foolish Xingqian actually reached out to touch the spiritual vein physique, saying at the same time, "This is the spiritual vein physique. It seizes the creation of heaven and earth, condensing spiritual veins within the physical body, truly perfect for me," as he touched it. The spiritual vein cursed loudly. "Do even the most timid and cowardly dare to covet this emperor's spiritual veins?" A strange figure emerged from within. He looked at Xingqian's face and said, "Those not of my kind are sure to have different hearts. You shall not disturb Starfall continent again." Xingqian showed no weakness, looking at the person with disdain and replying, "Among all the ancient martial emperors you are the most useless. What right do you have to lecture me?" That person continued to Xingqian, "That was merely an accident. This emperor was definitely at a mid to high level among the ancient martial emperors." Xingqian stared at the person. He secretly speculated, observing the blank space on his face, "Is this where his eyes are?" The eyes looked at the void as if unable to pinpoint a target. Suddenly a cry of surprise rang out as if he had realized something, and the hat floating on his head also stood up a long way. "Wait, you don't seem to be, you really are human." He transformed back into a spirit form, muttering continuously, "Fortunately, fortunately." Xingqian commented with a complex expression on Martial Emperor Lingju's attitude. Can't this Martial Emperor Lingju speak directly? He completely didn't understand what he was trying to express. Chang Xiao interjected from the side. Your unreliability is about the same as his, Xingchen subconsciously agreed. That's why I said. Then, when he realized something was wrong, he looked at Chang Xiao, only to find he had already run far away, announcing, let's head to the next level. Xingchen, give it your all, don't kneel anymore. When they reached the next level, someone was clutching the ground in pain, but this time the person being suppressed was no longer Xingchen. The other Wangu sect members cried out. My head hurts so much, this script is all wrong. Xingchen calmly looked at the trembling people on the ground and said, so the air above is so fresh, it seems this layer suppresses you all even more severely. The golden formation spirit appeared above their heads and began to introduce itself. I am Martial Emperor Lingyan who created this spirit-rich world. If descendants can pass through the divine sense pressure, they will gain an opportunity for soul tempering. Those with destiny may even obtain the soul body inheritance. Xingchen frowned, looked up and said, soul pressure, that's an attack targeting the divine sense and soul. That formation spirit must have adjusted the intensity, which is why the sect master and the others are feeling pain so quickly. As for the soul body, it allows one to project their soul out of their body, instantly seeing 1,000 li away, observing with extreme detail. Combat power is not very strong, but it's an excellent treasure for finding people and treasures. One person looked up after him, muttering and repeating, finding people. The formation spirit glowed in the air, suddenly changing, emitting a dazzling white light. Xingchen was suppressed, struggling to support himself, his feet sinking deep into the ground. He roared, if it's just a competition of divine sense, even if that Martial Emperor Lingyan stood before me, I would not fear him one bit. Xingchen unleashed his power, red and black light appearing around him. Moreover, it's just a small formation, I can break it with my own strength. Xingchen rushed forward, facing the formation spirit one-on-one. However, he immediately stopped, a few drops of sweat falling on his cheeks because the thing spoke. I am Martial Emperor Wuxing who created the 5 elements world. Xingchen cursed. What a cheater! Xingchen was repelled by the formation spirit. Falling face down on the ground, he immediately jumped up, then faced the formation spirit and began to curse. Cunning and devious, actually mixing 2 worlds together. Martial Emperor Lingyan attacked the divine sense while Martial Emperor Wuxing attacked with 5 elements spiritual power. At this moment, Chang Xiao had already appeared behind him, encouraging him. Xingchen, this round is up to you, attack. The 5 elements are manageable, but with this intensity of divine sense attack, how could anyone below a Martial Emperor withstand it? He glanced at Xinyao. You were also trembling, no better off than the other Wangu sect members, he commented. Moreover, under this divine sense suppression, Xinyao couldn't concentrate on deciphering the formation. You have to both protect everyone and break these 2 formations. Xingchen sneered, excitedly accepting the challenge. Finally, it's my turn, not easy at all, he spoke boldly, completely unaware that 2 orbs were flying towards him. This time, I'll see how I turn the tables. Xingchen was hit by the 2 orbs sent flying again under the scrutinizing gazes of Zuiji and Chang Xiao. He placed his hope on others. Turning to Zuiji, he asked in confusion, Zuiji, can you still move? Your Grand Might Dragon should have some resistance against divine sense attacks, right? Zuiji spoke, sweating profusely, giving Xingchen another chance. Xingchen gestured to Zuiji. He jumped up imposingly. You truly understand me. He exhaled white mist and sneered. This 10 Directions Death Tower was originally meant to select and train talents for Starfall Continent, so even if the formation spirit increases the difficulty, these attacks are completely non-lethal. It's mainly just a test. He stood grandly before the formation spirit, ready to confront it. Since it's a test, it must be to examine some of our powers or potential. It's already rare for a martial artist on Starfall Continent to possess one of the 5 elemental attributes. You claim to be the 5 elements Martial Emperor. The formation spirit transformed into a human figure, holding attribute orbs, and attacked Xingchen, wanting to find an inheritor. So it must be examining whether this person possesses the power of the 5 elements. In an instant it shot those orbs out with different trajectories. Xingchen was hit by them, but he only sneered, giving an evaluation without dodging. Indeed, your attacks can be negated by spiritual energy of the same attribute. Huge wood attribute roots appeared behind him. Wood attribute was used, followed by water attribute. Xingchen approached the formation spirit, sneering, with fire. Then he ended the attack with a stone wall, trapping the formation spirit with earth attribute. He cried out in surprise, possessing all 5 elements, are you also a 5 elements physique? Xingchen replied without much pride. This mere 5 elements physique is only seen once in 1,000 years. Your self-proclaimed genius aptitude only allows you to see me. However, the formation spirit paid no heed, continuing to mutter some obscure words. Excellent, you are that person. Xingchen raised an eyebrow and retorted, is this how you compliment people in ancient times? That Martial Emperor Lingju also excitedly called me that person. The formation spirit, as it dissipated, explained, now that you have activated the image formation, and this matter is not convenient for too many people to know, please go to the M layer. Then we will tell you the full truth, he kindly reminded the Wangu sect. However, you must still pass all our challenges. This is a rule we jointly set. After he disappeared, a voice sounded from the void. 5 elements world, all restrictions are quickly removed. Xingchen looked at the formation spirit and said, your teammate has retreated, or rather, they have accepted us. Do you still want to continue the challenge? That person merely looked at him and replied, you might be that person. He changed his target, attacking your companions who may not be as resilient as you. Zhun Chongxiao and Zhu Ji hastily used their hands to defend, resisting the formation spirit with difficulty. Xingqian immediately rushed to attack, cursing irreverently. However, he passed through the formation spirit as if through air. The formation spirit said to him, "Formless, shadowless." Xingqian cursed in annoyance. "You guys who play with nascent souls always use formlessness and shadowlessness to dodge attacks. You are not the first nascent soul expert to die by my hand, nor will you be the last." Xingqian furiously unleashed the Tai Zan True Scripture. The formation spirit emitted a dazzling black energy which was Nether Night. After Xingqian's attack, the formation spirit twisted into an ugly shape, then liquefied and flowed to the feet of the crowd. Xinyao walked over and touched it with a finger. She concentrated her spiritual energy and dispersed it. Xinyao created something similar with her fingertip and couldn't help but sigh. This martial emperor Lingyan seems different from other martial emperors. I found traces of several array nodes on him. After speaking, she gently closed her eyes and speculated. Perhaps it's because he guards the 5th level, or perhaps because his ability is related to nascent souls, but through him I can control the 10 Directions Death Tower more easily. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. They surrounded Xinyao and shouted, "Protect Xinyao!" A mist rapidly rose there, covering the entire tower. Outside, the master also received the signal. He clasped his hands. "Good disciple, your master will lend you a hand." Instantly, the powers of the two merged. The mist became even sharper, shooting out from the tower. Xinyao then announced, "Success, I have completely gained control of the 1st to 5th levels. Moreover, I can now intervene and adjust the difficulty of the later levels." Zhun Chongxiao heard this and happily looked at Xinyao. "Excellent, we can finally experience easy mode." Just then, night fell. Starlight glittered, covering the entire floor. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this adjusted to easy mode or power-saving mode? The 7th level was empty with nothing at all. Zhun Chongxiao rambled on for a while, causing Peng Jun to look at him helplessly. "Moreover, this empty environment reminds me of that name, that damned brick godfather. It was precisely because of his coercion that I was able to desperately fight my way to today." Suddenly, he noticed a figure nearby. "Sect Master, look." Following Peng Jun's finger, a person was leisurely sitting there playing a erhu. The man's figure gradually became clear. "The world says simplicity is truth, but fame and fortune are hard to let go. A life full of twists and turns. Only knowing to sigh at ill fate. This emperor is nameless. This place is not a test." The erhu music became increasingly eerie. At this moment, Zhun Chongxiao seemed to realize something was wrong. He immediately flew forward. He had to stop him. Unleashing a Taoist technique, Zhun Chongxiao charged towards the erhu player at air-splitting speed. With the song, he entered the modern world, a heartbreaking melody. A man in a suit leaned in and reminded, "Pay attention, newcomers nowadays are really impatient and reckless. How are your prepared materials coming along? The people from headquarters are coming today." Zhun Chongxiao immediately stood up straight and shouted, "Mission accomplished," he roared angrily. "Accomplished what? You haven't even started. Miss General Manager is already downstairs." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed around frantically. "The young lady is here, quickly prepare." Zhun Chongxiao held a book, feeling foolish. Why this strange sensation? His mind was full of jumbled thoughts like dungeon crawling, death tower, nameless. Was it because I just read a novel? It was only then that he noticed his hair was so long. A person from the team secretly ran back and said to Zhun Chongxiao, "What are you standing there for like an idiot? Hurry up and greet her." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of high heels appeared, clacking step by step, exuding an overwhelming aura, followed by 2 tall bodyguards. Zhun Chongxiao saw that person and subconsciously blurted out, then paused again. "Why is this little brat Zuiji so tall? Who is Zuiji? Is my mind broken?" That person walked over, firmly grabbed his shoulder and coldly said, "We've seen many people like you, trying to attract the young lady's attention by acting differently." Zuiji turned around, squinting at him, constantly warning him, "Stop daydreaming. The young lady is not someone you can covet." Tianchen, who was ahead, stopped. She gently said, "Zuiji, don't be a bully." Zuiji replied, "Yes, but there are too many people with ulterior motives like this. Your subordinate finds it an eyesore." Zhun Chongxiao sat on the ground, struggling to keep his mouth shut. Why wasn't he angry at all, but instead wanted to laugh? Suddenly she turned around and winked at him. "Go fugi Zhun Chongxiao. The world in your mind is quite special indeed." Tianchen sat in the large room, her eyes fixed on Zhun Chongxiao standing there. While pressing her phone, she exclaimed, "Is this the world you imagine every day? I didn't expect Martial Emperor Wuming to recreate it, a place completely devoid of spiritual energy, but it does have some strange and interesting techniques." Zhun Chongxiao put his hands in his pockets, an unyielding expression on his face, and said, "Miss, if you want to fire me, just say so directly. Don't say such incomprehensible things." Tianchen rested her chin on her hand and praised, "You're quite honest in this world too," he replied frankly. "Of course, our Zhun family is known as the honest gentleman. It's not a false reputation." It was only then that Zhun Chongxiao realized something was amiss. Could it be that Miss also superficially took a fancy to my handsome appearance and wanted to use her power to take advantage of me? Tianchen sneered. "Superficial? If I didn't know that the black stockings I'm wearing are from your imagination, I would have thought you were very serious." Zhun Chongxiao kicked the door open and left without understanding. "If Miss has nothing important, request to go back to work. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself." Suddenly, something emerged and blocked his path. The entire door was covered in sharp ice. Zhun Chongxiao was startled and recoiled. Frozen, what's going on? Suddenly, Tianqian leapt over the desk, her face grim as she said, although it's fun to tease you, the situation of the other disciples is unclear, so I had to wake you up first. Seeing this scene, he was completely stunned. Super beautiful demoness. At this moment, his whole body was ice cold, and his breath was frosty. Tianqian approached and explained, Martial Emperor Wu Ming's test may be to trap people in endless illusions, but a heart like an ice lake is difficult to dream in. My Tai Zon ice heart art is precisely his nemesis. Suddenly, she grabbed Zhen Chongxiao's tie. Now Tianqian pulled his head over and kissed him. Go Fugi. Fragmented memories gradually emerged. Wake up. Just then, Zhen Chongxiao's hand had already shattered the ice. He turned the tables, but this kindness, I will remember it forever, never forget. Then he shamelessly puckered his lips, wanting another kiss. I can only offer myself in return. Tianqian immediately stood up, making Zhen Chongxiao miss and hit the wall. It's better to go find the other disciples early. At this moment, she called Zuiji. Zuiji, break open the door. He anxiously asked, Miss, did that guy behave improperly towards you? Tianqian raised her hands. Let me wake you up. Zhen Chongxiao heard this and was startled. Hey wait, are you going to? But to his surprise, she merely flicked Zuiji's head. It was then that he was stunned, his eyes as if melted. Zuiji bent down, looking at Tianqian and Zhen Chongxiao. Sect Master, aren't we challenging the tower? This is, he exclaimed in surprise. So you only need a gentle touch to wake others up. Then what you did to me just now? Tianqian pouted and said, this old lady likes it this way. Zhen Chongxiao quickly recovered his wits. He began to analyze where the others were. Zuiji, being good at defense, became a bodyguard. Are the others also related to their own characteristics? Just then, two people ran over panting. Miss Lu, here's your milk tea. Don't push anymore. I'm almost past the time limit too. Is Mr. Xiao there? Your takeout has arrived. Again, two familiar faces, everyone out of breath. After a while, Xiaomo naturally sat there slurping noodles, devouring them while saying, so we're trapped in this illusion? Zuiji looked at Xiaomo helplessly. This is my food, I ordered it. They say eating takeout is bad, let me suffer this alone. Zhen Chongxiao also couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's indeed related to each person's characteristics. He seriously reiterated his doubts but still felt something was unreasonable. According to the corresponding cultivation content in the body tempering tower and the speculation about Martial Emperor Wu Ming, this level should be for awakening pessimistic emotions, causing people to feel sadness and pain for no reason. But our current situation is clearly somewhat deviated from the cultivation content. It seems very likely that two ancient martial emperors are working together. Xiaomo and Zuiji were grabbing for the noodle bowl in the back, while Zhen Chongxiao was still mumbling in distress. The 7th level is the domain of sorrow, the 8th level is the domain of illusionary dreams. But why did we only accept the test of the 8th level? Is it because Tianqian broke the illusion so we have no sorrow in our hearts? Or is there a disciple trapped in the domain of sorrow? A cautious voice came from there. Yes, yes. Ling Yao sat next to Xingqian anxiously saying, wake up, don't scare me. It was then that he spoke gloomily. What's all the fuss about? What could happen to this emperor? Xingqian said with profound eyes. It's just that this emperor seems to have had a very old dream. He stood up, somewhat displeased. What are you always doing coming to this emperor? You can't be lax in cultivation. How can I cultivate to catch up with you? And aren't you planning to break through to an unrivaled realm? She lowered her head and replied, I'm worried something might happen to you, and even more worried that if you break through and ascend I'll never see you again. What should I do? Xingqian looked up at the distant sky above. He pointed there and said excitedly, Ling Yao, I can feel it. I'm getting closer and closer to the upper realm. I can even feel the upper realm calling me. But contrary to Xingqian, she felt sadness. Yes, if you ascend to the upper realm, won't we be separated forever? Knowing Ling Yao was upset, he solemnly comforted her. This is my summary of cultivation experience. Your cultivation aptitude is also good. You'll eventually reach the upper realm too. She disagreed, somewhat arguing, but I've only just reached the peak of Martial Emperor. I don't know when I'll reach Martial Emperor. Not to mention ascending. For Xingqian, none of this is a problem. Focus on cultivation. What are a few hundred years a day? Ling Yao still found it hard to accept. A few hundred years to see you once. For me, that's too much torment. Hearing this, Xingqian suddenly evaluated seriously. You don't seem to understand yourself very well. He paused and continued. A few hundred years at most you'll only reach Martial Emperor. To ascend you'd need at least a few thousand more years. After all, you can only be considered a genius. Compared to me, you're still far behind. What was thought to be comfort turned out to be a bucket of cold water. Ling Yao was speechless. 1,500 years, I probably won't even live that long. Yes. Unable to bear it any longer, she hugged Xingqian from behind. Would you be willing to stay for me? He replied grimly. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I'm about to exceed the limits this world can contain. Ascension is an inevitable outcome. Although she knew it was impossible, Ling Yao still tried hard to make him stay. Her voice choked. 1,000 years of separation. I don't want it. Xingqian said a few comforting words but remained very firm, unwilling to yield. We are cultivators. 1 or 2,000 years is not long. Suddenly he felt a chill on his skin when he realized it. Xingqian had already been pricked in the neck by Ling Yao with a needle. But I don't want to leave you even for a moment. He immediately released a burst of power. The surrounding ground instantly shattered, pushing her away at the same time. Strange black patterns appeared on Xingqian's neck, then spread to his face. In addition, black smoke emerged. He gritted his teeth. Poison. You poisoned me. What kind of poison is this? How can it inflict such severe damage on my martial emperor body? Ling Yao coughed a few times, a hint of triumph in her voice. A creation of a mere medical saint, I didn't expect it to be so effective on you. Also, because you usually walk between good and evil, you have many enemies. When she looked up, black blood was already flowing from her mouth. As soon as I revealed my intention to secretly harm you, several martial emperors gave me poison and divine needles. He angrily tore off his clothes. The toxins spread further, turning Xingqian's skin dark. Ling Yao, why? Constantly questioned, she also went mad, shouting, because I love you. Ling Yao placed her hand on her chest, passionately expressing, because I love you, every minute and every second of this life, I want to be by your side. Her eyes became obsessive, reason completely vanished. I won't allow you to leave. I only want Ling Yao to kill you perversely so you can never leave me. Although the toxins were excruciating, Xingqian did not lose his composure, shouting loudly, crazy. You're crazy. Do you really think this little bit of poison can kill me? As soon as the words left her lips, he unleashed a surging power. I am the Night Emperor, the strongest martial emperor. In this world I am king. Red energy coiled around Xingqian and pressure compressed the surrounding area. He charged forward, powerfully declaring, even if heaven and earth collapse I will not die. Xingqian seized Jiyu Ling Yao directly, but she remained unafraid, only laboriously articulating, you didn't even break my neck, Knight. Have you become so weak? Ling Yao boldly reached out to touch his face, or have you gone soft? This poison is called eternal companionship. The more Xingqian listened, the tighter his brows knitted, his eyes seemingly struggling to hold back tears. The stronger a person's spiritual energy, the greater the harm they receive, but there's a prerequisite. She stroked her lover's face contentedly. Only those with love in their hearts will be poisoned. Knowing that you have me in your heart, I have no regrets even if I die. Tears welled up in his eyes, and Ling Yao showed an alluring smile. Knight. For my sake, the poison was quickly taking over his face completely, but Xingqian remained silent, listening quietly. Ling Yao, she suddenly changed her tone, stabbing a knife into his chest. Die for me. His pupils gradually lost their light, and a sorrowful voice emerged. My tragic life. Xingqian showed no anger or heartbreak, his words gentle as if he had let go of everything. Cultivating the path of heartlessness, what does contending with heaven and earth matter? In the end, to die by the hand of the only person I trusted, he suddenly said vaguely. Life is so sorrowful. Why should I live again? Xingqian raised his hand, releasing his spiritual energy. A life rooted in hatred. It's truly too sad. Perhaps I should go back. No one in this world is worthy of my trust. Perhaps I should go back. Although he received no reply, he continued to mutter to himself. How come I suddenly feel like I've forgotten something? Xingqian's expression suddenly became blank. It seemed there was still one person, still a group of people. A figure suddenly appeared and he abruptly awoke. For my sake, I have no regrets even if I die 9 times. Elsewhere, Tianqian was focused on performing the Tai Zan ice heart art, shattering the ice in front of her with a palm strike. Illusory break. Xiaomo stared blankly at the flickering starlight around him. We seem to be back. What a pity. I was just about to top up to do 10 consecutive gacha pulls. A voice suddenly echoed in the air. Congratulations everyone, you have passed the 8th level. The reward is the illusory dream physique. He was surprised. The 8th level? Weren't we just fighting Martial Emperor Wuming on the 7th level? Chang Xiao continued the conversation, then speculated. It seems the formation spirit merged the trials of the 7th and 8th level martial emperors into one. He cleverly discovered something. He only heard the notification of passing the 8th level with no mention of the 7th. It seemed there was still a disciple trapped on the 7th level. Zuiji suddenly turned back to look at that suspicious name. Xingqian, I didn't see you in the dream just now. Were you on the 7th level? This time it's not bad, no ghosts. He didn't reply, just stood silently, and then a few drops of water fell. Chang Xiao stepped forward to examine. Perhaps the 7th level attacked the weakness in everyone's emotions, making them feel sad for no reason, Zuiji asked in confusion. Has Xingqian not passed yet? Sect Master, do you have any way for me to go in and help him? Before he could answer, that silent person suddenly grabbed their shoulders. Xingqian looked at them with tear-filled eyes. My life, it wasn't a failure after all. Just then the mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations on passing the 7th level trial. The reward is the self-despair physique. Meanwhile, outside the tower, girls crowded, holding signs with sentimental messages. But the signs read, Adore Brother Knight my Xingqian, a girl said awkwardly. Sister in the trial just now, Brother Xingqian cried and screamed, even saying his life was too much of a failure and he might as well die. I don't think I can look at Brother Xingqian the same way anymore, her sister immediately scolded. Nonsense. Xingqian, however, beamed with delight, unaware that he was being discussed behind his back. Have you ever seen anyone cry so abundantly? Besides, don't we still have Brother Zuiji here to cover for us? Didn't you see he wasn't even moving but still laughing? Zuiji looked at him with a look of disgust. Did you just wipe your snot on me? Watching them play happily, Xingqian secretly felt content. In this life I will definitely not suffer the same tragedy as in my previous life. Ling Yao, when I reach the upper realm, I'll bring my friends to find you. Meanwhile, she was immersed in a pool of water. Ling Yao murmured distractedly, even if I know you can't hear me, Knight, I see you again. In the mist permeating before my eyes, a black shadow gradually emerged. But it is completely different from your previous life. Ling Yao looked at it, evaluating with extreme distaste. That cold person from back then was the true Night Emperor. Ling Yao asked in an irrefutable tone, The one who desecrates the Night Emperor's name, shall we kill him? Back at the base of the tower, Xingqian frowned and spoke, are you sure? He felt very confused. Junior sister, I already suffered greatly at your hands last time. Today I've lost all my face for this life and perhaps even a little for the next. Zhao Zhao smiled and assured him, this time it's definitely fine. I've completely mastered the 9 levels and I've already adjusted the difficulty of the 9th level to the lowest, so rest assured. Finally, Xingqian was persuaded. All right, I'll trust you one more time for now. Immediately, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, piercing through the clouds above. He pointed at it and challenged. 9th level Martial Emperor appear. Yi Xingqian, this time I must wash away this shame. He was immediately struck down, his face blackened, smoke still coming from his mouth. Muttering a single word blankly, Sha, a voice responded, simultaneously continuing to attack Xingqian with even stronger lightning. I am the Thunder Emperor who created the world of thunder punishment here. His hair stood on end, yet he still dared to provoke. I see the thunder, but where is the punishment? This weak attack isn't even a tickle. He curled his lips, secretly pleased. Junior's sister succeeded. The attack power is incredibly low, only the momentum is great. The dark clouds formed a human face and he angrily threatened, arrogant Junior, I will show you what a true thunder god is. With that, the Thunder Emperor's mouth was ready to unleash another ray of light, this time, unexpectedly. The Lord of Thunder transformed into a Veer's dragon and charged down, however. Xingqian fearlessly met it. Let this storm grow even more intense. Under the speechless gazes of the onlookers he was entangled by lightning, the power strong enough to tear apart the ground below. Zuiji asked in confusion, why does the Thunder Emperor only attack Xingqian? Changxiao, gloating, said coldly, his hairstyle on his head is like a lightning rod, who else would it strike but him? As they were discussing, when did the power of lightning become stronger? Suddenly, a helpless voice sounded, everyone, this guy has a problem. At the same time, a person's foot appeared, still carrying their aura. Unexpectedly before them was a group of strange people. They were the 9 emperors descending. An invisible person spoke. No wonder I found this kid familiar, he's not of my clan. Ah, he has ulterior motives. Xingqian was struck dumb, not understanding the meaning of these words. What, you can dismiss me from humanity with a single sentence? Another emperor with flames on his head also echoed. Indeed, they have their aura, but why is it so weak? Have we made a mistake? The invisible emperor immediately confirmed coldly. You know their capabilities well, it's better to kill by mistake than to let one go. With that he charged at them. Do you have doubts? I am not afraid of them. The invisible emperor extended his hand and a wave of power shot toward Xingqian. Xingqian's spiritual energy erupted. Not only was he unafraid, but he was disdainful. If your true bodies were here, perhaps I would respect you 3 points, but with mere remnant souls preserved by the formation, Xingqian unleashed black light bands arrogantly coiling around that emperor. Who will emerge victorious is yet unknown. Unexpectedly he hesitated and sighed. Junior, your strength is indeed extraordinary. What a pity. A stone hand extended from the invisible emperor's collar. It wanted to strike forward with a punch. Your enemies are not just me, great desolate martial emperor. Xingqian curled his lips, confidently saying, what a coincidence. I also have many helpers. He easily blocked it with one hand. Xingqian entwined the invisible person. Your enemy is, just as his voice was becoming indistinct, Zuiji had appeared before him at some point, blocking his path, and continued. It's me. He punched the stone hand, confronting it directly. Then the great desolate martial emperor struck down fiercely with both hands. Fortunately he blocked it in time, and Zuiji was pushed down a notch. Both of them curled their lips in unison, mockingly saying, you're not bad either. The Lord of Thunder, however, angrily urged, you brats still can't catch them. Hurry up and finish this quickly. The 4 below immediately fought frantically, and petals of peach blossoms gently drifted down from somewhere unknown. A hand was radiating gentle and soft spiritual energy. A gentle voice sounded, such quick action. Qingying shot it out, then scoffed, you're all over 100 years old, why are you still acting like my junior brothers? Can't you just be quiet? His junior brothers immediately responded, senior brother is right. Xiaomo and everyone else rushed forward without hesitation. How can we shamelessly let the elders act first? He quickly engaged the Wind Emperor with swirling vortexes attacking continuously. Both sides clashed repeatedly, and then everyone separated to fight an opponent. Zhou Hong could remain calm in any environment. Meanwhile Zhang Xie was furious. Your nascent soul body, I must have it. Another emperor did not participate in the battle, only stood by and evaluated. The power of all the martial emperors seems to have weakened a lot. Compared to when they guarded the 10 Directions Death Array, it seems they have precisely reached the limit of each opponent's combat power. He hesitated and murmured, is it because of those 3 people? Changxiao, hands in his pockets, leisurely commanded, increase the great desolate martial emperor's combat power a little, and the Lingju martial emperor's as well. However, the Sword Emperor and Lingyan martial emperor's combat power should be lowered a bit. He maliciously calculated, I must create speed pressure for these juniors to help them break through. The emperor heard this but was not angry at all. Instead he praised, using a formation to control a martial emperor's combat power, using ancient masters like us to hone yourselves. Kid, you are truly arrogant. Even in our era you would definitely become a renowned overlord. Then he became interested in challenging. Although my 5 elements physique is not strong, I have lived a few thousand years longer than others, so I can barely be considered a top expert among martial emperors. Then let me deal with your sect master, and a word of caution. Changxiao felt confused. He listened to the emperor's power and pondered for a long time. The 10 directions Death Tower's formation cannot suppress this emperor. He did not reply directly, but turned his head and said arrogantly to the person next to him, "This also solves our difficult choice. Tianqian, you will inherit the illusory dream physique." He first paused and slowly spoke, "Truly arrogant." Changxiao unhesitatingly admitted, "Arrogance stems from having the right to be arrogant. After all, this sect master almost squeezed into the top 3 of the eternal sect." That emperor glanced at the pervasive battlefield behind him, easily realizing, this emperor is also somewhat interested in your eternal strongest sect. However, it seems the 9 layers of the 10 directions Death Tower's formation have all fallen, and it's only a matter of time before the other ancient martial emperors fail. Just as he was speaking, his face suddenly tore open, and a pair of hands from within struggled to pull it apart, enlarging it. "It's better to bring you to our real territory." The hands tore from his face all the way down his body, revealing a peculiar colorful space within. "Welcome to..." Before Changxiao's blank expression, the emperor's voice remained steady. "The 10th level." Changxiao stepped into the space that gradually turned blue-purple. After a while he landed at the root of a large tree. Changxiao looked up and observed, muttering to himself, "Is this the 10th level?" Then he looked around, exclaiming, "The scenery is still so lush?" Looking at the giant tree before him, Changxiao was stunned. The tree was so tall he couldn't see its top. A girl stood behind him and said, "Sect Master, our image formation with the outside world has been cut off." He replied, "Doesn't that mean the live broadcast is also cut off?" Outside the towering pagoda, City Lord Han looked at the screen with a blank expression. As soon as they entered, "Why did the screen turn into these mysterious patterns? It feels full of unknown and uncertainty." Because the screen showed nothing, it had become a rainbow screen like a TV malfunction. Inside the tower, Changxiao leaped over the giant tree roots, asking in confusion, "Where are the 9 martial emperors? Where did they go? Do they want to use this forest to hide?" Suddenly the ground shook violently, leaving him bewildered. "An earthquake?" The people there suddenly rushed upward, shouting loudly, "Quick, fly up and see what's happening." Changxiao also jumped up after them. What met their eyes was a mountain. "We are at the foot of a mountain. The mountain is shaking." The space vibrated again, making him break out in a cold sweat. In the distance, a group of people was also suspended in the mountain forest. Upon closer inspection, the cliff face resembled a foot. It turned out that the moving mountain was actually a giant reaching into the clouds. He roared in fury, "Nameless rogues, how dare you rampage on my Starfall continent!" Immediately he unleashed a move, a burst of light coalescing between his hands, great desolation, annihilation. He shot countless sharp stones forward. Changxiao quickly jumped back, shouting, "Is that the great desolation martial emperor from the 1st level? The difference in power is like heaven and earth." He suddenly realized something. But his target didn't seem to be us. Suddenly a golden light struck the sharp stone, partially shattering it. A black shadow appeared before the giant. In an instant he kicked the giant's face and the giant fell, lifeless. Everyone who witnessed this asked, "The great desolation martial emperor is so powerful, his grand form of heaven and earth couldn't even withstand 1 or 2 moves from his opponent. Who is that person in black?" The person in black said disdainfully, "The so-called supreme experts of this continent are nothing more than this." Suddenly a loud shout startled him. "How dare you underestimate us, a move of heaven and earth's first divide." Someone charged at the person in black and unleashed a move. Everything in its path was split in 2. Everyone gasped in awe. Such a world-shattering power from a single sword, it must be the Sword Emperor. Despite being split in 2, the person in black was completely unharmed. He choked, continuing, "To wield such rudimentary power is truly a waste of Fangtian Palace's spiritual energy." After a moment, the 2 separated parts quickly transformed into 2 original bodies, and they said in unison, "Why not offer this continent to our clan?" Another person interjected, "We indeed underestimated you in this battle, allowing you to seize the opportunity to wipe out all the ordinary martial emperors in one fell swoop." But Lingju gathered energy into an orb and declared, "Our 10 great martial emperors are the supreme beings of this continent." Immediately after, he shot that energy forward, creating an explosion, entirely different from the juniors you secretly harmed before. Changxiao stood outside thinking, judging by Martial Emperor Lingju's words. It seems there were many martial emperors in ancient times, but only a few of them reached the absolute peak. However, weren't there only 9 ancient martial emperors among the 10 great martial emperors? Yet Lingju was surprised to find a blue light appearing, an object wrapped in blue energy. It coalesced into a black shadow and said, "In our eyes you are no different from those who died before." When he fully formed, it was that person in black, now with 2 additional heads. He gathered energy in his palm. Exactly alike, the heads of the person in black began to scatter, then reformed into a complete human figure, charging to attack others. One person blocked the attack, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Do you really think I, the great desolation martial emperor, am a pushover?" With that, he unleashed desolate sand-devouring sun to counterattack. The distant person in black sneered, "You're merely a spent arrow. Should I call you the great desolation martial emperor?" He revealed half of a human face with a mocking smile. "Or should I call you master?" Great desolation stared blankly at the face of the person in black. "Jeer, you were my designated successor. Why have you joined an alien race?" The person in black removed his mask and replied, You are indeed, as I remember, cultivating the fiercest techniques, yet still wishy-washy and soft-hearted. Don't tell me you lack even this basic knowledge. Unable to distinguish, he gleefully charged to attack. Your Jir is already dead. He stopped speaking, fighting and observing. It's the great desolation body refining art. This thing's moves, even its attack habits, are identical to Jir's. He has occupied Jir's body and devoured Jir's memories. However, not only that, but Cloud Martial Emperor's 18 loose hands, ascetic monk's indestructible Vajra, 4 waters Martial Emperor's flowing water movement technique. Many missing Martial Emperors left traces on him. After being hit by the person in black, he was sent flying. Great Desolation looked back, assessing the situation. 1, 2, there are a total of 9 of these evil Soul Clan members. 5 elements and boss are still preparing. We are at a disadvantage. The person in black said, soul beings are ethereal, their ghostly energy. Yin and somber. The formless controls the formed body, the soul is master and the flesh must submit. So by occupying your bodies, we can control your memories, cultivation techniques, and spiritual energy, he declared. Your Starfall continent only focuses on cultivating spiritual energy, neglecting the soul, which makes it perfect for us Soul Clan to hunt. The person in black showed a provocative expression and continued. Moreover, among your ancient martial emperors soon there will be another companion of ours. Great Desolation was immediately startled, his eyes nearly popping out. Suddenly Lingju, who had just been sent flying, landed beside him. 2 other people in black charged over, roaring, fighting 1 against 2 and still entangled for so long. Your ability to restore spiritual energy is truly astonishing. But this is the end. Among those we've devoured, many were your friends, so we know your weaknesses inside and out. A purple-haired person in black began to play something, making Lingju stand as if dumbfounded, as if his soul had left his body. One controlled, one summoned a skull. Lingju watched it appear before him, his heart freezing. It's over. Just then, Great Desolation leapt from behind, extending his hand to block. I said, fortunately, he saved Lingju's life. I am the vanguard of this battle. How can I let you die before me? Forcing Lingju to call out Great Desolation's name. He saw Great Desolation with only one arm left and couldn't help but feel a chill all over. Your arm. He paid no heed to his arm, answering with blood. To quickly break through the enemies surrounding me, some price must be paid. You are the strongest among us 3. Once you are eliminated or even assimilated, I'm afraid the rest of us won't last long either. The person who lost his arm only then said, I must buy more time for 5 elements and boss. Those people in black immediately charged at them. Great Desolation quickly kicked Lingju away. Great Desolation, are you crazy? Why did you kick me? He shouted sternly, warning. Lingju, live a little longer for me, Great Desolation declared. I am here to turn the tide. He gently touched his chest, a smile on his lips. Immediately after, a blinding light erupted. Great Desolation had already self-destructed with those people in black, the power of which directly blasted them down to mere skeletons. A world-shattering explosion visible from afar. Lingju, just rescued, shouted in pain. Great Desolation. This also pushed him to the brink of fury. Soul Clan, Dai Changxiao observed from a distance, commenting, this Great Desolation Martial Emperor seems to have self-destructed. Suddenly his soul appeared behind Zuiji. This move is called Great Desolation Body of Witchcraft, which can nurture the Great Desolation heaven and earth within the Dantian, and at the last moment detonate this heaven and earth. Its power can break through the shackles of heaven and earth, but the cost is the dissipation of the soul. At this point Great Desolation merged into Zuji's body, so unless it's the last moment, do not use it. You are the one I chose to inherit the Great Desolation body. I hope you never encounter a time when you need to use this move. In ancient times, at the extreme north of Starfall continent, 2 people stood by a spatial rift, conversing. The 5 elements' power is severely depleted here. This must be the place, another person said. I never expected such a small rift. Almost completely destroyed Starfall continent, the elder continued. 5 elements, are you sure you want to do this? Once this move is unleashed, there's no turning back. The person named 5 elements wearing a mask said, at the moment of Starfall continent's life and death, what's a divine body to lose? He added, these alien races not only can possess us, devour our memories, spiritual energy and cultivation techniques, they devour everything on Starfall continent, leaving nothing behind. This was once 1,000 li of fertile plains, but now it has become a desolate wilderness. They are like locusts passing through, leaving no grass, not even a trace of spiritual energy. 5 elements floated in the air, loudly announcing, Big Brother, begin. The elder heard this and ordered, it's too much to ask them to fight 9 Soul Clan members simultaneously. Delay will only bring change. He began to chant softly, based on the 5 elements guided by the Emperor, borrowing the power of Starfall heaven and earth. Immediately after, a red lightning bolt that tore through the sky crashed down, and before one Soul Clan member could run, it directly plunged its hand into Lingju's chest. What is this feeling? The whole world seemed to freeze, he replied with a somber face and a smile. It seems Big Brother and 5 elements have already begun. You alien races, are you ready to be buried in Starfall? The Soul Clan member showed no fear. Foolish, trading injury for injury will at most destroy one of my bodies. The Soul Clan is based on souls. I can occupy a new body at any time, for example, a body like yours, covered in scars. Lingju's eyes became even deeper. I have lived my life without kin or friends. The luckiest thing in this life was becoming a disciple of the desolate core holy sect. Then he fiercely erupted with power, veins bulging all over his body. Growing up with Great Desolation and cultivating his entire life when he was young, he always protected me. Later, because of my spiritual vein physique, I cultivated faster than him. I wanted to protect him for life, but this kid dared to self-destruct in front of me. This truly frightened that Soul Clan member. This kind of spiritual energy fluctuation would directly annihilate even me. He immediately turned and fled. Another madman. Lingju, of course, wouldn't let him escape, quickly giving chase, killing my best friend, killing my kin, leaving no trace. His eyes filled with murderous intent, his whole person disappeared, veins bulging on his face, roaring terrifyingly. That won't do. Immediately after, a scorching red light erupted, engulfing both of them. Not long after, Lingju returned to Changxiao amid his applause. To his surprise, he even saw great desolation behind Changxiao. He blushed shyly and looked at Zuiji, tentatively asking, "Hey little bald head, who is your closest brother?" Zuiji blankly pointed to the person next to him, and Xingqian also proudly raised his hand. Lingju saw this and drooped his head in frustration. "Let it break then. Since that's the case, my spiritual vein physique is yours," Xingqian shouted angrily. "What kind of attitude is that? Am I that bad in the sect ranking? I'm even one level higher than the sect master." Then he turned to Changxiao and asked, "Why do you few act like you're dividing an inheritance? Are you all carving up heaven-defying physiques?" He replied, "Starfall continent has never heard of any soul clan, so although this battle was tragic, you should have won, right? Why did you imprison the souls forever in the 10 Directions Death Tower?" Under the guise of tempering and nurturing a new generation of talents, Lingju followed his gaze to the chaotic sky behind them and replied, Both sides ultimately perished together. At most it's a draw. There were only 9 of them, yet they almost exhausted the strongest experts on Starfall continent. What if I told you they were merely scouts sent by the Soul Clan? The main Soul Clan army has actually been lurking outside watching. At this moment, 5 Elements was in the air, gathering all the souls towards himself while Big Brother was at the rift enlarging it. 5 Elements resisted and exclaimed with difficulty. "Fortunately, we were prepared otherwise. Once the main army invades, Starfall continent will be instantly annihilated." He exerted his power and muttered to himself, 5 Elements is the foundation of spiritual energy on Starfall continent, and I, 5 Elements Martial Emperor, can become Emperor in the flesh, mobilizing the primal spiritual energy of the entire heaven and earth. The primal spiritual energy of the entire Starfall is enough to seal this spatial rift, 5 Elements panted, dropping his eyes. And there are 9 Soul Clan members. Lingju, Great Desolation, Sword, Thunder, Lingyan, Illusory Dream, Changfeng, Wuming. Don't disappoint me. Sword appeared panting and said, "I won't disgrace Starfall, I'll fight to the death to eliminate the last one." He turned to the person next to him. "I don't seem to have any other choice, so I'll pick you. But Junior, your Sword Dao cultivation is quite good." That person politely replied, "Thank you, Senior. I will definitely not let the sword transformation physique be tarnished." He contemptuously draped his sword over his shoulder, turned his head and said, "This time I'll count it as my win anyway. After all, back then I managed to hold on until I finished setting up your tombstones before dying." He spoke voluminously, annoying everyone. Starfall continent, after 10,000 years, can still produce so many outstanding geniuses. I deserve some credit. Immediately after, Lingju could no longer hold back and slapped him on the head. "Big Brother and 5 Elements haven't even arrived yet. What makes you think you deserve credit? The 10th level was actually for entrusting the matter of the Soul Clan to the inheritors," he added. "The original bodies of the Soul Clan might not have been so powerful, but each time they possess a new body, they stack up spiritual energy and even soul strength. Moreover, our Big Brother also discovered that they can devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, plant spiritual energy, and even the spiritual energy within moves to strengthen themselves. Only absolute power, crushing the Soul Clan's original body and the possessed body, can truly eliminate them. We were powerless. Only by sacrificing our lives did we find the soul method to eliminate them." Changxiao listened, slowly clasped his hands before his chest, his face suddenly turning cunning, red light gleaming in his eyes. "Thank you, seniors, for sacrificing yourselves to protect Starfall. Only then do we have the opportunity to live this life. However, judging by your tone, seniors, is the Soul Clan planning to stir up trouble again?" Formation Emperor slammed his staff onto the ground. "I used the 5 Elements Martial Emperor's body as the array eye, and the 9 Martial Emperors as the array core," he said. "I have always protected it with all my might, drawing upon the primal spiritual energy of the Starfall continent to seal the Soul Clan's invasion channel. This tower is the physical manifestation of the formation. Due to the formation's influence, the spiritual energy of the Starfall continent has depleted. Formation Emperor hoped to cultivate talent to continue bearing the responsibility left by their predecessors. We want to pass on all our knowledge so that the Starfall continent does not decline. But alas, the continent is already shattered and the 10 Directions Death Tower can no longer be maintained. It is now on the verge of collapse." The red-robed disciple suddenly sensed this aura. "You are the Formation Spirit we once commanded." He then briefly introduced himself. "I am Formation Emperor, the leader of the 10 Great Martial Emperors." Formation Emperor felt somewhat at ease. "The immense pressure I put on you before was actually because I sensed the Soul Clan's aura on you, but after careful inspection I confirmed that you are all pure-blooded humans of the Starfall continent." Even as he suddenly recalled Xingqian's situation, that young friend was indeed tainted with Soul Clan aura. "But he is also from the Starfall continent. From the bottom of his heart, Formation Emperor's thoughts raced. Although we have sealed the Soul Clan channel, our entire army was annihilated, leaving only remnant souls unable to leave the 10 Directions Death Tower by half a step. Now, this tower could collapse at any time. At that point, only your generation can resist the Soul Clan. He kindly reminded Changxiao to be extra careful. Young friend, how many martial emperors are among you now? You must remind them to be vigilant against the Soul Clan. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is insufficient, a dozen martial emperors are enough to form a formidable force. He hesitated for a long time before uttering a shocking statement. Well, the strongest expert on Starfall Continent now is only a martial saint. 5 Elements Martial Emperor still looked extremely confused, and he was still wearing a mask. Martial saint? Even my page boy back then was only a martial saint. How has the Starfall Continent actually declined to such an extent? According to Changxiao's understanding of past events, he heard that 1,000 years ago there were 9 martial emperors who were all taken away overnight by a mysterious person. He became even more alarmed, feeling strange. All taken away? Was it martial emperors or leftovers? First the Soul Clan, then a mysterious person. Why are so many enemies targeting the Starfall Continent? 5 Elements Martial Emperor had to personally resolve the sect's inheritance issues. In that case, our inheritance cannot be delayed further. The other martial emperors must have already chosen their successors. Formation Emperor will definitely choose that little girl, and I will choose you. I choose you. With your aptitude, you won't disgrace my 5 Elements physique. Great Desolation dared not look directly, but still had to praise him. It seems 5 Elements Martial Emperor truly regards your sect master as a formal successor, to even be willing to reveal his true face. Zuiji couldn't help but be curious. Senior Great Desolation, all of you martial emperors are exceptionally handsome. 5 Elements Martial Emperor ranks second, so he must be as handsome as you all, right? Before 5 Elements Martial Emperor could put on his mask, he described him with a meaningful phrase. He has a nickname: cold as ice, chill as snow. Great Desolation's evaluation is entirely correct, just more refined. Just looking at his appearance can send shivers down one's spine. Changxiao showed disdain in front of him. Didn't they say that reaching a profound stage in spiritual energy cultivation can modify the body, making all you martial emperors outwardly distinguished? Why is 5 Elements Martial Emperor so unrestrained then? 5 Elements Martial Emperor didn't care much for his appearance. Cultivation itself is a path of unwavering determination and perseverance. Not a single bit of spiritual energy should be wasted on fruitless endeavors. Those guys are all heretics. He glanced at the other martial emperors, filled with envy. Didn't they say spiritual energy would subtly improve one's appearance? First acne treatment, then skin whitening, hair nourishment, built-in beauty effects. Changxiao found it hard to accept his appearance being damaged. Will the 5 Elements physique reduce one's looks and even cause hair loss? His and 5 Elements Martial Emperor's thoughts were a tangled mess, and the air fell silent. He forced a smile, encouraging Changxiao. How could that be? But Changxiao hit a raw nerve again. You hesitated just now, because he was constantly worried about the big picture. 5 Elements Martial Emperor flared up at him. The survival of Starfall Continent is imminent. What's a single hair worth? Changxiao adamantly refused to sacrifice anything of his own. I will surely overcome this great tribulation. Why should I sacrifice my peerless face? He didn't have much time to remind him. Your disciples have all received their inheritances. You should also accept yours and the responsibility of protecting Starfall Continent. Changxiao expressed his views, showing a mature approach. I want to establish the #1 sect on Starfall Continent. Whoever dares to act against Starfall Continent, I will be the first to stand up, but I'm not mentally prepared to go bald at this age. Seeing no other option, 5 Elements Martial Emperor had to give an example. 5 Elements spiritual energy is complex, and it is indeed prone to causing endocrine imbalance, but that's just a matter of probability. Look at that kid, he also has an innate 5 Elements physique, and isn't he like a model? The system sent a prompt. Host, rest assured, the predecessors who set the more beautiful, more powerful rule have all been used up. You can safely accept the 5 Elements physique. He immediately changed his attitude. Good, I believe you. Changxiao didn't have time to be flustered by its inconsistent answer. Besides, you already have an innate physique. What does going bald matter? 5 Elements Martial Emperor's method of instruction was indeed very rushed. What I pass on to you is not only the 5 Elements physique, but also my cultivation insights after becoming a martial emperor. You just need to calmly feel how to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 10 martial emperors poured all their efforts into helping those geniuses inherit their sect's cultivation techniques. The people below the tower were chattering. Is the 10 Directions Death Tower emitting golden light? What are Zhun Changxiao and the people inside doing? The green-robed man sensed an anomaly. Not only is it glowing, the 10 Directions Death Tower is collapsing, with cracking stones falling crisscrossing. Changxiao's figure appeared in Formation Emperor's palm. He had long calculated what would happen today. Thanks to this formation, it lasted 10,000 years, but it has finally reached its end. After the tower collapses, we will burn away our last remnant souls to maintain the ceiling formation for another 10 years. Formation Emperor was also surprised by the young geniuses. Your aptitudes are too high. I have never seen their like in my life. If you were given 10 full years, perhaps you would truly become new generation martial emperors. Unfortunately, there are only 10 years and only 10 of you. Consider this our humble contribution to the Starfall continent. He predicted the future with absolute certainty. Seniors, our growth in the next 10 years will far exceed your imagination. And we have thousands more such geniuses. He couldn't help but laugh at this point, because he thought Changxiao was boasting. I know, young friend, you're comforting us, but that's a bit of an exaggeration. Why don't you say your entire sect is full of such geniuses? His voice suddenly lowered. If that were truly the case, how wonderful that would be. Then you could definitely repel the Soul Clan. Unfortunately, no matter the outcome, we will never see it. Formation Emperor called out, igniting the martial emperor's fighting spirit. Everyone, let's fight one last battle together. Changxiao startled him, and with confidence in his own abilities, he boldly proposed, "Are you interested in joining my Wangu sect and witnessing the Soul Clan's tragic defeat with your own eyes?" The towering pagoda seemed on the verge of collapse at any moment. The red-robed man shouted, "City Lord, the 10 Directions Death Tower seems to be unable to hold on." Stones of various shapes fell freely, piling up into mountains. City Lord Han quickly retreated backward to avoid injury and responsibility. A tower that stood for 1,000 years. How did it suddenly collapse? White smoke billowed, obscuring everyone's figures. Disciples and Sect Master chatted worriedly. "Sect Master, will City Lord Han and the others suspect that we caused the tower to collapse and then demand compensation from us? Watch closely. This Sect Master will teach you a new move, the Wangu sect's first military rule, just summarized. Strike first, strike hard," Changxiao, like a megaphone, stated emphatically. "How dare you, Great Reverence Imperial City, how dare you, City Lord Han, neglect the maintenance of a 1,000-year-old relic, leading to its collapse and almost injuring so many of our young talents." City Lord Han was stunned on the spot. "Didn't you people break it?" Changxiao pressed on, completely disregarding whether it made sense. "What do you mean you? If our sect didn't specialize in body cultivation and the tower collapsed and hit someone, would you not compensate tens or hundreds of thousands of spirit stones?" He was speechless, and the anger in his heart had not yet dissipated. "What do you mean it must be your people who embezzled the budget for repairing the 10 Directions Death Tower. Seeing the relic treated like this, my heart aches beyond words. Who has ever been struck by a 1,000-year-old relic? Who will compensate us for the physical and emotional pain and regret?" Changxiao was surprised after hearing Dajian's reminder. "Is that so?" He loudly resolved the issue, even though the other party hadn't understood what was happening. "All these scattered losses can be forgotten. Let's also deduct the cost of your borrowing the formation. This is an unprecedented concession. I'll take a loss. City Lord Han shouldn't have any objections, right?" Seeing that further negotiation was unnecessary, Changxiao led everyone away. "Mountains may change, rivers may flow, but our sect's grand formation is running out of energy. We shall take our leave first." City Lord Han dared not stop them. However, the Wangu sect members instantly left. He knew Changxiao's behavior was absurd but didn't expose it. "The last time I saw such a shameless guy was those kids from the Heaven-Defying Gang, especially their sect master. His shamelessness is no less than Jun Changxiao's. I remember he had good talent, a 5 elements physique. That name still makes my teeth itch when I mention it." He exerted all his strength, rushing forward. The Heaven-Defying Gang's sect master, Bald Kid, teleported to the Wangu sect's backyard rooftop. Everyone was surprised by Changxiao's handling ability. "I was wondering why the training tower suddenly disappeared. It turns out the sect master took it," he enthusiastically introduced. "Seniors, welcome to the Eternal Strongest Sect." The tall tower landed, and a roar echoed through the entire forest. Yuha truly couldn't believe his eyes. The power emanating from this training tower already far exceeded what it was before. Tianqi was not surprised at all. "This is probably the update the sect master once mentioned. The training tower has evolved." Changxiao was very happy that his disciples remembered. "That's right," he directly announced, so that everyone would no longer be confused during cultivation. "From now on in the training tower version 2.0, the difficulty of passing levels will double. However, the rewards for successfully passing levels will also far exceed before, even allowing direct guidance from ancient sages." Changxiao skillfully motivated his disciples' fighting spirit. "Pass the levels seriously. Show the momentum of our Wangu sect, and don't let the ancient sages look down on us." Formation Emperor finally believed him. "I never expected what you said, young friend, to be true. Your Wangu sect indeed has many talented individuals. Just a quick glance reveals several disciples with extraordinary talent." Changxiao feigned humility, but still hinted at the abundance of talent in the sect and that this was just the tip of the iceberg, with more surprises to come. "It's just that the training tower only has 9 levels, so I'll have to trouble Formation Emperor to be the tower spirit." He repeatedly praised this scientific layout. "It's fine, having our souls scattered is already our best outcome. But your young friend's training tower is indeed wondrous." Formation Emperor had his own feelings about the tower. "I never expected it to perfectly match our attributes, a perfect fit, feeling as if it were tailor-made for us. Moreover, this tower has even integrated with the entire sect. We can even leave the tower and wander around the sect. It was originally thanks to the system's help, but Changxiao dared not say it. It's quite a coincidence. Perhaps heaven couldn't bear to let you all have such a tragic end. Formation Emperor was experienced and liked to plan ahead for everything. It's just that the 10 Directions Death Tower has collapsed. I wonder if it will affect the seal of the Grand Formation, and your disciples must have clashed with the Soul Clan before. I hope the young friend will go to the extreme north to investigate as soon as possible. He also intended to do so. Formation Emperor, rest assured, this matter is important. We will depart immediately to reinforce the seal. As soon as he finished speaking, Changxiao soared into the air. 5 elements. Martial Emperor whispered in Formation Emperor's ear. Boss, although this sect indeed has great potential, potential is ultimately not strength. Without martial emperors, how can they resist the Soul Clan? His inner doubts remained unanswered. We have no other choice but to stake everything on the Wangu sect and diligently cultivate young talents. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Since young friend Jun and we are on the same side, why did he conceal it? He didn't understand Formation Emperor's meaning. Conceal, Formation Emperor couldn't comprehend. He clearly said that there are no martial emperors on Starfall continent now. Nothing can escape Formation Emperor's eyes. However, their sect, he had already confirmed from afar that Wudi possessed extraordinary power. There was clearly a martial emperor. Although judging by his aura he seemed to have just broken through recently. He merely smiled evasively. Someone had already set foot on the extreme northern desert. Emperor Lu, draped in a thick cloak, sighed deeply, regretting his initial decision. I must have been mad to believe there would be earth-shattering opportunities in this godforsaken place. A voice in his mind hoped he would perk up. I bestowed upon you such powerful devouring ability. Do you still not believe me? Emperor Lu's eyes were filled with doubt. It's not that I don't believe, it's just that an old man claiming to be an immortal suddenly appeared in my body. Who would believe that? The voice analyzed in detail to prevent this fellow from doubting his life. Mere words are not enough since you awakened. Haven't I told you that the connection here is weakening while your devouring power has greatly increased? Emperor Lu couldn't deny this fact. That's true, it wanted to use Emperor Lu to achieve its goal, tempting him with sweet words. So while this connection is weakening, we must quickly reach the place where our powers are sealed, break the seal and embrace the most terrifying devouring power. The scene shifts to the extreme north, Beimo Prefecture. By the sea, a cluster of ruined, smoking houses appeared. A white-haired old man held a map, speaking with the reliable tone of a salesman. This vast sea of sand holds countless treasures. Every day, countless people come here to seek them. But it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Today you met this old man. That is your good fortune. This old man has the biggest treasure map of the Beimo Desert. Only one copy, for just 50 silver taels you can possess untold riches and from then on reach the pinnacle of life. Yi Xingchen was sitting opposite, staring blankly at the map before him. Wait, setting aside whether the treasure map is real. Why don't you go yourself? And it clearly says total in the bottom left corner of your map. You think I'm stupid enough to believe such fakes? The old man, exposed, merely said nonchalantly. I didn't expect to be found out. Then he collected the map and ran off. Green mountains don't change, green waters flow on. Young man, will meet again if fate allows. Yi Xingchen had a subtle expression, sighing. Such a clumsy con artist, you'll starve to death sooner or later. Who would buy this kind of treasure map? Then he bent down and picked up something. Isn't this something from the old man's stall? I was just about to ask him how much this sold for. I always feel like the spiritual energy of my Tai Zon true scripture seems to resonate with this jade stone. The drawing on it is too. He held a piece of verdant jade in his hand. Jun Changxiao suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. Xingchen, stop looking at that cheap jade. Look here, I just picked up a treasure. Then he pulled out the old con artist's map. I already knew it. This kind of desert border town made Yi Xingchen break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Jun Changxiao still triumphantly waved the map in his hand. There must be treasure. Look, this map is as good as new. It must be made of extraordinary material. The longer it's kept, the newer it gets. To hide its extraordinariness, the mapmaker deliberately made it look freshly drawn, and even carefully marked the number of copies. This must be to cover its uniqueness, he said. These are all tricks you wouldn't understand. In my era I've seen too many of these. Maps that are as fake as can be often hide earth-shattering secrets. When I saw this map, the spiritual energy in my body actually fluctuated. This must be a treasure. It's only 50 silver taels. If I weren't a chosen one, who would believe there'd be such a treasure on a roadside stall? It must be nearby. Indeed, while Master was incredibly excited, Yi Xingchen silently rolled his eyes, feeling impatient. After a while, on another map, Dai Lu stretched out one hand to deal with a monster, his eyes constantly searching. Is it underground? At this moment the monster under the sand had already turned into a skeleton. Dai Lu sat cross-legged again, meticulously studying the map. Does this map contain hidden information? Should I try dripping something on it or heating it with fire? Choosing you for this task, not as a successor, was probably a mistake. You're already at the peak of Martial Emperor. Don't you recognize that this is just an ordinary fake map? The ink isn't even dry. He supported his eyes with his hand, carefully looking at the map. Impossible, this is all a disguise. When I saw this map, the spiritual energy in my body clearly fluctuated. And didn't you say it yourself? This map is also a treasure. Then Dai Lu recalled the old con artist's face with a blank expression. That old man had a spirit stone hidden on him. Once activated, the abundant spiritual energy from the spirit stone naturally stirred the spiritual energy in that person's body. That item was meant to fool simpletons like you. The old man said this map was a treasure, because it recorded the entire topography of this desert. On this map, the old man saw the place of the seal back then. After some time, Dailu also arrived at the strangely shaped giant rocks on the map. Is this it? This place seems no different from others. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is equally scarce. The Soul Master then appeared and replied, this place is concealed by various seals by experts, so of course you can't sense it. This is precisely your great fortune. I will first meticulously study the array here. Meanwhile, you can comprehend the devouring heart sutra I taught you a few days ago. After speaking, the Soul Master began to disperse, flying in all directions. The Soul Master thought, fortunately 10,000 years have passed, and coupled with the decline of spiritual energy on Starfall continent, most of the arrays have weakened by half. However, with this kid Dailu's cultivation to completely break the seal, he still needs some rare treasures. Then he returned to call Dailu. We need to go back to that small town to buy some things. Seeing the other party procrastinating, the Soul Master couldn't help but shout loudly, stop wasting time on that broken map, it's only worth 5 silver taels. Do you still think you're a chosen one who can just pick up treasures anywhere? Go buy the materials to break the seal, that's the real priority. The two ran off like that, leaving only red symbols appearing on the map here. Jun Chongxiao walked along, looking at the map in exasperation. Impossible. How can the marked treasure spot be empty? Does it need to be burned with fire for hidden information to appear? Yi Xingchen looked at his master speechlessly. Suddenly, Han Zhaozhao excitedly exclaimed, found it, this is the sealed land grandfather array Emperor spoke of. The array is indeed already in tatters. If not repaired, it can only last another half a year at most. Jun Chongxiao finally managed to burn the map behind him. Yi Xingchen still looked at his master speechlessly. Han Zhaozhao turned back and asked, Sect Master, has everyone brought the materials grandfather array Emperor instructed us to prepare? Jun Chongxiao confidently pulled out the items. More than that, old man Zhen also requested a whole bunch of materials. We practically emptied the array inventory. Han Zhaozhao walked along saying, then let's proceed as planned. Brother Sect Master, please help me set up the array. Brother Xingchen, please guard us. I'm going to reinforce this array to an epic level. Yi Xingchen stood there confidently replying, everyone, set up the array with ease, leave everything else to me. Then he sat cross-legged, striking a pose. Yi Xingchen pondered, observing the jade pendant he had just picked up. What is the origin of this jade stone? Why do I feel such a familiar sensation? Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and then he sighed. As expected, some foolish individuals are trying to cause trouble. Junior sister and the Sect Master must not be disturbed. Just to be safe, I'll style my hair for good luck. A moment later, Yi Xingchen tied his hair high, looking arrogant, and said with a confident expression, this hairstyle is a symbol of absolute defense in our sect. On the other side, Dailu was still absorbing the monster's power. He walked along saying smugly, compared to the devouring heart sutra, my previous devouring ability was too crude. I can feel myself advancing by leaps and bounds every moment, unstoppable. The Soul Master secretly mused, I didn't expect this kid's physique to be so compatible with our clan's devouring heart sutra. Now on Starfall continent, he must be invincible among his peers. Once our clan's army breaks the seal, we'll leave him a way out. Suddenly, Dailu stopped, emitting dark power, devouring many fierce beasts. I feel my body filled with endless power. I really want to fight a great battle, haha Yi Xingchen. If you were in front of me now, I would definitely. Before he could gloat for long, he heard a voice respond, oh, you know me. It was none other than Yi Xingchen standing proudly in front. It seems the global live broadcast image array still has some effect, doesn't it? When I first saw the fluctuating aura around you, I thought you were here to cause trouble. You should retreat. I won't make things difficult for you. Dailu exclaimed in surprise, you really haven't remembered me. His expression turned sinister and venomous, and he asked, Soul Master, you said I'm invincible among my peers, right? The Soul Master replied. That's right, among your peers someone with your strength is 1 in 10,000. Dailu, hearing this, jumped up proudly. Isn't now the best time to avenge myself? His power surged towards Yi Xingchen, who wondered confusedly, does this guy want to challenge me, and why is that raw aura around him so familiar? Dailu again stretched out his demonic claw, roaring, Yi Xingchen, become my nourishment and help me step into the martial saint realm. His move was called Whale Devouring the World, and it managed to control Yi Xingchen so easily. Indeed, I am no longer who I was. Before he could be happy for even half a second, he was immediately kicked by Yi Xingchen. His face twisted out of shape, and he was thrown backward. What's going on? Why can't Whale Devouring the World control him? Yi Xingchen also asked himself confusedly. What's going on? Why did this guy suck me in but not defend himself? Isn't that asking for a beating? I think I've encountered this kind of request once before. Dailu struggled to roll a few times in the sand before stabilizing himself. He asked the Soul Master with a panicked expression, what's happening? How do I feel like I've improved so much but the distance between us hasn't shrunk, but has actually widened? The Soul Master replied. He must have had some fortuitous encounter in the 10 Directions Death Tower. Didn't you see his hairstyle has changed? But don't worry. As long as you fully unleash the Devouring Heart Sutra, everything will be fine. If necessary, I will help you. Anyway, I know exactly who could bestow such a fortuitous encounter upon him. On Yi Xingchen's side, he was stroking his chin and pondering, when was the last time I encountered such a pervert? Dai Lu was startled. Just then, Zhun Chongxiao's voice transmission came. Xingqian, we're at a critical moment here. Maintain silence. The Soul Clan has discovered that we are reinforcing the array, and they are now furiously attacking and destroying it. Next, we must wholeheartedly focus on the array. Please create a quiet environment for us. With that, Zhun Chongxiao and Han Zhaozhao concentrated their power to reinforce the array on the other side. Dai Lu's face was grim, then his expression became dull. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian suddenly approached, covering his mouth and stretching it like a duck's beak. He gleefully pulled the other party in the opposite direction, then threw him into the air. Dai Lu's eyes widened and he exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian appeared from behind again, covering his mouth. Let's discuss this. You just take the beating obediently and don't make a sound. Then Dai Lu took a solid heavy blow. He struggled to say, Soul Master, what's going on? This is nothing like what you said. The Soul Master was also bewildered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a young martial saint, even our Soul Clan has never had one. He must be using a secret art to burn himself. He definitely can't sustain this intensity for long. Continue to stall. Once his spiritual energy is exhausted, then through direct contact, suck him dry. Unleash the devouring heart sutra and suck him dry. Dai Lu was thrown down, but before he could land, Yi Xingqian caught him with one hand. It wouldn't be good if he hit the ground and made too much noise. Dai Lu moved his mouth, trying to squeeze out a few words. Ha ha, Yi Xingqian asked confusedly. Ha what? Suddenly he remembered something and said indignantly, I remember, you're that masochist from the Sacred Spring sect who likes to be abused. Chapter 436. He punched him in the stomach. A line of blood immediately flowed from his mouth. Dai Lu grabbed his hand and said with a smile, You had a good time hitting me, didn't you? Now it's my turn. With that, a surge of power rushed towards Yi Xingqian, making him somewhat stunned. That power enveloped him, lifting him up. But after a while, Dai Lu was lying in the sand, his face bruised and swollen like a pig's head. Yi Xingqian stood by, saying powerlessly, This moment is no different from back then. To be safe, I'd better throw this guy far away. What? I really don't want to touch this pervert. With that, he picked up a wooden stick, intending to poke Dai Lu with its end. Just then, the Soul Master excitedly rushed out. Now's my chance. Possess this kid, Yi Xingqian calmly asked. Still got hidden tricks. The Soul Master rushed over, but stopped when he saw the jade pendant on Yi Xingqian's chest. Suddenly, a ray of light emanated. Even Yi Xingqian's eyes widened in confusion. That power was so immense that it affected a large area of the sand dunes. After a while, a large pit appeared in front of Yi Xingqian, who stood there and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is truly, constantly, deeply masochistic. His moves for attacking enemies are ordinary, but the moves for self-mutilation can cause such terrifying damage. It's good though, at least I don't have to bother throwing him away. With that, he turned around and walked away while untying his hair tie, not noticing that the jade pendant was somewhat unusual. Meanwhile, Dai Lu was still shouting in the sand. I won. He suddenly sat up, spat out a mouthful of blood, all sand. I finally won, that felt great. Then he looked at the strange surroundings. Dai Lu asked himself confusedly, where is this? Wasn't I crushing Yi Xingqian? The Soul Master replied from somewhere. Crushing? It would be more accurate to say we were crushed. That kid surnamed, he didn't even break a sweat. This guy is completely unmanageable. Let's go back in time. As long as we break the sealed array, eliminating him is a minor matter. I wonder how long we've been unconscious. I hope Yi Xingqian has already left that place. Dai Lu was astonished. Soul Master, you can even faint in the Soul Tower? The Soul Master immediately replied. My last memory is rushing towards Yi Xingqian, and then I woke up with you. Then the two staggered along, Dai Lu making a decision. Those people from that sect are all evil cultists. I think I'd better stay away from them. The scene shifted to the sealed land. Dai Lu and the Soul Master hid behind a large rock. They seemed to have left, the Soul Master urged. Delay breeds trouble. Quickly, set up the array. Dai Lu quickly ran in and began to unleash his power. The Soul Master was excitedly flying around in this space at this moment. Dai Lu said with a worried expression, This dark lighting effect, Soul Master, in this situation we don't look like good guys at all. The Soul Master immediately barked, Shut up, we're about to welcome the descent of the greatest being on Starfall continent. The Soul Master's form became terrifying. It's been 10,000 years, I've waited 10,000 years. The seal, after a while, he reminded again, Dai Lu, you are about to meet the Queen, you must be respectful and polite. Dai Lu looked confused. Didn't the Queen say she was coming to lift the suppression of devouring ability by heaven and earth? Suddenly, Zhun Chongxiao's image appeared, shouting, Hello, can you hear me? Did you hear clearly? Dai Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Soul Master, why does your queen have such a familiar face? Exactly like that hateful sect master of the Wangu sect. The Soul Master also broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? The sealed array is clearly broken, so why can't I sense the aura of our clan? Zhun Chongxiao's image approached them as if explaining their doubts. Array Emperor said, The Soul Clan is extremely difficult to eradicate. The Den ancient martial emperors all left remnant souls. It's very possible that some Soul Clan members still survived back then. So not only did we reinforce the array on the Soul Clan side, but we also designed some small surprises on Starfall continent. Welcome to Zhun Chongxiao's mysterious home. Let's experience a day and night tour of the Wangu version of the 18 layers of hell together. Then Yi Xingqian's image appeared. Dai Lu was submerged in a huge flame called Purgatory of Fire. He immediately used an earth evasion technique, teleporting to another location to avoid the attack. but a second later, Zhen Chongxiao's image appeared beside him with a playful expression, startling Dai Lu into a jump. He was quickly suppressed by the move Foot Prison, which sent countless balls slamming into his face. Dai Lu quickly fled, screaming, but the ordeal was not over. Immediately after, the move Black Heart Prison was unleashed. Steel Prison, Phoenix Prison, Blade Mountain Prison, and Spatial Turbulence Prison. Finally, Dai Lu collapsed, but he still muttered to himself, I finally escaped. The Wangu sect is too terrifying. I must stay far away from them. Where did they throw me? His formation even has spatial turbulence. Suddenly, Su Xiaomo appeared before him, extending a hand to help. Brother, you're covered in wounds. Do you need help? I'm Su Gusheng from the Tai Zan Holy Sect, and I'm best at being helpful. Just then, the Soul Master appeared from behind Dai Lu and began to tempt him. Dai Lu, abandon your principles. Only targeting the Wangu sect's murderers and enemies won't give you enough devouring power. The energy connection between you and Yi Xingchen is growing stronger. The Spiritual Spring Sect, Black Hawk Hall, and Sacred Spring Sect, you can't even get revenge on them. Start with this person and activate your insane devouring journey. Dai Lu knelt powerlessly before Su Xiaomo, looking at him in confusion and asking, Little brother, do you need food or drink? Dai Lu struggled to utter each word. I want you, he shouted and lunged, trying to attack Su Xiaomo, but before Dai Lu could get close, he was kicked in the face. Then came a series of kicks and furious questions from Su Xiaomo. Do you want to die? How dare you compete with my senior sister for someone as pure and kind as me? After flattening the other party, Su Xiaomo turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a few words. What bad luck, the only chance I had to do a good deed all year, and I misjudged him. He actually dared to be jealous of my peerless beauty. No, my face is in a strange state now, not good. I must tell the sect about this as soon as possible. His expression was very serious, and Dai Lu, having no strength left to struggle, could only shout. Soul Master. The Soul Master immediately responded to Dai Lu. It seems absorbing murderers works well. The camera shifted to the Wangu strongest sect, where Li Qingyang was reading a letter saying as he read, Didn't Xiaomo just leave? What important matter requires using the Rain Sacrifice Hall to send a letter and even asking Shadi to open it personally? The letter's content was, Thanks to Senior Brother Qingyang's tempering, today a boy confessed to me. Please, Senior Brother and Sect Master, take this issue of being popular with both genders seriously, keep male disciples away from Qingyang and restore clarity to the Wangu sect. This couldn't help but make him angry. Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Qingyang, you. But Li Qingyang immediately crushed the letter in his hand in anger. Zhen Chongxiao felt something was amiss and quickly slipped away. Oh, I just remembered another important matter. Duoduo said she wants to buy some new ingredients. I need to take her. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyang showed a strange smile behind him. Sect Master, then he reverted to a gentle smile. After Xiaomo completes his mission, can you send him to work for me for a few days? I promise not to kill any living beings. And the content of that letter just now, Sect Master won't leak it, will you? Zhen Chongxiao quickly mimed, locking his mouth, assuring him, Don't worry, my lips are sealed in that letter. What letter? I've never heard of it. After a while in Qingyang City, Zhen Chongxiao shouted to a bewildered Duoduo, That letter was truly filled with blood and tears, every word a pearl, making one's blood boil. Xiaomo's ability to seek death is something I truly admire. Unfortunately, you're too young now. When you're older, I'll tell you in detail. Then he turned to ask Duoduo, What delicious food does Duoduo want to make today? Your cooking has improved a lot recently. The little girl smiled, her face full of excitement. Of course, with the Sect Master's cookbook and my father's help. It's much better than when I participated in the Southwest Yang Province cooking competition. Zhen Chongxiao bent down and patted his little disciple's head, praising her. It won't be long before Duoduo becomes a god of cooking. Suddenly, the space turned pitch black, stopping his actions. Zhen Chongxiao nervously looked around, reminding Duoduo, Duoduo, quickly get behind me. Strange, I can't feel any killing intent or aggression. The sky suddenly turned dark. This situation is so familiar. System, could it be that there's another system in this world using Dragon Balls to make wishes? The system immediately popped up a notification. You're overthinking it. It might just be a simple solar eclipse. Moreover, if you're making a wish, at least there should be a divine dragon. But as soon as the words fell, a divine dragon immediately appeared in the sky. Zhen Chongxiao's head was covered in black lines, and he asked, Does your face hurt? The system couldn't help but feel powerless. Who's cooperating with me so perfectly? At this moment, the divine dragon had already landed on the ground, and then a white tiger appeared to confront it. Duoduo frowned vigilantly, saying, Oh great, it's a dragon-tiger fight. At least it's not Dragon Balls. I'm not strong enough to punch a planet yet. Zhen Chongxiao immediately shouted, Heaven, send Duoduo back to the sect. I'll go investigate the anomaly. Heaven appeared in response. At this moment, the divine dragon was entwined with the white tiger, and an angry roar echoed in the air. Who dares to disturb my Qingyang city? The two spiritual beasts roared at each other, neither backing down, and instantly a shockwave rushed towards the surrounding space. After a while, Zhen Chongxiao began to be confused. What exactly is this dragon-tiger anomaly? Spiritual energy surged, but there was no aggression at all, and there was no shockwave after the explosion. From this starting point, he found a location in a forest, but he could no longer sense any human aura. It seemed the culprit had already left. Is someone cooking in this scene? Can cooking cause such a commotion? And using a golden pot, how extravagant, but it seems to have failed. The pot exploded. The system popped up a message. At least it proves that there isn't a system summoning a divine dragon, so you can relax. Jun Chongxiao responded unhappily. Relax my foot, cooking can cause a heaven and earth anomaly. This means we have a young master chef mixed in with us. In town, a person was walking wearily with a cane, starving. Just then, Aunt Wang kindly appeared and handed a steamed bun to the person. Oh, this child must be a refugee, right? So hungry he can't even stand. Auntie has steamed buns here. Eat some first. The dust-covered child then turned around drooling and uttered a few words. All rare delicacies. I want to eat. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, tiger claws and bear paws. The dragon needs to be a Martial King level water dragon beast. The phoenix needs to be a Martial King level vermilion bird. The tiger needs to be a naturally extraordinary nine-tailed golden tiger. The bear needs to be a snowfield bear from the extreme north and only the front paw because that's what they use to eat. After eating it must be nourished with the blood of various fierce beasts for the best taste. And the rice must be the seasonal Wuliang fragrant rice from under Mount Wuliang in Zunzhou. Add water from Yuquan Mountain cooked in a mystic iron pot. Once cooked, drip in a spoon of lard rendered from the back fat of a prairie pig. It must be back fat. Belly fat has too many impurities. Then sprinkle 3 golden leaves newly sprouted after a rain from a 9-story pagoda plant. After the meal, a cup of immortal herb tea. I'm not picky about the tea, anything above 100 taels of gold per liang will do. I can't compare it to home here, so I'll just make do with this. Somewhere a ball of flame was burning in the air, smelting gold. Jun Chongxiao sighed. So it was an alchemist who created this dragon-tiger anomaly. He has quite a fortune, but cooking in a golden pot actually caused such a world-shattering anomaly. Is being a chef such a promising profession? Suddenly, someone ran in through the door shouting, Gusheng, someone's looking for you, passed out by the roadside. Jun Chongxiao wondered, looking for us? I don't know this child, and how could he faint? Aunt Wang, you've also made a lot of money doing business in Ironbone Town. Why are you still as stingy with me as when I was a child? Even some thin porridge would do. Aunt Wang helplessly handed him 2 pieces of paper. Do you think I don't want to? This child is too strange. These are the invitations that fell from him, they're for you. With that, she quickly left the doorway. This child is yours. He exhausted us earlier. Jun Chongxiao remained, holding the letter, which was an invitation to the Starfall Continent Chef God Tournament from Chu Qingyu, Wangu's strongest sect. Just then, a system notification also appeared. Epic Quest 8, Mission Details. Invite the host to lead Duoduo to participate in the upcoming Cross-Realm Chef God Tournament and win the title of Chef God. Mission failed if not participated or if not first place. Jun Chongxiao couldn't help but exclaim, is this so simple? Before I fought my life out in the 10 Directions Death Tower and didn't even get an epic quest. First place? Before today, I would have thought it was suspicious if Duoduo even got second place. But that dragon-tiger anomaly just now was truly unimaginable. Tianchi, feed this envoy some thin porridge to wake him up. I have some questions about the tournament to ask him. Tianchi quickly helped the child up, saying as he did so, this is the Wangu sect's unique spiritual rice, extremely rare outside. It can help you quickly recover your strength. Suddenly the other party woke up with a jolt, quick as a gust of wind, leaving Tianchi bewildered. What? I didn't even see his movements clearly. Saying that, he continued to hand the bowl of porridge to the person. But the person seemed to instinctively dodge, lying back down on the ground. I must have imagined it. Come have some porridge. Tianchi looked down again, exclaiming in surprise, are you really starving? Then the two engaged in a series of pushing and pulling, with the unconscious person continuously dodging the offered porridge. Jun Chongxiao couldn't help but grab the other party's arm. His pulse was faint and unsteady. This child was truly starving, Tianchi sighed. But he's unconscious, how is he still so agile? Jun Chongxiao couldn't help but be surprised. Is dodging food his instinct? But what is this strange instinct for? To starve himself to death. Just as the three were confused, Duoduo shouted, dinner's ready. Before she finished speaking, the person sped away like a gust of wind. Jun Chongxiao looked around in a daze. I, a dignified sword and martial saint, actually let him slip away from my grasp. Did he run that fast? Tianchi broke out in a cold sweat. He doesn't seem to be running, but floating. The person at this moment followed the aroma, drooling, floating towards the source of the smell. The person's body rushed towards Duoduo like a kite, scaring the little girl into tightly covering her face. Immediately, 2 people appeared behind the little girl to protect her. Who dares to be so bold as to be rude to the ferocious deity? Then one with a sword and one with a hammer rushed up to attack, but the person strangely floated past them. This child's body began to erupt with power. The 2 were about to rush up and attack again, but Duoduo shouted, stop! He seemed to be waiting for the food to be served. The 2 stood bewildered behind the person, who even prepared his own golden bowl and chopsticks. After a while, a dish was served, and the child quickly cut the food, then slowly put it into his mouth. The 2 guardians, after a while, each carried a stack of dishes. He seems to have eaten all the food for a dozen people. Not only that, but with his eyes closed, he picked out several dishes we made and threw them aside after eating. The person also put down his chopsticks and said, thank you for the meal. The head chef is Duoduo, the champion of the Southwest cooking competition, right? The fried rice is perfectly separated, cooked with lard rendered from black pig back fat. I didn't expect it to give the rice such chewiness, he began to comment excitedly. The braised fish sauce is rich. The fish's spiritual energy is perfectly preserved, which is amazing. To transform common dishes into such characteristic table delicacies, Chef Duoduo is stronger than I imagined. Duoduo was suddenly praised, somewhat bewildered. Oh, thank you, but who are you? To float behind the kitchen without being noticed, you're not an ordinary person, are you? Just then this person also opened his eyes and happily introduced himself. I am one of the judges of the Starfall Main God Tournament, and also a top gourmet from Jiangzhou. Qian Buduo almost starved to death just now. Thank you, Miss Duoduo, for saving me. After a while, Qian Buduo appeared in the main hall of the Wangu's strongest sect, bowing to Zhen Chongxiao. I apologize for the abruptness, but I am somewhat obsessed with food, so even if I'm starving, I don't want to eat ordinary food. This time, I've come to invite Miss Duoduo to the 50th Chef God Tournament in Jiangzhou 7 days from now. With the cooking skills you just displayed, getting into the top 10 will definitely not be a problem. The invitation has been delivered, so I'll take my leave now. Zhen Chongxiao walked leisurely. Thank you for the hospitality. After Qian Buduo left, Zhen Chongxiao pulled out a scroll. 10th place, this Qian Buduo certainly has a unique appetite, and this child is not honest at all. The scroll depicted a fat man with Qian Buduo issue 439 inches written next to it. After a while, another piece of paper showed a photo of the child just now named Qian Songbao. Qian Songbao, son of gourmet Qian Buduo, disciple of the former god of cookery, hailed as the most talented person in culinary arts on Starfall continent, characterized by unique culinary philosophies and a lavish spending habit. Zhen Chongxiao frowned as he looked at the dining table full of gold utensils. This evaluation was indeed accurate. He also kept this set of gold utensils. What he needed were such approachable disciples. It seems he came to test Duoduo's cooking skills. That dragon-tiger anomaly was probably caused by him trying to cook himself, but it's unclear why the pot exploded, leaving him starving. It won't be easy for Duoduo to win the Chef God title this time. Can the system refresh a few super strong recipes to give Duoduo a crash course before the competition? Saying that, he pressed a special button, and after a while he exclaimed excitedly, "System, you're still the same as before." Zhen Chongxiao's expression twisted, completely untrustworthy. What kind of dishes are these, and I have to buy one every time I refresh? I'm practically digging for gold in a trash heap. Mutant shampoo, never lose hair. I'm a 5 elements physique now, so I can barely use it. Dragon elephant prajna skill, strong as an ox or tiger, can be used as a sect technique, but unfortunately doesn't help with cooking. Mutant vacuum cleaner can sweep away all filth, useless. Oh, this vacuum cleaner reminded me I can ask them. He quickly appeared in the guard department. He, Woody, and the others were all surprised after hearing Zhen Chongxiao's words. Chef God competition recipes. He then put forward his guess. I feel that millions of years ago and on other continents you must have come across all sorts of recipes. After all, your department is the most diverse in origin in our Wangu sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the characters in the department appeared. Ice Emperor belonged to the Elders Association. The Animal Group belonged to the Weaklings Association. The 5 Absolutes Evil Saints belonged to the Ailment Association, and the last group was the Disabled Association. He, Woody, then said with folded arms, at that time I was only focused on cultivation and wasn't too concerned with dietary desires. But regardless, with our status back then, we must have eaten a few delicacies. You all get to enjoy Duoduo's cooking every day, so reminisce a bit and help Duoduo as much as you can. Saying that, he turned to the group and they all agreed. Zhen Chongxiao continued, "Oh right, old Bing. Although you're holding a broom and look like a sweeping monk, now that we have a problem, you should change your equipment. This is a magic modified vacuum cleaner. It's definitely more efficient than a broom." Bingdi woodenly took the vacuum cleaner. "What is this vacuum cleaner?" Zhen Chongxiao instructed on how to use it. Point the nozzle at the dirty spot and then press this button. Bingdi immediately pressed the start button, and inevitably the space became chaotic, filled with dust. A moment later, Zhen Chongxiao, covering his nose in the dust, wondered, what's going on? Wasn't it just a trial of the vacuum cleaner? How come someone is erupting with such an aura? Crumbled stones fell. The 5 Absolutes Evil Saint now returned to his elderly appearance, his voice booming and dangerous. The Demon Emperor also quickly jumped out into a fighting stance. "This thing is very unusual. My instincts keep urging me to leave quickly." Zhen Chongxiao pouted, reminding him, "Demon Emperor, 5 Absolutes, are you being too sensitive? This is just a tool for sucking up garbage." Seeing Bingdi's bewildered expression, the Demon Emperor said with difficulty, "For a moment just now, even my remnant soul trembled a bit." Zhen Chongxiao looked at the 5 Absolutes Evil Saint again. "I set the vacuum cleaner to the first gear just now. 5 Absolutes, you try it," he said, sweating profusely. "Sect Master, the moment this thing opened, all the hairs on my body stood up. Oh, by the way, my name is Ding Shangwang, just call me Old Ding." Zhen Chongxiao immediately pointed the vacuum cleaner at him. "Old Ding, I need to confirm what exactly this vacuum cleaner has improved. Exert your full power. If there's a problem, I'll stop immediately." The 5 Absolutes Evil Saint then confidently said, "All right, I, a dignified martial saint, how could I be scared by a mere artifact?" Then he unleashed a burst of power, and Zhen Chongxiao solemnly shouted, "Come on," but after their contact nothing happened. Zhen Chongxiao silently looked at the item in his hand. No effect. The 5 Absolutes Evil Saint then said, "No, although it's weak, it did cause my demonic cultivation to fluctuate. I feel like there's a small vortex in front of me, constantly drawing out the evil energy from my body. If it were a Martial King level evil cultivator, I'm afraid their cultivation would also be disrupted. When Old Bing set it to 3rd gear just now, I felt like I was standing next to a black hole. Even if I'm a martial saint, if we were in a long stalemate, a considerable amount of my power would be drained, the Demon Emperor also added. This vacuum cleaner seems specifically designed to absorb evil energy, and I am merely a remnant soul, so this suction causes even greater damage to me. Zhen Changxiao was also surprised to hear this. It can absorb evil energy and cause damage to souls. This magic-modified vacuum cleaner might be useful against the Soul Clan. The next second his face furrowed again, however. This hypothesis still needs to be tested on a Soul Clan member. But the Soul Clan is extremely well hidden. Their only characteristic is that their personalities often change as if they have awakened a second personality. Suddenly a girl's image floated into his mind, Palace Master Shi. After some time a pile of documents lay before Duoduo. Zhen Changxiao brought them, introducing, "These are the cuisines of the 3 realms and 8 desolations compiled by the knowledgeable seniors of our sect. Fortunately, the Purple Python Demon King of the Upper Realm is a chef god, so he is the greatest contributor to these materials." At this moment the gourmet Chen Chushang proudly walked out. "Other dragons like to collect wealth, only I am obsessed with food. I can say I've eaten all over the Upper Realm and am revered as the gourmet Chen Chushang. I once compiled the magnum opus Dietary Constraints. How can one savor food with such tight clothes? I was rated as an all-around gentleman by Gourmet magazine for 10 consecutive issues. I have both gourmet taste and a good figure." Zhen Changxiao looked at the other party speechless. "How proud is this kid of being naked?" the gourmet Chen Chushang continued. "Your opponent's dishes can stir up celestial phenomena, so there's still a considerable gap between you and him. But fortunately, according to the sect master's description, the celestial phenomena he creates are unstable. Duoduo, you still have a certain chance. Every chef should have a specialized skill. Dao arts, heat control, pastry, or even plating. Duoduo, you must clarify your strongest forte. Only by using your forte can you attack the opponent's weakness. Time is of the essence. We must fully enhance your area of advantage." Duoduo listened, then looked at her flaming palms. Area of expertise. At this moment the gourmet Chen Chushang's expression became excited. "Duoduo, are you ready to satisfy my discerning palate even with clothes on?" the little girl immediately shouted. "I'm ready." Zhen Changxiao then said, "In terms of cooking I really can't help Duoduo much. Next I can only change my approach and see if there's a way to improve Duoduo's skills a bit more." But Duoduo prepares meals for the entire sect every day, so her experience is constantly improving. Just then, Li Shangtian suddenly descended from the sky and reported, "Sect Master, we just received news that Palace Master Shi has been invited to a sect called 9 Poisons Palace in the Southern Wilderness Province." He said in shock. 9 Poisons Palace, Li Shangtian, a 4th-rate sect. Although not powerful, their poison techniques are the best on Starfall Continent. Palace Master Shi was invited because the former senior sister of Myriad Flowers sect betrayed and joined 9 Poisons Palace, and that senior sister once deeply cared for Palace Master Shi, which is why she accepted the invitation. Zhen Changxiao merely smiled and said, "Then let's wait for Palace Master Shi to return. Perhaps my conjecture about the Soul Clan is just me being too suspicious." Li Shangtian hesitated. "But after the banquet, Palace Master Shi has been missing for 3 months and many large barren areas have appeared near 9 Poisons Palace. Even plants and animals seem to have suffered." Hearing this, Zhen Changxiao's expression turned serious. "In this situation you must report it immediately next time and quickly change our marching direction." After a while he appeared in another barren land. This was the poisonous mist forest of the Southern Wilderness Province. He was accompanied by Elder Wei and Zhang Xie. Zhang Xie now stepped on a clump of something on the ground, and immediately a poisonous snake with its mouth wide open rushed over trying to bite Zhang Xie. Zhang Xie coldly chopped off the snake's head with a saber, commenting, "This place is truly strange, completely different from other places. The ferocious beasts here increase in cultivation, but their bodies don't get bigger. A dignified martial sect level ferocious beast is so small." Elder Wei also unleashed his power to deal with those ferocious beasts, adding, "Not only that, but the snakes, insects, rats and ants here seem to have only increased in cultivation. While their intelligence has not developed at all, I've already emitted a martial saint aura, yet they still rush over one by one desperately." Zhen Changxiao turned and looked at Elder Wei with a puzzled expression. "Elder Wei, didn't you say you were very familiar with this area? That's why I brought you as a guide. How come it feels like you don't quite understand the habits of these ferocious beasts either?" Elder Wei explained. "Back then it was because the person I traveled with had a pest-exterminating artifact." The area where the 3 walked appeared exceptionally eerie. Zhen Changxiao couldn't help but turn to Elder Wei and say, "Elder Wei, didn't you say you hadn't fallen in love in the Southern Wilderness Province, which is why I dared to bring you here? Could it be that while we were fighting to the death with the Soul Clan you were flirting on the side?" This made him a little embarrassed. "That might just be my wishful thinking. When I left she was already married, so she shouldn't be hostile towards us." Zhen Changxiao pouted, reminding him, "Elder Wei, please restrain your charm. If you anger someone else's husband again it will be difficult. After all, our myriad ancient sect has always upheld justice and morality. Only you make me feel a bit vague." He then turned back to the person behind him and said, "Zhang Xie, we only found out that 9 Poisons Palace is deep within the poisonous mist forest, but the exact location is unclear. Use your primordial spirit body to search for it." Zhang Xie immediately held up 2 fingers in front of him, performing an ability. After opening his eyes, he revealed a pure white eye. The power emanating from Zhang Xie began to spread through the forest, sensing the butterflies fluttering in the surrounding space. Zhang Changxiao turned back and whispered to Elder Wei, "Elder Wei, Zhang Xie can't hear us right now, quickly tell me the truth. What kind of girl was it that could make you so infatuated?" Elder Wei reluctantly recounted, "Back then I had just entered the Zhonghu and was inadvertently poisoned, collapsing in this poisonous mist forest. It was she who saved me. She told me she was just a small maidservant of Nine Poisons Palace. Nine Poisons Palace rarely interacted with outsiders. At that time I was also only allowed to live on the outskirts of the palace gates. The palace had strict rules forbidding marriage with outsiders, so there was no possibility between us from the start. She treated me like a younger brother, helping me detoxify and recover. Gradually, every one of her smiles was deeply etched in my heart, although I knew I shouldn't. My feelings for her kept sprouting like wild grass. Then one day she suddenly came to me and said that from then on she wouldn't be able to see me outside the outer gate because she was about to get married, and outsiders were not allowed to enter the Poison Palace. So she could only smile and say she would personally pour me a cup of wedding wine. I don't know if the wine was too strong or if I was just being wishful. In my memory, a tear rolled down her cheek at that time. The scene shifted to Nine Poisons Palace, where a subordinate came to report. Reporting to Palace Master, the golden silkworm left by the former Palace Master is glowing. At this moment the golden silkworm scroll suddenly spoke, Wei Qingfeng, you still came after all. On Zhen Changshao's side he exaggeratedly sighed. If only I hadn't been so self-deprecating when I was young and knew how to cherish what I had. Elder Wei looked at the young man before him speechless. Just then, Zhang Xie also gave his findings. Found it. Nine Poisons Palace is in the northeast direction, about 400 li from us. However, there's a person in Nine Poisons Palace whose aura and bloodline are very similar to Elder Wei's. Elder Wei, I'm afraid that unrequited love wasn't as pure as you said. Elder Wei pointed at his face, surprised, and said, Aura and bloodline like mine, are you saying my own flesh and blood? Then he stomped on the ground and flew away rapidly. Impossible. Zhang Xie and Zhen Changxiao quickly chased after him. Quickly chase him. From what I know of Elder Wei, although his romantic experiences are convoluted, he wouldn't lie about this. But the primordial spirit body's perception won't be wrong. There must be a hidden story behind this. A figure appeared in the air, flying ahead. 2 other figures followed closely behind, inseparable. Arriving at an area, Elder Wei stopped and said, Found it. Meanwhile, the Palace Master was using her fingertip to drip blood in a certain place. Her blood dripped into the container below. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted, startling Elder Wei, forcing him to retreat. Elder Wei pointed his finger at the strange smoke, saying, This poisonous bone can corrode my spiritual energy. Then he unleashed his power, shattering the poisonous bone, but immediately the bone mist recongealed, becoming even denser. Elder Wei lamented, She once said that this poisonous bone formation borrowed the power of the entire poisonous mist forests heaven and earth, so it's indeed not easy to break. However, this formation needs to be actively activated. We bear no killing intent. Why would it activate a killing formation to greet us? Zhen Changxiao walked to the front, first capturing Palace Master Shi, then using a poisonous formation to block us. It seems this Nine Poisons Palace has ill intentions in coming here, Zhang Xie reminded. Sect Master, actually you are our... Zhen Changxiao opened his mouth and roared inside. Myriad Ancient Strongest Sect, Zhen Changxiao leading Elder Wei Qingfeng and Zhang Xie hereby pay our respects to Nine Poisons Palace. The Nine Poisons Palace Master stopped her actions inside and asked, Mother, Wei Qingfeng is here, should I meet him? I'm very conflicted right now. I want to see that scumbag with my own eyes, but I'm also worried that if I meet him, I won't be able to resist killing him. That face was filled with resentment. Meanwhile, in the Nine Poisons Palace at the Poison Altar, the Nine Poisons Palace Master had already walked up to Shi Jingxuan and said, Zhen Changxiao seems to be someone very close to you. It seems you've forgotten Master's instructions from back then. Shi Jingxuan, though chained, remained unfazed. Senior sister, stop. You can still turn things around outside. Zhen Changxiao scratched his face, puzzled. Why is there no reaction at all? I thought after the global live broadcast I could rely on my face to travel the world. At least give me a punch. I have always adhered to the principle of not firing the first shot. Just then, the bone mist opened a gap. Is this an invitation to enter? Then the 3 flew in together. Zhang Xie asked worriedly, Sect Master, entering like this, aren't we too easily falling into their trap? Zhen Changxiao confidently replied, I'm not afraid of traps, I'm only afraid they won't make a move. Just then, the Nine Poisons Palace Master had already controlled the mist to entangle everyone. While Zhen Changxiao confidently raised his hand with magic symbols, because I'm not good with words, then he flicked his finger, unleashing a burst of power. That powerful force dispersed the mist, revealing thunder and fire across the sky, righteous light that could burn away all filth and sin. I have 12 more kinds of flames with such power. The next second, countless flames of various colors appeared. Nine Poisons Palace Master, if you don't want your legacy to turn to ashes today, quickly hand over Palace Master Shi to me. Just then, the Nine Poisons Palace Master walked out and questioned, You still have cultivation? Wei Qingfeng. Elder Wei said in shock. That voice, the Nine Poisons Palace Master's face turned cold. It seems you truly forgot, Mother. Chapter 442, Elder Wei said in shock, Mother, could my daughter's mother be? Cece, Zhen Changxiao, standing by, noticed her words just now. You still have cultivation? It seems Elder Wei's previous loss of cultivation was related to 9 Poisons Palace, but he reminded, Elder Wei, be careful, this girl seems to harbor deep malice towards you. In the blink of an eye she had disappeared. Elder Wei ran over and grabbed the 9 Poisons Palace Master, asking, Girl, where is your mother? She frowned impatiently. Hiss, you unfeeling wretch, how dare you still call my mother that? I really don't understand why she couldn't forget you when she was alive. Elder Wei panicked. Alive? Could Cece already be gone? He didn't notice the poison he had touched on his hand. Zhang Xie quickly rushed over and pushed him away. Zhang Changxiao pushed the two behind him and stood in front. Elder Wei, be careful, this girl is poisonous. The 9 Poisons Palace Master revealed a sinister smile. Too late, this is one of 9 Poisons Palace's 5 great strange poisons. Bone-dissolving powder. Elder Wei's poisoned hand began to deform, but he only shed tears of heartbreak. Zhang Changxiao calmly turned back and said, Elder Wei, quickly take the antidote pill, then sit cross-legged and circulate your energy. This antidote pill has never been upgraded. I'm afraid it will be difficult to cure this poison. Zhang Xie, be careful. Do not touch the poison part of Elder Wei. This poison is very likely to be contagious through contact. As for the antidote, I am confident that before your home is burned to ashes by me, I will make you spit out the antidote. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a ball of flames. He used that flame to heal Elder Wei. Elder Wei was sweating profusely from the pain but still managed to say with difficulty, Child, I don't know why you harbor such deep malice towards me. Back then, between your mother and me, at most it was just my unrequited love unreciprocated. I'm not even sure if Cece ever had feelings for me. Zhang Changxiao poked his head out and gravely told Elder Wei to be confident, saying that with his brilliant track record the probability of that girl falling for him should be at least a few %. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress replied darkly, Whether I fell for him or not, are you still doubting it at this point, father? With that, she unleashed a space-shaking power. Zhang Xie, suppressed by the aura, fell to his knees. He cried out uncomfortably, The ground is also poisonous, even my martial emperor-level spiritual energy shield has been penetrated. Sect Master, be careful. Zhang Xie's words were fragmented, and he stared blankly at Zhang Changxiao, who stood unharmed. With a dazed, foolish expression, the 9 Poisons Palace Mistress also exclaimed in surprise, You can still stand firm? This is Shiwei powder, one of the 5 great exotic poisons. Even a martial emperor would writhe in pain from it, with their flesh, blood and bones shattering. Although most of the toxins were absorbed by that old man, this is not something you can withstand. Zhang Changxiao suddenly let out an exaggerated shout, then pretended to collapse. I'm naturally slow to react, so I didn't expect the symptoms of poisoning to also be a beat slower. Under her speechless gaze, he casually waved his hand. You all continue with your reunion and move the plot forward. I'm already poisoned and down, so I'm no threat. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress continued her attack. Here's another dose of Peacock's bile. No matter how strange you are, you can't resist 2 exotic poisons at once. At this point, Elder Wei's arm had returned to normal and he spoke again. Girl, although I don't know why you call me father, Cece was so gentle. She definitely wouldn't teach you to kill with poison. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress again said in surprise. You can still move? Aren't you a martial emperor? He explained. I am a martial saint after all. Although 9 Poisons Palace's poisons are powerful, these 3 alone aren't enough to bring me down. Bring out the other 2. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress then looked down, saying, which puzzled him, 4 kinds. You've already been hit by 4 exotic poisons. Her gaze sharpened. The chief of the 5 poisons, incurable. The golden silkworm Jiyu has already been implanted in your body by my mother, the previous palace mistress of 9 Poisons Palace. Elder Wei was shocked to hear this. Impossible, Cece treated me like family, how could she poison me? The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress frowned. The golden silkworm Jiyu, rather than calling it the chief of 9 Poisons Palace's poisons, is more accurately the chief of 9 Poisons Palace's treasures, Elder Wei retorted. Cece, you know the effects of the golden silkworm Jiyu, don't you? Her expression turned frantic. Yes, Cece's past image said, You were infected with the golden silkworm Jiyu. Your cultivation talent would greatly increase, and becoming a martial emperor or even a martial saint wouldn't be a dream. But if your cultivation reached its peak and you stayed away from the one who administered the Jiyu for too long, your cultivation would gradually dissipate. Grandma reminded me that you're about to become the palace mistress, so don't be emotional. The golden silkworm Jiyu can give our 9 Poisons Palace another top expert. Do you really want to give it to that guy named Wei? Cece replied. He's naturally honest and his talent is good. With the golden silkworm Jiyu, his achievements will be limitless, Grandma said in surprise. He's becoming less able to hide his feelings for me. Cece, you're also interested in him, so why don't you just tell him directly? Wouldn't everyone be happy if you two got married? Cece stuck out her tongue playfully and said, Grandma, don't overthink it, I have my own plans. I'm going to prepare the golden silkworm Gu's inheritance procedures. As she walked, she thought to herself, why don't I confess to him? Because Wei Lang shouldn't be trapped in 9 Poisons Palace forever like I am. His goal is to achieve great things on Starfall Continent. As for the side effects of the golden silkworm Jiyu, Wei Lang, I will help you solve them. Cece was completely dedicated to Wei Qingfeng at that time. The golden silkworm Jiyu is divided into a mother worm and a child worm. Originally, the mother worm should be controlled by the mother, and the child worm should be inside the human body, with the mother worm's energy far exceeding the child worm's to control you. However, mother used a reverse cultivation method to transfer all the mother worm's energy to your body, and it was in this process that I was created. Zhang Chongxiao listened while taking notes. Reverse, the 9 Poisons Palace Mistress, seeing the cave, questioned in confusion. That kid, what are you writing? He quickly explained. Nothing, I'm just recording Senior's valuable experience for my Tianqian. She still has a lot of room for improvement. Elder Wei was now in tears. Daughter, was your mother's loss of all the mother worm's energy the reason why? The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress's face darkened. Why do you have to pretend, according to mother? Doing this allowed the golden silkworm GU to enable you to cultivate to your peak even when far from 9 Poisons Palace. As long as you no longer cared for the one who administered the GU, no longer obsessed over my mother, you would forever be an invincible expert, just as you are now, a high-ranking martial saint. Mother didn't express her feelings so that you could peacefully become the expert you wanted to be. Elder Wei seemed broken by this truth. Cici, I owe you too much. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his body, and a strange power erupted from within as if about to explode. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress's eyes gleamed, turning dangerous. Your aura is rapidly weakening. It seems there's still affection between you and my mother. The 4 exotic poisons gather in your body, and with your mind compromised, even a martial saint would find it hard to endure. Not to mention, you've now fallen to the martial emperor realm. Elder Wei, however, ignored the intense pain, consumed only by regret. Cici, why didn't I understand back then? The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress gritted her teeth and extended her demonic claw. Mother had smiled just before she died. Perhaps you'll pass by 9 Poisons Palace by chance. Consider it fate to meet again. Let me take you to see her one last time. With that, she intended to inflict the 5th exotic poison upon Elder Wei. Just then, Zhang Chongxiao grabbed her hand and spoke. Love arises unknowingly, growing ever deeper. Hatred dissipates unknowingly, vanishing without a trace. As he spoke, he unleashed heavenly thunderfire for the sake of a smile. The love between Elder Wei and the former palace mistress did not fail due to any fault of theirs, but rather because both were somewhat self-righteous. They silently sacrificed and contributed for each other, never realizing that a single sincere conversation could have resolved everything. He then placed his hand on Elder Wei's shoulder. There's one thing you misunderstood about Elder Wei. Before he met me, his cultivation was indeed completely lost. It seems giving Elder Wei the pure heart holy lotus last time wasn't to cure a disease but to enhance his physique and talent, preventing his cultivation from stopping at martial saint. That's why the golden silkworm GU couldn't suppress his cultivation anymore. Elder Wei never forgot your mother. Elder Wei, please endure a little longer. I'll use the heavenly thunderfire to burn away the toxins in your body. Then Zhang Chongxiao turned to Zhang Xie. Fortunately, I've already practiced on you once, so now I won't burn Elder Wei at all. Zhang Xie was speechless. Sect Master is truly making rapid progress. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress asked in return after hearing this. Are you telling the truth? That old man really never forgot my mother? He confidently replied. Go ahead and check. Who doesn't know that Elder Wei once lost his cultivation? Oh right, I used to wonder why Elder Wei, even without cultivation, preferred to grow herbs, and still insisted on fighting only with poison, never using artifacts. Perhaps he always had someone in his heart. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress then retracted her killing intent. Mother, perhaps he truly isn't as heartless as you said? Suddenly, the golden silkworm scroll lit up and began to transform. The 9 Poisons Palace Mistress shouted, Golden silkworm GU! The thing began to extend towards Elder Wei. Moments later, a strange creature rested on his shoulder. Elder Wei was so moved he was in tears, reaching out to touch the creature. Cici, is it her? Then came Elder Wei's ecstatic laughter. Ha ha ha, Cici, you're still here, you're still here. Zhang Chongxiao turned his head and asked, Girl, what's your last name, Wei? She was speechless. What's my last name, Wei? What do you mean? I am the 9 Poisons Palace Mistress, Miao Zaifeng. So this girl's name is Miao Zaifeng. Zhang Chongxiao continued confidently. Elder Wei is a member of our Wangu sect, so it seems your mother's golden silkworm GU will also marry into the Wangu sect. Are you interested in breaking the 9 Poisons Palace's reclusive ways, taking another step forward, leading your entire sect to join the eternal strongest sect and becoming the Hall Master of Wangu sect's 9 Poisons Hall? Our sect's foundation and resources will far exceed your imagination. Miao Zaifeng immediately turned and left. You're insane. Why would I lower my status from a sect master to a mere hall master? Zhang Chongxiao chuckled awkwardly, trying to persuade her. You could also take a look at the sect's membership contract I've prepared. The conditions are truly generous. Miao Zaifeng, other than your poison-restraining cultivation method, I have no interest in the Wangu sect. How about a bet? Zhang Chongxiao proposed a challenge. You can poison me anytime, anywhere. As long as you eventually admit that you absolutely cannot poison me, you must join my eternal strongest sect. She turned around, puzzled. Is that even a bet? As long as I keep poisoning you for a lifetime, I'll never lose, right? Zhang Chongxiao pulled out a cool pair of sunglasses from somewhere and said confidently, I believe that as long as you interact with our Wangu sect enough and long enough, you will sincerely want to join us. Alright, before that, let me show you the interesting aspects of the Wangu sect. I have a friend who is currently imprisoned in your 9 Poisons Palace. Just then a powerful flame began to spread and engulf the buildings. He spoke comforting. Palace Master Shi, don't be afraid, Zhang Chongxiao is here. Moments later, he punched a 9 Poisons Palace disciple. How dare you harm Palace Master Shi, you're asking for death. The disciple was hit so hard her headpiece was askew. Why do you all favor junior sister, all favor Shi Jingxuan? Even Master, I'm the eldest senior sister, so why did she give all her affection to her? Jun Chongxiao immediately covered her mouth. Please step aside, Palace Master Shi, you look quite well. Do you need me to give you a thunderfire detox? The one who called herself eldest senior sister was puzzled by this scene. What's going on? Logically, shouldn't you listen to my complaints first, after hearing all my grievances against Xi Jingxuan? Then you'd use grand principles to enlighten me until I cry and kneel and surrender. Shouldn't the script be like that? Jun Chongxiao glanced at her in annoyance. You and I are strangers. I have no interest in a stranger. You're truly pitiful needing to confide in a passerby like me. I'm just annoyed that you're bullying my friend. With that, he intensified the flames, burning her. Xi Jingxuan was quickly unchained. The flame control was truly exquisite, only removing the poison without harming her, even drying her clothes. Sect Master Jun's cultivation has improved again. Jun Chongxiao. Sect Master Jun, what are you looking for? She stared blankly at Jun Chongxiao, rummaging through the ruins. According to the 9 Poisons Palace's layout, combined with the building habits here, it should be in this location. He threw aside stones and shouted, found it. 9 Poisons Palace's hidden treasure chamber is right here. Zhang Xie, quickly bring the spatial ring. Our Wangu sect also needs to replenish its assets. Miao Zifeng saw this scene and immediately pointed and shouted, put that down. I was misled into imprisoning your friend. You burned half of my 9 Poisons Palace and I endured it. Now you want to openly loot? Jun Chongxiao was stunned. Damn, it was a reflex, hitting people and then looting. I've used my old tricks again. Miao Zifeng didn't stop but continued to expose him. Give me everything back. Don't think I didn't see you stuffing 2 gems into your shoe sole. At this moment, Elder Wei happily comforted her. Fenger, don't be angry. Sect Master is just a bit childish. He's not a bad person. Miao Zifeng turned around coldly. Fenger, what? Mother may have accepted it, but I'm not close enough to you to be called by a pet name. He merely replied softly. I did miss your birth and growth. I will work hard to make amends. Before I become a good father, I won't force you to accept me. Jun Chongxiao stepped in to mediate. As a good father, the first step is probably not to let your child go hungry, right? I've consumed too much energy burning all this fire. I'm starving. Palace Mistress, please treat us to a meal. Don't rush to refuse. This is an excellent opportunity for you to poison the food. Miao Zifeng immediately turned away, and after a while a message came back. The meal will be set in the backyard in half an hour. Leaving Elder Wei to ask in confusion, Sect Master, are you sure Palace Master Shi isn't from the Soul Clan? He calmly replied. That poisonous formation is also a form of energy. It wasn't absorbed. According to the records of the ancient martial emperors, she wasn't possessed by the Soul Clan, which is good. There's also one more thing. Suddenly he turned around again with a worried expression. My little daughter now seems very interested in you, even listening to your suggestions. This situation is very dangerous. Sect Master, please remain morally upright. This left him speechless. Elder Wei was overthinking. He then turned around confidently again. 3,000 trees bloom in the courtyard, but not a single petal falls into my heart. I wonder what 9 Poisons Palace's cuisine is like and what Duoduo can learn from it. After a while, a bowl of dark cuisine appeared on the table, as if countless foods were mixed together. Miao Zifeng revealed a triumphant smile. Everyone, don't be shy. These are all our 9 Poisons Palace's traditional specialty dishes. Jun Chongxiao's face was distorted, looking at the food in the bowl. I meant you could put poison in the food, but I didn't say you could put a little food in a pile of poison. This bowl of rice isn't a question of whether it's edible anymore. It's an eyesore. Then he turned to the side with a pained expression. Elder Wei, share some porridge with me. He smiled gently. All right, I'm not hungry anyway. Jun Chongxiao took a mouthful, and his expression immediately stiffened, his taste buds intensely stimulated, rushing straight to his brain. This feeling. Miao Zifeng revealed a sinister smile. Ha, finally hit, right? The first bowl of poison soup was just to make you drop your guard. The real poison is in the porridge. The 5th exotic poison, Wu. This poison comes from a unique poisonous herb found in the 9 Poisons Palace's back mountain. Wu itself isn't poisonous, but it can numb the taste buds, masking the true killing intent, making it impossible to detect other potent poisons hidden beneath. With the cover of the 5th exotic poison, I've already used countless strong poisons. They must have all infiltrated your body. You can't even use divine fire to burn yourself, right? Now if you beg me for mercy, I might still consider giving you an antidote. Suddenly, Jun Chongxiao lowered his head and finished the porridge, then raised the bowl, smiling. Another bowl, please, with more of the 5th exotic poison. Ever since I came to Starfall Continent, I haven't tasted this tingling sensation. I thought there was nothing stimulating here. No need for an antidote. My sacred fire can circulate throughout my body at any time, and no poison can harm me. With that, his eyes gleamed. Palace Mistress Miao, a quick discussion. Can I buy a batch of the 5th exotic poison wholesale? I urgently need it. It's truly potent. The scene shifted back to the Eternal Strongest sect. Duoduo appeared with a dazed expression. Sect Master, are you saying we should use the top-tier dishes originally prepared for the finals in the preliminary rounds? Jun Chongxiao exaggeratedly confirmed again. Exactly. Although Duoduo is exceptionally talented, she's still young. That guy named Qian is indeed better than you at cooking right now. But the Chef God tournament has many rounds. In each round, to surprise the judges, everyone prepares different dishes. The competition is divided into preliminaries, quarterfinals, elimination rounds, top 16, semifinals, and the final. Everyone's signature dishes are usually saved for the last round. But our Wangu sect's catching the moon from the sea must be showcased in the preliminaries. We must make all the judges and the audience feel shocked from the very beginning. Jun Chongxiao bent down to instruct Duoduo that even if it required more spiritual power to catalyze, the aroma of the dish should reach everyone in the stands, whetting their appetite. Then it would be time for us to unveil our new secret weapon. At this point, Duoduo noticed something hidden behind Jun Chongxiao. He then pulled out a bag of poison, combining the exotic poisons he had just looted from the 9 Poisons Palace, leaving Duoduo wide-eyed. His expression was as terrifying as a devil's. "I'm going to turn this Chef God tournament into a true mass battle." 445 Soon it was the 50th Chef God tournament of Starfall Continent. The stands were packed with people who came to watch the excitement, and in the center of the arena were the contestants. First was Duoduo's group of 5. The judges then began to invite the contestants to announce their dishes. The first 2 contestants confidently read out their dish names. Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed fish fillet with hot oil. When it was Duoduo's turn, her announcement stunned the other 2. EC Emperor grade Crimson Flame Fish. King grade Black Tortoise Soup. The 2 looked bewildered and said, "Emperor grade, but this is the preliminaries. Is this girl crazy? She must be a chef from a small place like Southwest Yang Province, so she's used up all the most precious ingredients at once. It must be so." After saying this, Duoduo began to light the fire and cook her chosen dish. Her dish seemed to materialize, appearing in the air. The audience discussed excitedly, "Wow, this is just the preliminaries. The aroma seems to have materialized. It smells so good. I feel like I've tasted a bit of this dish myself." Every Chef God tournament, you only get to see the glamorous chefs, but you can't eat. It's hard to really taste it even once. Yeah, every time we can only hear the judges' descriptions. Just the aroma alone is enough to show how delicious this dish is. This kind of food competition is too inhumane. After a while, Duoduo happily announced completion. "Please taste." The judges quickly tasted the dish Duoduo presented. Immediately, a perfect 10-point card was raised. A judge, wiping his mouth, commented with a beaming smile, "To have such cooking skills at such a young age, this little girl is extraordinary. Such delicious dishes in this competition besides the Chef God's disciple, Qian Zongbao. I'm afraid no one is your match." However, seeing Duoduo sweaty and breathless, still striving to smile, the judge kindly reminded her, "But little girl, you must take care of your body. Dealing with emperor-grade ingredients is so strenuous. This old man worries you won't last until the finals." The little girl replied with a confident smile, "It's all right, Grandpa. My support team is the best in Starfall Continent." After a while, the space suddenly changed, and the aroma of Duoduo's dish materialized again. Flying into the air, the little girl happily presented her dish. Dragon Court Soup once again made the audience in the stands drool. "Oh my god, this aroma is truly irresistible. I'd pay any amount just to have a sip." At this moment, the gourmet Chen Chushang also appeared proudly. "What a joke, the dragon power I condensed into the pot. Just the aroma alone would be unbearable for martial artists with insufficient cultivation." Li Qingying chimed in happily. The sect master's plan succeeded, after several rounds of competition, by allowing the audience to taste parts of Duoduo's dishes in every match. Those rounds without salt were criticized as bland. Coupled with the promotion by the Rain Sacrifice Hall, it's time for this 200-year-old Chef God tournament to change. Below, the judges began to shout in dissatisfaction. "Why is it that only those few judges get to taste the chef's delicious dishes? What's the point of electing a Chef God to us then? Let us eat! Let us eat! Let us eat!" The judges started panicking in the face of this protest. "What should we do?" Suddenly, Duoduo walked up to the 2 and said, "Grandpas, a chef is someone who brings delicious food to everyone, and the Chef God should also belong to everyone." The little girl excitedly proposed, "How about holding a banquet for 1,000 people, so everyone can taste the food and then choose the Chef God in their hearts?" A judge worriedly said, "Little girl, cooking for so many people will consume enormous physical strength. Based on your performance from the beginning of the competition until now, you can definitely make it to the finals. Why take such a risk?" Qian Zongbao's father is a venerable, one of the few wealthy individuals in the imperial city. They can prepare the necessary ingredients in the blink of an eye. "I'm afraid you'll never have a chance to win." Just then, Jun Chongxiao stepped out to support Duoduo. "Although Wangu sect is small, we can handle such a situation. I just wonder if you, Qian Zongbao, dare to accept the challenge?" Qian Zongbao immediately stepped out confidently. "A banquet for 1,000 people is also a novel experience for me, indeed a challenge. I accept." Duoduo excitedly turned around. "Okay then, Sect Master, start preparing." Jun Chongxiao also loudly echoed, "As you wish." Then the little girl flicked her sleeve, began to take out cooking utensils and instructed Qian Zongbao to cook for 1,000 people. "As you said, this is a challenge." Immediately, a giant pot was easily lifted by the little girl with one hand, astonishing the opponent. "And for me this is just routine." Duoduo placed the huge pot heavily on the arena, shaking the ground. She shouted, "Senior brothers, light the fire." Immediately, her senior brothers started lighting fires, allowing her to fully display her skills. Duoduo herself conjured a unique pink flame, fire burning all around her. "Let all fires obey and open the pot. This banquet is called Hot Pot." As soon as she finished speaking, with the little girl's movements, hot pot ingredients appeared, the most special of which was chili. "I never expected us 3 to team up again." At this moment, 3 swords converged, Jun Chongxiao, Yi Xingchen and Zhou Hang. Jun Chongxiao sighed, "It's all for this great event. To think that I, the esteemed sect master of Wangu sect, can only gather 3 sword masters. Then the three each unleashed their sword chi, immediately slicing large chunks of meat into evenly sized, easy-to-eat thin slices. After finishing the task, he turned to Tianchen and said, "Tianchen, freeze and shape the meat slices." Immediately Tianchen with astonishing speed rolled the small meat slices into neat rolls and arranged them beautifully. Zhang Chongxiao reached out excitedly shouting, "Water attribute disciples obey, wash them in the washing machine." Immediately another team of disciples began to generate water, and a water vortex appeared in the air. It began to wash the vegetables inside. All the vegetables were presented before everyone, spotlessly clean. The judge was speechless at this sight. What a waste of heavenly treasures. How rare are martial artists with 5-element attributes, yet Wangu sect uses them to wash vegetables. HMPH, another judge found it interesting and full of anticipation. I also can't imagine how delicious vegetables watered with rich water spiritual energy would be. He couldn't help but glance at the other side, drooling, and said, "Strange, why are all the other disciples of Wangu sect preparing food? What is their head chef Duoduo doing?" He looked over, only to see Duoduo so exhausted that smoke was rising from her head. The little girl cooked while reciting the steps. Spiritual herb oil mixed with beef, add herbal essence. Maintain stable oil temperature in the military-grade stove, 5/10 heat. I didn't expect to consume so much spiritual power the first time I made this dish. All right? The spiritual power contained in the seasoning is almost at its limit. Duoduo was struggling at this moment, stirring the hot pot with a large ladle as big as herself. After a while, the little girl began the next step, adding seasonings. Those seasonings, clearly red chilies, fell from the little girl's hands as soon as the chili touched the surface of the hot pot. A burst of power erupted. Wherever the aroma drifted, people tightly closed their eyes. "Oh, this spiciness is really choking. What sticky stuff is this little girl frying? Is it for humans to eat?" Duoduo looked up again and shouted, "Sect Master, the time is ripe." Zhang Chongxiao immediately leapt up, appearing like a monkey. He poured the bag of poison he brought back from 9 Poison's palace into the hot pot. 9 layers of poisonous fire removed the poison. The judges now stared wide-eyed at that action, their expressions somewhat uneasy. "That guy named Jun, the pattern on that cloth bag in his hand doesn't look auspicious, in comparison. Shouldn't what he just said about it being poisonous be more concerning?" Zhang Chongxiao poured a large bag of chili powder into the large hot pot, sighing as he did so. "I never expected the Sichuan peppercorns in this world to also be poisonous. Good thing I'm immune to all poisons." After jumping down, he even turned to look at Duoduo proudly. "Let Starfall Continent witness the power of Sichuan spicy hot pot." After a while, nothing happened, and he started to sweat. "Where are the special effects? After I sprinkled the chili powder, shouldn't there be a boom sound, then golden light shining with an explosive effect?" Zhang Chongxiao loudly questioned. Duoduo asked back blankly, "What nonsense is Sect Master talking about? What are special effects? A new seasoning? It's just seasoning. There's no golden light," he retorted. "I don't believe it. It was so spectacular when I sprinkled the chili just now." Duoduo, "Sect Master, stop acting like a child. Go prepare a few small pots quickly. The banquet is about to begin." Zhang Chongxiao listened and turned around dejectedly. "All right, Duoduo, add some century-old star anise." As soon as the little girl made that motion, an explosive special effect immediately appeared, surprising him. Feeling disrespected, he turned and shouted in dissatisfaction, "This is too much." At this moment, a chef appeared behind him, whispering, excuse me, young master, the ingredients have been sliced." Zhang Chongxiao then noticed Qian Zongbao's side, where the atmosphere was completely different from Duoduo's. Everyone was performing their duties, very neat and professional. The judges commented, "Zongbao indeed invited all the famous chefs from the imperial city to be his assistants, as expected of the richest son." While Wangu sect's side is clearly made up of disciples looking more like martial artists than chefs, Wangu sect proposing this exchange banquet is simply digging their own grave. Qian Zongbao at this moment processed ingredients while saying, "So-called gourmet food requires color, aroma, and taste, none of which can be lacking, and when color, aroma, and taste reach their peak, the final plating of the dish must also be exquisite and elegant." Zhou Yi. This name clearly indicates that the ultimate path of cooking is art. The little guy's dishes when presented looked very beautiful and exquisite. This dish once again made the audience below drool. Qian Zongbao is indeed the last disciple of the chef god. This dish looks really high-end, but the plate is a bit big and the dish is a bit small. I wonder if it's enough to eat. After speaking, they noticed the large hot pot on Wangu sect's side again. How Wangu sect seems to have turned off the fire, presumably they've also finished. Is that a large pot of red unknown liquid? Did Wangu sect surrender? It shouldn't be, they're not standing around that pot. Have they already set the tables? They were surprised to see small dining tables arranged around the giant pot, but on the tables were only some raw vegetables and raw meat, and a strange small pot of unknown purpose. How one of their disciples is walking towards that big pot. Li Qingying then walked to the hot pot, then kicked it away, naming it Unveiling the Pot's Flower Dance. The hot pot broth under his control began to dance in the air. Then he divided the hot pot broth into small portions. This move was called dividing the soup. The small portions of hot pot broth quickly flew towards the small hot pots on the tables, and finally the banquet began. Flames also burned under those small hot pots. At this moment, Zhang Chongxiao lifted the giant pot and shouted excitedly, "Everyone take your seats." Duoduo stood by, squinting, smiling proudly. However, everyone at this moment was only focused on Qian Zongbao's dishes. Wow, what an artwork! A large crowd rushed to Qian Zongbao's side. Duoduo and Zhen Chongxiao's side, however, was deserted. Not a single soul. The little girl felt a bit disappointed at this moment. Sect Master, it seems we've lost. Zhen Chongxiao's expression was similar. Indeed, not a single audience member came over. Then let's proceed with Plan B. We'll eat our fill ourselves. Just like that, the Wangu's strongest sect's master and disciple sat together eating hot pot, making it lively. A few audience members eating on Qian Zongbao's side also noticed them. They seemed to be eating very happily themselves. I kinda want to try it. At this moment, Li Qingyang, picking up a slice of meat from the hot pot, waved his hand to let the aroma permeate, calling it flower dance in the pot. The aroma immediately materialized and began to drift towards Qian Zongbao's dining tables. An audience member eating there suddenly felt something, his expression freezing. The young man quickly looked towards the hot pot. It's too exciting, and the taste is great. I've never smelled this kind of aroma before. Then 2 audience members quickly ran towards Wangu sect. But facing this strange dining table, the young man was a bit at a loss. How do I eat this? Zhen Chongxiao turned around and confidently taught them how to eat. For hot pot, you throw the meat in randomly. After the meat is cooked in the pot, dip it in sesame paste. The young man quickly followed suit. Picking up a piece of meat, he immediately started drooling. The young man quickly and decisively put it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes began to light up. Then came a scream so spicy, so numbing. Zhen Chongxiao turned around and snorted coldly. HMPH, isn't it just special effects? I'm not jealous at all. At this moment, Duoduo looked up and asked, Sect Master brother, if we replace the sesame paste with cranberry sauce, would it have a different flavor? Zhen Chongxiao's eyes showed jealous dissatisfaction. You didn't give me special effects before, and now you want to join the dark cuisine world? Absolutely not. Then, to his triumphant surprise, Duoduo's eyes widened as she looked towards Wangu sect's side. At this moment, the audience members had already gathered around the hot pot tables. They ate and shared with each other. You should try the beef tendon. I found that the longer it cooks, the better it tastes. Who took the duck blood I just put in the pot? Wow, this feels great. Chef God. Truly a chef god. Qian Zongbao saw that scene, cold sweat dripping, and said in disbelief, How is this possible? My painstakingly crafted dishes, how could they lose to a pot of red unknown liquid? Impossible, impossible. At this moment, Zhen Chongxiao appeared beside him and retorted, Nothing is impossible. Just like the Suona in the music world, Spicy Hot Pot is also a top-tier hooligan in the food world. What's more, these audience members have never seen hot pot before. Being conquered is just a matter of moments, and this kind of top-tier delicacy. My sect has several other ancient texts. Hearing this, Qian Zongbao's eyes lit up. Are there other revolutionary dishes? Can I join your sect? Zhen Chongxiao held up a finger. Of course, but to join my sect you need to prepare. Qian Zongbao excitedly ran over. 100 million silver taels, right? No problem. I'll transfer it to your account in a moment. Sect Master, I'll go experience the tower first. This left Zhen Chongxiao bewildered and sweating, his sentence unfinished. With genuine enthusiasm, Qian Zongbao now delightedly sat down at a hot pot table. Later, another set of bowls and chopsticks. He devoured the food while carefully evaluating it. This is so satisfying. You can control the doneness of the ingredients yourself, and this numbing taste is truly unprecedented, perfectly blended with the spicy flavor. It's completely addictive. It's both spicy and numbing. My tongue feels like it's giving out, but I still want to keep eating, but it seems like something is missing. Just then, a glass of iced water was placed on the table. Qian Zongbao quickly picked it up and drank, feeling utterly content. An iced drink is just what I needed. Wow! Tianchen stood nearby, frowning and saying, Refreshing price, 6 silver taels. He looked at her bewildered. Wasn't this meal free? Tianchen retorted. The hot pot is free, but drinks are extra. Zhen Chongxiao once again revealed a hearty smile. It's really not easy. Tianchen has finally learned my pragmatic style. I'm very pleased. Then came a flurry of urgent voices. Oh my god, if we don't eat quickly, those little brats will finish it all. This lively atmosphere continued until nightfall. Zhen Chongxiao was now drunk, his face starting to redden. A system notification popped up. Duoduo has won the 6th Chef God competition. Congratulations to the host for completing the epic quest. Claim quest reward immediately. Zhen Chongxiao, in a good mood today, immediately claimed it. An explosion instantly sounded, accompanied by a notification. Welcome new contestant. Zhen Chongxiao suddenly appeared in a desolate land and he looked around confused. Where did this take me? Is this still Starfall continent? And system, why did your voice suddenly become a female voice? The notification continued. Welcome Starfall continent contestant to the plain battlefield, chapter 448. Zhen Chongxiao bent down and shoveled some dirt with his hand. Then he commented with confusion, The ground here is surprisingly all red dirt. And it's very sticky. He even dared to bring it to his nose and sniff it. This is blood. How many massacres has this land endured? He was now in a place of blood-red earth. System, the female voice just now said this is the plain battlefield. Since it could bring me here, you must know what this place is, right? The system immediately replied, Exactly, this is the battlefield opened by the upper realm. All 3,000 lower realm worlds every 50 years must send cultivators of martial emperor realm and above to this battlefield. Zhen Chongxiao wondered, Martial emperors are extremely high-ranking experts on Starfall continent. Who would want to come to such a place of life and death struggle? The system explained. The rules are set by the upper realm, and the lower realm may not interfere. In this plane battlefield, all lower realm planes have territories of varying sizes. If a certain plane fails to dispatch new participants for over 50 years, its territory will be completely cleared. At the same time, the entire plane will be directly erased by the upper realm, and its resources will be allocated to other planes, Zhen Changxiao responded. Then just send a few suicide squads every 50 years. While martial emperors are precious compared to the survival of the entire Starfall continent, the predecessors should know which is more important, the system then said, but passive participation is also not allowed. Every 500 years the plane with the smallest territory will also be eliminated. Such pressure forces the people of the lower realm to fight among themselves. The upper realm must have some reason, otherwise the lower realm would have united and rebelled long ago. Zhen Changxiao thought, such pressure forces the people of the lower realm to fight among themselves. The upper realm must have some reason, otherwise the lower realm would have united and rebelled long ago. The system explained. The upper realm's explanation is that due to the excessive number of planes, rapid population growth, and limited resources, such strict screening is necessary to prevent energy depletion and the simultaneous demise of the 3,000 planes. However, do you believe it? Zhen Changxiao looked up at the sky, deep in thought. I don't believe a single punctuation mark of it. Using slaughter to reduce resource consumption, this approach seems more like regularly and quantitatively eliminating advanced forces of the lower realm, or raising vipers in a jar, the system now explained. The true purpose of the upper realm is currently unknown. This plain battlefield system is still relatively basic, containing limited information. Zhen Changxiao frowned and exposed. Your methods are quite skillful too. Since I can't reverse the situation yet, I must understand their rules of the game. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? The system immediately changed the subject. First, within the territory of the plane's origin, you will not be attacked by others, that is, within this red circle. However, every time you stay in the circle for a full hour, you will be forcibly taken out of the circle to fight for an hour. Zhen Changxiao thought, this is simply forcing everyone to fight each other to the death. So, this territory was fought for by the predecessors of Starfall Continent with their lives. It's not even as big as my living room. The system helplessly said, Starfall Continent was originally one of the most tenacious underdogs among the 3,000 planes. Killing cultivators from other planes will earn merit points, and at the same time you can expand your territory. Similarly, when a cultivator from the plane's origin is killed, the territory will also shrink. Merit points can be used to exchange for various treasures, cultivation techniques, and even realms from the upper realm, he retorted. So, are the increasing numbers of people gathering outside now trying to turn me into merit points? The system affirmed. Killing the last plane guardian will grant double the massive merit points, and since you secretly entered here and currently you are the only one from Starfall Continent, you are a piece of fat meat. Zhen Changxiao heard this, silently took off his clothes and gritted his teeth, saying, Fat meat, how dare you use that word to describe me? The grass on your grave should be 3 feet high. Indeed, judging by the remaining territory of Starfall Continent, only one person must have survived the last battle, the system continued. That's right, the one who extended Starfall Continent's life by 50 years is someone you also know. City Lord Han of 6, Reverence Imperial City. Zhen Changxiao calmly flicked his finger. That old man isn't bad after all. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I'll exploit him less next time. Just then, a very arrogant-looking fellow with spiky hair like a Super Saiyan and small glasses appeared, followed by a fierce tiger. According to the timeline, Starfall Continent shouldn't have anyone here for another 2 years, yet it's just a little kid in the realm of division. With a combat power of only 50,000, he dares to walk out. Truly foolish, he showed disdain. Then others also began to discuss. Only a tier 7 energy treasure? Is this all Starfall Continent has? This little golden core realm kid, this little Dusong shrimp, I'll take care of him. Senior reminded me last time not to underestimate Starfall Continent. That guy named Han last time was truly a mad dog. Zhen Changxiao calmly analyzed. With just profound realm strength, he killed several Heaven Realm experts, truly worthy of being a 100 Dao Maverick. Each plane has different power systems and realm divisions. Speed, strength, direction. But fortunately it seems none of these people can surpass Half Saint. Just then a set of claws fiercely slammed onto the ground. What's wrong? Still not making a move? Are you afraid of being ambushed by others as soon as you strike? This old man cultivates muscles and bones. Half-step deity transformation. This merit this old man will take, the fierce tiger said, roaring excitedly and confidently. But before its confidence lasted long, a sharp sword was plunged into its forehead. Zhen Changxiao had appeared on its nose at some point. Fortunately, the azure jade dragon patterned heavenly sword borrowed from the demon emperor earlier hasn't been returned yet. Then he swung his sword again, slicing the fierce tiger's body away. His eyes sharpened. A word of advice to you all. If you encounter people from the Wangu's strongest sect of Starfall Continent in the future, run immediately. At this moment Zhen Changxiao's eyes emitted a strange light. The person with the Super Saiyan hairstyle still said disdainfully, combat power instantly almost doubled. Interesting, but you killed the expert of the land beast tide and land soldiers with one move, mainly relying on that treasure sword, right? That monstrous demonic energy, even among the rewards provided by the upper realm, is considered top tier. Only such a treasure sword is worthy of a planetary prince. Immediately, countless demon beasts rushed towards Jun Changxiao. His expression became frenzied. System, there's one thing I forgot to ask you, Duoduo Invincible. I've completed the epic quest. Has my martial emperor cultivation restriction been lifted? The system immediately replied, that's right. Jun Changxiao immediately kicked that strange mermaid. A Super Saiyan had also already made his move along with other generals. Jun Changxiao's expression became strange and he said, perfect. The test subjects for my promotion are also ready. Then he fiercely stomped on the ground. Impossible. The Super Saiyan turned around looking incredulous. How is that possible? How can someone suddenly level up in the middle of a battle? Jun Changxiao was now kicking fiercely and brandishing his sharp sword. His expression was like a snarling demon. The two massive wooden figures in front of him were split in two. Jun Changxiao stood there watching the thing being split in two and then sighed. I've truly seen all kinds of creatures. Even a tree can cultivate to half-saint level. Then he brandished his sword again. Oh right, what prince, don't run. Aren't you very satisfied with my azure jade dragon patterned heavenly sword? At this moment the Super Saiyan prince was fleeing with his tail between his legs. Jun Changxiao's sword chased after him, and he swiftly rushed up to grab the hilt, then confronted him. Come on, taste its sharpness, the Super Saiyan prince shouted in horror. You can't kill me. Do you want everyone on your plane to treat me as an enemy? Don't worry, I'm an old hand at handling the scene. No, after killing 20 people you will be on record. Immediately that person was split in half by Jun Changxiao's sword. Rolling air currents rose and Jun Changxiao stopped, then put his hand to his ear to listen. That person, I hate it when you guys talk in riddles. Having eliminated 2 enemies, I wonder how much Starfall Continent's territory has expanded. These guys run too fast. I let them get away by accident. I seem to be glowing. Just then, a pillar of energy pressed down on the space where Jun Changxiao was, accompanied by the notification from the plane martial artist Land Starfall, successfully eliminated 2 yellow rank experts within 1 hour, issuing a Tier 3 wanted order. Bounty, 500 merit points. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened when he saw this number. 500 merit points that high. His system then popped up an explanation. Normally killing martial artists from other planes only yields 10 merit points. Killing enemies far weaker than oneself may not even yield a single point. Jun Changxiao slashed with his sword and said, I am a dual sword and martial half-saint. Even a martial saint would have to consider if their neck is tough enough to take me down. Besides, the azure jade dragon patterned heavenly sword contains the demon emperor's demonic energy. Their coming would only increase my merit points. The system was briefly silent, then said, unlike Starfall Continent, the other 6 continents all have martial emperors. Jun Changxiao immediately ran. Why didn't you say so earlier? Too fast. He could already feel the enemy approaching. The system then said, you have easily killed imperial rank experts. Those involved now are at least profound rank experts, meaning martial saints. Just then the ground behind Jun Changxiao began to rise strangely, and a bald old man in blood-red clothes appeared on it, saying, chaotic aura yet containing power comparable to a martial saint. So you're a kid who likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I will go all out. I won't hold back a single move. He extended 2 fingers and began to control the power of the earth, transforming it into the shape of some animal, continuously attacking Jun Changxiao. Jun Changxiao dodged while thinking worriedly, dealing with this kind of paper tiger expert from the Dharma Saint lineage isn't too difficult, but I absolutely cannot let him disrupt my rhythm right now. Even I can feel that at least 4 martial saints are rushing over with all their might. Then he slashed with his sword, sending out several sword chi. I must immediately return to Starfall's territory and fortify it. The azure jade dragon patterned heavenly sword pierced through the air. I'll block them. His powerful attack was called Void Slash. Using the demonic energy of the azure jade dragon patterned heavenly sword combined with the sharpness of the slash and the art of sword control, man and sword as one. I will definitely rush into Starfall's territory before those martial saints arrive. Excellent, it's right there. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao's eyes widened in shock. What? Where did a martial emperor old man come from? I didn't sense him at all just now. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. But at this moment the white-haired old man merely snorted coldly, then uttered the words Berserker Transformation. Jun Changxiao was drenched in nervous sweat. This old man was not right. The old man lightly tapped his finger, causing his sword to bend. He was quickly sent flying, spitting blood. Cough, cough, is it really necessary? I admit I was a bit arrogant. At this moment the old man in front of him had transformed into a giant fierce monster. Jun Changxiao said with a pale face, but there's no need to send a martial emperor-level giant beast to guard the door. Chapter 450. At this moment the giant beast sighed deeply, then said, a martial emperor, that would be a heaven-tier expert. Your meager bounty of 500 merit points isn't enough to attract them. No wonder you misunderstood. After all, I'm considered the strongest among the Earth-tier experts. It seems your luck is also good. I just happened to pass by here. Your life I shall reap. He was full of confidence and arrogance. Then the giant beast fiercely slammed a punch onto the ground. This move was called Cleaving Hammer. Boom! Immediately, the ground began to vibrate violently, spreading outwards. At this moment, others seeing this scene began to discuss, it seems this 500 merit points will be snatched by Old Man Yi again. We are merely profound rank martial saints. How can we compete with an Earth-tier expert who has reached the peak of martial saint? Suddenly, the bald old man said in surprise, what's that black speck? The giant beast called Pixio said disdainfully, Oh, merely a profound rank low-level half-saint. I didn't expect him to withstand one of my punches. Zhen Changxiao was now lying on the ground, his armor shattered into many small pieces. With just one move, my mechanical armor was completely shattered. System, didn't you say I was a protagonist from a power fantasy novel? I'm looking a bit miserable now. The system, seeing his grimacing expression, was somewhat confused. You're suppressed like this and you can still smile? Pixio now crushed the item in his hand, commenting, what kind of magical artifact is this? It's a bit cumbersome to hold. The system then suggested, use the path of incoherence. Zhen Changxiao stood up, stretching lazily, and proudly said, no need, I've just reached the half-saint realm with my foundation in dual sword and martial cultivation. I'd only be evenly matched against an ordinary martial saint. Two strange arms appeared on his shoulders in addition to his two real hands. Each hand confidently held a weapon. Only under high pressure can my strongest fighting spirit be forced out. Is there any more suitable opponent than a martial saint at grand perfection? I can't teach my disciples every day not to fear strong enemies and to dare to draw their swords, only to rely on cheats when it's my turn. Even Tianqian would look down on me. No, Tianqian will always be proud of me. Zhen Changxiao charged towards his opponent. Pixio saw this, his eyes gleaming, and he waved his hand to suppress and deter. But when he opened his hands, they were empty, astonishing him. I clearly hit a physical entity. Do people from Starfall Continent turn into these black shadows after death? No, there's no merit notification. Just then he appeared behind him. Pixio quickly sensed him and threw a punch intending to ambush. Still green, but immediately countless afterimages flew around him. Are these black shadows clones or something else? In the air, countless imprints simultaneously swooped down to attack. Pixio exclaimed in astonishment. An army of one. He quickly dealt with each black shadow. Why are there more and more? Where exactly is this kid's real body? A moment later, in another corner, Zhen Changxiao gritted his teeth and said, I have to admit, he Wudi is truly unfathomable. His stealth cultivation has been perfected to the extreme, so much so that even a martial saint at grand perfection cannot detect it. He was currently hidden under a layer of dirt, munching on food. The system displayed, then you don't need to remotely control the spirit armor to tickle that. Pixio here. Even if you use pills to infinitely replenish your spiritual energy, it will eventually run out. The right path is to sneak into Starfall's new territory while it's chaotic. What are you drawing? Zhen Changxiao was redrawing the image of the giant beast while marking out the danger points. I've mixed the Jade Dragon patterned heavenly sword into the spirit armor army, probing this old fellow's vital points in turns. System, it seems traditional vital points cannot be breached. Zhen Changxiao praised. Smart. So you weren't trying to save your life but to take his. This Pixio has extremely high defense and damage but is very slow and massive. This is the perfect opponent for me to challenge above my level. I want to make this plain battlefield turn pale whenever Starfall is mentioned. Suddenly he exclaimed. Found it. So your weakness is here, old Pixio. It seems you'll have to offer your heart to our Starfall. Then Zhen Changxiao stepped out of the dirt layer. The time has come. It's time to send you on your way. He pulled out a large bag of beans, throwing them and shouting, Go warriors, bean soldiers, furious slash. Just like that, the beans in the air began to melt and merge. They transformed into humanoid entities, charging at Pixio with weapons to attack. Then countless sword chi slashed out, heading straight for the old fellow. The remaining people broke out in a cold sweat before this power. How did tens of thousands of Martial King level martial artists suddenly appear? No human aura at all. It must be magic artifacts. Tens of thousands of Martial King experts. This Starfall continent is truly a terrifying sect, but a martial saint at grand perfection cannot be dealt with by a human wave tactic. At this moment, Pixio was so thoroughly slashed that his hairline was quite bald, looking pitted. Damn it, a mere profound tier junior dares to humiliate and tease me like this. I'll twist off your head, he roared furiously. Just then, Zhen Changxiao appeared behind him like a ghost, responding, Hey old fellow, great minds think alike indeed. Zhen Changxiao's sword had already wounded the monster. At the spot where his sword pierced, a strange energy emanated. The monster, wounded from behind, groaned in pain. He reached out to grab Zhen Changxiao. He nimbly used the monster's arm to leap into the air. This old fellow's body is even harder than I expected by a third. The giant monster roared furiously. A mere half-saint junior dares to make me shed precious blood. Then he furiously leapt to attack Zhen Changxiao. He continued to dodge. Fortunately, I'm a cut above him in speed and agility. The giant monster's eyes turned red with anger, and he roared, Your most fatal mistake was revealing your true body in front of me. Then he wielded a powerful punch at Zhen Changxiao. His move, Rift Cleaver, created a massive shockwave, shooting straight into the air. After taking that blow head-on, space itself cracked. Is this the combat power of a martial saint at grand perfection? Zhen Changxiao narrowly dodged that blow, instantly moving and tearing through space. If not for battle instinct, that punch just now might have incapacitated me. The system quickly notified, the realm gap is almost 2 major realms, still too large. Host, it's best to use the path of incoherence. Zhen Changxiao merely smiled and responded, After using the path of incoherence, it will be useless for a year. That's too long. It's best not to use it unless absolutely necessary, he said in the air. Besides, I still have cards up my sleeve. The giant monster looked at him and said, You've seen the power of Rift Cleaver, yet you still don't flee. I don't know whether to call you arrogant or truly capable. I'll gladly take these 500 merit points. Zhen Changxiao's face darkened and he commanded, Quiet? Suddenly he teleported in front of the monster, making the monster exclaim, so fast. He raised his longsword high, performing the two-word art. Powerful energy formed immense pressure. Facing the surrounding power, the monster merely smiled. A mere half-saint body, yet he can affect my body with just sword chi. Kid, he roared with wide eyes, cannot be allowed to live. Jun Chongxiao's sword emanated black chi. Lingjin divine art. This is a secret technique I obtained earlier with only 3 moves. Yet I've been unable to comprehend and execute the last move. His face turned terrifying, and his longsword emitted even more black chi. Today is my lucky day, and your unlucky day. I found that the demonic energy of the Jade Dragon patterned heavenly sword actually caused fluctuations in the bottleneck that the third move couldn't break through. Before he could finish speaking, the giant monster attacked, feigning mystery. Jun Chongxiao, enveloped in black chi, performed the 3-word chi transformation art. The giant monster suddenly sensed something. Something seemed to be gushing from his previous wound. A wound where Jun Chongxiao had pierced him emitted black chi, which formed a scythe-like shape resting on the monster's neck. Chi transformation formed before heaven and earth, its form unseen, its name unknown. Chi transformation art with chi as the guide can pierce the enemy's Niwan palace, sealing their primordial spirit. A bone hand appeared, seizing the head from afar. The black chi transformed into a grim reaper, holding a scythe to the giant monster's neck after executing the move. Jun Chongxiao panted, after all, the spiritual energy is borrowed from the Demon Emperor, and this move is still hard to control. I must finish this quickly. He painstakingly controlled the Grim Reaper, who, following orders, swung its scythe. Die! The giant monster's eyes widened in terror. My Pixio body is completely unable to resist. Ancestors, save me! The Grim Reaper was merciless, severing the monster's head with a single strike. Suddenly a powerful dark force appeared, repelling Jun Chongxiao. Who dares to harm my precious Pixio golden bloodline? That terrifying force ripped his clothes. A loud bang occurred. At the center of the explosion, a green-skinned fellow stood. How precious is the Pixio bloodline? I was careless for a moment. I actually lost one person, and he was killed by a half-saint. What a disgrace, Junior. You should be proud to die by my hand. He turned around in surprise, finding that the thin layer of dirt had actually survived the explosion and it had a barrier on it. I still underestimated this kid. He actually escaped. Next time I will definitely not spare you. The system notification sounded. Starfall's territory is paused. All contestants from Starfall Continent have voluntarily withdrawn from the plain battlefield. Starfall Continent's territory is paused. If no one enters within 1 year, Starfall Continent's territory will be directly erased. The scene shifted to a magnificent building. Tianchen was suspended and Jun Chongxiao was teleported back. She was unaware of his condition and happily said, Go Sheng is back. Come here quickly. I have new insights into the Ice Heart art. Jun Chongxiao was covered in blood, muttering something under his breath. Tianchen sensed something was wrong, turned her head. Where's that smell of blood coming from? Before her now was a heavily injured, tattered Jun Chongxiao. Her eyes widened in shock, and then her power froze the entire sect. Cheng Yang and Xingchen couldn't react in time. What happened? Why did senior sister suddenly seal the Wangu sect? Tianchen quickly summoned everyone. All strongest combat forces of Wangu sect gather at the back mountain immediately. Hearing the command, Cheng Yang and the Divine Child both thought, this is senior sister's telepathic message. Something has happened. When the two arrived, Elder Wei was already there. Elder Wei, what happened? He frowned. The sect master's meridians are all severed, and his internal organs are almost pulverized. Tianchen held him, heartbroken. Elder Wei continued, he lost almost half his blood. If not for the sect master's extraordinary cultivation, he would have already died. Xingchen roared furiously. Who did this on Starfall Continent? Who can injure the sect master to this extent so stealthily? Cheng Yang calmly thought, did the sect master use healing pills? The sect master suddenly disappeared during Duoduo's celebration banquet, so he must have gone to some secret realm. Tianchen now lowered her head and said, healing pills can no longer treat his injuries. Now Wangu sect is famous. There are too many enemies, and now Go Sheng cannot withstand any impact. You need to absolutely protect the safety of this place. Elder Wei, how is it? Rarer medicinal ingredients are not a problem. Jun Chongxiao lay in her arms, looking terribly in pain. The sect master's current situation is completely beyond salvation. Perhaps only the sect master's miraculous items can save him, but now the sect master's consciousness is also blurry. Suddenly, someone walked over from behind. Let me try. Wudi reached out. I can transfer all my spiritual energy to allow the sect master to temporarily regain activity. The energy he generated broke Tianchen's ice freeze, causing a massive tremor. He continued to transfer his spiritual energy to Jun Chongxiao. Xingchen's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, Martial Emperor, this kid Wudi has actually reached the Martial Emperor level. Tianchen wept sorrowfully, hoping he would wake up soon. Go Sheng, we haven't grown old together yet. You once said you were an unkillable cockroach. You wouldn't lie to me. Jun Chongxiao had already woken up. He gently stroked her tear-stained face. Tianchen, don't cry. He suddenly stood up and hugged her, and despite his injuries he smiled. All right, don't cry. You're about to lose your ice beauty persona. I was conscious just now. I can solve the current problem, Jun Chongxiao thought. System, open the advanced mall. It couldn't help but tease him. Host is so stingy. I thought Host would never open the advanced mall, he told it. Each update requires 10,000 contribution points. Even a large family cannot sustain that. Immediately after, green light appeared around him. Zhen Chongxiao's eyes sparkled. It seems I'm not that unlucky. After 3 updates it finally appeared. The system notified high-grade healing pills can restore unique martial saint-level injuries. He held the pill, smiling triumphantly. Unique? I didn't expect to get such a high-level treasure in 3 updates. It interrupted his thoughts. High-grade healing pills are not considered high-level in the advanced mall. I've already adjusted their appearance rate to the highest within my authority, close to 90. Yet Ho still needed 3 updates. He ignored what it said, put the pill into his mouth while Tianqian worriedly whispered, "Take it quickly." Zhen Chongxiao's injuries rapidly healed. Tianqian was overjoyed. He quickly informed her and everyone, "Tianqian, you were right to gather all the high-level combat forces just now to ensure safety. However, the enemy we are facing this time is unimaginably powerful. If we all rush in together, we will probably only end up with regrets." Zhen Chongxiao's eyes sparkled as he looked at Wudi. "Besides this martial emperor kid, it seems I only extracted his stealth cultivation technique last time. What a mistake. He must have other good stuff." Then he continued, "But you're all here, so we can use this opportunity to assess the strength of our Wangu sect. The upcoming battle will be exceptionally brutal." Suddenly he noticed the 2 people in front of Tianqian. "Didn't Tianqian gather the strongest combat forces? You two, one a martial king and one a martial sect." "Why are you here?" one of them replied. "Senior sister sent us a private message to come," Ren Shan explained. "That guy dared to heavily injure the sect master. He will definitely be struck by lightning, suffer chi deviation and be heavily injured." 17 sighed. "To injure the sect master to this extent, his cultivation must be very high. Then how could he make such a low-level mistake during cultivation?" On the plain battlefield the green-skinned fellow was panting heavily, looking very strained. He seemed to be observed. "What's going on? Suddenly I feel a sense of fear again, as if I'm being targeted by some terrifying existence." While everyone was arguing, the demon emperor also reported his realm. "Since descending from the upper realm, my strength has been greatly weakened, leaving only grand perfection martial saint," the demon lord then added. "As for me, I'm only between martial saint and martial emperor." Only he Wudi was quite confident in himself and seriously replied, "A bit stronger than those 2. Next it was the turn of the several old seniors. Old 5 and Ice Emperor spoke simultaneously. "This old man is now a high-grade martial saint, while Elder Wei's realm is different, a mid-grade martial saint." Xingqian frowned slightly and replied, "Low-grade martial saint, but at a critical moment I can evolve." Chang Yang held his chin and said, "As for the inner disciples, besides me and Zui Ji who just broke through to half-saint, everyone else is still only at peak martial king." Zhen Chongxiao then crossed his arms, his mouth turned down indicating his attitude. "Even Wudi has become a martial emperor, yet I, the dignified sect master, am still hovering at half-saint. My direct disciples are like this when they appear. Isn't that too dazzling?" Tianqian gently wiped the stains from his face with a handkerchief, softly reminding him, "Don't move around. If it smudges it won't wipe clean." Zhen Chongxiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold, and continued, "Adding little dragon and Linghan, our core combat strength is indeed a bit weak, but our foundational strength is not weak." Recalling the previous battle, he thought, however, according to the moves at that time, a martial emperor against a martial saint is like striking a stone with an egg, not to mention there are different levels within the martial emperor realm. As long as the opponent has 2 martial emperors to tie Wudi down, the rest will definitely suffer heavy losses. Zhen Chongxiao sat dejectedly in a corner, struggling to process his jumbled thoughts, his head bowed, mumbling, "Without martial emperors, Starfall will ultimately have to sacrifice lives in this plain war. Where have all the former martial emperors gone?" The demon emperor then replied, "Starfall has had almost no martial emperors in recent years. But if you're talking about someone close to martial emperor, I do know one." He crossed his arms in thought, beginning to recall the past. "When I first descended I had nothing to do, so I planned to conquer all the fierce beasts in the star realm and become a playful demon king. Although my strength was greatly reduced with the realm of grand perfection martial saint, I was still enough to crush all fierce beasts that dared to resist, until I entered the 100 Hills mountain range. That was a forest filled with spiritual energy." He clearly remembered his actions at the time. "As usual I directly stormed the lair, but no fierce beasts caught my eye. However, I must admit that the fierce beasts of 100 Hills mountain were indeed stronger than those in other places." The demon emperor's voice was steady, and then the person appeared. He called himself King Baichu. He raised 3 fingers, emphasizing 3 moves. "I only lasted 3 moves before being defeated. Although it used some tricks, a loss is a loss. If we fought fairly, I still couldn't beat it." Hearing this, Chongxiao stood up and walked forward, looking up at him, asking in confusion, "It still needed tricks, so it must not have reached the martial emperor realm yet. What kind of fierce beast is it?" But the demon emperor didn't answer. "I don't know, I haven't been able to force it to show its true form." Another chain appeared. He pouted, stroked his chin, and calculated silently. "The most urgent task now is to develop more high-level combat power. What if a high-level item is refreshed later, that allows a grand perfection martial saint to advance further? Wouldn't that be like gaining several martial emperors out of thin air? Moreover, with the sect master's help, subduing fierce beasts would be easier." After careful consideration, Chongxiao decided, "Purple Python, lead the way. We'll go to the Baichu mountain range." The demon emperor was curious, asking if they were going to eliminate King Baichu. He casually denied it. No, Changxiao turned back, his expression profound. Instead, we're going to welcome a new colleague. Just like that, our group followed his plan and arrived at a lush forest. It was still early. Changxiao leaned on a large tree trunk, sighing. The spiritual energy here is so rich, I feel like these trees will become spirits in a few years. His eyes gleaming, he squatted under the tree and affirmed, there must be a huge spiritual stone vein buried underground. This new colleague seems to be bringing capital to work. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught something unusual. Changxiao suddenly stood up, saying loudly and respectfully, is that one of King Baicho's subordinates? Since you're here, then come out and speak. As soon as he finished speaking, the low voice suddenly echoed in the forest, humans, I have been in front of you all along, yet you haven't noticed. You even dream of seeing the king. A green slime like a pool of green mud suddenly erupted. We climbed up the hill from both sides and the slime continued to gush out, corroding the ground. The voice sounded again, directly conveying a warning. My moves can even corrode the hardest stones. Today I'm in a good mood. I advise you to leave quickly, and I'll spare your lives. In the gradually dispersing dense smoke, Changxiao and the others' figures slowly emerged. The completely green young man couldn't help but be surprised to see that they were unharmed. These people are not simple. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, he bent down, ready to sneak away. Before they noticed me, I've blended into the environment. I must hurry back and report to the king about their realm. As he climbed up the tree using all fours, he suddenly looked back and met the gaze of the people below, feeling secretly confused. Keep climbing. Why are they heading straight for me? My disguise clearly had no flaws. Immediately after, he got his answer, starting with a fist. Looking at the bruised and swollen man now bound, the crowd competed to scold him. A martial sect realm guard, daring to play tricks in front of us. Such crude spiritual energy concealment shines like a firefly in the dark night to us. With that, Changxiao gave him another punch, making him see stars. However, if you learn the cultivation concealment art, you might become an extraordinary person. Looking at the sphere he collected like a Pokemon ball, a strange smile appeared on his face. It seems this harvest is not small. Let's go. Time to serve the food. After a while, the tree trunk was suddenly cut off by a burst of power. The one-eyed lion was furiously attacking the tiny humans with lightning-fast pounces. Facing such a evenly matched opponent, he was invigorated, his fighting spirit soaring, defending and cultivating at the same time. They had only gone 100 li deep when a half-saint level fierce beast appeared. Indeed, the Baichu mountain range has something worth paying attention to. He stood firm, straightened his arm and slammed a palm strike at it. The red power merged with the internal energy. However, it's still not as good as me. After such a long stalemate, get on your knees. Suddenly, Xingqian's eyes widened and he abruptly noticed something unusual. From somewhere a powerful man suddenly appeared. It turned out that the one-eyed lion had transformed into a human. He smiled and spoke calmly. You humans always think we're just a bunch of savages who only know how to fight, but what you don't know is that under the king's leadership, the tide of attack and defense has long since changed. Immediately after, other beasts also appeared silently. He looked at the crowd before him and said, welcome to your beast burial ground. The earth demon bear roared and charged at Xiao Zuiji. He raised both hands to block its attack and the ground beneath Xiao Zuiji's feet cracked and shattered. He struggled to resist its power. Fighting fierce beasts with a human body is indeed a bit disadvantageous. I should borrow a few moves from senior brother Qingyang. Xiao Zuiji threw the earth demon bear behind him with force, making it gasp in surprise. Then he punched its head. After the earth demon bear fell, Xiao Zuiji jumped up and shouted, who else? After that painful fall, the earth demon bear's pupils were blurry, unable to see anything around it. Our earth demon bear clan is known for its defense, yet I was defeated by a mere mortal in one move, but he didn't continue attacking. I was too careless. Once I clear my head, I can launch a counterattack. Then it saw a strange object appear before its eyes. A long white-haired man appeared before it. This man held a peculiar, intricately made ball in his hand. It suddenly appeared and became blurry. Xingqian was fighting with another group of fierce beasts. They were startled by the earth demon bear's roar. One fierce beast, hearing its roar, broke out in a cold sweat. Is that Elder Shang's cry of agony? With his powerful body, who could make him suffer to such an extent? He picked up his weapon and slashed at it. Your strength is inferior to mine, yet you dare to be arrogant. Xingqian played and jumped around the three fierce beasts. If the sect master hadn't forbidden us from killing, and your coordination is somewhat interesting, I would have blown you all away long ago. He used a reverse spear move, taking the fierce beast out of the attack range. Xingqian sneered, perhaps we'll be sect brothers in the future, so let me introduce myself first. The most gentle and elegant disciple of the Wangu's strongest sect, Xingqian, also known as your entrance interviewer. Changxiao stroked his chin, ignoring the explosion behind him. It seems that at the half-saint level, if they don't completely lose their combat power, the chances of subduing them are still a bit low. Tell me, why won't you just pass out? The earth demon bear, after suffering a series of inhuman tortures, pleaded, Big brother, all my fur is almost pulled out. It hurts so much I'm wide awake. How can I pass out? Can't you just let me die quickly? A cloaked figure stood before him. Wasn't I thinking that fainting from pain would also be a relief? The earth demon bear murmured, whispering in fear. Demon, you are truly a demon, a voice sounded, startling the earth demon bear. Gushang, what you're doing is indeed too cruel. Then its tears began to flow. I knew it. I, Elder Shang, have always been an honest and kind bear. How could I be so miserable? Such a good person must be an angel. But contrary to the earth demon bear's beautiful imagination, her next words made it shiver. How about I freeze his head first, then you roast it to 7/10 done with your sacred fire and I'll freeze it again. repeating this he'll definitely be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, completely losing his combat power and will, right? The Earth Demon Bear screamed in terror. You two are both demons. It had already decided that the appearance of these two people, they were demons in human skin. Then the Earth Demon Bear broke free from the ice that bound it. I won't let you torture me like this. Then it furiously slammed its hands on its head. I'll knock myself out. It finally fainted. Gusheng and Lu Qianqin high-fived. The task was done. The Earth Demon Bear's huge body was finally captured in the sphere and dropped to the ground. Zhen Changxiao smiled happily. This kind of martial emperor or half-saint level fierce beast is only easy for the sect master to subdue when it's physically and mentally exhausted with only a trace of vitality left. Lu Qianqin looked at him expressionlessly, hoping it wouldn't be traumatized later. Yi Xingqian, pulling two fierce beasts, ran over. Sect master, I've captured two more. And turned to her and said, Wife. As soon as he called out, both their faces darkened. Zhen Changxiao showed a strange smile. Something's up again. Lu Qianqin also said, I'll lend a hand, you add some fuel. A shriek sounded and Yi Xingqian threw down the two fierce beasts and ran. Is it an illusion? I feel like senior sister is becoming more and more like the sect master. As he ran, he seemed to sense something approaching. Two blood-red eyes stared intently at his back as if he was being watched. Yi Xingqian broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously scanning his surroundings. The only one who can put this much pressure on me is King Baichu. However, he could only feel the pervasive killing intent around him but couldn't pinpoint its exact location. He stopped and unleashed a move. Since he didn't know, he'd just unleashed punches in all directions. Due to Yi Xingqian's moves, dust filled the air and he panted, warily looking around. Why am I suddenly so tired? A bite mark appeared on the back of Yi Xingqian's hand and the poison began to spread. A blurry figure approached from the dust. Still able to stand firm? To dare to flaunt your power in Baichu Mountain, you indeed have some skill. A red-skinned woman with two fangs appeared. Upon closer inspection, her skin was very smooth. Her martial saint physique, a forked tongue flicked out. My king hasn't tasted this flavor in a long time. Immediately after, Zhen Changxiao appeared. I was worried that if we acted too strongly you would be afraid to appear. Now it seems you are very brave. Yi Xingqian's pupils became golden vertical slits. She looked at those eyes in surprise. These eyes can resist. Chapter 455. Yi Xingqian extended his hand. I hate hiding and sneaking around. Come out quickly. The energy emitted from Yi Xingqian's palm dispersed the mist in front of him, revealing a red-skinned, golden-eyed woman behind the mist. She looked at him in confusion. Why do you have these golden pupils? Yi Xingqian frowned at the woman before him. Oh, you mean these eyes? They're just my former beast essence. With that, he quickly rushed forward towards her location. Yi Xingqian threw a powerful punch at the woman, but she dodged it. The woman expressed her dissatisfaction with Yi Xingqian's actions. Junior sneak attacks are not a good habit, especially when there's a huge disparity in strength. A moment of carelessness can cost you your life. Just then, he also noticed that his hand was bound by a strange bone. Yi Xingqian's eyes were threatened by two sharp bones. She smiled maliciously. I'll take these golden pupils. With that, the woman tried to stab his eye sockets with the sharp bone. A hand reached out and crushed her bone. Pixio jumped out from behind, reaching out to attack the woman. She frowned at him. Pixio, you actually mingle with humans? No, wearing clothes, you're not Pixio. Who exactly are you? Pixio sneered. That's right, it's me. Purple Python Demon King. I am now the Hall Master of the Beast Spirit Hall of the Wangu's strongest sect. Yi Xingqian jumped onto his shoulder. Elder Purple, don't dwell on old matters. Don't forget, we still have a mission today. He jumped up, kicking at the Purple Python Demon King. Full acquisition of Baichu Mountain Range. The Purple Python Demon King waved her hand and bones from underground shot out, blocking Yi Xingqian's attack. Arrogant, she waved her hand, controlling the bones. Even if you are elites, this Baichu Mountain Range is my territory. A spirit beast emerged and pounced at the Purple Python Demon King. She blocked its sharp teeth with bones. The impact between them cut down trees. The Purple Python Demon King sneered. The one who lost to me has a terrible memory, daring to show their true form in front of me. She transformed into a red snake, opening her mouth to bite Pixio. The Purple Python Demon King sprayed poison at him, and Yi Xingqian jumped onto Pixio's giant body. I still have some experience in cavalry combat. I just didn't expect to be a dragon knight again this time. The Purple Python Demon King transformed back into human form and attacked Pixio. He parried her attack with his sword. The Purple Python Demon King blocked Pixio's mouth with bones. Yi Xingqian swung his sword sideways to attack the Purple Python Demon King. She murmured, high-grade martial saint combined with grand perfection half-saint to be able to unleash such combat power. Even I am struggling. It seems I need to show you what a true disparity in strength is. With that, she extended her hand and a small piece of beast bone appeared in the air. Yi Xingqian swung his sword, splitting the bone in half. But immediately many small bones fell from the air, striking him. Those snake bones slowly grew larger, coiling around Pixio's body, making him unable to move. Yi Xingqian swung his sword, cutting those snake bones. It's over. These snake bones are unbreakable once they gather. The Purple Python Demon King floated in the air. If not for being in the Baichu Mountain Range, your Dragon Knight combination could indeed cause me some trouble. Unfortunately, this Baichu Mountain Range is the burial ground of my clan for hundreds of thousands of years. She sneered, let the snake bones of past prodigies send you into eternal sleep. Those snake bones enlarged, tightly binding the two, forming a cage that trapped them. The Purple Python Demon King approached. This snake bone cage can seal all physical entities and energy, and it will shrink more and more. until it reduces you to ashes. On Starfall continent, the one who can break this snakebone cage is probably not yet born. A strange figure emerged from the snakebone cage. Is that so? This emperor doesn't believe it. A smile played on his lips. Indeed, it truly is a snakebone cage capable of sealing all things. He mocked the purple python demon king, moving back and forth within the cage, entering and exiting freely. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. On Starfall continent, there's actually someone with such cultivation. Her black hair transformed into snakeheads rushing towards him. The man stood still, allowing them to bite him. The purple python demon king's eyes widened in surprise. He actually hit me in one move. Is this just a bluff? He glanced at the snakeheads on his shoulder. I didn't expect you to be a master of poison. Was this the move the purple python fell for last time? He looked at her with a sneer, extending his hand. What a pity. Given the strength of your poison, if it were back in the day, my demonic path would truly need talent like yours. He used the heavenly demon claw to attack the purple python demon king, and the demonic energy in his hand transformed into a sword. The purple python demon king blocked his sword with both hands, but was violently thrown to the ground by his power. The man retracted his sword, avoiding the explosion. The purple python demon king rushed out from the smoke, commanding the snake bones to attack. He looked at her and the huge skull in surprise. The snake bones attacked him, causing a small explosion, and smoke filled the air. Pixio glanced at the battle outside through the bones. Baichu's move seems to have stirred up the entire Baichu mountain range. She actually turned the entire mountain range into her territory. Yi Xingchen also looked outside. He was fighting the demon emperor, yet the snakebone cage remained intact. This woman has not reached her limit, but the giant snakehead opened its mouth trying to bite the demon emperor. He kicked back, and that huge snakebone gave him a strange sense of familiarity. The massive snakebone dragged across the ground, destroying the soil and surrounding trees. Others in the forest ran over due to the aftershocks. Is this the peak showdown between martial saints? They dodged the flying rock. Let alone participating, even the aftershocks of the battle required their full strength to resist. The entire mountain range was about to be overturned. Li Qingyang watched the battle below, sweating profusely, relieved that the sect master was safe. He Wudi stood with folded arms, creating a barrier to stop the flying earth and stones. He mused, watching the purple python demon king and the demon emperor fight. The cultivation methods of these lower realm fierce beasts are indeed somewhat interesting. They can unleash power comparable to a martial emperor with a martial saint's body. Zhen Chongxiao held the orb for subduing fierce beasts, a brilliant smile on his face. Finally done, the 7th saint-tier fierce beast is also dealt with. He Wudi stood by, turning to look at him. The system's voice sounded, notifying Zhen Chongxiao that the mission was complete. He looked at the 2 scrolls appearing in the air. Are there more rewards? Zhen Chongxiao looked at the 2 scrolls in his hand. The hidden skills must be very powerful. But why are these skill scrolls divided into 2 volumes, upper and lower? The upper scroll depicted a dragon while the lower one showed a clear human figure. He knelt on the ground, his hand caressing the red fierce beast beside him, listening to the system's explanation. That was a combined skill. The red fierce beast looked at him. Little brother, you called me out. Do you have something good for me? Zhen Chongxiao's face was expressionless. This address sounded strange, but there was indeed a secret manual he wanted to give him. Then it transformed into human form. Indeed, human form was better for learning. The red fierce beast closed its eyes, sensing the knowledge pouring into its mind. Didn't the knowledge automatically flow into the mind as soon as the scroll was opened? Why do so many people say learning is difficult? Zhen Chongxiao replied, our learning methods are more or less like cheating. It opened its eyes in surprise. Isn't this a fire attribute cultivation method? Why does it feel so cold after learning it? He shivered. Indeed, did the heavenly Tao of Starfall continent discover our cheating and want to erase us? The 2 stood back to back. No, in the distance the demon emperor was still fiercely fighting the purple python demon king. Freezing the ground around Zhen Chongxiao, he watched the battle, sweating profusely. First bone, then poison, now ice. This Baichu demon king really has many hidden cards. This cold feeling. How are the disciples doing? He looked at the disciples from afar. Fortunately, there were still Tianchen and Wudi. Zhen Chongxiao sneaked up to Lu Qianqin. Qianqin, Wudi, if we just close the door, it should block the attack. Why are you still attacking and so tense? She replied. This isn't ordinary cold. It can freeze all things and also seize souls. He quickly turned to look at Pixia's side. It was too dangerous. What about Xingchen and the others in the distance? Yi Xingchen was behind a red spherical shield. He looked at them worriedly. Even Pixia was shivering from the cold. This Baichu's strength was a bit extraordinary. Lu Qianqin replied, it's not me. The snake bones behind the purple python demon king glowed green. Lu Qianqin carefully watched her and the bones behind her. The cold came from that long-horned snake bone, and that bone could even cultivate the grand profound ice heart art. Yi Xingchen frowned, looking at it, never expecting a pile of withered bones could also cultivate the grand profound true scripture. Chapter 457. The withered snake skull was shaking, then suddenly stopped. In its round eye sockets, the figures of Tianchen and Xingchen were clearly visible, suspended in the air. Suddenly a serious voice rang out from the nearby crowd. 2 little ones, what are you doing here? This is not a battle you can participate in. Hearing this, Xingchen immediately couldn't help but scoff. Senior sister, I find several things about this one-horned snake quite interesting. What about you? She had little interest, replying faintly, just so. Then Tianchen slightly turned sideways, raising both hands into a bow-drawing posture, signaling, "You each go get what you want." Immediately after, the two split into two paths and flew towards the one-horned snake bone. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor complained helplessly, "Why don't these little ones listen to advice?" But as soon as he spoke, he abruptly stopped. In front, Xingqian was clinging to one side of the one-horned snake-bone skull, biting it forcefully while Tianchen attacked the other side. Looking at the power gradually covering half of its face, he was somewhat confused. Do these two little ones' cultivation methods happen to counter that one-horned snake? No, they seem to understand the operating principles of this cultivation method. At the same time, he violently flung both hands and powerful cultivation methods surged around him. Xingqian's face filled with excited fighting spirit. He thought to himself, "Great, this one-horned snake has been dead for a long time, only mechanically operating the Grand Profound True Scripture. I can gradually absorb the Grand Profound True Scripture within it into my own body. This is a huge gain." He suddenly looked at Tianchen's position, secretly assessing. However, senior sister seems to be doing something similar, and her cultivation method is clearly not from the Wangu sect's lineage, yet it somewhat resonates with the Grand Profound True Scripture. Seeing the one-horned snake bone in crisis, Gianna couldn't help but anxiously question, "What's going on? Why is Senior's aura getting weaker and weaker? We can't let those two little devils keep messing around." Suddenly, a black chi unexpectedly appeared before her eyes, directly aiming at her eyes, making her freeze abruptly, speechless. And the one who struck was none other than the Demon Emperor. He spoke up to remind her, "It's best not to disturb the juniors when they're fighting, however. If that one-horned snake is gone, your Baichu Demon King will have no reason to refuse me anymore." The Demon Emperor's face darkened, revealing a terrifying and challenging smile. "Why don't you summon all your tribesmen and the tomb bones of the Baichu lineage's seniors for me to see? This emperor can help you all transcend once more." Overwhelmed by his imposing aura, Gianna also restrained her attitude somewhat, lowering her face and replying softly, "Tribesmen, you don't seem to understand the meaning of Baichu. Baichu is a title of inheritance. My Baichu clan has never had any so-called tribesmen. On Starfall Continent there is only one Baichu at any given time." Her eyes were firm as she reaffirmed Baichu's status, reiterating, "And the new Baichu will carry the inheritance of all predecessors as well as their tombs and once again stand tall on Starfall Continent under the name Baichu. This is the meaning of Baichu." As she spoke, she channeled her power and a force suddenly surged like a tsunami. "So my body carries the power of generations of Baichu predecessors from 10,000 years ago. Although I currently haven't been able to fully control the power of all predecessors," her hand clenched into a fist, her eyes glowing, "but fully activating the power of one Baichu Great King and the strongest among them is something I can still do." As soon as she finished speaking, the one-horned snake bone immediately bent its body and was summoned back to Gianna's side. To everyone's surprise, immediately after, she froze her entire body within a transparent stone surrounded by a protective shield. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor quickly launched a black chi, shouting, transforming in front of an enemy seeking death. However, inadvertently, one of his arms had been severed. Xingqian and Tianchen rushed over. She cried out worriedly, "Senior Demon Emperor," but he paid no heed to his injuries, retreated slightly and then commanded, "Stop talking nonsense, go down quickly and call Brother Woody over." At this point, Gianna and the one-horned snake bone had merged into one, and another horn had grown on her forehead. She chuckled lightly. "How troublesome. I'm just a bit more talented than others and a bit more accomplished." Gianna's powerful aura immediately emanated, and simply standing nearby made one feel the difference. She continued, "Why do I always have to be the one to save each Baichu?" Suddenly seeing Xingqian preparing to charge over, she simply let out a soft "oh." Still standing her ground, so impatient. 1 second later, a strike from the sky violently smashed into the ground. In that deeply concave area, a pure aura converged at the center. The Demon Emperor recoiled due to inertia. Stones and dirt scattered, and the surrounding people discussed, "Is this something a human can do?" One move flattened an entire mountain range. He tried to compose himself and reported, "Sect Master, the situation is not good. Woody's strength is already weaker than the current Baichu, and the opponent's cultivation method is extremely strange. You should quickly retreat with the disciples. I will stay to provide cover. Even if Brother Woody is defeated, there won't be any problems." Suddenly sensing an unexpected aura, the Demon Emperor sharply turned and looked behind him, shouting, "What are you doing? Such spiritual energy, are you trying to die?" Changshao's body suddenly smoked, and a tired look appeared on his face as he replied, "Old demon, do you think I want to? No one told me this move takes half an hour to activate and cannot be cancelled." Finishing speaking, he turned and commanded the stunned Xingqian beside him, "Forget it, I'll go all out. Xingqian, I'm fully charged, but I can't move. You take me up. Old demon, take this opportunity to provide cover and bring Woody down." As soon as he finished speaking, the two abandoned the Demon Emperor and immediately flew into the air. He supported Tianchen while he charged from the other side. Seeing this, she immediately became alert. "It's you, what is that?" Changxiao, carrying a fire-breathing dragon in his arms, proudly introduced, "High-grade dragon source art." The two sides confronted each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. Baichu's face turned pale with terror. "This energy is coalescing? That guy, why is he here too?" So Baichu quickly flew away to escape. Changxiao of course wouldn't give Baichu this chance, trying to run. "Sorry, as long as you're still on Starfall Continent. He conjured a fire dragon and chased after her. Seeing this, Baichu accelerated even more desperately. Faster, faster. This time Baichu's body is too weak, not even reaching Martial Emperor. How embarrassing. Then she tried every possible way to escape, only hoping Changxiao wouldn't catch up, pressing harder. I don't believe he can still catch me after flying 8,000 li away. After glancing back, she finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed she could no longer feel the terrifying source of spiritual energy. She must have escaped. She suddenly realized in surprise that his red dragon was right behind her. It opened its mouth wide, desperately chasing. In an instant, little dragon had eliminated Baichu. It transformed into a strange shape, then gradually dissipated, and the surrounding people were amazed. Woody suddenly appeared. Sect Master, with your and Little Dragon's current realms, he bowed his head in thought, assessing his strength, to be able to unleash such an astonishing strike. Even I might. Changxiao politely wiped his sweat. This move also consumed a lot of my energy, and Little Dragon has fallen into a deep sleep. I, on the other hand, almost fell back to the Martial Emperor realm, but it also gives me another trump card, and from now on, he declared, the Baichu mountain range will be renamed Baichu Valley. Changxiao stood tiredly behind, asking about the situation. I held back. That Baichu Great King should still be alive, right? He focused on the distance, then speculated. Still has one breath left. Uni suddenly struck a pose and a timid figure suddenly flew over. Tianchen stood by, praising. His fire control is truly exquisite. I can even smell snake soup. Changxiao also praised. It's also thanks to the sacred fire's blessing. Otherwise it wouldn't have been easy to take it down. He spoke, inviting Baichu to follow him. Baichu, are you willing to become my spirit beast? Don't think I'm easy to bully just because I'm weak now. In the Wangu sect, countless people can take your life. Rest assured, I've always been generous to my subordinates. You don't need to worry about the benefits after joining. Baichu finally knelt in submission. Master's strength is extraordinary. I, Baichu, am willing to serve for generations. But Changxiao still had some doubts. It's best if you surrender voluntarily. I don't have the energy to use the mind-purging art to enlighten you now, but your way of speaking is a bit strange, as if you were already my spirit beast before. He suddenly turned his head in confusion. Hey, Baichu, you? Changxiao saw Baichu kneeling to Xingchen instead of himself. Did he cry at the wrong tomb? He retorted with a dark expression. Are you going to stop me? Since ancient times, Xingchen has claimed that you're still alive, because I don't want to go on a killing spree here. After all, I only came to learn this time. I still deeply respect old man Taishuan. Baichu ferociously refused to let go of that mortal, daring to covet the grand profound true scripture. If you don't retreat, I will devour you completely. Xingchen stepped forward and retorted, devour me. On Starfall continent, lightning flashed and thunder rolled in the sky, shaking the earth, and he declared, I am the king. With a loud bang, Xingchen threatened, surrender to this emperor or die. Baichu immediately prostrated himself, apologizing. Baichu was muddled and failed to recognize the master just now, daring to disrespect the master. Please spare my life, Xingchen pondered. He finally spared its life, but inwardly he was trying hard to recall. Get up, I'll spare you this time. Join the Wangu sect, and if you ever stray again, I will pull out your snake bones. It seems I fought this snake in a previous life and was definitely very ruthless. Why can't I remember anything now? I fought too many people in my previous life. This snake simply doesn't rank, he suddenly remembered, leaning in and asking curiously. Oh right, how do you know the grand profound true scripture? Baichu honestly replied, Master has forgotten, it was I who guarded. Suddenly a piercing shriek rang out. Choying. Changxiao was unexpectedly bewildered, trying hard to think. Who's calling me? No one uses this name except Tianchen now. It must just be someone with the same name. That was a curse, Choying. That pervert. Quickly let go of senior sister. He was annoyed at this moment. Is that about me? In the lush forest half an hour ago, in another part of the Baichu mountain range. Quan didn't admit it. Su Choying. Although this Baichu mountain range is very dangerous, we're only going to explore the outer regions this time. Follow me, Quan, and I can guarantee your safety. Quan also arrogantly boasted. After all, the leader of our Tai Zon sect's training expedition this time, a peak martial king, is my father. Xiaomo next to him flattered. Ever since I met your father, I knew I had recognized you as my big brother in the sect. I just learned 18 moves, I'll let you experience them when we rest later. But inwardly he was blaming himself. Xiaomo, you've really fallen. You're a martial emperor, yet you're clinging to the coattails of a martial king. Sun Yingchen, do you think he'll be your little brother? The arrogant Sun Yingchen before him is an elite disciple of the Tai Zon Holy Sect's transmission elder, worth recruiting, power progress 95. Su Xiaomo felt utterly unwilling but had to endure. Now that he had blended in with the elite disciples in order to drain the Tai Zon Holy Sect as quickly as possible, he had truly stooped to dealing with these young people. This is not what I wished for. Another call rang out. Su Chusheng, his attitude did a complete 180 and he ran over. Coming, Xiaomo asked fawningly. Senior sister, what can I do for you? Situ Yun cautiously warned. Sun Yingchen is frivolous, he's not a good person, you're pure-hearted, don't always hang out with him. Sun Yingchen, hearing these words, angrily retorted, Situ Yun, I'm still standing right here, can't you at least avoid bad-mouthing me? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because your grandfather is a grand elder. Xiaomo was still utterly bewildered at this moment. Pure-hearted, who are they talking about? Situ Yun ignored him and commanded, conversation over. I need to meditate and cultivate. You may withdraw. Sun Yingchen showed a displeased expression, so cold as expected of her ice talent physique. Xiaomo stood dumbfounded. So cool. It was then that he suddenly understood and agreed with the ice talent physique. No wonder senior sister Situ's breakthroughs were so fast. This was a rare ice element physique seen only once in 100 years. Sun Yingchen began to stammer and make excuses. So what? It's not like our Tai Zan holy sect hasn't seen stronger ice physiques before. Sun Yingchen recalled nostalgically the Tai Zan ice heart physique who had been expelled from the sect. What a pity. The former senior sister was a goddess to all of us. A loud bang came from the other side. Sun Yingchen frantically looked around. This must be a fierce beast in the Baichu mountain range fighting for territory. This scale is at least king level. Sun Yingchen put on an elder brother act and cautioned Chusheng. You only have early martial sect cultivation. Follow me closely later, I'll protect you. Xiaomo seemed unconcerned, his mind racing with thoughts. Old Yi. Li Fei, senior brother, so many auras, at least half of the inner disciples have appeared. What are the sect master and the others doing here? Awudi is here too. Does the sect want to raise the Baichu mountain range to the ground? A figure approached from a distance speaking with a mocking tone. A little movement from a fierce beast scares some people speechless. It truly disgraces our first-rate sect. Sanjing frowned and commanded. If you're scared now, just leave the Baichu mountain range immediately so you don't get in the way later. Sun Yingchen retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Sanjing, who are you talking about? This is Chusheng's first experience. Besides, you're only at peak martial sect. What right do you have to look down on him? Xiaomo was secretly pondering. Sanjing, even within the Tai Zan holy sect, is considered a top-tier inner disciple genius, but I don't remember ever offending him. Sanjing angrily unleashed his power. Martial sect, I've recently broken through to Martial King, but he had vaguely sensed something was off. HMPH, early Martial King is not yet stable. No, that's not right. Suddenly Xiaomo remembered. Almost forgot to act. The gale is too strong, I almost got blown away. Sun Yingchen tried to persuade him. Chusheng, a wise man, knows when to retreat. Their aura is strong, let's take a step back now and save face later. Xiaomo cautiously reminded him. That guy surnamed, he doesn't seem to plan on letting me off. Sun Yingchen put on airs again. Sanjing, do you still want to harm a fellow disciple? My father is scouting ahead and could return at any moment. Sanjing pushed him aside with an elbow. Get out of my way, I only have a few words for this junior brother. He was also utterly bewildered. My surname is Su. Sanjing leaned in close, displeased, and said, Senior sister Situ actually spoke 4 sentences to trash like you, and even I only managed a greeting with her today. Although I don't know what it is about you that caught senior sister's attention, if you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, I advise you to stay away from her. Sanjing turned and left, a look of disdain on his face. Although your uncle has some status with the sect master, it still doesn't change the fact that you're just a good-for-nothing. He tried to comfort himself. Xiaomo, you must endure. Sanjing left arrogantly. Senior sister, are you destined to belong only to a chosen one like me? Suddenly his footsteps stopped. Xiaomo saw Sanjing fall and immediately became excited. Senior brother, there's no need for such a grand prostration. He leaned in, gloating and mocking. Senior brother, he actually fainted. He must have just broken through to Martial King and hasn't quite controlled his power yet. Xiaomo gestured to the other disciples. What are you guys standing around for? Hurry up and help senior brother cough to rest under a tree. He continued to praise himself excitedly. Xiaomo, you endured well just now. If the force had been a little stronger, this kid would have already been reincarnated. Xiaomo continued to wail. Senior brother, you can't die young. Dying from a fall is too much of an embarrassment for our first-rate sect. You must consider the bigger picture. Situ Yun stood behind him, slightly puzzled. Was it my eyesight playing tricks, or was I hallucinating? It seemed for a moment I saw 3 Chusheng at once. Situ Yun shook her head, dismissing it. It must be from over-cultivation causing hallucinations, but why would my hallucination be seeing 3 Su Chusheng? He waved and called out, Senior sister, come quickly and see. Senior brother, he seems a bit unusual. Situ Yun ran over. Let me see. Sumo softly counted 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. A monster appeared, he exclaimed excitedly, perfect.